As always, the morning light of Konoha village flowed across Hokage Rock, where 4 colossal faces carved into the mountainside gazed down in solemn silence upon the ninja village below. The 4th stone-visaged Namikaze Minato had weathered more than 10 years of wind and rain-mottled cracks marring the rock. Only the pair of eyes carved into the stone still held a gentle smile as they looked toward the distant horizon. "Naruto, if you don't get up now, you'll be late." Minato's voice drifted out from the kitchen, mingled with the warm aroma of miso soup, wrapped in the unique tone of a single father, a blend of gentleness and helpless resignation. Uzumaki Naruto sprang out from under the blanket, his blonde hair exploding into a wild mess. As his gaze swept past the alarm clock at the bedside, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. 7:45. "Aya. Today is the team assignment." He yanked on his orange jacket in a flurry and dived headlong into the bathroom. In the mirror appeared the face of a blond, blue-eyed boy. His brows and features were a perfect match for the man on Hokage Rock, save for the 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek, an indelible imprint left by the 9 tails upon his body. "I had that dream again." Naruto thought around a mouthful of toothpaste foam, his words muffled. In the dream there was always the crimson 9 tails blotting out the sky, its vertical pupils burning with boundless fury, its deafening roars nearly shattering his very soul. And every single time a golden back would appear before him, standing like a wall that would never fall. "Dad, I'm heading out." Naruto snatched up the rice ball wrapped in plastic from the table and stuffed it into his ninja pouch in one go. "Wait!" Minato called him back. The former 4th Hokage, once known throughout the ninja world as the Yellow Flash, was now wearing a faded green apron washed so many times it had turned pale, holding 2 steaming cups of milk in his hands. His once flamboyant blonde hair had long since shed its sharp edges, hanging meekly over his forehead. His clear blue eyes were just as they had been in the past, only now fine lines had quietly gathered at the corners. "Drink your milk. Also—" Minato reached into the pocket of his apron and took out a forehead protector, the metal plate etched with the unmistakable Konoha emblem. "Today you officially become a genin. I went ahead and picked this up for you." Naruto froze in place. His fingertips brushed the cold metal plate, the Konoha emblem pressed against his finger pads, yet a heat beyond his control surged up into his eyes. "Don't make it so sappy, old man." Naruto turned his face away and yanked the forehead protector tightly onto his brow with exaggerated movements, all just to hide the redness creeping up his ears. Minato smiled a smile identical to the stone visage on Hokage Rock. "Go on. Remember, no matter what happens, your dad will always believe in you." Naruto dashed out the door and sprinted into the morning wind. Minato's voice carried after him through the streets and alleys, chasing his footsteps. "Come back early tonight. I bought your favorite sori." He did not look back, he only raised his right hand high and waved it vigorously. Ninja Academy classroom. Iruka-sensei stood on the podium, clutching the team assignment list in his hand. The classroom was noisy enough to lift the roof. Sakura and Ino were arguing heatedly over the seat next to Sasuke. Kiba was tossing and catching shuriken with Akamaru. Choji munched loudly on a bag of chips, and Shikamaru sprawled over his desk, half-lidded eyes muttering, "What a drag." Naruto sat in the back row with his feet propped up on the desk. The seat next to him was empty. That was Uchiha Sasuke's place. The door slid open and Sasuke walked in, expressionlessly heading straight for the seat beside Naruto. "Yo, Sasuke." Naruto scraped his chair a little closer and leaned over to bump his elbow. "We're definitely gonna be put on the same team today. Don't get so close, dead last." Sasuke tossed out the words coldly, yet his body did not shift away in the slightest. Sakura suddenly whipped around from the front row, eyes sparkling with adoration. "Good morning, Sasuke-kun." Naruto rolled his eyes dramatically. "Forehead girl morning. What did you say?" Sakura's fist shot up in an instant. All right. Iruka smacked the podium hard. "I'll now announce the team assignments. Team 7 Uzumaki Naruto Haruno Sakura." His voice paused for half a second and the classroom fell silent at once. Naruto clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Sakura's heart hammered as if it were about to leap out of her throat. "Uchiha Sasuke." The instant the words fell, Sakura clapped a hand over her mouth and let out a piercing scream while Naruto stepped onto his desk and leaped up, pumping his arm. "Yes. Finally on the same team as Sasuke. You're so damn loud, dead last." Sasuke turned his face away, but the tips of his ears quietly flushed red and the corner of his mouth tugged upward despite himself. As Iruka went on reading the rest of the team assignments, Naruto caught out of the corner of his eye a silver-haired figure leaning at an angle against the wall by the classroom door. Most of his face was buried behind a small orange-covered book, revealing only a sharply defined jawline. "Your Jonin leader will be Hatake Kakashi." Iruka pointed toward the door. Kakashi sauntered in lazily, the single visible right eye curving into a crescent. "I am Hatake Kakashi. The things I like and dislike, well, there's nothing I particularly want to talk about. As for hobbies, I have quite a few." Naruto muttered under his breath. "This guy is weird." "Well then, you three." Kakashi pulled 3 little bells from his pouch and dangled them by their strings, making them jingle. "Meet me at the training field tomorrow morning for a survival exercise. Oh, and don't eat breakfast," he added in the same languid tone, though a quiet, unquestionable pressure lurked beneath it. "Otherwise you'll just throw up." Before his words had fully faded, his figure vanished from where he stood, as though he had never been there at all. Hokage's office afternoon. A haze of white smoke slowly dispersed inside the office. With Tsunade still away on her travels, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was temporarily acting as Hokage, was gazing at his disciple standing before the window. "Minato, do you truly not intend to take up the Hokage's mantle again?" The third exhaled a ring of smoke, his aged voice carrying a hint of entreaty. Minato stood by the window watching the pedestrians passing along the streets below. His right hand unconsciously rested over his lower abdomen. There the yang chakra of the Nine Tails was sealed. For more than 10 years that violent power had ceaselessly scorched his organs, long since draining away the greater part of his strength. "Sensei Hiruzen, I no longer possess the strength I once had," Minato said calmly. "More importantly, Naruto. I need time to be by his side." The third was silent for a moment. "You're worried the Nine Tails will go berserk?" "What I've always worried about was never the Nine Tails rampaging." Minato turned around, blue eyes surging with guilt that had been buried for more than a decade. "Kushina is gone, and I sealed half of that monster into his body as well. This child has grown up under the constant pointing fingers of others. I only want to stay with him a little longer at least, until he can truly accept and master that power." The third tapped his pipe lightly against the ashtray. "Kakashi is a good teacher. He will take good care of Naruto." "I know. I've already asked him." Minato let out a faint, bitter smile. "That child has been trapped in the shadows of Obito and Rin for all these years, unable to step out. Perhaps leading these 3 kids will be a kind of redemption for him as well." Outside the window, the sunset stained the entire Hokage rock in red. Looking at his own stone likeness, Minato suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Sensei Hiruzen, do you think, if back then I hadn't chosen to split the Nine Tails in 2 and seal it, and had instead simply died together with Kushina in battle, would Naruto have lived a freer life?" The third did not reply. He refilled his pipe and lit it again. White smoke curled upward, blurring the ravines of his aged face, and also obscuring the sigh in his eyes. The next day, training field. Naruto truly had not taken a single bite of breakfast. Sakura had not eaten either, but only because she was afraid of making a fool of herself while grabbing the bells and losing face in front of Sasuke. Only Sasuke had calmly finished off a tomato, his movements so elegant it was as if he were savoring some refined delicacy. The sun climbed high in the sky before Kakashi finally strolled into the training field a full 2 hours later than the appointed time. "Yo, sorry." He squatted atop a wooden post, still wearing that bonelessly lazy expression. "I got lost on the path of life." "You're lying," Naruto shouted, hopping mad, his hair metaphorically bristling. Kakashi shook the bells in his hand, their clear chime especially sharp in the open training field. "The rules are simple. The 3 of you must get these bells from me before noon. Anyone who fails won't get lunch and will be tied to a post to watch the others eat. Most importantly," his tone suddenly cooled, "anyone who doesn't get a bell will be deemed unqualified and sent back to the academy to repeat." "That's nothing." Naruto had barely finished speaking before he charged forward, fists clenched. "Wha?" Sakura's cry of warning had just left her mouth when Kakashi swept his leg out almost casually and Naruto crashed face first into the ground, biting into a mouthful of dirt. Impulsive, reckless, no patience, attention completely scattered. Kakashi crouched beside him, still holding that little volume of Make Out Paradise, critiquing as he scribbled something in the blank margin. Next! Sasuke did not move from where he stood. His black eyes were locked firmly on Kakashi's every motion, his left hand slipping soundlessly toward his pouch as his muscles coiled tight like a predator about to pounce. Your powers of observation are decent but still not enough. Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded at the nape of his neck, cool fingers already pressing against his spine. You rely too much on a Sharingan that has yet to mature. More importantly, you carry killing intent. In a team, that is the most fatal thing. Sakura froze where she stood, completely at a loss, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Kakashi let out a soft sigh, a touch of self-mockery in his tone. 3 genin, 1 reckless battering ram, 1 lone wolf consumed by revenge, 1 little girl whose eyes see only her crush. Why is it that every team I lead ends up like this? He formally declared the start of the exercise, then his figure flickered and vanished into the forest. Deep in the forest, Naruto crouched in a thicket, a crooked bandage stuck across the bridge of his nose. His face burned with pain, but even more his chest seethed with pent-up frustration. Feeling indignant, he chewed on a blade of grass and muttered under his breath, "That masked jerk? If Dad were here, he would see through his flaws at a single glance." The thought had barely surfaced when he shook his head hard. No. His father had said that the most crucial quality for a ninja was the ability to think independently. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind, reaching out with his senses to feel the chakra flowing through the surroundings. This was a lesson that Namake's Minato had taught him since childhood. Because the Yin chakra of the Nine Tails was sealed within him, he was innately sensitive to spiritual power and chakra perception, able even to vaguely discern the emotional fluctuations of others. He caught it. Kakashi's chakra was 30 meters directly ahead, like a bonfire that was gentle yet suffocatingly oppressive, lying there in quiet ambush. Beside it were 2 faint points of chakra light, Sakura and Sasuke. They had actually split up. Naruto clenched his teeth. Idiots, all of them. This is a team exercise. He sprang to his feet, slapped the dust off his clothes, and decided to go after Sasuke first. Elsewhere in the woods, in a small clearing, Sasuke was engaging Kakashi Hiden. Several shuriken whistled through the air, released at tricky angles, yet Kakashi slipped aside and evaded them all. Sasuke pushed off with his feet, diving forward, his taijutsu fierce and relentless as every strike sought out Kakashi's openings. Kakashi, however, used only his hands to casually parry every one of Sasuke's attacks, as if teasing a little cat baring its fangs and claws. Your movements are too stiff, Kakashi said, voice steady. Your anger shackles your limbs. Every move you make is far too easy to predict. Sasuke panted heavily, his black eyes suddenly contracting. In the crimson sheen that flooded his gaze, a single tomo began to slowly rotate. The one tomo Sharingan had awakened. Oh. Awakening the Sharingan at this age, Uchiha blood truly lives up to its reputation. Kakashi finally put away a bit of his nonchalance, though he still did not reveal his true power. At that moment, a blazing streak of orange suddenly burst out from the side canopy of the trees. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto's roar rang through the forest as white mist exploded outward. Dozens of identical Narutos surged toward Kakashi from all directions, sealing off every avenue of retreat. Interesting, Kakashi murmured, finally tucking Ika Paradise back into his pocket. His hands flew through a string of seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. A searingly massive fireball swept across the clearing. Trees were scorched black in an instant, and the shadow clones vanished one after another in the wave of blistering heat. Yet none of them had expected that Naruto's real body had already used the clones as cover to circle behind Kakashi. In his right palm, a rotating sphere of azure chakra was shrieking wildly. That was the ninjutsu Namake's Minato had created, the Rasengan. Take this. Rasengan. Kakashi's pupils contracted. This technique, this surge of chakra, this was Minato Sensei's Rasengan. He moved on pure instinct, twisting aside. The Rasengan skimmed past his shoulder guard, and the raging chakra tore through the trunk of a tree behind them, snapping it cleanly in half. Splinters flew as Kakashi's hand shot out, clamping down on Naruto's wrist with flawless precision. Your timing for a sneak attack was chosen well. Unfortunately, your Rasengan still lacks sufficient force. Kakashi's voice grew heavier as he locked his gaze on Naruto. More importantly, when you just formed the Rasengan, the Nine Tails chakra inside you had already begun to stir restlessly. Have you considered what would happen if it lost control? Naruto froze. Just then a kunai gleaming with cold light sliced out of the woods. Kakashi tilted his head and let it pass. It was Sasuke's throw. Sakura burst out from behind a tree, both hands held high as she clutched a bell, her voice trembling with tearful excitement. The bell! I got the bell! Kakashi glanced at the bell in her hand, then reached up to touch his own pocket. 3 bells lay inside, safe and sound, not a single one missing. It's fake, Kakashi said evenly. It seems you still have not understood the true purpose of this exercise. He raised a hand to his forehead protector and lifted it away, revealing the vicious scar over his left eye, and beneath that scar a crimson 3-demo Sharingan slowly turning. So-called survival training has never been about evaluating your individual strength, Kakashi said, his voice turning completely cold, the earlier laziness gone. What it tests is your resolve toward teamwork. Throughout the exercise, each of you fought alone without even the most basic coordination. If this had been a real battlefield, the 3 of you would have died 3 times over. He pointed at Naruto. You are reckless and headstrong, charging ahead on your own without the slightest regard for your teammates' positions, dragging everyone into danger. Then he pointed at Sasuke. You place blind faith in your personal strength, acting alone and treating your teammates as burdens. You have no understanding of what a team is. Finally, he looked at Sakura. You remain passive from start to finish, relying entirely on others. You offered no tactical thought and had no initiative to coordinate with your teammates. All 3 lowered their heads, standing in silence, unable to utter a single word. Kakashi sighed softly, took a bell from his pocket, and tossed it toward Naruto. Naruto caught it by reflex and stood there stunned. For today's exercise, all of you have failed. Kakashi pulled his forehead protector back down to cover the Sharingan, his tone returning to its previous laziness, yet now edged with unquestionable seriousness. However, I will give you one last chance. Tomorrow at the same time and at this same place we will conduct another exercise. If you can show me that you possess the resolve to break rules for the sake of your comrades, I will acknowledge you as true genin. He turned to leave, then paused mid-step. With his back to the 3, he spoke, his voice as light as the wind, yet each word distinct. By the way, Naruto, your father was once my teacher as well. He taught me a single line: a ninja who does not follow the rules is trash, but a ninja who does not cherish his comrades is worse than trash. Think carefully about what that means. With those words he vanished into the forest. Naruto stood unmoving, clutching the bell in his hand. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, sprinkling golden fragments over his spiky blonde hair. Cherish your comrades, huh? He murmured, repeating the phrase softly. Sasuke leaned against the trunk behind him, eyes closed. No one knew what he was thinking. Sakura hung her head, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, her face full of guilt. No one knew how long had passed when Naruto suddenly lifted his head, bearing a wide grin. His voice rang out so loudly that it startled the birds from the branches. Hey! You too! Tomorrow we're definitely going to pass that exercise. Once we do, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen, extra large miso char siu. Sasuke opened one eye and cast him a sidelong glance, the corner of his mouth lifting almost imperceptibly. Sakura raised her head and looked at Naruto's radiant smile. For the first time she felt that this guy she was always calling dead last did not seem quite so annoying. At dusk in the Namikaze household, rich aromas wafted from the kitchen. Minato, wearing an apron, was lifting tender miso-braised sori out of the pot. Naruto sat cross-legged at the low table in the living room, recounting everything that had happened during the exercise today, detail by detail, including Kakashi's final words. So Kakashi still remembers, Minato said as he set the dish down and took a seat opposite Naruto, a smile tinged with reminiscence in his eyes. Dad, you really were Kakashi-sensei's teacher back then. So you must have known him for a long time, right? Naruto asked curiously as he shoveled rice from his bowl. Minato picked out a piece of fish with the bones removed and placed it into Naruto's bowl, his tone gentle. That's right. Back then Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 6. He was an unseen century prodigy in the shinobi world, shining even more brightly than you and Sasuke do now. But at that time he was far too cold. His eyes held only rules and missions, he knew nothing of comrades or of what a team meant. It was only after certain things happened that he slowly began to change. What happened? Naruto asked, lifting his head. Minato fell silent for a moment, blue eyes reflecting the light from the table lamp heavy with unspoken sorrow. People only grow up overnight after losing the ones most important to them. Naruto did not press further. He lowered his head and quietly ate, silently repeating in his heart the line, "A person who does not cherish his comrades is worse than trash." After dinner, Minato washed the dishes in the kitchen while Naruto sat on the veranda in front of the house looking up at the star-filled sky. "Dad," Naruto suddenly called out. Minato's voice floated out from the kitchen, mingled with the rushing of water. "From now on I will never embarrass you." The boy's voice carried a seriousness he had never shown before. The water stopped. A moment later Minato dried his hands and came out leaning against the doorframe as he looked at Naruto's back and smiled. That smile was exactly the same as when he had faced the Nine Tails and as when he had stood alone on the battlefield against thousands, soft yet imbued with unshakable resolve. "Naruto," he said softly, "you have never embarrassed me. Not once." Late at night the training field lay in deep silence. Kakashi stood atop the same wooden post from earlier that day, gazing up at the full moon hanging high in the sky. "Minato-sensei," he murmured, his words carried lightly away by the wind. "Your son is even noisier and more reckless than you were in those days." He drew a yellowing photograph from his tool pouch. In the picture a young Minato smiled with kindness. Beside him stood Rin with her ponytail, Obito grinning brightly, and Kakashi himself as a stiff, awkward-faced youth. "Obito, Rin," he whispered, fingertips gently brushing over their faces in the photo, his voice almost inaudible. "Next year on this day I'll bring 3 kids to visit you. They're noisy, foolish, and full of flaws, but maybe they'll make you smile." He slipped the photograph back into his pocket, lifted Ika Paradise to cover half his face again, and with a flicker of motion vanished into the gentle moonlight. Naruto had a restless night. He lay on the tatami mat, tossing and turning, his mind replaying the words Kakashi said before he left. "Ninjas who do not follow the rules are worthless, but ninjas who do not cherish their companions are even worse than worthless." Did Dad really say something like that? Naruto thought as he stared at the wooden grain on the ceiling. Minato often emphasized that companions are the most precious, but he had never said such heavy, piercing words. Outside the window the sky transformed from pitch black to a fish-belly white, and Naruto finally closed his eyes in a daze, but not long after he was awakened by a familiar aroma of miso. "Naruto, breakfast is ready. Aren't you supposed to go to the training ground today? If you don't get up now you'll be late." Minato's voice floated in from the kitchen, and Naruto sprang up from his bed, glancing at the alarm clock. It was exactly 7 o'clock. I must pass the training today." He hurriedly put on his jacket and dashed out of the room barefoot. On the low table 2 breakfasts were already laid out: golden fried sanma, steaming miso soup, plump white rice, and a plate of crunchy pickled radish. Minato was already seated across from him, hands clasped, as he softly said, "I will begin." Naruto sat cross-legged, shoveling rice into his mouth. Halfway through he suddenly stopped his chopsticks and looked up, asking, "Dad, Kakashi-sensei, I said yesterday that you were his team leader before." Minato paused, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "Yes. Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy at 6. He was a once-in-a-century genius. At that time I was just over 20, assigned by the 3rd Hokage to lead him, Obito and Rin. 6 years old." Naruto almost spat out his rice. "How strong is he now?" "Very strong. He is one of the top jonin in Konoha." Minato smiled, though his tone softened a bit, "but Kakashi when he was young was even more awkward and distant than Sasuke is now." "About his father's matter? Never mind, you can ask him yourself later." He changed the subject, looking at Naruto. "Do you have a plan for today's second training?" "Kakashi-sensei, I said we need to have the resolve to violate the rules for the sake of our companions." "But breaking the rules is wrong, isn't it? Aren't ninjas supposed to follow the rules to complete their missions?" Minato set down his chopsticks, leaning slightly forward, looking into his son's eyes, his tone unusually serious. "Rules are rigid, they are established to protect the majority. But there are times when rules can become shackles, harming those who are important to you. At those times you must make your own judgments, whether to stick to the rules or to protect your companions." "So which is right and which is wrong?" Naruto pressed. "There are no standard answers." Minato stood up, beginning to clear the empty bowls. "That is why ninjas must have their own beliefs. Your belief is your answer. Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding, etching the word's belief deeply in his heart. Training ground 9 a.m. Kakashi was late again. However, this time he was only an hour and a half late, and Naruto secretly considered this a significant improvement. Hey, sorry about that. He squatted on a stump, lazily waving his hand. I ran into an old lady asking for directions on the way and helped her find her lost grandson, so I got delayed. That's nonsense. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke shouted in unison. Kakashi chuckled, pulling out 3 silver bells from his pocket, still dangling them teasingly with his fingertips, the crisp sound echoing clearly in the forest. Today's rules are the same as yesterday. Before noon, if you can grab a bell from me, you pass. His tone paused, the curve of his right eye tightening slightly, but there's an addition. Yesterday you proved that fighting alone leads to a dead end. Today what I want to see is the cooperation of the 3 of you, the true understanding of the meaning of team. Naruto immediately turned to look at Sasuke beside him, then at Sakura on the other side. Sasuke subtly nodded at him, while Sakura clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination, no longer displaying the confusion of yesterday. Training begins. The moment the words were spoken, Naruto did not charge in recklessly like yesterday. He exchanged a glance with Sasuke, and the 2 of them simultaneously exerted force with their legs, darting into the surrounding woods, instantly disappearing among the trees. Sakura stayed behind, quickly pulling out bandages, wire, and shuriken from her ninja tool pouch, deftly setting traps on the ground. Last night the 3 of them had spent half the night at Ichiraku Ramen, and in their established tactics she was the core support and control. Kakashi stood in the center of the clearing, still holding that book Ika Paradise, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Finally willing to use your brains for tactics. 10 minutes later 3 sounds broke through the air from the left side of the woods, the shuriken aimed precisely at Kakashi's 3 vital points. It was Sasuke. Kakashi sidestepped effortlessly, but just as his weight shifted, Naruto leaped out from the right tree, canopy kunai in hand, aiming directly at the blind spot on Kakashi's back. Kakashi stepped forward, calmly avoiding the strike, but as soon as his right foot landed, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed. It was the trap Sakura had prepared, covered only with a thin layer of dirt and fallen leaves for disguise. Still too naive. Kakashi flipped in midair, landing steadily on the edge of the trap with one hand. But just as his toes touched the ground, he stepped on a thin wire as fine as a hair. The wire tightened instantly, the trees connected at both ends emitted a muffled sound, firmly binding his ankle. What is this? Kakashi glanced down. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto's roar echoed from all directions, the white mist exploded and dozens of identical Narutos surged out from the woods, sealing off all his escape routes as they rushed toward him. Kakashi attempted to leap away, but his ankle was tightly pulled by the wire. He quickly formed hand seals, fire-style great fireball technique. Don't think about forming seals. Sasuke's voice descended from above, using the tree's spring to dive down, holding several shuriken, accurately aiming at the wrist where Kakashi was forming seals. Kakashi had to interrupt his ninjutsu, raising his hand to block the shuriken with Ika Paradise. The hard cover was sliced open by the shuriken, several pages scattered, floating in the air. Ah, my book. Kakashi's tone carried genuine fluctuation for the first time. It was this split-second opening. Naruto's main body broke through the cover of the shadow clones, rushing straight from the front, his right palm glowing with whirling azure chakra, the Rasengan's light shining brightly in the woods. Take this. Rasengan. The chakra sphere accurately struck Kakashi's abdomen. He clearly had countless ways to dodge, but stood still, allowing the force of the Rasengan to push him back several steps before he finally stabilized. Cough. Kakashi coughed lightly, brushing off the dust from his clothes, looking at the 3 children with undisguised admiration in his eyes. Not bad. The power of the Rasengan still has a long way to go, but your cooperation is impeccable. He raised his hand to unclip the 3 bells from his belt and casually tossed them. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura each reached out, catching their own. Team 7, all members qualified. Naruto stared at the bell in his palm, froze for 2 seconds, then jumped up, raising his arms in celebration, his voice startling the birds in the forest. Yay! We passed. We are real ninjas now. Sasuke leaned against the tree trunk, looking down at the bell in his hand, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. Sakura clutched the bell, tears suddenly welling up, jumping up and down while laughing and crying. Kakashi stood by, watching the 3 children making a ruckus, softly murmuring to himself, Minato-sensei, your son is even noisier and more reckless than you were back then. But Perhaps this vibrant demeanor is the best manifestation of the will of fire. The white mist of tobacco slowly spread across the office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk flipping through a thick stack of mission lists. Minato stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the ninjas passing by below. His right hand unconsciously rubbed his abdomen where the seal had begun to send a burning sensation again. Minato, you came specifically for the first mission of Team 7, didn't you? The third broke the silence, putting down his pipe. Yes. Minato turned around, his tone carrying a subtle plea. They have just become genin, and I would like to ask you to assign them some drank missions like weeding, finding cats, or repairing houses to help them acclimatize. I know you want to protect Naruto. The third looked at his most proud disciple, his aged eyes filled with understanding. But Minato, your son is not a porcelain doll. He is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, the host of the Nine Tails, and a ninja. But the Nine Tails within him is not fully under control. What if something unexpected happens? Precisely because he has the Nine Tails, he needs to train and grow. The third interrupted him, his tone firm. You cannot protect him for a lifetime, Minato. You can shield him for a moment, but you cannot shield him for eternity. His path is one he must walk on his own. Minato fell silent. He knew the teacher was right, but just the thought of Naruto encountering danger tightened his heart, which had once known no fear on the battlefield. The third let out a gentle sigh, pulling a mission slip from the stack and sliding it across the desk to him. Crank mission, escort the bridge builder Tazuna back to the land of waves. The mission is expected to have no combat encounters. The target is merely an ordinary craftsman, and the land of waves does not have an organized ninja force, making it suitable for a newly graduated genin team. Minato picked up the mission slip and read it 3 times. The land of waves, a small coastal country impoverished without a ninja village, only a merchant named Kato who thrived on maritime trade. Indeed, it seemed safe enough. All right, let's take this mission. He clenched the mission slip in his hand, his fingertips pressing down slightly. He did not yet know that this simple mission he had carefully selected, which he thought was absolutely safe, would become the battlefield where Naruto first faced life and death, and would lead Team 7 to truly touch the cruel reality of the ninja world. The assembly point of Team 7. The next morning, Naruto carried a nearly bursting backpack filled with items Minato had prepared for him: overnight rice balls wrapped in seaweed, a water bottle filled with barley tea, a full first aid kit, a scroll containing spare ninja tools, a change of clothes, a well-polished kunai, and even a tube of sunscreen, along with a note full of precautions. Dad, you even pack sunscreen for me? Naruto pulled out the sunscreen, exasperation on his face as he handed it back. The land of waves is coastal, the sea breeze and sun can burn your skin in half a day. Minato stuffed the sunscreen back into the outermost pocket of the backpack, tightening the straps for him, his tone full of concern. Also remember to send me a message every night to report your safety. If you encounter something you can't handle, find Kakashi immediately. Don't try to tough it out on your own. I know, I'm not a kid anymore. Naruto grumbled, though his ears turned slightly red. At that moment Kakashi walked over and, seeing the scene between the father and son, couldn't help but chuckle. Minato-sensei, this doesn't look like you're sending your son on a mission, it looks more like you're sending him on a school trip. Minato scratched his head awkwardly, the smile fading from his face as he looked at Kakashi, his eyes filled with earnest trust. Kakashi, please take care of Naruto and these 2 kids. Don't worry, Minato-sensei. Kakashi also dropped the joking demeanor, nodding seriously. I will do my utmost to keep them safe. Sasuke and Sakura arrived one after another. Sakura's mother had nagged her for a long time, her eyes red. Sasuke came alone, carrying a simple ninja tool bag, and the Uchiha residence was eerily empty. Everyone is here. Kakashi waved his hand, holding up the mission slip. Team 7, let's go. Naruto walked a few steps with the group, then couldn't help but look back. Minato still stood in place, the morning light casting a bright glare on his golden hair. Dad, I'm off. Naruto waved his arm and shouted. Minato smiled and waved back, his voice carrying through the morning mist. Be careful on the road. Dad will wait for you to come back to eat fish. Naruto turned around and hurried to catch up with Sasuke and Sakura. He did not see that Minato stood there watching his retreating figure until the orange blur completely vanished around the corner, not moving an inch. On the road on the 3rd day, the land of waves is an island country far from the sea, requiring a long carriage ride to the port, then a ferry to reach it. Naruto had never been on a sea vessel before. Half an hour into the trip, he was gripping the railing and vomiting uncontrollably. I will never eat char siu ramen again. Never again. He leaned over the railing, his face pale, barely having the strength to speak. You've already said that 22 times since we set sail. Sasuke sat on the deck at the bow of the ship, eyes closed, soaking up the sun, his tone filled with disdain, yet he subtly shifted over a bit to give Naruto a place to hold on to. Sakura was also feeling a bit seasick, but much better than Naruto. She paid no attention to the two quarreling boys, her focus entirely on the old man Tazuna, who had hardly stopped drinking since they set out, reeking of alcohol with something hidden in his gaze. Mr. Tazuna, Sakura spoke softly, attempting to break the silence. What kind of place is the land of waves? Tazuna took a large gulp of his drink, his murky eyes gazing at the distant horizon, his voice hoarse. A poor place. A place so poor that even birds won't poop there. It's controlled by a bastard named Kato. We can't get out, can't make money, and we're barely able to eat. Then why are you going back? Naruto weakly raised his head. Isn't it better to stay in Konoha? Because that is my home. Tazuna's tone grew heavier. My daughter, my grandson, they are all there. I've built half of this bridge. As long as the bridge is completed, the land of waves can survive. I cannot abandon it, nor can I abandon my family. Naruto looked at the old man's cracked face, weathered by the sea wind, and suddenly felt that this old man, who always clutched a liquor bottle, was cooler than many of the ninjas he had seen. As soon as he stepped onto the shore, Naruto was still feeling queasy from the boat ride, his legs weak and unsteady, relying on Sasuke's shoulder for support. Sasuke, with a look of disdain, shrugged him off but slowed his pace, ensuring Naruto didn't fall behind. The last in line, your stamina is even less than that of the old lady at the village entrance. Just wait. Once I recover, I can definitely outrun you. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, every hair on his body suddenly stood on end. He clearly sensed two icy, murderous chakra signatures lurking in a nearby puddle like venomous snakes lying in wait. Kakashi-sensei. There are enemies. Naruto tensed up, instantly pulling the nearby Tazuna back a step. Kakashi's eyes narrowed immediately. He sensed them too. Two chakra signatures, not particularly strong but heavily laced with killing intent. They were ninjas with blood on their hands. Sasuke, Sakura, protect Mr. Tazuna. Kakashi quickly stuffed his copy of Ika Paradise into his pocket. Naruto, follow me. Why only take Naruto? Sakura instinctively protested. Because he was the first to detect the enemy. His sensory abilities have already surpassed most Chunin. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, the puddle beneath them erupted. Two barbed iron chains shot out, instantly entangling Kakashi's body and binding him tightly. Two men wearing the forehead protectors of the Mist Village leaped out of the water, their faces twisted into menacing smiles. Konoha's copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. I didn't expect to run into you here. However, now that you're shackled by my chains, you are already a dead man. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto wanted to rush forward but was stopped by Kakashi's sharp command. Don't move. Kakashi's voice was eerily calm. In the next moment, the body bound by the chains transformed into a puff of white mist with a loud bang, leaving the chains grasping at empty air. Body replacement technique. One of the rogue ninjas exclaimed. Not body replacement. Kakashi's voice was now right behind them. It's your speed that's too slow. A flash of lightning sped by and two muffled groans sounded simultaneously. The two rogue ninjas, unable to even perform their jutsu, fell straight to the ground, having been knocked out by Kakashi's stun baton. Well done, Naruto. Kakashi turned to Naruto, raising an eyebrow. You detected the enemy first and protected the client you've passed. Naruto grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Of course. I'm going to become the Hokage. Sasuke, coldly chiming in from the side, added. He's just got good sensory abilities. In a real fight, he'd still be the last in line. What did you say? Let's have a match right now if you're so confident. At Tazuna's home night, after finishing his third bowl of rice, Naruto reluctantly put down his chopsticks. Tazuna's grandson Inari had been hiding behind a pillar, secretly watching this golden-haired ninja brother. Hey kid, what are you doing hiding there? Naruto made a face at him. Inari flinched and shrank back, but after a couple of seconds peeked out again, asking quietly, Are you really a ninja? Of course. Naruto thumped his chest proudly. I'm a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village and am going to become Hokage. Hokage. What is that? The Hokage is the most powerful ninja in the Hidden Leaf Village. They can protect everyone in the village and safeguard everything they hold dear. Naruto gestured dramatically, his eyes shining like stars. Inari's eyes brightened momentarily, but then quickly dimmed, his small face filled with a sadness that belied his age. But what good does it do to protect them? There are so many of Kato's men so powerful that even the adults in the village dare not resist, they just hide away. Naruto's smile faded. He walked up to Inari, crouched down, and looked earnestly into the boy's eyes. Hey kid! Do you know what it means to be a real man? Inari shook his head. A real man isn't someone who never loses, but someone who, even knowing they might not win, will fight with everything to protect what is important to them. Naruto reached out and gently ruffled his hair. Your grandfather is that kind of man. He knew very well that Kato would harm him, yet he still went back to build the bridge just so that you and everyone in the land of waves could live better lives in the future. Inari lowered his head, tears streaming down onto his hands. Naruto stood up, turning to Tazuna, his tone filled with determination. Old man, don't worry. That bastard Kato and all the hired goons, I will make sure to knock them all away. We will definitely help you finish this bridge. Tazuna looked at the golden-haired youth, and the murkiness in his eyes gradually brightened. He opened his mouth, his voice a bit hoarse. Kid, what's your name? Uzumaki Naruto. You better remember this name. Late night, Tazuna's rooftop. Sasuke sat on the roof tiles, gazing up at the full moon hanging over the sea. A slight sound from behind announced Naruto's arrival as he climbed up beside him, offering a rice ball. Aren't you going to sleep? Sasuke didn't take the rice ball, continuing to stare at the moon, his tone cold. I can't sleep. Naruto stuffed the rice ball into his hand, hugging his knees and swinging his legs. Sasuke, tell me, why do we want to get stronger? Sasuke fell silent for a long time, his fingers clenched tightly, his voice laced with an unshakable chill. To kill that man. To avenge the Uchiha clan. Is it just for revenge? Naruto asked softly. Yeah. Naruto tilted his head, thinking for a long time before seriously saying, I think we get stronger to protect. To protect my dad, to protect Kakashi-sensei, to protect Sakura, and to protect you. Sasuke suddenly turned his head to look at Naruto. Moonlight fell on the boy's face, and this guy who usually only argued with him and called him last in line now wore an unexpectedly serious expression devoid of any hint of jest. You protect me? Sasuke scoffed, turning his face away, his tone filled with disdain. You should take care of yourself first and not hold us back during missions. I will definitely become stronger than you. Naruto jumped up, pointing at the moon in the sky and shouting. When I become stronger than everyone, I will help you take revenge too. Sasuke said nothing, still gazing at the distant sea. But Naruto didn't see that his hand hanging by his side had quietly relaxed and the corner of his mouth had imperceptibly curled up. End of chapter. Hidden Leaf Village. Namake's Minato's house. Same night, Minato sat at the low table in the living room. Spread out before him was a detailed map of the land of waves along with intelligence about Kato sent by the Umbu. He held a pen marking Tazuna's house location on the map and the possible routes the 7th team might take, his fingertips turning slightly pale from the pressure. Suddenly the phone on the table rang, piercing the quiet night. Minato-sensei. It was the 3rd Hokage's voice. 3rd Hokage. Minato immediately picked up the receiver, his heart racing. Is there news from the 7th team? They have safely arrived in the land of waves and met with Tazuna's family. Minato's anxious heart instantly calmed down, letting out a long breath. However, the 3rd Hokage's tone suddenly turned serious. But Minato, there's bad news. The Umbu just relayed information that the black market dealer Kato not only hired rogue ninjas but also spent a fortune to hire rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. Among them is Zabuza the Demon, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, whose hands are stained with blood, and ranked rogue ninja who even Chunin teams struggle against. Do we need to recall them to Konoha? Minato's voice trembled slightly. No need. The 3rd Hokage's tone was unusually firm. This is their first lesson as ninjas. Whether they live or die, whether they grow or retreat, they must face it themselves. Minato, you can't shield him from the storm forever, nor can you make decisions for him indefinitely. Minato hung up the phone, walked to the window, and looked up at the moon that shared the same sky as the land of waves. His hand gently rested on the seal on his abdomen, the burning sensation there more intense than during the day. He closed his eyes, whispering softly as if speaking to his son far across the sea or to his deceased wife. Kushina, please protect our son. He must come back safely. Little theater land of waves deep in the woods at midnight. Kakashi stood atop a tree looking towards Tazuna's house, confirming that the three kids were asleep before pulling out an old yellowed photo from his ninja tool pouch. Moonlight illuminated the photo depicting his youthful self, a beaming Obito, gentle Rin, and Minato Sensei standing at the forefront, still vibrant. Obito Rin. He traced the photo with his fingertip, his voice so soft it could be carried away by the sea breeze. Today these three kids faced rogue ninjas for the first time. Naruto was very brave. His sensory abilities, exactly like Minato Sensei's Sasuke, had the Uchiha talent but wasn't obsessive, and Sakura was very attentive, showing great potential. He paused, gazing in the direction of Konoha, and chuckled softly. Minato Sensei is always worried about Naruto getting hurt, but he doesn't know that his son has grown into a man capable of protecting his comrades. Just like he did back then. He put the photo away, reattached his forehead protector, and his Sharingan flickered to life in the darkness, vigilantly scanning the entire woods. This night he would watch over his students just as Minato Sensei had watched over him back in the day. As the dawn broke, the morning mist over the sea had yet to dissipate, and the salty, fishy sea breeze wrapped in damp coldness slammed against the wooden walls of the Dazna household. Naruto was awakened by a bone-chilling cold, not from the sea breeze but from a familiar chakra filled with intense killing intent, piercing like ice needles into his back. He sprang up from the tatami mat, almost instantly rushing to the window without even putting on his shoes, and flung open the wooden window. The morning mist outside was thick as unbreakable milk, visibility less than 3 meters the sea surface, and the woods which could normally be seen were now completely devoured by the white fog. Sasuke! Sakura! Wake up! There's an enemy! Naruto called out in a hushed voice, reaching back to pull out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. In the adjacent room, Sasuke simultaneously opened the door, his Sharingan quietly activated, a tomo glinting red amidst the fog. Sakura also rushed out holding a kunai. Though her face was somewhat pale, there was no hint of panic as she quickly positioned herself in front of Dazna, shielding the client. Is it the two rogue ninjas from yesterday? Sakura whispered, her fingertips subtly tightening around the steel wire. No. Naruto shook his head, his senses extending through the chakra, accurately pinpointing the source of that terrifying chakra in the dense fog. They're much stronger than those two from yesterday. The chakra is as cold as ice and carries a heavy scent of blood. Their hands must be stained with the lives of hundreds. As soon as the words left his mouth, a soft sound of water droplets hitting the ground suddenly echoed from within the mist. It wasn't rain, it was water dripping from a blade. Kakashi, the copy ninja of Konoha, and 3 little brats. A deep, hoarse voice like sandpaper scraping against stone resonated from all directions in the mist, making it impossible to discern the exact location. I didn't expect that Kado, that useless fool, actually summoned Konoha's Jonin. However, if you want to protect Dazna, you'll have to pay with your lives. The mist suddenly surged, a cold light slicing through the white fog with a shrill whistle aimed directly at Kakashi's room. It was a gigantic beheading sword, taller than a person, its blade riddled with chips yet still terrifyingly sharp. The heavy blade descended with tremendous force, instantly cleaving through the wooden roof, sending wooden shavings flying. Kakashi Sensei! Naruto exclaimed. But within the smoke and dust, Kakashi's figure had already vanished. He landed in the open space from the roof's beams, his forehead protector pushed up to his crown, revealing his left eye's Sharingan completely, with the 3 tomos spinning rapidly, locking onto the figure within the fog. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi's tone lacked his usual laziness, replaced by the vigilance of a Jonin facing a formidable foe. It's surprising to see an rank rogue ninja like you being hired by a black market merchant like Kado. The mist slowly parted, revealing a tall man with his face wrapped in cloth standing on a nearby stump, gripping the beheading sword. The forehead protector of the rogue ninja from the mist was slashed through with a horizontal line, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty malice. Let's talk. Zabuza slammed the beheading sword into the ground, instantly cracking the earth. I will take Dazna's head today. Whoever stands in my way will die. Water-style hidden mist technique. He rapidly formed hand seals, and the already thick white mist became even denser, obscuring the silhouettes of anyone 5 meters away. Sight was completely blocked, with only the sound of waves and his own heartbeat remaining alongside the pervasive, chilling aura of killing intent. Naruto! Sense the enemy's position. Kakashi's voice came from within the mist. Sasuke, Sakura, protect Dazna. Don't separate. Understood. The three responded in unison. Naruto closed his eyes, the nine tails negative chakra slowly spreading out like an invisible net penetrating through the fog's blockade. He could distinctly sense Zabuza's figure moving rapidly in the mist, constantly changing positions, looking for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack, as well as another very weak yet exceptionally precise chakra hidden in the treetops like a short blade ready to strike. Kakashi-sensei. He's 10 meters behind you to the left. There's another one directly above you in the treetops. Naruto shouted immediately. Almost simultaneously, Zabuza's beheading sword slashed out from the mist, aiming for Kakashi's back. Kakashi, using Naruto's warning, sidestepped just in time, the blade grazing his ribs, tearing through the hem of his ceremonial robe. Oh, the little brat has quite the sensing ability. Zabuza chuckled lowly, his tone filled with killing intent. Then I'll deal with you first. He swung his hand back and several water bullets shot from the mist, heading straight for Naruto's face. Sasuke instantly moved to shield Naruto, his Sharingan accurately predicting the trajectory of the water bullets, rapidly throwing shurikens to knock them all down. Focus on sensing. Don't get distracted, Sasuke coldly admonished. Got it. But at that moment, Zabuza's figure suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi, his hands forming seals at an astonishing speed. Water-style water prison technique. The standing water on the ground surged instantly, forming a spherical water prison that firmly trapped Kakashi inside. The walls of the water prison were incredibly hard, completely sealing off chakra. Kakashi's body couldn't move within the water, forced to watch helplessly as Zabuza stood outside the prison, maintaining the hand seals with a cruel smile curling up at the corners of his mouth. Copy, ninja. Without your Sharingan and your ability to move, you're nothing. Zabuza's gaze swept over Naruto and the others. Now it's time to take care of you three brats. He split off a water clone, charging towards the three while his main body remained in place, maintaining the water prison technique. The water clone possessed 30% of the main boda's strength, more than enough to handle three freshly graduated genin in Zabuza's eyes. What should we do? Kakashi-sensei is trapped. Sakura's face turned pale instantly, her hand gripping the kunai trembling slightly. What are you panicking for? Sasuke's Sharingan locked on to the advancing water clone. His main body is maintaining the water prison. This is just a clone. Let's work together to take down this clone first, then save Kakashi-sensei. Exactly. Naruto immediately nodded, rapidly forming hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. The white mist exploded and over a dozen shadow clones appeared simultaneously, cutting off all escape routes for the water clone. Naruto's main body exchanged a glance with Sasuke, and they charged towards the two sides of the water clone. You little brats, overestimating yourselves. Zabuza's water clone sneered, swinging the beheading sword, instantly slicing through three shadow clones. But the shadow clones kept coming, entangling the trajectory of the sword. In that brief moment of opening, Sasuke's shuriken wrapped with wire accurately ensnared the hilt of the sword, pulling hard and completely diverting its path. Now's our chance. Naruto! Coming! Naruto charged out from behind the cover of the shadow clones, his right palm glowing with a swirling blue Rasengan roaring through the air as it struck Zabuza's water clone's chest. The water clone never anticipated that a freshly graduated genin could unleash such a powerful ninjutsu, and it was too late to evade. The Rasengan hit squarely against his chest, the violent chakra exploding instantly, causing the water clone to disintegrate into a puddle. Well done, Naruto! Sakura shouted excitedly. Don't celebrate too early. Naruto immediately turned his head, looking towards the water prison. Hurry and save Kakashi-sensei. But just then several ice needles shot out from the mist, accurately sealing off the path ahead for the three. A boy dressed in a white kimono, looking delicate like a girl, emerged from the fog holding 1,000 books, standing in front of the water prison. His forehead protector was also that of the rogue ninjas from the mist, and his gaze was calm without a hint of turmoil. I am Haku. The boy's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable firmness. You shall not harm Zabuza-sensei. The appearance of Bai caused the previously easing situation to fall back into a deadlock. Naruto could clearly sense that this seemingly gentle and harmless boy possessed a terrifyingly precise control over his chakra, far exceeding that of many chunin. He instinctively shielded Sakura behind him and stood shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke as their Sharingan and Sage Mode senses simultaneously locked onto Bai's figure. Are you a traitor from the mist? Naruto asked in a grim tone. I am merely a tool for Mr. Zabuza! Replied softly, raising his hand, the Senbon glinting ominously at his fingertips. Anyone who dares to harm Mr. Zabuza becomes my enemy. The moment his words fell, Bei's figure suddenly vanished. Countless ice mirrors formed around the three, each reflecting Bei's image, trapping them firmly in the center. Ice release crystal ice mirrors. The mirrors instantly closed in, creating a sealed ice cage. Bei's figure darted through the mirrors at high speed, making it impossible to distinguish between his real body and the reflections. Numerous senbon coated with sedatives shot out from the mirrors at every angle, leaving no room to evade. Sasuke! Be careful! Naruto immediately used his shadow clone to block in front of Sasuke, but the clone was instantly pierced by the senbon, dissipating into white mist. Senbon grazed Naruto's arm, leaving a bloody mark, and the sedatives swiftly spread through his blood, rendering his entire arm numb. Naruto! Sasuke's pupils constricted, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he tried to capture Bei's movement. But Bei's speed was too fast, darting through the ice mirrors as if teleporting. Even the 3-Demo Sharingan could only barely catch a glimpse of his afterimage. The Senbon surged again, this time targeting the back of Naruto's knee. Without a second thought, Sasuke jumped in front of Naruto, the Senbon plunging into his arm and back, numerous blood holes oozing crimson blood as the sedative took effect, causing his body to sway unsteadily. Sasuke! Are you crazy? Naruto's eyes instantly turned red as he caught Sasuke, who was teetering on the brink of collapse. Why did you take the hit for me? Shut up, you dead last! Sasuke gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand straight. His Sharingan spun rapidly due to the intense pain and anger, his eyes showing Tomo. The inside of the Sharingan surged, and this time he clearly captured Bei's movement through the ice mirrors. I see it! Sasuke muttered, instantly throwing a shuriken towards one of the ice mirrors. The mirror shattered, forcing Bei's figure to be revealed as he staggered back, eyes filled with surprise. He did not expect that this young Uchiha boy could achieve a breakthrough of the Sharingan in such a dire situation. Naruto! Now's your chance. Use your Rasengan. Smash those mirrors! Sasuke shouted, throwing another shuriken to block Bei's escape. Understood. Naruto took a deep breath, gathering all his chakra in his palm as the light of the Rasengan reflected countless shadows in the ice mirrors. Take this! He slammed the Rasengan down onto the ice surface, the violent chakra exploding instantly, shattering the solid ice mirrors and creating a massive opening in the crystal ice cage. At the moment the ice mirrors shattered, Kakashi in the water prison seized the opportunity provided by the eruption of chakra to condense the remaining chakra he had left and burst through the water prison's barrier, escaping. The Sharingan lit up again, the lightning from his Chidori crackling in his palm as it headed straight for Zabuza's true body. What? Zabuza did not expect the water prison to be broken. In a panic, he raised his sword to block the Chidori, but the electric current spread along the blade, numbing his arm and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Bai immediately moved in front of Zabuza, watching Kakashi warily. Zabuza glanced at the injuries on Bai and then at the freed Kakashi, knowing that there was no chance to strike today. He snorted coldly and threw out a smoke bomb, the thick fog exploding once more. Consider yourselves lucky this time. Zabuza's voice came from the mist. Dazna, I will take your life next time. As the thick fog dissipated, Zabuza and Bei's figures had already vanished into the woods. The moment the crisis was lifted, Sasuke could no longer hold on and collapsed straight down. Naruto rushed to catch him, looking at the countless senbon on his body, tears streaming down his face. Sasuke! Sasuke, wake up! Don't scare me! Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Sasuke weakly opened his eyes, giving Naruto a sideways glance but lacking the strength to push him away. Idiot! It's just a scratch, I'm not going to die. Sakura rushed over, pulling out a first aid kit, frantically helping to remove the senbon and treat Sasuke's wounds. Kakashi approached, watching the two children with undisguised admiration in his eyes. You two did well. He patted Naruto on the shoulder. Especially you, Naruto. You remained calm in a crisis, your perception, cooperation, and use of ninjutsu were flawless. And you, Sasuke, your Sharingan evolved and you protected your comrade with your life. You are already a qualified ninja. Naruto wiped his tears, looking at the weak Sasuke in his arms, then at Kakashi, suddenly smiling. He finally understood what his father meant by companions are more important than rules. For the sake of his companions he could risk his life, and so could Sasuke. That is enough. After the ambush, the atmosphere in the Dazna household grew exceptionally heavy. Although Sasuke was not in danger of losing his life, the effects of the anesthetic had not yet worn off, leaving him to lie in bed recovering. Naruto stayed by Sasuke's bedside, frequently leaning in to check on his breathing. Despite being scolded several times by Sasuke with an impatient "you're so annoying," he remained undeterred. In the corner of the room, Inari huddled, watching the injuries on Sasuke's body and the redness around Naruto's eyes, his small face filled with fear and unease. He had witnessed the cruelty of Kato and the terror of Zabuza. He feared that those ninjas who had come to protect them would ultimately perish because of them, and he was even more afraid that Kato's revenge would cost him his last remaining family member. In the evening, Naruto brought a bowl of porridge and knelt down in front of Inari, offering it to him. "Hey kid, still scared?" Naruto asked softly. Inari lowered his head, not taking the porridge or saying a word, his shoulders trembling slightly. "I know you're scared." Naruto placed the porridge beside him and sat down on the floor. "When I was young, everyone in the village was afraid of me and avoided me. I was scared too, scared of being alone, scared that no one would ever accept me. But later I realized that fear doesn't solve any problems. The more you fear, the more those who bully you take delight in it. But there are too many of them. And that terrifying ninja Zabuza." Inari suddenly looked up, tears streaming down his face. "My father was killed because he resisted Kato. We can't possibly defeat them. Even if we can't win, we have to fight." Naruto looked into his eyes, his tone incredibly serious. "Your father didn't die in vain. He fought to protect the land of waves, to protect you and your mother. He never gave up, did he? You are his son. Are you really going to spend your life hiding in a corner, watching the home he risked his life to protect be destroyed by Kato?" Inari was stunned, tears still hanging on his face, forgotten. "My dad told me that a ninja is a ninja not just because they can use ninjutsu, but because they have their own beliefs and things they will fight to protect with their lives." Naruto reached out and ruffled Inari's hair. "Your grandfather risked his life to build a bridge, and your father sacrificed his life to resist Kato. Now it's your turn to gather your courage and protect what they wanted to protect." That night, Inari did not hide anymore. He helped Sakura collect medical supplies and assisted Dazna in polishing the bridge building tools, his small face no longer showing the previous timidity. Early the next morning, before dawn, Inari secretly ran out of the house. He ran through the village, knocking on doors, shouting the words Naruto had told him to those villagers who were too afraid to step outside. "Everyone can't keep hiding. If we hide any longer, our home will be gone. Grandpa Dazna is still building the bridge, and the ninjas from Konoha are doing their best to protect us. We can't just watch. My father died resisting Kato. I don't want to lose my grandfather again. I don't want to lose the land of waves. Everyone come with me, protect the bridge, protect our home." At first no one responded. But gradually some villagers opened their doors, armed with hoes and sickles, stepping outside. 1 to 10. More and more villagers stood behind Inari. They were all ordinary civilians without ninjutsu or chakra, yet their eyes rekindled with courage. When Naruto and Kakashi arrived at the bridge construction site, they saw this scene: hundreds of villagers wielding tools, working alongside Dazna, with Inari's small figure helping to move stones, sweat on his face yet smiling radiantly. "This kid." Naruto chuckled, scratching his head, warmth filling his heart. Kakashi also couldn't help but smile at the scene. He turned to Naruto, thinking to himself, "Minato-sensei, the son you raised has not only become a beacon of light for himself but can also share that light with others." In the following days, Team 7 split into two groups. Kakashi patrolled around the bridge with Naruto guarding against Zabuza's ambush. Sasuke, under Sakura's care, recovered quickly from his injuries and stood watch around the construction site, his Sharingan alert to the slightest sounds. The construction of the bridge progressed faster each day. The bridge, which had only been half-built, gradually extended toward the opposite shore with the villagers' combined efforts. Dazna immersed himself in the construction site every day, watching the bridge take shape inch by inch, his murky eyes filled with the light of hope. He knew this bridge was the lifeline of the land of waves. As long as the bridge was completed, Kato's blockade of the sea route would be ineffective, allowing the people of the land of waves to leave this small island and start a better life. Naruto and the others also understood that Zabuza would not simply give up. The decisive battle would surely come on the day the bridge was completed. The final battle on the bridge, the demon and the snow. On the morning of the 7th day, the bridge finally came together. When the last piece of the bridge was laid, Desna took a hammer and drove in the final rivet, causing the entire construction site to erupt in cheers. The villagers cheered, embraced, laughed, and cried as they looked at the bridge spanning the strait, witnessing this pathway to their future. Desna turned to Naruto and Kakashi, deeply bowing, tears streaming down his aged face. "Thank you? Truly thank you? Old man, why are you thanking us?" Naruto laughed, waving his hand. "We received an advance for this mission. This bridge, I want to give it a name." Desna looked at Naruto, his eyes serious. "I want to call it the Naruto Bridge. It was you who gave the Land of Waves courage, who gave the Land of Waves hope." Naruto was taken aback, then scratched his head and smiled brightly, his ears subtly turning red. But just then the ground suddenly shook. In the distance along the coastline, dozens of ships docked, and hundreds of rogue ninjas wielding swords and guns rushed down, led by the portly black market merchant Kato. Beside him was Zabuza carrying his decapitating sword, and standing by his side was Haku. "Desna, you old fool. You've actually built the bridge," Kato shouted with a shrill voice, his face twisted with malice. "I gave you a chance. Since you refused to appreciate it, then today everyone here must die." With a wave of his hand, the hundreds of rogues charged towards the bridge, causing the villagers to panic, their hands gripping their hoes and sickles, trembling uncontrollably. They were just ordinary civilians with no ability to fight back against these bloodied rogues. "Inari, take the villagers back." Naruto immediately stepped forward to shield them, declaring, "Leave this to us." Kakashi moved forward, his Sharingan activated, looking at Zabuza. "Zabuza, are you really going to be a dog for a man like Kato?" Zabuza remained silent, gripping his decapitating sword tightly. Haku stood beside him, head lowered, his expression hidden. Fataki, Kakashi, stop wasting time." Kato laughed with glee. "Zabuza took my money, so he naturally has to work for me. Today I'm not only going to kill Desna, but I will also feed all you Konoha ninjas to the fish." He shouted to the rogues, "Go for it. Kill all the men. Keep the women alive. Whatever money and goods you can grab will be yours." The rogues immediately turned bloodthirsty, charging towards the bridge like madmen. But just then Zabuza suddenly moved. With a swing of his decapitating sword, he instantly cleaved the first few rogues in half. The entire scene fell silent. Kato was stunned, screaming, "Zabuza! Are you insane? What are you doing? I hate it when others point fingers at me." Zabuza's voice was icy. "I'm a rogue ninja killer, but I am not the dog of useless trash like you." He turned to Kakashi, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "Kakashi, I've killed countless people and done countless bad things. My hands are drenched in blood. But my only bottom line is that I will never betray my comrades." Haku suddenly lifted his head, looking at Zabuza, his eyes brimming with tears. "Kato, you hired me to kill Desna. It was my task, and if I couldn't do it, that's my fault." Zabuza's sword pointed at Kato, his eyes filled with bloodlust. "But you shouldn't insult me, and you definitely shouldn't harm my people." Kato, terrified, kept retreating, shouting, What are you all waiting for? Kill him. They'll give you double if you kill him." But the rogues, looking at the killing intent radiating from Zabuza and the blood-stained decapitating sword, dared not advance. They were only here for the money, and no one was willing to risk their lives against a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Just then Kato suddenly pulled out a gun and aimed it at Zabuza, pulling the trigger. The bullet shot out instantly, heading straight for Zabuza's chest. "Zabuza!" Haku did not think twice, instantly moving to shield Zabuza. The bullet struck him squarely in the chest, blood instantly soaking his white kimono. He slumped down in Zabuza's arms, but a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Haku!" Zabuza caught him, his body trembling uncontrollably, panic finally seeping into his voice. "You idiot! Why did you block for me?" "Zabuza! To be your tool, to be by your side, I am already very content." Haku's hand gently caressed his face, his voice growing softer. "Dying in your arms makes me very happy." His hand fell and his eyes closed forever. "Haku!" Zabuza held his cold body, his shoulders shaking violently. This killer who had never blinked while taking lives, this rogue ninja who had lived a life of coldness and slaughter, shed tears for the first time. He slowly placed Haku's body down, took up his decapitating sword and bound his hand and the hilt together with cloth, his crimson eyes fixed on Kato like a completely unhinged beast. "Kato, you are doomed." He dragged the sword and charged at Kato. The rogues tried to stop him, but at that moment Zabuza had completely lost his mind. Wherever the decapitating sword passed, blood and flesh flew. No one could withstand a single blow. Even if he was struck countless times, even if blood flowed over his body, he did not stop advancing step by step towards Kato. In the end he stood before Kato, raising his sword, bringing the life of this black market merchant to an end. After doing all this, Zabuza dragged his sword back to Haku's side, slowly kneeling down and cradling Haku in his arms. Suddenly snow began to fall from the sky, fine snowflakes landing on Haku's face, pure and gentle just like his name. Haku, it's snowing. Zabuza's voice was soft. You said you liked the snow, right? He looked down at the peaceful face of the boy in his arms and smiled. I'm sorry, Haku. All this time I only treated you as a tool. But in truth you have long become the most important person to me. The snow fell heavier, covering his body in blood. Zabuza embraced Haku and closed his eyes forever. On the bridge there was silence. Naruto stood in the snow watching the two who embraced and departed, unable to hold back his tears. He did not understand why the world of ninjas was always filled with so much sadness and parting. But he also understood that whether good or evil, everyone had something they fought to protect with their lives. Kakashi stood beside him watching this scene, remembering Obito and Rin. He sighed softly, raised his hand to remove his forehead protector, and bowed gently to Zabuza and Haku. Snow fell on the Naruto Bridge and also on the new hope of the Land of Waves. Kato has died, and the hired mercenaries have scattered. The crisis of the Land of Waves has been completely resolved. The villagers erected 2 tombstones side by side for Bai and Zabuza by the seaside woods. Naruto took off his forehead protector and placed it before Bai's tombstone, then drove Zabuza's decapitation sword into the ground beside it. Although you were an enemy, you ultimately protected what you wanted to safeguard. Naruto squatted before the tombstone and said softly, Don't worry, the Land of Waves will get better and better in the future. You can rest in peace now. Inari stood beside him and bowed deeply to the tombstone. This little boy had truly grown up in this life and death trial. 2 days later, Team 7 was set to return to Konoha. Tazuna brought all the villagers to the dock to see them off. The dock was filled with local specialties brought by the villagers: dried fish, seaweed, and pickled vegetables, all piled onto a boat. Tazuna grasped Naruto's hand, repeatedly expressing his thanks, his eyes red with emotion. Naruto, you must come back to the Land of Waves often. The Naruto Bridge will always be open for you. Don't worry, old man. I will definitely return. You have to treat me to the freshest fish next time. Naruto waved with a smile and jumped onto the ferry. Sasuke leaned against the side of the boat, watching the Land of Waves grow increasingly distant, gazing at the Naruto Bridge spanning the strait. He said nothing, but the coldness he had before was gone. Sakura stood beside him, looking at the sea with a sense of relief in her eyes. In this mission she was no longer the little girl who would only hold them back. She had protected the client and helped her companions. Kakashi stood at the bow of the ship, looking in the direction of Konoha, holding the book. Ika Paradise. Without opening it. He turned to look at the 3 kids who were chatting and laughing, a smile inevitably curling at the corners of his mouth. In this mission they not only completed the assignment, but more importantly they truly understood what it meant to be companions and the beliefs of a ninja. Team 7 had truly taken shape. When the ferry docked, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. As Naruto jumped off the boat, he immediately spotted a golden figure standing at the dock. Minato stood there dressed in casual clothes, holding a thermos. As soon as he saw Naruto step off the boat, he smiled and waved at him. Dad! Naruto's eyes lit up instantly as he dashed over like a little cannonball, diving into Minato's embrace. Minato steadied him, ruffling his messy blonde hair, scanning him up and down, confirming that he was not seriously injured. The anxiety that had lingered for several days finally eased. Welcome back, Naruto. Minato's voice was gentle enough to melt. You must have worked hard on the mission. Dad? Let me tell you. We are super strong. We defeated Zabuza from the 7 ninja swordsmen and helped the Land of Waves build a bridge. They even named the bridge after me. It's called the Naruto Bridge. Naruto looked up from his embrace, animatedly recounting the events of the mission, his eyes sparkling like stars. Minato listened with a smile, nodding occasionally, his eyes filled with pride. His son had truly grown up. No longer the mischievous little brat, he could now stand on his own, protect his companions, complete missions, and bring light to others. Kakashi walked over with Sasuke and Sakura, saluting Minato. Minato-sensei, Team 7 has successfully completed the mission and returned safely. Thank you for your hard work, Kakashi, Minato said with a smile, nodding towards Sasuke and Sakura. You two worked hard as well. You did great. Sasuke slightly nodded, saying nothing, but he bowed lightly to Minato. Sakura blushed and smiled shyly. Under the setting sun, Minato carried the thermos. Inside was the miso soup he had simmered for Naruto all afternoon. Naruto walked beside him, chattering excitedly about the interesting things from the mission, while Sasuke and Sakura followed behind, occasionally chiming in with a few words. Kakashi walked last, watching the four ahead of him, seeing how the sunset stretched their shadows long, unable to hold back a smile. The news of their return to Konoha soon spread. Iruka specifically reserved a spot at Ichiraku Ramen, waiting for Naruto's return. Tsunade and Jiraiya sat in the tavern listening to the Umbu report on Team 7's mission. Jiraiya wore a proud smile, banging on the table, saying, I knew it, Minato-san would never be disappointing. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed out at the sunset, listening to the Umbu's report, a look of contentment spreading across his face. He picked up his pipe, took a slow puff, and the white mist he exhaled was filled with relief. The will of fire has ultimately been passed down from generation to generation. On the third day after Team 7 returned to Konoha, they received new notifications. Kakashi walked into the assembly classroom of Team 7 holding 3 application forms and placed them on the desk. I have registered all 3 of you, Kakashi said with a smile, for next month's Chunin exam. Naruto instantly jumped up, snatching the application form, his eyes wide with excitement. Chunin exam. Really? I can participate in the Chunin exam? Of course, Kakashi nodded. Your performance in the mission to the Land of Waves has fully qualified you to take part in the Chunin exam. However, whether or not to participate is up to you to decide. Participate. Of course I will. Naruto immediately grabbed a pen and filled out the application form, hastily declaring, I must pass the Chunin exam. Then I will become a Jonin and finally become Hokage. I want everyone in the village to acknowledge me. Sakura looked at the application form, feeling a bit nervous but also resolute as she picked up a pen and filled in her information. She didn't want to hold back Naruto and Sasuke anymore. She wanted to become stronger, to walk alongside them always. Sasuke picked up the application form, glanced at it, and a cold smile crept onto his lips as he quickly filled out his information. The Chunin exam was a perfect opportunity to see just how much of a gap there was between him and the ninjas from other villages. More importantly, he wanted to become stronger, strong enough to kill that man, strong enough to protect those he wanted to protect. Kakashi watched the 3 children complete their application forms, a smile filling his eyes. He collected the forms, turned, and left the classroom, only to encounter Minato waiting in the hallway. Minato-sensei, Kakashi greeted with a smile. Did you register them for the Chunin exam? Minato asked. Yes. They are qualified and need this stage to grow. Kakashi nodded, then his expression turned slightly worried. However, for this Chunin exam, ninjas from the other 4 great nations will be participating, and there will surely be many dangerous individuals among them. Moreover, Orochimaru might also take advantage of the Chunin exam to infiltrate Konoha. Minato's gaze darkened. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, was a rogue ninja with blood on his hands. He knew that Orochimaru had always coveted the body of the Uchiha, and harbored resentment towards Konoha. It's alright, Minato said after a moment of silence, smiling. Young eagles must learn to fly through storms to truly grow up. What we can do is protect this sky from behind them. And I believe in them. Kakashi looked at the determination in Minato's eyes and smiled as well. Indeed, he believed in these 3 children just as Minato-sensei had believed in them back then. Inside the classroom, Naruto and Sasuke were arguing fiercely about who would pass the Chunin exam first, while Sakura helplessly tried to mediate, unable to suppress her laughter. The sunlight outside the window fell perfectly on the 3 young boys and girls, illuminating every corner of Konoha. A new challenge awaited them ahead. And their story was just beginning. 2 weeks after the mission in the Land of Waves, Watergate accompanied him every day for recovery training, while also imparting some basic sealing techniques. Dad, do I really have to learn this? It's so difficult. Naruto sat on the ground. In front of him was a crooked ceiling array. The power of the Nine Tails is not a toy. Watergate squatted down, helping Naruto correct the lines of the array. Only by mastering the sealing technique can you control yourself when you lose control. Then why don't you just help me seal it more securely? Watergate's hand paused momentarily. He looked at Naruto. This child's eyes were exactly like Kushina's. Because I don't want to lock you in a cage, Watergate said. The Nine Tails is a part of you. You need to learn to coexist with it, not suppress it. Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding. What Watergate did not say was that the positive Nine Tails chakra within him had recently become increasingly unstable. Whenever he got close to Naruto, the two Nine Tails would respond to each other, as if trapped beasts were calling out to one another. This was something he did not want to tell Naruto for now. Ninja Academy Chunin exam registration site registration area crowded with people. Naruto was squeezed in line, being pushed around by those behind him. He saw many unfamiliar forehead protectors: Sunagekure, Amagekure, Kusagakure, Otogekure. Everyone get out of my way! A harsh roar caused the crowd to part. A boy with bandages wrapped around his head and red stripes painted on his face walked in. He was followed by a blonde girl and a red-haired boy carrying a gourd. I am Gaara of Sunagekure. The bandaged boy, Kankuro, shouted loudly. Remember this name. The red-haired boy, Gaara, remained silent, merely scanning the crowd with a cold gaze. His eyes paused for a moment when they landed on Naruto. Naruto shivered. That feeling. It was like seeing another version of himself. That red-haired one is also a Jinchuriki. The Nine Tails suddenly spoke, its voice deep like muffled thunder. Naruto jumped. Nine Tails, don't be so alarmed. I'm just reminding you that kid has something within him that's even more unstable than me. Stay away from him. After the Nine Tails finished speaking, it fell silent. Naruto stood there in a daze until Sasuke tapped his shoulder. Let's go, laggard. Oh. Naruto glanced back at Gaara. The red-haired boy stood in the center of the crowd with no one daring to approach within 3 meters. His eyes were hollow like a stagnant pool of water. Naruto suddenly felt that person was very lonely. Chunin exam first round. The examination room was a huge classroom filled with examinees. The chief examiner was Marino Ibiki, a chilling-looking Chunin. The first exam is a written test. The rules are a total of 10 questions. Incorrect answers score 0. The rules for the last question will be announced later. Naruto was dumbfounded. The written test was his weakest subject. Sakura and Sasuke frowned as well. The difficulty of this exam was clearly above the level of a genin, with many questions that even Sakura couldn't answer. Those who cheat will have 2 points deducted, Ibiki added. The classroom fell silent with only the sound of pen tips gliding across paper. Naruto looked at the exam paper and couldn't answer the first question. He was sweating profusely, looking around anxiously. One candidate next to him was secretly using a small mirror to look at others' answers and was immediately dragged away by the examiner. What should I do? What should I do? Naruto bit on his pen. Just then he sensed a faint chakra fluctuation. It was Sasuke. Sasuke was using his Sharingan to copy the actions of a candidate next to him, who was answering questions rapidly. Naruto had a sudden idea. He closed his eyes and used the Nine Tails negative chakra to sense his surroundings. He found it, Sakura's chakra flowing quickly, meaning she was answering questions. He couldn't directly read Sakura's thoughts, but he could sense her emotional fluctuations. When Sakura saw the answer to a question, her chakra would have a small confirmation wave. Naruto began to try to synchronize with this wave. Every time he sensed a confirmation wave, he wrote down what he thought was the corresponding answer. It was risky, but he had no other choice. 45 minutes passed. Naruto finished all the questions, though he didn't even know if he was correct. Now I will announce the last question, Ibiki said. The rule is you can choose to answer or not. If you choose not to answer, you score 0. But if you answer incorrectly, you will permanently lose the qualification to participate in the Chunin exam. The crowd was in an uproar. What does this mean? A candidate stood up. Wrong answer means permanent disqualification. That's too unfair. You can withdraw, Ibiki said coldly. One by one, candidates raised their hands to withdraw. 10 minutes later, only half of the people remained in the classroom. Naruto sat in his seat not moving. He recalled his dad Watergate's words. A true ninja is one who chooses to move forward when faced with the unknown fears. I choose to answer, Naruto said. Sasuke also said, I choose to answer. Sakura trembled but also said, I choose to answer. Ibiki looked at them and suddenly laughed. Congratulations. The correct answer to the last question was choose to answer. Those who withdrew were all eliminated. Naruto was stunned. Then he jumped up. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? This is the Chunin exam. Ibiki turned to leave. The second exam is tomorrow in the Forest of Death. Good luck to you all. In the Hokage office on the same afternoon, Minato sat across from the third Hokage holding a list of candidates. Naruto and the others passed the first round. The third Hokage said. Minato nodded, remaining silent. Are you worried about the Forest of Death? Yes, Minato replied as he set the list down. There are no rules in the Forest of Death. Moreover, there are too many unstable factors in this exam. Orochimaru might have infiltrated, and Gaara of Sunagakure is also a Jinchuriki. The third Hokage tapped his pipe. Minato, you cannot always stand behind him. I know. Minato stood up. So I've decided to remain on standby at the edge of the Forest of Death. I want to enter the exam area just in case. The third Hokage looked at the former fourth Hokage and sighed. Do as you wish. But remember, do not interfere with the exam. At the entrance of the Forest of Death, the site of the second exam known as the Forest of Death. A massive restricted area surrounded by tall walls filled with enormous poisonous insects, man-eating plants, and candidates from other villages. The rules of the second exam: each team possesses a scroll, either heaven or earth, and must collect both scrolls within 5 days and reach the central tower. Any means can be used during the journey, including killing. This practically encourages mutual slaughter. Sakura's face turned pale. Kakashi stood before them, his expression unusually serious. Listen, there are no rules in the Forest of Death. If you encounter an unbeatable enemy, use the shadow clone jutsu I gave you to escape immediately. Life is more important than the exam. Understood. Sasuke stowed the scroll heaven into his ninja tool pouch. Naruto clenched his fists, declaring, I will protect everyone. Kakashi looked at Naruto, wanting to say something, but ultimately just patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. On the first day in the Forest of Death, the trio immediately felt an oppressive atmosphere. The trees blocked out the sun, and sunlight barely penetrated. The air was filled with a rotten smell, and distant screams could occasionally be heard. Stay in formation. Sasuke led the way, Naruto brought up the rear, and Sakura was in the middle. They advanced cautiously for 2 hours without encountering any enemies. But Naruto's instincts told him someone was watching them. Sasuke, 30 meters to the left, front in the tree, Naruto whispered. Sasuke nodded and pulled out 2 shuriken from his tool pouch, silently throwing them. Ah! A scream rang out as a figure fell from the tree. It was a ninja from the grass village holding an earth scroll. A lone one. Sakura was somewhat surprised. As Naruto approached, she saw that the ninja had already passed out. He picked up the scroll and opened it. It was indeed earth. We already have heaven, and with this earth we can head directly to the central tower, Sakura exclaimed excitedly. However, Sasuke frowned, saying, Too easy. Naruto scanned the surroundings again. Naruto closed his eyes, the chakra of the 9 tails spreading out. Then his expression changed. There are many chakra responses approaching here. At least 20. Sasuke immediately made a judgment. It's a trap. This scroll is bait. As soon as he finished speaking, several grass village ninjas jumped out from the surrounding bushes surrounding them. Brats from Konoha, hand over the scrolls. The leader was a one-eyed Chunin. We only intended to snatch one earth scroll, but to think you have heaven as well. What luck you have! Naruto clenched his fist, stepping in front of Sakura. Sasuke calmly observed the enemy's positions and whispered to Naruto. I can handle 5 of them. What about you? Leave the rest to me. Naruto pulled out a kunai from his pouch. Sakura, protect the scroll. Wait. Sakura wanted to say something, but the battle had already begun. Sasuke charged forward, first firing shuriken in quick succession, taking down 2 instantly. Naruto formed hand seals, shouting, Shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of Narutos burst forth from the smoke, engaging the enemies in combat. Although there were many grass ninjas, their strength was mediocre. Sasuke's taijutsu and shuriken skills were precise and fierce, while Naruto's shadow clone strategy caught the opponents off guard. 3 minutes later, many lay motionless on the ground. Retreat! The one-eyed Chunin saw the situation was not in their favor and turned to flee. Naruto wanted to chase but was stopped by Sasuke. Don't chase. Let's head directly to the central tower. All right. On the second night in the Forest of Death, they had evaded several waves of attacks and were now not far from the central tower. At this pace, they would arrive by noon tomorrow. They'll keep watch tonight. Sasuke leaned against a tree. You two rest. Naruto did not refuse. He was too tired. Closing his eyes, he quickly fell asleep. In his dreams, he saw the Ninetales again. This time the Ninetales did not speak, only staring at him with its red eyes. There was no anger in those eyes, only a strange emotion, like anticipation. Naruto was jolted awake by a surge of intense killing intent. He opened his eyes to see Sasuke standing in front holding a kunai. Opposite him stood 3 ninjas from the Sound Village. The one in the middle had a neck elongated like a snake, wearing glasses, and his skin was pale like that of a dead person. Orochimaru. Sasuke's voice trembled not from fear but from anger. Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips. What beautiful eyes! I must have them. Naruto jumped up, standing in front of Sasuke. Who are you? A person who seeks eternity. Orochimaru laughed, a smile that made Naruto's scalp tingle. Sakura also woke up from her dreams. The moment she saw Orochimaru, her face turned pale. He was one of the legendary Sannin and rank rogue ninja who nearly destroyed Konoha. The battle broke out in an instant. Sasuke launched the first attack, throwing shurikens. Orochimaru's body was as supple as a snake, able to stretch and twist, evading all attacks that slipped past him. Naruto created shadow clones and flanked from the side. Orochimaru didn't even turn around, he simply waved his hand and a gust of wind scattered all the shadow clones. Too weak, Orochimaru said. Is this all the power of the Ninetales Jinchuriki? He stepped forward, appearing in front of Naruto, grasping Naruto's neck and lifting him up. Let him go. Sasuke charged from behind, holding a kunai, aiming for the back of Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru didn't look back, but his neck suddenly twisted 180 degrees, grinning at Sasuke. Sasuke's movements froze. That was something no human could do. Sharingan. Only 2 tomo. Orochimaru tossed Naruto aside and turned to Sasuke. But that's fine, I'll wait for your eyes to mature. He flashed behind Sasuke and bit down on his neck. Curse seal. A gift for you. Orochimaru's voice slithered like a venomous snake. Sasuke let out a scream and fell to the ground, convulsing. On his neck 3 black tomo-shaped marks appeared. The black pattern spread across his body like a serpent. Sasuke! Sakura rushed over but was kicked away by Orochimaru. Naruto's mind went blank. Then his anger erupted like a volcano. The chakra of the Ninetales surged forth again, this time more violently than during the Land of Waves. His eyes turned red, the whisker-like patterns thickened, and his nails grew long. I will kill you! Naruto charged at Orochimaru, gathering a Rasengan in his right hand. Orochimaru watched him with interest. The chakra of the Ninetales. The son of Minato. Interesting. He easily dodged the Rasengan and reached out, gently patting Naruto's abdomen. Naruto felt his internal organs churning as the chakra of the Ninetales was forcibly suppressed by an overwhelming power. It's still too early, Orochimaru said. Wait until you grow a little more, then he'll come find you. With that he vanished. Naruto knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Sasuke's curse seal was spreading and Sakura cried as she held him. No. I can't cry. Naruto gritted his teeth. I must take Sasuke to the tower. There must be someone who can save him. He stood up, carrying Sasuke on his back, saying to Sakura, Let's go. Sakura wiped her tears and nodded. Outside the Forest of Death, same time. Minato stood on a large tree, gazing in the direction of the Forest of Death. He felt it, the fluctuation of the Ninetales chakra. Although it was just for a moment, he recognized that familiar violent power all too well. Naruto. Minato clenched his fists. He wanted to rush in, but the third Hokage's words echoed in his ears. Do not interfere with the exam. Minato closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he opened his eyes, took out a sealing scroll from his ninja pouch, and unrolled it. The scroll bore 4 characters: Flying Thunder God Technique. He had left a mark on Naruto. As long as he wished, he could appear beside Naruto in an instant. Just wait a bit longer. Naruto. Dad believes in you. He put away the scroll and continued to stand there like a statue. Central Tower, 4th day morning. Naruto had been carrying Sasuke for a whole day and night. His feet were blistered and his shoulder was bruised from Sasuke's weight, but he did not stop for a second. Sakura followed behind, her eyes bloodshot. Several times she tried to switch places and carry Sasuke, but Naruto refused. Naruto, you should rest a bit. No need. We're almost there. Finally, the door of the tower appeared ahead. Naruto pushed the door open with his last ounce of strength and walked inside. Inside the tower, Kakashi was leaning against the wall reading Aika Aika Paradise. Seeing Naruto enter with Sasuke on his back, his book fell to the ground. Sasuke! Kakashi rushed over, and upon seeing the curse seal on Sasuke's neck, his expression changed dramatically. Orochimaru. Naruto uttered this one word, then darkness engulfed him as he collapsed. Central Tower, several hours later. When Naruto woke up, he found himself lying on a bed. His arms and feet were wrapped in bandages. He sat up suddenly and saw that Sasuke was also on the bed next to him. A sealing tag was placed on Sasuke's neck and the black patterns had receded, leaving only 3 tomo-shaped marks. Sasuke! Naruto jumped off the bed. Don't make noise, dead last. Sasuke opened his eyes, his voice a bit weak. Am not dead yet. Sakura came in carrying a basin of water, and upon seeing both of them awake, tears streamed down her face. You scared me to death. Kakashi also walked in with a serious expression. Orochimaru has his eyes set on Sasuke's Sharingan. He has planted a curse seal on Sasuke which will entice him to seek power, ultimately leading him to Orochimaru. I won't go there, Sasuke said coldly. Kakashi looked at him, not contesting, but simply said, I hope so. Naruto walked to Sasuke's bedside and extended his fist. Sasuke, we made a promise. No matter how that curse seal tempts you, I will bring you back. Because you are my comrade. Sasuke looked at Naruto's fist, silent for a few seconds. Then he extended his fist as well, bumping it against Naruto's. Don't say it so cheesily, dead last. Sakura cried even harder beside them. End of chapter. Konoha Village, Minato's home. Minato sat at the table, the teacup in front of him already cold. The door was pushed open and Naruto walked in. Dad, I'm back. Minato looked up at his son. There were injuries on Naruto's face, his arm wrapped in bandages, but his eyes were bright. I heard you encountered Orochimaru, Minato said. Yeah. But we all survived. Naruto sat across from Minato. Dad, I used the power of the 9 tails. I'm sorry. Minato shook his head. You have nothing to be sorry for. You controlled the 9 tails with your own will and protected your comrades. I am proud of you. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then grinned widely. Dad, I want to become strong. Strong enough to defeat Orochimaru next time without relying on the 9 tails' power. Minato looked at his son, suddenly recalling many years ago when he stood before the 3rd Hokage and said, I want to protect everyone in Konoha. All right. Minato stood up, patting Naruto's shoulder. Starting tomorrow I will teach you a new jutsu. What jutsu? An advanced version of Rasengan, Big Ball Rasengan. The moment Minato uttered the 5 words, Great Rasengan, Naruto's cerulean eyes flared to life, like twin stars suddenly ignited. Great Rasengan. Is it even more powerful than the standard Rasengan? He leaned forward, his face alight with irrepressible excitement. Its destructive force is roughly 3 times that of the ordinary Rasengan. Minato sat down across from his son and dipped a fingertip into the cool tea on the low table, sketching an ever-expanding circle upon its surface. Yet it demands far greater chakra volume, and infinitely finer control over that chakra. Your greatest challenge right now lies in sustaining the Rasengan. Once formed, your chakra output surges and falters unpredictably, making it dangerously prone to detonation. Naruto scratched his spiky blonde hair, looking thoroughly vexed. Then what do I do? Begin with fundamentals. Minato rose and retrieved a stack of yellowed weathered scrolls from the depths of his bookshelf, their covers still bearing faint scars from long-ago battlefields. These are my complete notes from the years I conceived and refined the Rasengan. Master them thoroughly. Tomorrow at 5 a.m. Meet me in the backyard training ground. 5 a.m. Naruto's face fell instantly. Dad, it'll still be pitch black. A shinobi has no luxury of sleeping in. With a gentle smile, Minato ruffled his son's hair, his tone warm yet unyielding. You've always declared you'd become Hokage of Konoha, haven't you? How then can you shoulder the mantle of Hokage if you cannot even rise before dawn? Naruto pouted, but clutched the scroll stack tightly to his chest and turned the first page. There in Minato's youthful yet precise and vigorous handwriting read, Rasengan, conceived over 3 years by the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, inspired by the tailed beast ball, requires no hand seals, takes shape through 3 distinct phases: rotation, compression, and stabilization. He barely skimmed 2 lines before drowsiness tugged at his eyelids, yet he clenched his jaw and pressed onward word by word. Outside, a full moon hung high, bathing the courtyard in silvery radiance. Leaning against a wooden pillar on the veranda, Minato watched his son hunched over the table and sighed, brow furrowed in concentration as he wrestled with the notes, his lips curving in tender affection. Yet deep within that smile lingered an unshakable thread of worry. The 9 tails yang chakra sealed within him had grown increasingly restless of late, especially near Naruto, roiling like an awakened beast, battering relentlessly against its confines and searing his viscera with waves of scorching pain. 2 co-originating 9 tails, trapped in adjacent cages, roared, resonated, and collided across the fragile divide of their 2 bodies. He had to find a solution, swiftly, and ensure this volatile power would never harm his son. The next morning, at 5 a.m., darkness still clung thick as ink to the pre-dawn mist. Konoha slept soundly, yet explosions already echoed sharply across the Namikaze family's backyard. Boom! Naruto stood at the yard's center, palm cradling a fist-sized blue Rasengan. Yet after only 3 seconds the wild chakra erupted violently, hurling him backward in a shockwave until he landed hard on his backside. Too hasty, Minato said calmly, stepping out from the house holding 2 steaming mugs of barley tea. Try channeling the 9 tails Yin chakra to assist formation. Yin chakra naturally excels in spiritual perception and fine control, precisely what you need to stabilize your erratic output. Naruto scrambled to his feet, brushed dust from his clothes, drew a deep breath, and closed his eyes once more. He stilled his mind and cautiously probed inward, to the vast ocean of chakra within his being. There the 9 tails yang chakra surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption, fierce and incandescent, while along its fiery rim curled delicate soothing currents the 9 tails Yin chakra sealed deep within him. Gently he guided that subtle energy toward his right hand, all while steadily drawing upon his own chakra, until both forces intertwined, spun, and compressed within his palm. A brilliant azure chakra sphere reformed, steadily suspended above his open palm. This time it held firm for a full 10 seconds. Progress. Minato handed him a mug of barley tea, his gaze brimming with quiet pride. Rest for 5 minutes, then we begin again. Naruto drained the entire cup in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and flashed a defiant, unbroken grin. No rest needed. Let's go again. And so the training continued, unbroken, through the entire morning. Naruto fell dozens of times. The once smooth backyard was pockmarked with craters of varying depth, each blast a testament to his struggle. His clothes clung soaked with sweat, blisters swelled on his palms, yet he never once cried out to stop. Minato sat quietly beneath the veranda, offering only occasional incisive guidance, mostly just watching, his presence steady and unwavering, his eyes shining with unmistakable pride. By noon, when the sun reached its zenith, Naruto could sustain the Rasengan for over 30 seconds, and even sprint 10 meters forward without dispersing it. He collapsed onto his back, gasping for breath, gazing up at drifting clouds, and laughing radiant and unreserved. That night, Namikaze's backyard moonlight flowed like liquid silver, flooding the training ground. Minato stood at the yard's center, arms crossed, calm and composed. 10 meters away, Naruto faced him, inhaling deeply, then closing his eyes. He extended his right hand. Chakra surged wildly within him. This time he did not rush formation. Instead, following the precise instructions from Minato's notes, he first set his chakra spinning evenly in his palm, then gradually compressed and layered it, simultaneously guiding the nine-tail Zen chakra to enfold the core, anchoring its ferocity. An ordinary Rasengan formed no larger than a tennis ball. But Naruto kept feeding chakra, his azure sphere swelling from fist size to apple size to orange size, and finally inflating to the dimensions of a small basketball, humming with deafening resonance, vibrating the very air around it. "Stop!" Minato commanded. Instantly Naruto halted chakra flow, cradling the colossal azure sphere perfectly balanced in his palms, sweat beading his brow yet grinning with fierce, uncontainable pride. "Dad, that's the great Rasengan!" Minato stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently upon the chakra sphere. He extended a fingertip and lightly brushed its outer edge, immediately sensing the cataclysmic energy coiled within, capable of shattering boulders, yet perfectly contained, sealed tight by the yin chakra, leaking not a single iota. "Stability still allows refinement," Minato murmured, withdrawing his hand, his smile unmistakable. "But its power has already met my expectations. Naruto, you have passed." Naruto dispersed the chakra. The great Rasengan dissolved softly into the air. Legs trembling, he braced himself on his knees, breathing raggedly, yet his smile burned brighter than the moon above. "Dad, during the exam, I'll use this move to defeat every single opponent." Minato remained silent. He turned, lifting his gaze to the full moon, and his voice dropped grave and measured. "Naruto, if you face Gaara of Sunagakure, the red-haired boy who bears my name, exercise extreme caution." He paused, then added quietly, "He too is a Jinchuriki." Naruto recalled the boy he met at the examination hall's entrance on registration day, pale-skinned, the kanji for love carved starkly upon his forehead, eyes hollow and lifeless, radiating a suffocating chill. "He is like me," Naruto whispered. "No," Minato replied, turning to meet his son's eyes. "He hosts Shikaku, the One-Tail, a being even more savage and unstable than the Nine Tails. Moreover, his sealing technique is crude and fragile. The slightest misstep could trigger total loss of control." Naruto fell silent. He remembered a voice echoing from the Nine Tails realm deep within his consciousness, during the Forest of Death. "That boy's vessel holds something madder than I am, utterly devoid of reason. Dad, if I really do meet him, what should I do?" Minato stepped beside him and placed a firm, reassuring hand upon his shoulder, his voice gentle yet resolute. "Do not seek to overpower him with strength, nor fear him. You've known isolation. You've known the sting of being feared. So you alone understand behind his emptiness and fury lies the same loneliness you carry." Naruto nodded. Though the weight of those words eluded full comprehension, he etched them indelibly into his heart. Post-chapter vignette: Kakashi stood at the rooftop's edge, the sealed talisman resting in his palm. Evening wind stirred his silver hair as he gazed down at the parchment, then let out a soft, quiet laugh. "Obito! Rin! Today I saw it again," he murmured, his voice carried away on the breeze. "The unflinching resolve to sacrifice everything, for one's comrades. Just as you did, Obito, just as you did Sensei Minato." From his weapon pouch he drew out an old photograph. Moonlight bathed its surface, the four young faces frozen in time, vivid and alive. Sasuke bears Orochimaru's cursed seal. Naruto burns with determination to grow stronger. Sakura pushes herself relentlessly, striving to keep pace with her two teammates. His finger traced Minato's image on the photo. A quiet chuckle escaped him. "Sensei Minato, you worried Naruto would stray from the path. But you never knew your son has already blossomed into a light brighter than your own." He slipped the photograph away and turned, descending the rooftop stairs. In the training ground of the Namikaze family's backyard, the ground had long been cratered by the shockwaves of chakra. The setting sun painted the entire sky in warm shades of orange, casting its afterglow upon the young boy standing in the center of the training field. Naruto was drenched in sweat, his golden hair clinging to his forehead, his chest rising and falling violently as he gasped for breath. His right hand still bore the residual azure chakra aura of the Rasengan, and before him lay a massive pit with a diameter of 3 meters where rubble and dirt continuously slid down the walls, the dust slowly dispersing in the evening breeze. Naruto was momentarily stunned, then his face flushed crimson as he scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, his ears tinged pink. He had grown up hearing tales of his father the Yellow Flash, listening to the villagers speak of the fourth Hokage as an unparalleled genius in the ninja world. Now to hear his most admired father say stronger than I was back then filled his heart with a warm glow, leaving him unsure of where to place his hands and feet. But I still can't use the Rasengan with as many variations as you. Naruto scratched his face, feeling a bit deflated. You can combine the Flying Thunder God with the Rasengan to perform the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. I can barely stabilize the Great Rasengan. Namake's Minato stood up, reaching out to ruffle his messy golden hair, the warmth of his fingertips passing through the strands gentle and reassuring. What's the rush? Minato's voice was soft yet carried an unwavering certainty. At just 12 years old you've already mastered the Rasengan and Great Rasengan, and can perfectly merge the chakra of the Nine Tails. You have already surpassed your peers in the ninja world. The practice of ninjutsu is never achieved in a single leap, it is a step-by-step journey. You will eventually reach the destination you seek. He paused, noticing the glimmer of desire for stronger jutsu in Naruto's eyes, and added with a smile. All right. From tomorrow onward I will teach you something new. Naruto suddenly looked up, his eyes widening in surprise, breath momentarily caught, stepping forward with anticipation. What is it? Really? Dad, what new jutsu will you teach me? Is it an advanced technique for the Rasengan? Or perhaps an advanced training for sage arts? Neither. Minato looked at his eager expression, unable to suppress a chuckle, speaking each word clearly. It is the Flying Thunder God technique. We will start with the basics of spatial perception and the marking technique. As the words fell, the training ground fell into complete silence. The Flying Thunder God technique. The moment those 4 words crashed into Naruto's mind, it was like fireworks exploding in the dark night, washing away all his fatigue. Dad, you're going to teach me that? That technique that earned you the title Yellow Flash. He leaned forward, his eyes sparkling like the vast night sky, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. Minato nodded, yet his brows remained furrowed, his tone steady like a moonlit lake. It's not the complete Flying Thunder God technique, it's the foundation. You still can't stabilize the instantaneous burst of chakra, so learning the full version is too early. Then what can I learn? Naruto immediately pressed on, undeterred by the setback. The sensing technique. Minato retrieved a specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch, the cold metallic blade etched with intricate winding runes. This is the kunai I commonly use for the Flying Thunder God technique. The inscriptions on it are etched by my own hand. Naruto took the kunai in both hands, turning it over and over. The moonlight flowed over the runes, casting a faint ethereal blue hue. When his fingertips touched it, he felt a subtle warmth, as if holding a small pulsating chakra. What you need to practice now is to sense the position of this inscription. Minato took back the kunai, walking slowly to the other end of the yard. He bent down and firmly planted the kunai into the soil. Close your eyes and use the Yin chakra of the Nine Tails to sense it. Tell me where it is. Naruto obediently closed his eyes. He mimicked what he had done in the Land of Waves, trying to spread the Nine Tails chakra like ripples across water. The first to be captured was Minato's chakra, like a warm and steady campfire, stable and bright, radiating a comforting warmth, firmly anchored in the yard. Next, a faint yet clear point of light flickering like a star collided with his perception. There. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, his fingertip accurately pointing towards the other end of the yard where the kunai was. Minato's eyes lit up with a hint of a smile. Good. Your Yin chakra perception is much stronger than I expected. Next, try to attach your chakra to the inscription. How do I attach it? Imagine your chakra as a thread extending from your body and securely tying it to that kunai. Naruto closed his eyes once more, calming himself, as he gradually condensed the Nine Tails chakra, twisting it into a fine thread reaching towards that point of light. At first the thin thread would always break halfway, but after a dozen attempts the chakra thread finally gently touched the inscription, merging like a droplet into the lake, securely adhering to it. In that moment a strange sensation swept over him. He felt as if he existed in 2 places at once. One was his standing self, and the other was the kunai planted in the soil on the other side of the yard. I felt it. Naruto opened his eyes, sweat pouring down his forehead, his chest heaving as he spoke with disbelief and joy. Minato's eyes flashed with an uncontainable surprise. When he learned this step, it had taken him an entire day and night. Yet Naruto had accomplished it in less than an hour. Talent truly seems to be etched in one's bloodline, he murmured, then raised his hand to pat Naruto's shoulder. That's enough for today. You have the Chunin exam preliminaries tomorrow, so get some rest. Alright. Naruto clenched his fists and excitedly dashed back to the house, completely forgetting that just half an hour ago he had been so exhausted he could barely lift his arms. Minato stood in place, his gaze falling upon the kunai in the moonlight. He raised his hand in a grasping motion, and the kunai automatically freed itself from the earth, flying back into his palm. Naruto. You have more talent than I did back then. You just don't know it yet. The teams that passed the second exam in the Death Forest gathered in the main hall of the central tower. The air was still thick with the lingering scent of blood and earth. Some were injured, while others stood tense, with the ninjas from Inin and Suna hiding in the corners, enveloped in a palpable sense of pressure. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood on the high platform, his aged yet resonant voice echoing throughout the hall. Behind him stood the Jonin leaders of each team, Kakashi Gayasuma and Yuhi Kurenai, along with Suna's Maki. Minato did not attend to avoid unnecessary commotion. He had already relinquished the position of Hokage to the third and was secretly guarding Konoha, thus would not appear in public where all the ninjas from various countries were present. Congratulations to all who passed the second exam. The third's gaze swept over the young participants. Next we will begin the preliminary rounds. The rules are simple: a unknown elimination match, and the victors will participate in the official finals in 1 month, where the feudal lords and the Kazekage will be present to watch. A middle-rank ninja with long black hair and a gloomy expression stepped forward. He coughed lightly, his pale face betraying no weakness, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I am the chief examiner for this preliminary round, Moonlight Gale. An additional rule: defeat your opponent, or incapacitate them to win. Killing is prohibited, but during life-and-death struggles losing control is inevitable. As his words fell, the electronic screen on the side of the hall began to rapidly scroll names. The first matchup appeared: Uchiha Sasuke vs Akatsuki Kabuto Inin. Sasuke. Naruto immediately turned to the person beside him, frowning. Are you okay? That curse mark on your neck. No more nonsense. Sasuke raised his hand to press on the seal on his neck, narrowing his single eye slightly. Just watch carefully, you dead last. The two of them walked into the center of the arena, one after the other. Akatsuki Kabuto was a tall and slender Inin ninja wearing a sinister smile, with his hands clad in specially designed gloves that glinted coldly. Uchiha Sasuke. I've heard that you have been marked with a curse by Lord Orochimaru. Akatsuki Kabuto licked his cracked lips, his eyes full of greed. Let me see just how strong your power really is. Sasuke did not respond. He stood firm, his left hand hanging by his side while his right hand formed the hand seal. His scarlet Sharingan slowly opened, 2 black tomos spinning gradually within his pupils. The signal for battle began. Akatsuki Kabuto launched the first attack, his figure darting like a shadow towards Sasuke, claws outstretched to grab his arm. Sasuke sidestepped just in time, twisting his waist to deliver a heavy punch to his opponent's abdomen. Akatsuki Kabuto shockingly withstood the blows, simultaneously grabbing Sasuke's wrist tightly. Got you! Akatsuki Kabuto sneered. My ability is to absorb chakra. Your chakra is now mine. Sasuke immediately felt his chakra rapidly draining through his wrist. But he did not panic. With his empty left hand he swiftly pulled out a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, and without hesitation aimed it directly at Akatsuki Kabuto's left eye. Akatsuki Kabuto had no choice but to release his grip and retreat, narrowly avoiding the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke created distance, swiftly forming hand seals as the chakra within his chest exploded. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball the size of a basin erupted from his mouth, and the heat wave instantly engulfed the entire hall, warping the air itself. Akatsuki Kabuto had no time to evade, completely consumed by the flames, emitting a scream before collapsing to the ground motionless. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke. Moonlight Gale raised his hand to announce. Sasuke turned and walked back to Naruto's side, his expression still one of indifference. But Naruto could see clearly that Sasuke's right hand hanging by his side was subtly trembling. The curse mark beneath the seal on his neck was stirring violently, bringing a burning pain. Sasuke, your neck. Shut up. I'm fine. Sasuke interrupted him, though his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the Suna direction. In the second match, Naruto Shikamaru vs Sakura Inin. Shikamaru's shadow technique silently devoured his opponent's chakra, securing an effortless victory. In the third match, Kenmei was easily subdued by Kankuro's puppet technique. The screen scrolled again, revealing the fourth matchup: Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto paused for a moment, then grinned widely, showing his white teeth, his voice loud enough for the entire hall to hear. Kiba. It's us two fighting. Kiba stepped out of the crowd, Akamaru perched on his head, barking loudly. Kiba's expression was not as relaxed as Naruto's, his brows knitted. Naruto, don't think I'll go easy on you. I wouldn't want you to go easy. Naruto leaped into the arena, landing steadily opposite Kiba. The two stood face to face. Kiba immediately crouched down, preparing for the four legs technique, Akamaru jumping off his head to stand beside him, the duo forming the unique Inuzuka fighting formation. Naruto, your nose is still as bad as ever. Kiba smirked. Back in ninja school you could never find where I was hiding. That was ancient history. Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, chakra bursting forth. Shadow clone technique. With two loud bangs, two shadow clones appeared beside him, charging towards Kiba from both sides. Kiba and Akamaru leaped into the air simultaneously, their bodies spinning at high speed, unleashing a whirlwind filled with fierce wind. This was the Inuzuka's signature technique, Fang over Fang. The two shadow clones were instantly shredded by the whirlwind. Too weak. As Kiba landed, he pushed off the ground and charged straight at Naruto's main body. Naruto did not retreat. He suddenly squatted down, bracing his hands on the ground, and with the momentum he swept with one leg, kicking Kiba in the abdomen. Kiba raised his arm to block but still staggered back 2 steps from the impact. You really have gotten stronger. Kiba's eyes were filled with surprise. Of course. Naruto seized the moment to pursue, his clenched fist striking towards Kiba's face. Kiba tilted his head to dodge, but Akamaru suddenly sprang forward, its sharp teeth sinking into Naruto's left arm. Ah! Naruto violently shook his arm, but Akamaru held on tightly, refusing to let go. Good job, Akamaru! Kiba seized the opportunity, charging forward with Fang over Fang straight towards the immobilized Naruto. Naruto had no time to fully evade, getting slammed head-on by the whirlwind, his body flying like a kite with its string cut crashing heavily against the wall behind him with a muffled thud. Naruto! Sakura shouted from the stands. Kakashi stood at the railing, his expression unreadable beneath his mask, only his Sharingan eye narrowing slightly. Naruto slowly got up from the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He wiped away the blood, not showing the slightest hint of fear, instead grinning again. Kiba, you're really strong. That's natural. Kiba proudly lifted his chin. Give up, Naruto, you can't beat me. No. Naruto slowly raised his right hand, blue chakra swirling and gathering in his palm. I'm going to use that technique. Kiba's expression instantly changed. He had seen Naruto use that technique. The power of the Rasengan was not to be trifled with. Akamaru, let's go all out. Don't give him a chance to charge up. Both man and dog leaped forward, 2 Fang over Fang attacks coming towards Naruto. Naruto stood his ground, not retreating an inch, the chakra in his palm swelling larger and larger, from the size of a fist to that of an apple, then an orange, and finally condensing into a basketball-sized, wildly spinning blue sphere. Great Ball Rasengan! Naruto charged directly at the 2 whirlwinds. The high-speed spinning Fang over Fang collided head-on with the massive Rasengan, unleashing a deafening explosion, shaking the entire hall, smoke and dust enveloping the arena. As the smoke slowly cleared, Kiba and Akamaru lay on the ground, already unconscious, their clothes tattered from the chakra's onslaught. Naruto stood in the center of the arena, drenched in sweat, his right hand holding the Rasengan, trembling uncontrollably. This technique had drained far more chakra than he had anticipated. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto. Moonlight Gale's voice rang out again. Naruto grinned, intending to wave his hand, but his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground. A hand reached out to him. Naruto looked up to see Sasuke standing before him, still wearing that awkward expression, his gaze averted but his hand firmly extended towards him. Naruto grasped his hand, pulled up by Sasuke. Not bad, dead last. Sasuke muttered softly. You're the dead last. Naruto retorted, yet he did not let go of Sasuke's hand. The two exchanged a glance, both awkwardly averting their eyes. In the resting area of Tsunade, Kirigara sat in the shadows of the corner, his red hair obscuring half of one eye, yet his gaze was fixed intently on Naruto in the arena. Kankuro crouched beside him, lowering his voice. That blonde kid is using the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Shut up. Gaara's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. Kankuro immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Gaara's eyes remained locked on Naruto. He clearly saw that at the moment Naruto unleashed the Rasen Shuriken, a surge of red violent chakra erupted from within him, identical to the Shikaku within him. You are also a monster. Gaara's lips moved, uttering a whisper only he could hear. The ensuing battles unfolded without much surprise. Tenten's ninja tools were completely blown away by Temari's 3-star fan, resulting in a regrettable defeat. Shikamaru, relying on his superb shadow imitation technique, calculated every move of his opponent, narrowly defeating the sound ninja kin, but the match that made Naruto clench his fists the tightest was Hinata against Neji. It was a battle that felt nearly one-sided. Neji's Kaiten neutralized all of Hinata's attacks, and the 8 trigrams 64 palms sealed all of Hinata's chakra points. Hinata was beaten to a bloody pulp, her white training outfit stained red, yet she continued to push herself up from the ground, her gaze always fixed on Naruto at the sidelines, repeatedly murmuring, "Naruto-kun said I can change too. Why does she keep getting up even though she clearly can't win?" Naruto gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white, his body trembling. Because of her will. Sakura's voice was also choked with emotion. She wants to prove to everyone that she is not that weak heiress of the Hyuga clan. Neji ultimately won. He stood in the center of the arena looking down at Hinata, his pure white Byakugan devoid of any waves, only the anger and despair buried deep in his eyes. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd, landing squarely on Naruto. There was no contempt in his eyes, only a silent declaration. You're next. Naruto glared back fiercely, the fire in his eyes almost bursting forth. Next, the Kimichi Choji succumbed to the sound ninja Toshi, suffering a regrettable defeat. The duel between Ino and Sakura transitioned from a battle of mind techniques to a close-quarters combat. Ultimately, Sakura, leveraging her mastery of dispelling genjutsu, narrowly triumphed over Ino. The two girls, who had grown up together, stood in the center of the arena after their match, looking at each other's disheveled appearance. Both laughed, but tears welled in their eyes. Finally, it was time for the last match. Rock Lee vs. Gaara. Naruto had already noticed that red-haired boy. Since the preliminaries, he had been standing in the corner, silent, not drinking water, and even his posture had hardly changed, like an emotionless statue. Rock Lee jumped into the arena, his green jumpsuit making him appear spirited, his thick black eyebrows raised high as he deeply bowed to his opponent. Gaara of Sunagakure, please go easy on me. Gaara slowly walked into the arena. His steps were light, as if he were treading on cotton, and fine sand trickled from the gourd on his back, swirling around his feet as if it were alive. The match begins. As the words fell, Rock Lee vanished from his spot. His speed was so fast that even Sasuke's Sharingan almost couldn't keep up with his movements. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Rock Lee's figure appeared beside Gaara, delivering a kick with a sound of wind aimed directly at Gaara's temple. But just as the kick was about to make contact, a layer of fine sand suddenly surged up from the ground, forming an impenetrable sand wall that forcefully blocked the strike. Rock Lee did not relent. His figure darted across the arena, fists, feet, elbows, knees. Every strike was as swift as lightning, carrying overwhelming force, targeting Gaara's vital points. Yet Gaara stood still, unmoving. The fine sand seemed to possess its own consciousness, automatically shielding his entire body, blocking all the attacks. You're too slow. Gaara's voice was utterly flat. The next moment, the fine sand suddenly transformed into a gigantic sand hand, gripping Rock Lee's ankle tightly and slamming him down onto the ground. The hard stone floor instantly cracked with a web-like pattern. Lee! Guy on the stands clenched his fists, shouting in alarm. Rock Lee pushed himself up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. He raised his hand and unfastened the weighted bands around his legs. 2 heavy iron weights crashed to the ground with a loud thud, creating 2 deep craters. What is that? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. He was fighting with those things all along. Sakura also gasped, covering her mouth. The moment the weights hit the ground, Rock Lee vanished again. This time even Kakashi narrowed his Sharingan sharply. His speed had reached a level that broke the sound barrier, and all that could be heard in the arena were continuous sonic booms, with even his figure untraceable. Primary Lotus. Rock Lee's figure appeared behind Gaara, wrapping him tightly in bandages, spinning at high speed, head down and feet up, slamming towards the ground. Did he win? Naruto blurted out. Dust rose into the sky. But when the dust settled, everyone was stunned. Gaara stood at the bottom of the pit, a piece of the sandy shell on his body shattered, revealing a drop of bright red blood seeping from his exposed shoulder. He slowly raised his hand, touching the blood on his shoulder, and for the first time emotions appeared in his lifeless eyes. It was not anger but an almost frenzied excitement. You made me bleed. Fine sand surged wildly from the gourd behind him, flooding the entire arena like a tide, quickly ensnaring Rock Lee's limbs. Crack! A crisp sound like bones shattering resonated throughout the silent hall. Rock Lee's left arm and right leg were brutally twisted by the fine sand. Enough! Guy's eyes turned red as he was about to rush into the arena but was stopped by Maki beside him. The match isn't over yet, Maki said coldly. Rock Lee was suspended in midair by the fine sand and had completely lost consciousness. Gaara controlled the fine sand, tightening it gradually, blood continuously oozing from the corners of Rock Lee's mouth. I concede. We concede. Guy screamed heart-wrenchingly, tears streaming down his face. Tsunade immediately raised her hand. Match over. The winner is Gaara. The fine sand instantly dispersed and Rock Lee fell to the ground like a fallen leaf. Guy rushed into the arena, carefully picking him up, tears cascading down onto Rock Lee's face. Naruto stood in place, trembling all over. It was not fear. It was anger. He looked at Gaara. The red-haired boy was controlling the fine sand, slowly repairing the cracks on his shoulder, his face devoid of any expression, as if the bones he had just crushed were not those of a boy but merely an inconsequential insect. Why does he want to turn the battle into such a massacre? Naruto clenched his fists, his nails deeply embedded in his palms. The final list of the 10 participants from the preliminary round has been revealed. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki, Naruto, Haruno, Sakura, Yamanaka, Ino, Naro, Shikamaru, Hyuga, Niji, Temari, Kenjiro, Gaara, and the substitute Tosu, who stepped in for the forfeited Yukushi Kabuto. A month later, the official finals of the Chunin exams will take place. The third Hokage stood on the high platform announcing the matchups for the finals. The names on the screen finally settled: Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Niji Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara Haruno Sakura vs. Temari Nara Shikamaru vs. Kenjiro Yamanaka Ino vs. Tosu. In 1 month each of you will train diligently. The third's gaze swept across the crowd once more. I hope that a month from now you can showcase the true prowess of the Leaf Village ninjas in the finals. The crowd gradually dispersed. Naruto did not leave. He stood in the empty hall looking down at the half-dried bloodstain left by Rock Lee. Niji. He murmured the name, the fire in his eyes growing stronger. I will definitely defeat you. And Gaara, I will make you understand what true strength really is. Konoha Village. Evening. When Naruto returned home, Minato was cooking in the kitchen. The aroma of miso soup wafted out, mingling with the warm glow of the setting sun enveloping him. Dad, I won. I passed the preliminaries. Naruto changed his shoes and leaned against the kitchen door. I know. Kakashi told me about it. Minato did not turn around, his spatula continuously moving. But your final attack, the Rasengan, caused your chakra to go completely out of control and you nearly couldn't stand after using it. I will improve. Naruto lowered his head, then raised it again, determination filling his eyes. Dad, starting tomorrow, please continue to teach me the Flying Thunder God technique. It's not the Flying Thunder God technique, it's the basics. Minato turned around, correcting him, his gaze landing on Naruto, pausing for a moment before continuing. And in this month you have something more important to do than practicing the Flying Thunder God. What is it? Learn to control the Nine Tails chakra. Minato's tone was serious. Not to suppress it but to truly master it. Make it your strength, not a shackle that holds you back. Naruto's eyes instantly lit up. By the way, Minato wiped his hands, walked over to him, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Did you see Gaara from Sunagakure today? I did. Naruto clenched his fists, unable to hide the anger in his tone. He beat Lee to a pulp. Just to prove how strong he is. He's not trying to prove how strong he is. Minato gently shook his head, a hint of an almost imperceptible sigh in his tone. He's trying to prove that he is alive. Someone who has lived in fear since childhood, trusting only himself, would see everyone who approaches him as an enemy. Like you, he was called a monster since childhood. He just never met Iruka, nor does he have a place to call home. Naruto looked up at his father. Dad, you told me to try to understand his loneliness. I can't understand it. Naruto shook his head, his tone exceptionally firm. Loneliness has never been a reason to harm others. Minato fell silent for a moment. Then he smiled, pride shining in his eyes. Then use your way to tell him what true strength is. Chapter end. Konoha Hospital. Lee lay on the hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages with only his eyes visible. Guy sat by the bed, his eyes red, tightly gripping Lee's uninjured hand. Sensei. Did I lose? Lee's voice was weak, tinged with breathlessness. You did not lose. Guy's voice was choked yet resolute. You simply have not won yet. Lee smiled, a grimace of pain crossing his face as he grinned, though the happiness shone through. Sensei, that Gaara is really strong. But I won't give up. Lee's eyes reignited with determination. When my injuries heal, I will become even stronger. I will continue to train, and I will become an amazing ninja alongside Naruto, Sasuke, and the others. Guy's tears finally fell. This ever-passionate Jonin never hid his emotions before his student. This is Youth Lee. Outside the hospital room, Naruto stood in the corridor holding a bouquet of freshly picked sunflowers. He heard the conversation in the hospital room but did not push the door open. He gently placed the flowers at the entrance before turning around and walking step by step toward the stairwell. Lee, wait for me. I will definitely help you defeat that Gaara. At the end of the corridor, the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a long shadow behind him. At the entrance of Lee's hospital room, the bouquet of sunflowers lay quietly for the entire night, the morning dew softening the tender yellow petals, causing the note tucked within to blur with ink. A nurse discovered it during the shift change, picked up the note, and saw the uneven yet powerful handwriting. For Lee, wishing you a speedy recovery. Uzumaki Naruto. She smiled as she placed the flowers in a glass vase by the bedside. The moment Lee opened his eyes, he was dazzled by the bright yellow, momentarily stunned. What is this? A golden-haired boy brought it, saying his name is Uzumaki Naruto. Lee stared at the bouquet for a long time, suddenly grinning, and as he smiled, tears rolled down the corners of his eyes. Naruto truly lives up to being my acknowledged rival. The morning light had yet to break, and the morning mist lingered as a low hum of gathered chakra resonated in the backyard. Naruto stood in the center of the yard, each hand cradling a spinning Rasengan. The pale blue orbs trembled steadily in his palms, their glow illuminating his tense profile, beads of sweat trickling down his jawline. It's been 30 seconds now, Minato said, standing beside him with a stopwatch, his tone steady. That's 5 seconds longer than yesterday. Hang in there. Naruto gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the Nine-Tails' dark chakra flowing through his veins like two invisible hands steadily supporting the restless chakra spheres. This was the new control method Minato was teaching him, using the Nine-Tails chakra as an anchor to stabilize the shape of the Rasengan. Now try to merge the two Rasengans together. Naruto took a deep breath, slowly bringing his hands closer. The two Rasengans instantly generated a fierce attraction and repulsion, their chakra rubbing together with a piercing hum that made his arms tingle. Don't fight against it, guide them. Minato's voice pierced through the hum, clearly reaching his ears. Imagine they are one entity, just temporarily separated. Naruto closed his eyes, transforming the Nine-Tails' dark chakra into fine threads extending from his hands to gently wrap around the two Rasengans, slowly drawing them together. Buzz! The two chakra spheres suddenly fused with a thunderous roar, forming a larger, more solid orb, a big ball Rasengan. This time it was not the chaotic and uncontrollable state from the preliminaries. It spun steadily, its hum deep and restrained, even causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. 35 seconds. Minato pressed the stopwatch, a smile he couldn't hide spreading across his face. Very good, take a break. Naruto released the chakra, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, his body soaked in sweat. Dad? When will I be able to learn the complete Flying Thunder God? I told you right now you're only practicing the basics of the Flying Thunder God, Minato said, walking over to hand him a towel. And your most pressing task is not to learn new techniques but to control the Nine-Tails. When will you teach me to control the Nine-Tails? This afternoon. Minato's expression turned serious. I have a method, but it will be very dangerous. I'm not afraid of danger. Naruto immediately stood up, his eyes shining brightly. It's not your danger. Minato squatted down to meet his gaze. If you lose control, the Nine-Tails chakra will run rampant and everything around you will be destroyed. So we must go to a completely safe place. Where? 30 kilometers east of Konoha at the Sealing Cave. Minato stood up. The sealing barrier left by the first Hokage can suppress the tailed beast chakra to the greatest extent. The third Hokage has already approved it. We will set out this afternoon. Is the barrier at the Sealing Cave confirmed? Minato asked, standing before the third Hokage holding a scroll of sealing diagrams. The third Hokage tapped his pipe, ash falling into the ashtray, and took out a copper key engraved with ancient runes from his drawer. This is the master key to the barrier. Remember, once Naruto loses control, activate the formation immediately. I've set up a triggered 4 purple flames array inside the cave which can seal the entire area instantly with chakra injection. Minato took the key, feeling its cold metallic touch as he gripped it tightly, his expression growing heavier. Minato, how has the Nine-Tails positive chakra in your body been lately? It's becoming increasingly unstable. Minato replied after a moment of silence, his voice low. Whenever I get close to Naruto, the 2 Nine-Tails will resonate strongly. I'm afraid that one day they will go berserk at the same time. The third Hokage's brow furrowed tightly, pausing with the pipe between his fingers. Have you considered sealing the positive chakra into Naruto as well? No way. Minato shook his head firmly. He's still too young to bear the full power of the Nine-Tails. Moreover, no one can predict what will happen when the 2 chakras merge. A slight misstep could lead him to complete ruin. The third Hokage sighed softly. Then we can only leave it as is for now. Try to maintain your distance from him and avoid letting the 2 Nine-Tails resonate frequently. Minato did not respond. He was Naruto's father. How could he truly distance himself from his son? Sealing Cave afternoon. The cave was hidden deep within the mountains, its entrance a massive stone door several meters high covered in sealing runes left by the first Hokage, whose sharp edges had not been worn down by time. Minato used the key to open the stone door, revealing a spacious circular hall inside, its walls densely covered with ancient sealing techniques and a massive hexagram sealing array drawn in the center of the floor. The air suffused with the faint chakra pressure from the first Hokage's would release. This is the barrier left by the first Hokage, Minato indicated. Stand in the center of the array and try to actively draw out the Nine-Tails chakra. Naruto stepped into the hexagram array, standing at the very center. The runes on the walls glowed faintly, as if countless eyes were quietly watching him. What should I do? Close your eyes, calm your mind, and feel the Nine-Tails. Minato stepped back outside the array, placing his hands on the barrier's triggering nodes. Don't be afraid of it, and don't forcefully suppress it. Treat it like a neighbor living inside you. Try to communicate with it. Naruto closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into an endless darkness, and then a pair of massive crimson-slitted eyes slowly opened in the depths of the darkness, carrying an oppressive gaze that overlooked everything. Kid, are you here to bother me again? The Nine-Tails' voice rumbled like thunder, echoing in the conscious space. I want to borrow your power, Naruto said, facing those enormous eyes. Not for fighting or venting my anger, but to become stronger. Stronger? The Nine-Tails scoffed, causing the entire conscious space to tremble slightly. What good will it do to become stronger? Are you just going to keep shouting about becoming Hokage? It's to protect the important people to me. The Nine-Tails fell silent for a moment, its crimson pupils narrowing slightly. Just like your father, naive. You can't even protect yourself. What talk is there of protecting others? Just watch. Naruto raised his voice, stepping forward against that oppressive force. Watch and see if I can do it. The crimson eyes stared at him for a moment, and a torrent of restrained red chakra began to flow slowly from the depths of the darkness wrapping around Naruto. Don't get cocky, kid. I'm just tired of looking at your useless self. The Nine-Tails' voice gradually faded. You'll see how far you can go. In reality, Naruto was instantly enveloped in red chakra, his eyes turning crimson, the whisker marks on his cheeks deepening, his nails growing slightly longer, and a thin layer of tailed beast cloak like flowing flames covered him. Dad? I can feel it. The power of the Nine-Tails. Minato's gaze sharpened. What Naruto was releasing at this moment was still less than 5% of the total Nine-Tails chakra, yet even so the runes on the barrier walls began to flicker violently, and the entire cave trembled slightly. Hold on. You are the master of your body, it's just borrowed power. Minato said in a deep voice. Don't let it control you instead. Naruto closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing, envisioning the Nine-Tails chakra as the Rasengan Minato taught him, wild yet precisely controllable. The restless red chakra gradually began to converge, no longer spilling out recklessly but instead adhering closely to his body, flowing gently. I can control it. Good, hold on a little longer. Minato's voice suddenly halted, his expression changing drastically. Naruto, stop. Withdraw your chakra immediately. But I just found the feeling, immediately. Minato's tone had never been so severe. Naruto's heart sank, instinctively retracting the chakra. The tailed beast cloak dissipated instantly, and his eyes returned to their original azure color. Dad? What happened? Minato took a deep breath, releasing his grip on the barrier nodes, his fingertips still trembling uncontrollably. It's nothing, we're done for today. We'll come back tomorrow. He turned away, not allowing Naruto to see the cold sweat already soaking through his back. Just moments ago, the positive Nine-Tails chakra within him was on the verge of breaking free from its seal, resonating with the dark chakra inside Naruto. In the hospital room of Konoha, Sasuke leaned against the head of his bed, feeling the seal on his neck still faintly warm. The cursed seal beneath it felt alive, occasionally sending sharp burning pains through him. Kakashi sat in a chair nearby, leisurely flipping through Intimate Paradise. Kakusha-sensei, I want to be discharged. Your curse seal hasn't stabilized yet. Kakashi didn't even lift his eyelids, saying Orochimaru's curse seal has two states. Right now you are only temporarily suppressed by the seal, but it continues to erode your chakra pathways within you. I don't care. Sasuke threw off the covers and sat up, anger simmering in his gaze. You saw the preliminaries, I can't match Gaara's power at all. Kakashi finally closed the book and looked at him. You're right. So this month I will teach you a technique. Sasuke's eyes brightened instantly. What technique? Chidori. Kakashi slightly raised his hand and a sharp blue lightning bolt surged from his palm, the crackling sound instantly filling the room blindingly bright. This is the ninjutsu I created at the age of 12, and it is my only original technique. When used in conjunction with your Sharingan, its power will far exceed my version. Sasuke stared intensely at the flickering lightning, his dark pupils reflecting the vivid blue, even his breathing stilled for a moment. Teach me. First get discharged. Kakashi retracted the Chidori and walked towards the door. Tomorrow morning at 5, Training Ground 3. Don't be late. The next morning at dawn, Sasuke was already standing in the center of Training Ground 3, his right palm pulsating with an unstable bolt of lightning crackling yet unable to coalesce. Kakashi stood opposite him, his expression unusually serious. The core principle of Chidori is simple: concentrate high-density chakra in your palm to form a high-pressure electric current through lightning nature transformation. Kakashi continued slowly, but its difficulty lies in the extreme speed required. This technique must be combined with ultra-high-speed movements to unleash maximum power fast enough that the naked eye cannot capture it, and then use the Sharingan to lock onto the target for a guaranteed hit. Sasuke looked at the restless lightning in his palm and asked in a deep voice, how fast do I need to be? As fast as me. The moment the words fell, Kakashi's figure suddenly vanished, appearing behind Sasuke in the next instant. The Chidori in his palm emitted a sharp cry, causing the surrounding air to ripple. This is Chidori. Your Sharingan can see the speed, but your body must keep up with your eyes. Sasuke clenched his fists, the lightning in his palms suddenly bursting forth, illuminating the fierce determination in his eyes. In a month I will definitely learn it. On the third day, Naruto sat in the center of the hexagram, his full-tailed beast cloak enveloping him entirely, red chakra burning quietly like flames, his eyes transformed into beast-like pupils, and the chakra pressure around him stable yet restrained. This time he was able to maintain this state steadily for 10 minutes. Good. Minato nodded from outside the array. Now try one thing, use the Nine-Tails chakra to form a Rasengan. Naruto extended his right hand, first using his own chakra to draw out the prototype of the Rasengan, then guiding the red chakra of the Nine-Tails to slowly seep into it. Within the blue sphere, crimson patterns gradually entwined. The two powers intertwined and spun, forming a wild yet condensed two-colored chakra ball, causing ripples in the surrounding barrier. This is Nine-Tails Rasengan. Minato's voice carried a hint of barely concealed excitement. I've never seen this form before. The pressure of this Rasengan far surpassed that of an ordinary Great Ball Rasengan. Naruto could clearly feel the terrifying destructive power it contained, yet simultaneously a violent consciousness quietly invaded his mind through the chakra. Withdraw your chakra, Minato immediately instructed. Naruto dispersed the chakra, gasping for breath as the tailed beast cloak faded away. Dad, this technique, it's too powerful. And therefore more dangerous. Minato stepped into the array and placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Remember, unless you are in a desperate situation, never use it. It will accelerate the Ninetales' invasion of your consciousness. Naruto nodded, but in his heart he knew well. In the finals a month later, if he encountered an opponent like Gaara, that so-called desperate situation could arise at any moment. Konoha Street, Ichiraku Ramen. 1 week later. Naruto, returning from the Seal Cave, passed by Ichiraku Ramen. The rich aroma of tonkatsu broth instantly roused a rumbling hunger in his belly. Master Tuchi, 1 bowl of chashu ramen, extra bamboo shoots. Hey Naruto. Long time no see. Master Tuchi grinned and turned to boil the noodles. Just as Naruto settled onto the counter stool, the curtain flapped open, and a tall white-haired man strode in with unhurried grace. He wore a crimson Haori high-toed wooden sandals and a forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for oil. 2 bold streaks of red paint adorned his cheeks. His demeanor exuded unrestrained flamboyance, yet beneath it lay an unfathomable crushing aura of authority. Master Tuchi, 1 miso ramen, extra chashu. Lord Jiraiya. Master Tuchi exclaimed, startled and overjoyed, hastening to comply. Naruto blinked, momentarily stunned. Jiraiya, that name stirred a faint echo in his memory. Hey brat, what are you staring at? Jiraiya glanced at him, then paused, his gaze locking onto the whisker-like markings on Naruto's cheeks. Those marks on your face. You're Minato's son. Naruto tensed instantly, muscles coiling like drawn springs. How do you know my father? Jiraiya did not answer directly. He simply studied Naruto for a long, silent moment, his usually carefree eyes flickering with layered emotion, nostalgia, quiet awe, and a subtle unspoken ache. You're uncanny, absolutely uncanny. Aside from those whisker marks, you're the very image of Minato in his youth. Who are you? Jiraiya. The man plopped down beside him without ceremony, took a sip of tea handed over by Master Tuchi, and added, Your father's teacher. Naruto's eyes widened, his breath catching midair. Ichiraku Ramen. Half an hour later. Bowls and plates piled high upon the counter. Jiraiya had devoured 5 bowls, Naruto 3, his belly round and taut. So, you really are my father's teacher? Naruto wiped his mouth, eyes alight with curiosity. Then you must be incredibly strong. You're Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, right? Not bad, I suppose. Jiraiya chuckled, waving a dismissive hand. But your father surpassed me. He was a once-in-a-century genius. I'm merely an ordinary man who ground his way up through sheer persistence. My father never mentioned you. A flicker of stiffness crossed Jiraiya's smile. He cleared his throat softly and lifted his teacup, masking the pause. It's natural. I've wandered far and wide for years, seldom returned to Konoha. Why wander? Jiraiya gazed into the dregs of ramen broth swirling in his bowl, silent for a long moment. To find someone. Someone profoundly important. He rose suddenly, withdrew a thick, tightly rolled scroll from his robe, and tossed it with pinpoint precision onto the counter before Naruto. Advanced applications of the Rasengan. I've devoted years to refining them. Your father taught you the fundamentals, but the advanced techniques. He likely never had time to guide you through them step by step. Naruto hurriedly unrolled the scroll. Dense annotations on chakra control, intricate diagrams of hand seals, and meticulous illustrations filled every inch. What is this? Wind release Rasen Shuriken, Jiraiya said, already halfway to the door. He glanced back over his shoulder. A technique still confined to theory, unrealized, untested. Should you master it, perhaps you'll surpass even your father. Naruto sprang up to ask more, but Jiraiya blurred, vanishing into the bustling flow of Konoha's evening streets. Naruto stood at the doorway, clutching the scroll tight in both hands, and inexplicably sensed that this man, so outwardly reckless and quick with jest, carried a deep, abiding loneliness within. Hokage's office that night. Jiraiya has returned. The third Hokage set down his pipe. A spark of quiet light glimmered in his aged eyes. Minato stood by the window gazing out at Konoha's nocturnal silhouette. He met Naruto at Ichiraku, and gave him the scroll detailing the Raisen Shuriken technique. The third nodded slowly. For years he's pursued intelligence on the Akatsuki. His sudden return means he's uncovered something vital. Will he come to see me? Minato turned. Go to him, the third replied gently. Between master and disciple, there should be no rift. What happened back then was never your fault. Minato paused in silence, then pushed open the door and stepped out. Konoha Hot Spring District rooftop. Jiraiya crouched atop a Sento-in's roof, notebook in hand, peering discreetly through a ventilation window, muttering appreciatively under his breath. This angle is perfect. Truly worthy of Lord Jiraiya himself. Master! Jiraiya jerked, his notebook nearly tumbling off the roof. He whirled around, and there stood Minato, golden hair gleaming beneath the moonlight. Minato, you little rascal! You scared the life out of me! Jiraiya hastily stowed the notebook unflustered, indeed wearing an expression of unapologetic pride. Minato sat beside him, eyes fixed on Konoha's distant lantern-lit glow. Master, when did you return? This morning. Jiraiya replied, his usual levity softened into rare solemnity. I've gathered critical intelligence on the Akatsuki. Came back to brief the third. The Akatsuki's objective involves Naruto. Jiraiya studied him. You've already guessed. The Nine Tails. Minato gazed at the moon's pale disk, voice low and grave. They seek the tailed beasts. Naruto, host of the Nine Tails, will inevitably draw their gaze. Jiraiya held his silence for a beat, then gave a slow, grave nod. Their ultimate aim is to gather all nine-tailed beasts. As the Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Naruto stands at the heart of their design. He drew forth a sealed confidential letter and handed it to Minato. A partial list of known Akatsuki members. Incomplete, but sufficient to sound the alarm. Minato accepted it, without breaking the seal. Master, you met Naruto. What did you think of him? Jiraiya grinned, flashing white teeth. Just like you, stubborn as stone, single-minded to a fault. Minato smiled too. Yet just like you, he possesses a raw, undeniable force that compels belief. Jiraiya rose, clapped Minato firmly on the shoulder. Minato, you chose to live to stay with him. That choice was right. This boy shines brighter than you imagine. Minato looked down at his own hands. Hands that had sealed half the Nine Tails during the Nine Tails assault, hands that had shielded all of Konoha, hands that had abandoned their newborn son, and nearly surrendered to death. I still don't know if that choice was right or wrong, he murmured. I only knew I couldn't bear for him to grow up alone as I did. Jiraiya squeezed his shoulder, no further words needed. Master and student stood side by side atop the roof, watching Konoha's sea of golden lights stretch beneath the tender night sky, a tranquil surface veiling unseen gathering currents beneath. Ceiling Cave. 3 days before the semifinals, Naruto stood at the center of the six-pointed star formation, his tailed beast cloak fully unfurled, red chakra burning fiercely, and his eyes transformed into slitted beast-like pupils with a vague chakra tail forming behind him. Hold on tight. Minato's voice came from outside the formation. Naruto gritted his teeth, maintaining the stance steadily for 30 minutes. Yet every time he deeply tapped into the power of the Nine Tails, he could clearly feel two consciousnesses frantically pulling at him within his body, one striving to protect everyone with all its might, and the other wanting to destroy everything without hesitation. Dad? I think I can hear the Nine Tails talking to me. What does it say? It says, you will eventually come to find me completely. Minato's expression changed instantly. This was a sign of the Nine Tails invading his consciousness, a deepening sign. Immediately withdraw your chakra, today's training ends here. Naruto dispelled the tailed beast cloak, feeling utterly drained, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath, barely able to stand. Dad, on the day of the finals, can I use the power of the Nine Tails? Minato stepped into the formation, standing before him, gently ruffling his sweat-drenched hair. Yes, but only as a last resort. His gaze was gentle yet firm. Remember, your strongest power has never been the Nine Tails, it is your own heart, your determination to protect others. Naruto looked up, meeting his father's trusting eyes, and nodded seriously. I understand, Dad. The night before the semifinals, Minato's home. The moonlight poured in like water, quietly illuminating the room. Naruto lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Tomorrow is the final round of the Chunin exam, and in the first match he will face Hyuga Neji, the genius who had mercilessly beaten Hinata in the preliminaries but remained cold and indifferent. The one who constantly said, "Destiny cannot be changed." Suddenly he sat up, hearing a faint sound from the branches outside the window. "Who?" "It's me." Sasuke's voice came softly. "Can't sleep." Naruto pushed open the window. Sasuke was standing on the branch, blending into the moonlight with a faint residual aura of lightning around his right hand. "You too?" "Yeah." Sasuke jumped into the room, sitting at his bedside. "Tomorrow my opponent, Gaara, is very dangerous." "Aren't you learning Chidori? Have you mastered it?" Sasuke slightly raised his hand, and a sharp blue lightning bolt suddenly shot out from his palm, the piercing sound echoing clearly in the quiet room. It was indeed Chidori. "I have mastered it. But it's not enough." Naruto looked at the lightning, suddenly smiling. "Sasuke, we both need to win tomorrow." "Of course." Sasuke retracted Chidori, looking out at the bright moon, his tone still awkward. "If we lose, I'll kick you out of Team 7. "Why?" "Because I am the strongest in Team 7. You are not." They exchanged glances and simultaneously burst into laughter, the tense atmosphere in the room instantly dissipating. As the laughter faded, a long silence fell over the room. "Naruto." Sasuke suddenly spoke, his voice very soft. "If one day I become your enemy, what will you do?" Naruto was taken aback and turned to look at him. In the moonlight, Sasuke's dark eyes held confusion and unease that he had never seen before. "Then I'll knock you back to your senses." Naruto stared into his eyes, speaking each word with utmost seriousness. "No matter how far you go, I will bring you back to the original Sasuke." Sasuke remained silent for a long time, long enough for Naruto to think he wouldn't speak again. Finally he just stood up and walked towards the window. "Sleep now, dead last. We have a match tomorrow." He leaped out the window, his figure disappearing into the night. Naruto lay back down, gazing at the ceiling, softly murmuring, "Dad said to believe in my comrades. Sasuke, I believe in you." On the day of the semi-finals, Konoha Arena. The sun shone brightly and the crowd was bustling. The massive circular arena was filled with people, with daimyos from various countries, shinobi from different villages, and Konoha villagers crowding the stands, their cheers and discussions nearly shaking the roof. In the VIP seats, Minato sat alongside the third Hokage, with Kakashi, Gayasuma, and Kurenai flanking both sides, each displaying different expressions. On the Tsunegakure side, the Kazekage sat upright, with Orochimaru standing beside him, his head slightly bowed. No one knew that this Kazekage was actually Orochimaru in disguise. Naruto stood at the entrance of the competitor's tunnel, taking a deep breath, suppressing the surging nerves and excitement in his chest. "Team 7 Uzumaki, Naruto, enter." As the announcement echoed, he stepped into the arena, the dazzling sunlight shining on his golden hair, making him appear as if wrapped in light. Across the field, Hyuga Neji was already standing quietly, his pure white Byakugan, long black hair, and an aura radiating the cold conviction of destiny cannot be defied, resembling an iceberg. "Hyuga Neji, please take care of me." Neji's voice was indifferent, showing no signs of emotion. Naruto walked to stand opposite him, spreading his feet apart and standing firm. "Uzumaki, Naruto, please take care of me." The proctor Naro Shikaka raised his hand, his voice echoing throughout the arena. The first match of the finals, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Neji. Begin. Neji immediately adopted the gentle fist stance, his Byakugan fully activated, veins bulging on his forehead. "Naruto, your fate has only one outcome: defeat by a genius." Naruto clenched his fists, a blazing fire igniting in his azure eyes. "My fate is determined by myself." In the arena, the sunlight was blinding and the hot wind swept through the dust across the field, the cheers and discussions of tens of thousands of spectators crashing against the two opponents in confrontation. Naruto and Neji stood 10 meters apart. Neji's Byakugan fully activated, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes narrowing to pinpricks. The standard starting position of the gentle fist was as steady as a rock, with his palms raised, fingertips gathering faint chakra, waiting for the moment to seal off all of his opponent's chakra points. Naruto stood quietly, his feet shoulder-width apart, hands naturally hanging by his side, showing no signs of adopting a combat stance. Yet Niji keenly sensed that this usually boisterous blonde boy was remarkably calm, his breathing steady, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, showing none of the panic expected from a genin facing a Hyuga genius. Begin! Before Nara Shikaku's voice fell, Niji was already in motion. His speed was not as explosive as Rock Lee's, but was instead a nearly silent glide, his feet barely touching the ground, his body leaning forward like a leaf pushed by a fierce wind, swiftly closing in on Naruto. Naruto instinctively took a step back. This step completely fell into Niji's battle rhythm. 8 trigrams. 2 palms. His palms accurately struck 2 chakra points on Naruto's chest. Naruto hurriedly raised his arm to block, but Niji's hand slipped past his defense like a serpent, striking hard at the target. A sudden numbness shot through Naruto's chest, causing a deadly stagnation in his chakra. 8 trigrams. 4 palms. 2 more palms struck solidly at his abdomen, sending Naruto staggering back 3 steps, disrupting his breathing rhythm and causing his chakra to surge chaotically through his meridians like a blocked river. 8 trigrams. 8 palms. Niji's hands became a blur, a series of 8 palms accurately hitting 8 chakra points on Naruto's body. His chest, abdomen, shoulders, arms. Naruto felt as if he were ensnared by an invisible net, every block a half-beat late, leaving him to passively endure the impact of the gentle fist. 16 palms. The speed of his strikes doubled instantly, causing Naruto's body to tremble uncontrollably, his chakra flow becoming increasingly sluggish, even his fingertips starting to tingle. 32 palms. Niji's Byakugan glowed coldly, his hands moving so fast they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, each strike producing a crisp sound as if firecrackers were exploding on Naruto. What is happening? Sakura in the stands covered her mouth tightly, her voice trembling. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Kakashi's voice was low, his Sharingan slightly squinting. The secret technique of the Hyuga clan, sealing the opponent's chakra points through precise strikes. Once the 64 palms are finished, the opponent will be completely unable to use any ninjutsu. But what about Naruto? It's not over. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on the arena. That kid never plays by the rules. On the stage, Niji had already unleashed 58 strikes. Naruto's entire body felt the pain of his meridians teetering on the brink of collapse, his body leaning back, and he was about to completely lose his balance. The last strike, 64 palms. Niji brought his palms together, gathering all his chakra in his palms, striking forcefully at Naruto's chest, aiming to completely seal off his chakra flow. At that moment, Naruto suddenly smiled. Shadow clone technique. Boom! The struck figure instantly turned into a puff of white smoke. Niji's fully charged palm struck nothing but air, the violent gust of wind causing a dull sound in the air, stirring up dust all around. What? Niji's Byakugan shrank sharply, his heart tightening suddenly. The real Naruto burst out from the ground beneath his feet. Having switched places with a shadow clone when receiving the first strike, his body used earth release to burrow underground, waiting for the opening of the final strike. Rasengan. The azure chakra sphere spun rapidly in his palm as Naruto struck down fiercely from behind Niji. Niji did not turn around, his body spinning rapidly, arms spread wide, chakra surging from all 360 chakra points, forming a hemispherical high-speed rotating barrier. Heavenly rotation. The Rasengan collided violently with the heavenly rotation, producing a piercing sound of chakra friction, the sharp hum resonating painfully in the ears. Naruto was violently propelled away by the backlash, flipping twice in the air before barely landing, his right hand's knuckles shattered, blood dripping through his fingers onto the scorching ground, instantly evaporating. The Rasengan was deflected. Naruto stared at his trembling right hand, disbelief written all over his face. Niji stopped spinning, turned around, and his breathing became slightly rapid. Using heavenly rotation expended a tremendous amount of chakra. Yet his gaze remained icy, filled with the certainty of victory. I told you your fate has only one outcome, defeat by a genius. Niji's voice was devoid of any emotion. Heavenly rotation is the strongest absolute defense of the Hyuga clan. Your Rasengan cannot break through. Naruto said nothing, tearing a piece of his clothing, biting down hard to wrap around his bleeding right hand. Is that so? He raised his head, his azure eye showing no sign of retreat, instead igniting with an even fiercer flame. Then I will try again. It's useless. Niji assumed the gentle fist stance again. Most of your chakra points have already been sealed by me. In a moment you won't even be able to use shadow clones. Naruto tried to channel his chakra. Indeed, the chakra in his meridians felt like frozen river water. The amount he could mobilize less than half of what he usually could, each circulation accompanied by piercing pain. You feel it now. Neji spoke. This is fate. The genius will always win while the dead last will always lose. Just as I am destined to break free from the branch family's fate, you are destined to never win against me. Naruto paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Neji, you've said the word fate too many times. He slowly straightened his body, brushing off the dust on himself. Let me ask you, who defines fate? Neji frowned slightly as if he had heard something absurd. Who says geniuses must always win? Who says the dead last must always lose? Naruto extended his left hand, the azure chakra slowly gathering again. And who says you are destined to be unable to change your fate? Niji's expression showed a violent fluctuation for the first time. You don't understand. His voice dropped, filled with the suppressed hatred and despair of over a decade. You know nothing. You don't know the vast difference between the main and branch families. You don't know how my father died. You don't know. I don't need to know. Naruto interrupted him directly, his tone firm. I also don't need to understand. The Rasengan in his palm slowly took shape, smaller than before, yet more condensed, the rotating hum deep and powerful. I only know one thing. If you say I am destined to lose, then I will prove you wrong. Naruto shouted as he charged forward. Neji activated heavenly rotation again, the rapidly spinning chakra barrier standing before him like an insurmountable wall filled with the power to shred everything apart. Naruto did not back down but charged straight into the range of heavenly rotation. The Rasengan collided with heavenly rotation again. This time he did not let go. Instead, he gritted his teeth, pushing against the violent rotational force, moving forward step by step. The chakra from heavenly rotation felt like countless sharp blades tearing through his clothes, leaving marks of blood on his arms, chest, and cheeks, the blood flowing from the wounds mixed with sweat dripping onto the ground. He's lost his mind. Shikamaru in the stands widened his eyes. He will be shredded by the chakra. No. A calm voice sounded. The third Hokage turned to the side, noticing that Minato had stood up at some point, his gaze locked on his son in the arena, a faint proud smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. That kid has his own way. On the stage, Naruto's Rasengan was continually being worn down by heavenly rotation, its size diminishing, about to completely dissipate. In that instant, Naruto's left hand pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, the tail end clearly engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique that Minato had personally taught him. He closed his eyes, precisely locking onto the technique's position with the nine-tailed Zen chakra, converting chakra into strands, firmly tying it to the kunai. Naruto initiated the technique. It was not the complete Flying Thunder God technique. He did not yet possess the strength to traverse space. However, he perfectly utilized the core foundation of the Flying Thunder God that Minato had taught him, instantly transferring chakra to the location marked by the technique. At the moment the Rasengan fully dissipated, a burst of intense blue chakra erupted from the kunai in Naruto's left hand, piercing through the barrier of the heavenly return and coalescing into a vague human silhouette behind Neji. What? Neji's Byakugan instantly detected the chakra fluctuation behind him. He attempted to turn and stop the heavenly return, but his rapidly spinning body could not halt in an instant. It was in this 1,000th of a second gap Naruto's body vanished, expending the last remnants of chakra within him to execute the body flicker technique, precisely appearing at the location of that chakra illusion, right behind Neji, who had no defense. Rasengan. This was a desperate strike formed by squeezing out the last bit of chakra from his entire body. Neji had no time to turn around, the heavenly return had already dissipated. His Byakugan could see the enemy behind him, but his body could not keep up with the speed of his vision. The Rasengan struck heavily at his back. Neji's entire body flew out like a kite, with a broken string crashing violently into the wall of the arena. The hard stone wall instantly crumbled, debris flying and dust rising. As the dust slowly settled, Neji knelt on one knee, his back torn by the Rasengan, revealing a deep purple circular bruise. Blood continuously oozed from the corners of his mouth. His Byakugan had long since closed automatically, and his whole body trembled slightly. I lost. He lowered his head, looking at his shadow on the ground, his face filled with disbelief. Naruto stood not far behind him, his right hand hanging down, blood dripping continuously. He had completely exhausted his chakra and could only rely on sheer willpower to remain standing, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Niji! Naruto's voice was soft, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears through the quiet arena. You said that destiny cannot be changed. But if you accept your fate now, then your life will truly end here. Naruto turned around, looking at his trembling back. You are strong, much stronger than I am. But you believe too much in destiny, which is why you are afraid that even if you give your all, nothing will change. Niji's shoulders trembled violently. I do not understand the grievances of the Hyuga clan, nor do I understand your father's regrets. But I know one thing, your father chose sacrifice not so that you would live in hatred but so that you could live well. You are alive not to prove that destiny is unalterable but to change it with your own hands. Niji still kept his head down, saying nothing. 2 drops of hot tears silently fell onto the dust-covered ground, spreading into 2 small wet marks. In the stands, Hyuga Hayashi quietly watched this scene while his daughter Hanabi quietly asked, Father, did Niji brother lose? Hayashi did not answer, his gaze falling on Niji's trembling back, recalling his long-deceased twin brother, Hyuga Hisashi. Perhaps we all lost, he murmured softly, his voice filled with late remorse. The victor, Uzumaki Naruto. The loud announcement by Nara Shikamaru immediately shattered the silence of the arena. A tsunami of cheers erupted from the stands. Sakura jumped up excitedly, waving her arms and shouting Naruto's name. Ino followed with loud screams. Choji chewed on chips while cheering, and Shikamaru muttered, This is such a hassle, yet could not help but smile. Guy patted Kakashi's shoulder vigorously, grinning widely. Kakashi, your student won. What a dazzling youth. Kakashi's eyes curved, his tone betraying his concealed satisfaction. But it was a hard-fought win. Minato stood beside the 3rd Hokage, saying nothing, just gazing at the golden-haired boy covered in injuries yet smiling radiantly like the sun, his eyes slightly moist. Kushina, can you see this? He whispered softly. Our son has won. He has truly grown into an extraordinary person. Naruto walked step by step to Niji, extending his blood-stained hand. Niji slowly raised his head, looking at that hand. The cloth wrapped around it was soaked in blood, dirt embedded under the nails, and the palm bore scorch marks from the Rasengan. It was far from beautiful, even somewhat disheveled. But that hand carried a burning warmth, like a light that split open the darkness named fate that had trapped him for over a decade. Niji reached out his hand, tightly grasping that hand. Naruto. His voice was hoarse, 1,000 words stuck in his throat, ultimately transforming into a simple, Thank you? Don't say anything more. Naruto pulled him up forcefully, grinning widely to reveal a set of white teeth. After the fight, let's go eat at Ichiraku Ramen, my treat. Niji looked at Naruto's smiling face, the taut strings of his heart that had been tense for over a decade finally relaxed. Perhaps the so-called fate can indeed be broken. Arena rest room. Naruto slumped in a chair while Sakura squatted in front of him, bandaging his arm and the wounds on his face, her mouth never ceasing to scold. You were way too reckless. There were much safer strategies, yet you insisted on taking the heavenly return Hiden. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? You almost got ripped apart by chakra. Hee. Naruto could only scratch his head and chuckle foolishly. Sasuke leaned against the wall across from him, arms crossed, forehead protector pushed down over his eyes, his tone still awkward. Winning one match and getting carried away. Next match is mine, so keep your eyes peeled, you last place loser. You're the last place loser. Naruto retorted, trying to get up, but was pushed back down into the chair by Sakura. Don't move. The wounds aren't bandaged yet. If you move again, I won't apply medicine for you. Sasuke said nothing more, turning to leave the restroom, stopping at the end of the hallway. Kakashi-sensei, are you there? Kakashi stepped out from the shadows, still holding that book. Ika Paradise. But with an unusually serious expression. Are you ready? Sasuke tightened his forehead protector, covering his left eye. About Gaara. I will defeat him. Remember, absolutely do not use the cursed seal. Kakashi's tone suddenly grew serious. Once the curse seal erupts, you will completely lose control and no one will be able to stop you. Sasuke pressed his hand against the sealing symbol on his neck, the curse seal beneath it wriggling like a venomous snake, sending waves of burning pain. I won't use it, he replied calmly, his eyes filled with determination. Chidori is enough. The second match of the semifinals, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara. As Nora Henjian's voice felled, the stands erupted with thunderous cheers. The last heir of the Uchiha clan, whose Sharingan dazzled everyone during the preliminary rounds a month ago, coupled with Kakashi's secret technique the Chidori, had already made Sasuke the center of attention. Gaara slowly stepped out of the contestant passage, his footsteps so light they seemed almost ethereal. The gourd on his back continuously spilled fine sand, twisting around his feet like a venomous snake, emanating a suffocating cold-killing intent. In the stands, Kenjiro clenched his fists tightly, his palms sweating, whispering, "Gaara, please don't kill anyone." Shikamaru remained silent, his fingertips slightly widening. She knew better than anyone that once Gaara tasted blood and entered battle mode, no one could stop him. Sasuke walked onto the arena and stood opposite Gaara, merely 5 meters apart. "You are Uchiha Sasuke." Gaara's voice was soft yet laced with chilling coldness, clearly reaching Sasuke's ears. "Your eyes are beautiful." Sasuke did not respond. His double Tomo Sharingan slowly opened, the crimson pupils locking onto the red-haired youth across from him. "Begin." Sasuke's figure instantly vanished. A month of rigorous training had not only taught him Chidori but also significantly heightened his physical speed and reaction time. In the next moment, Sasuke had appeared behind Gaara, kunai glinting coldly and hand aimed straight at his neck. Fine sand surged up automatically, forming a solid shield that blocked the attack. Sasuke, not wanting to engage in a prolonged fight, quickly retreated to create distance, landing while swiftly forming hand seals, fire release, phoenix fire technique. 6 small fireballs wrapped in chakra surged towards Gaara from different angles, sealing all his escape routes. The sand once again condensed into a massive shield, blocking all the fireballs, extinguishing the flames and leaving only charred sand behind. "Useless." Gaara spoke indifferently. "Is that so?" A slight smirk appeared on Sasuke's lips. The Phoenix Fire technique was never meant to inflict harm but to obscure vision and disrupt Gaara's perception. In the flickering light of the flames, Sasuke, using the cover of fire, circled to Gaara's flank, raising his right hand, gathering a sharp bolt of blue lightning in his palm. "Chidori." The piercing cry of a bird echoed throughout the arena, and the lightning blinded the eyes. Sasuke transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, charging towards Gaara at an almost imperceptible speed. The sand was unable to defend. Sasuke's speed was too fast. Chidori easily penetrated the sand armor on Gaara, driving deep into his left shoulder. Blood splattered out, staining the surrounding sand. Gaara slowly lowered his head, looking at the wound on his shoulder, his expression shifting from a numb indifference to shock and then to a nearly frenzied astonishment. You hurt me." Fine sand erupted violently from the gourd, sweeping across half the arena like a tsunami, crashing towards Sasuke. Sasuke could not completely retreat. One of his legs was tightly ensnared by the sand. "This is bad." Kakashi abruptly stood up from the stands. Sasuke reacted swiftly, swinging the Chidori in his left hand, forcefully slicing through the sand that bound his leg. He performed a backflip to create distance, but his left leg was still marked by a deep gash, clearly limping as he landed. "Gaara is injured." Shikamaru covered his mouth, his face pale. Kenjiro trembled uncontrollably. "He's about to go berserk." Gaara stood in the center of the arena, blood continuously dripping from his left shoulder, merging into the sand beneath. He slowly raised his right hand, and an endless stream of sand erupted from the gourd above his head, coalescing into a massive sand palm that blocked out the sun. "You made me bleed." Gaara's voice turned deep and hoarse, his eyes filled with blood-red veins. "I will kill you." The gigantic sand palm descended towards Sasuke with the force to annihilate worlds. Sasuke gritted his teeth once again, gathering Chidori, striking fiercely at the incoming wave of sand. But the sheer volume of sand was overwhelming. He could cut through one layer, yet another would surge up, making it impossible to slash through endlessly. "Sasuke!" Naruto burst out from the waiting room, clinging to the arena's railing, shouting his name loudly. Sasuke heard Naruto's voice but did not turn back. His Sharingan firmly locked onto Gaara's eyes, suddenly realizing something. "You don't really want to kill me?" Sasuke spoke, his voice penetrating the roar of the sand, clearly reaching Gaara's ears. "You just want to confirm that you are still alive." The sand palm, suspended in midair, suddenly paused. "Because only by killing, only by feeling the fear of others can you confirm that you are not an empty shell." Sasuke's Sharingan reflected Gaara's figure, his tone calm. "You and I are the same, both monsters raised by hatred." Gaara's pupils suddenly constricted. But I have companions. Sasuke glanced at Naruto on the sidelines and then at the anxious Sakura by the waiting room door. Do you have any? Gaara fell completely silent. The massive sand palm hovered above just a few meters from Sasuke's head, yet it did not descend. I concede. Sasuke suddenly spoke, dissipating the Chidori in his palm. The audience erupted in an uproar. The stands buzzed with discussions, unable to comprehend the abrupt end of the battle. Noira Hanjin was momentarily taken aback, quickly confirming Uchiha. Sasuke, do you really want to concede? Yes. Sasuke turned, walking towards the waiting room without looking back. Continuing to fight a madman is meaningless. Gaara stood in place, watching Sasuke's departing figure, the hands suspended in midair, trembling uncontrollably. Not out of anger, but because Sasuke's words struck like a knife, cleaving open the shell he had built with hatred and killing intent, revealing the lonely, fearful, and empty self within. He was alone. From birth until now he had never had companions. The victor, Gaara. As Noira Hanjin's announcement fell, the cheers from the stands became sparse. The abrupt end of the battle left everyone unable to react. Naruto waited for Sasuke in the corridor. Why did you concede? You could have continued fighting. You clearly could. What? Sasuke interrupted him, his tone calm. If we continued, he would definitely go completely berserk. At that point, it wouldn't just be me dying, but also the audience in the stands, even you guys. Naruto was abruptly left speechless, falling silent. And Sasuke glanced at his bleeding left leg. My leg can't hold up anymore. Sakura hurried over, supporting his arm, her eyes red. You've lost so much blood. Come with me to the infirmary. It's just a small injury. Sasuke said, yet did not push her hand away. Naruto looked at Sasuke's profile and suddenly smiled. Sasuke, you've become gentler. Shut up, dead last. Disguised as Kazekage, Orochimaru lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. He murmured softly to himself, his snake-like eyes filled with intrigue. Uchiha Sasuke. Calmer and more resilient than I expected. Such a person, once they fall into darkness, will become immensely terrifying. Beside him, Kabuto gently adjusted his glasses and quietly asked Lord Orochimaru, when will the plan to destroy Konoha commence? Wait. Orochimaru laughed, licking his lips. Wait until everyone lowers their guard. Wait until the lights of Konoha shine brightly. The match continued. Sakura Haruno faced Temari, and despite exerting all her effort to counter several wind techniques, she ultimately lost to Temari's 3-star fan. Naruto Shikamura battled Kankuro, and used the shadow mimicry technique to predict his every move, but chose to forfeit while in an absolute advantage, as he found it too troublesome to continue the match. In the final match, Yamanaka Ino battled TOS, and easily won by stealthily consuming his chakra with the parasitic insect technique. The list of the 5 who advanced was confirmed: Uzumaki, Naruto, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, and Yamanaka Ino. Yet no one knew that the real battle had only just begun. Naruto stood by the window of the resting room, gazing at the sunset-night sky outside, the clouds resembling flames burning across the horizon. The door pushed open and Minato entered. Dad. Naruto immediately turned around, his eyes lighting up. You fought well. Minato approached and ruffled his damp golden hair, especially that last move against Neji. The use of Flying Thunder God was executed beautifully. That was all taught by you, Dad. Naruto excitedly gestured. I transferred chakra to the kunai's technique, then used the body flicker technique to follow up, and suddenly ended up behind Neji. I saw it. Minato nodded with a smile, pride evident in his eyes. You did exceptionally well. Naruto let out a silly laugh, but his expression suddenly turned serious. Dad, about Gaara. He liked me as a Jinchuriki. But why? Does he hate everyone so much? Minato paused for a moment, gently resting a hand on his shoulder. Because from the moment he was born, no one has ever taught him what love is. And no one has ever told him that a Jinchuriki can have companions and can be cherished by others. Naruto lowered his head, looking at his scarred hands, and softly asked, if I hadn't had you or Iruka-sensei or Sasuke and Sakura, would I have turned out like him? Minato did not answer, gently embracing his son with warmth and determination. No. His voice whispered softly in Naruto's ear, tender yet resolute. Even if I were not here, there would still be people who love you. The third Hokage, Kakashi, Iruka, Sasuke, Sakura. You will meet many people, and they will become your companions, your family. You are inherently gifted with a power that makes people believe in you and want to be close to you, and that will never change. Naruto felt the embrace tighten but did not struggle, wrapping his arms around his father's waist and burying his face in his chest. Dad, thank you? For what? Thank you? For surviving. Thank you for being there as I grew up. Minato's eyes instantly reddened. He tightened his arms, holding his son even closer. As dusk fell, the award ceremony concluded. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the vast arena soon emptied, leaving only the setting sun and elongated shadows. Naruto stood in the center of the arena looking at the empty stands, murmuring to himself, "Soon I will become a Chunin. Dream on." A familiar voice came from behind. Naruto turned around to see Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi standing at the entrance, the sunset casting a warm golden hue over them. The tail end will always be the tail end. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, his tone still awkward. What did you say? Naruto immediately blew up. Alright, stop arguing. Sakura laughed, stepping in to mediate. Let's go get some Ichiraku ramen, my treat. Yay. Naruto instantly forgot about the argument, bouncing ahead with excitement. The four of them walked side by side out of the arena, the sunset stretching their shadows long and intertwining. On the streets of Konoha, vendors were closing up, children chased each other joyfully, and smoke rose from the chimneys of every household, carrying the aroma of dinner, gentle and peaceful. Everything appeared as tranquil as usual. Yet beneath this calm facade, turbulent currents were already surging. In the empty VIP seats, the disguised Orochimaru gazed at the myriad lights of Konoha village, slowly curling his lips into a cold smile. The plan to destroy Konoha begins now. Naruto's wounds had mostly healed, granted by the extraordinary regenerative abilities bestowed by the Nine Tails' negative chakra. The bruises and lacerations from his battle with Neji faded significantly in just 3 days, leaving only faint traces. Naruto. Time to get up. Minato's voice called from the kitchen, mingling with the aroma of miso soup that wafted into the bedroom. Naruto yawned and crawled out of bed, his messy blonde hair swaying as he shuffled to the dining table and plopped down. Dad, what's the plan for today? Go with me to the ceiling cave in the morning to continue practicing precise control of the Nine Tails chakra. Minato placed a bowl of miso soup in front of him and handed him a piece of freshly toasted bread. The third Hokage wants to see you this afternoon. The third Hokage. What does he want with me? Naruto's eyes lit up as he took a big bite of toast. Is it because I'm going to become a Chunin? Just possibly. Minato chuckled at his eager demeanor, ruffling his hair. Don't get too excited yet. Ceiling cave. Morning. Naruto stood in the center of the hexagram array, enveloped in a stable layer of red Nine Tails chakra, the energy flowing gently like flames, showing no signs of wildness. This time he was able to maintain this state steadily for a full 40 minutes. Very good. Minato stood outside the array, his voice penetrating the barrier. Now try to use the Nine Tails chakra to form a Rasengan. Naruto slowly extended his right hand, first drawing a stable prototype of the Rasengan with his own chakra, then guiding the red Nine Tails chakra to seep in gradually. A brilliant blue sphere was instantly entwined with crimson patterns. The redandlous swirling chakra ball spun rapidly in his palm, emitting a low resonant hum. He then focused to alter the shape of the chakra, gradually flattening the sphere into a disc, forming numerous sharp chakra blades along the edges. Buzz! The Rasengan fully formed in his palm. It was a rapidly spinning disc of chakra with edges as sharp as blades, the blue and red light blinding, causing the air around it to quiver. I did it! Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Steady. Don't get distracted. Minato's voice suddenly tensed. The chakra flow is starting to go awry. Do not let it spiral out of control. Before he could finish, the Rasengan in Naruto's palm began to vibrate violently. Naruto felt the chakra in his right hand surge out like a flood breaking through a dam, completely beyond his control. Oh no! The Rasengan erupted explosively. The violent shockwave reverberated within the ceiling barrier, the initial ceiling runes on the walls flashing wildly, barely holding back the aftermath of the explosion. Naruto was violently thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the stone wall, and the Nine Tails chakra dissipated instantly. Minato rushed into the hexagram array, crouching to support him, his voice filled with concern. Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Cough, cough. I'm fine. Naruto rubbed his painfully sore back and looked at his numb right hand, a look of frustration on his face. That technique is just too hard to control. Jiraiya-sensei, I was right. The Rasengan is still at the theoretical stage, requiring too rigorous control over chakra. Minato carefully examined his body, confirming there were no internal injuries before sighing in relief. Don't practice it for now, it's too dangerous. Naruto pursed his lips, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Hokage's office. Afternoon. When Naruto pushed open the door, the third Hokage was seated behind his desk smoking a pipe while Minato stood by the window. Upon seeing him enter, he smiled and waved. Grandpa, third Hokage, you wanted to see me. Naruto, sit down. The third Hokage gestured to the chair across from him, gently tapping the pipe against the ashtray. As Naruto sat down, his fingers slightly clenched, feeling somewhat tense. The third Hokage rarely spoke to him alone. The last time was after the Ninetales incident, when he held baby Naruto in his arms, spending the entire night in the Hokage's office. Naruto, do you know what the term Jinchuriki truly signifies? Naruto paused for a moment. Of course he knew he was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. That title had followed him as he grew up like a brand stamped on his body. But with the third Hokage suddenly asking, he was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. I know. He eventually nodded. Then do you know what kind of life most Jinchuriki in other villages lead? Naruto's mind instantly flashed to Gaara's face. Those hollow, numb eyes, the chilling indifference to life, and the expressionless demeanor when he had broken Lee's bones during the preliminaries. Very lonely, Naruto said softly. Exactly. The third Hokage began slowly, his voice carrying a hint of heaviness, being treated as monsters, feared, exploited, and abandoned. This is the fate of the vast majority of Jinchuriki. Naruto clenched his fists, the knuckles turning slightly pale. But you are different, Naruto. The third Hokage looked into his eyes, his gaze gentle yet firm. You have a father, companions, a teacher who is willing to risk everything for you. Do you know why? Naruto shook his head. Because you have proven that Jinchuriki can be loved and can become a light for others. The third Hokage's voice was soft yet clear in his ears. You have shown the people of Konoha that you are not a monster, you are Uzumaki Naruto, a kind, brave child willing to protect his friends. Naruto lowered his head, looking at his palm, his eyes slightly moist. Grandpa, third Hokage, what about Gaara? Has he never been loved? The third Hokage fell silent for a long while, gently sighing. The higher-ups of Sunigakure have raised him as a weapon since his birth. His father, the fourth Kazekage, had even sent assassins after him multiple times solely to test the weapon value of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Naruto's hands trembled uncontrollably. That's why he turned out that way. He suddenly looked up, his azure eyes burning with fire. He doesn't hate everyone, he hates that no one has ever loved him. Minato stood by, watching the light in his son's eyes, suddenly recalling himself from 16 years ago, holding Kushina and vowing to protect all of Konoha. Grandpa, third Hokage, can I have a match with Gaara on the day of the Chunin exam finals? The third Hokage was taken aback. You want to fight him? I don't want to win against him. Naruto stood up, his tone resolute. I want to tell him that Jinchuriki can have companions, can be cherished, and can live well. If no one has ever told him these things, then I will be the one to tell him. The third Hokage looked at the golden-haired youth before him, remaining silent for a long time before finally breaking into a smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softening. All right. I will adjust the matchups for the finals. He turned to Minato, his tone filled with pride. Minato, your son is braver than you were back then. Minato smiled back, his eyes filled with pride. Yes, he's just like Kushina, equally stubborn, equally warm. Naruto scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Was Mom really that amazing? Minato didn't answer, only turned to gaze out the window, his expression soft enough to draw tears. In the village of Konoha, under the moonlight that flowed like water, Naruto lay tossing and turning in bed, utterly unable to sleep. The words of the third Hokage, Gaara's hollow gaze, and the Ninetales' earlier remark that the thing inside that kid is more unstable than I am swirled repeatedly in his mind. Ninetales! He called softly into the darkness. There was no response. Ninetales, I know you can hear me. In the endless darkness, a pair of enormous scarlet-slitted pupils slowly opened, carrying an oppressive aura that overlooked everything. Kid, why are you bothering me at this late hour? You previously said that the Shikaku inside Gaara is more unstable than you are. Why? The Ninetales fell silent for a moment before its voice deepened. Because that raccoon seal is nothing but a joke. The sealing technique of Sunigakure is merely about cramming the Shikaku into a baby's body, and then using a few broken seals to forcibly suppress it. That seal could collapse at any moment. Once it shatters, the Shikaku will completely devour that kid's consciousness, leaving not even a trace behind. Naruto's heart sank heavily. What about me? Will my seal also? Your father used the 8 trigram seal, the highest level sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. The Nine-Tails tone carried a reluctant acknowledgement. Unless you willingly release it yourself, I won't be able to get out even if I exhaust myself to death. Naruto let out a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing. Thank you for telling me this, Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails did not respond further, its scarlet-slitted pupils slowly closed, sinking back into the darkness. In the finals of the Chunin exams, the Konoha arena was packed with cheers that nearly threatened to lift the roof. Nobles from various countries, ninjas from different villages, and Konoha's civilians filled the stands, while the delegation from Sunagakure sat on one side of the VIP area with the Kazekage, impersonated by Orochimaru, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, his snake-like eyes hiding unfathomable schemes. Beside him sat the third Hokage, sitting upright. In the arena, the announcement blared. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Gaara. Naruto charged towards Gaara but was firmly blocked by Gaara's wall of sand. Gathering chakra in his palm, Naruto slammed the Rasengan into the sand wall, causing the hard sandy barrier to explode instantly. Gaara stood still, the sand around him surging wildly, his eyes bloodshot, his expression pained and distorted. Don't come any closer, he screamed frantically. I don't want to kill. But the Shikaku is forcing me to. It's about to come out. Naruto halted in his tracks, gazing into Gaara's eyes, which reflected fear, anger, despair at being consumed by the tailed beast, and a silent plea for help hidden deep within. Gaara, Naruto said, lowering his hand that was gathering chakra, his tone calm and sincere. You are not a monster. Gaara was taken aback, the surging sand around him coming to a sudden halt. You and I are the same, we are both Jinchuriki. Naruto approached him step by step. But I know one thing, monsters are not born, they are created by people. You have never been a monster, you are merely someone who has been alone for far too long. He extended his right hand again, the red and blue Rasengan slowly taking shape in his palm. You don't have to prove you're alive by killing. You can have companions, you can have family, you can be loved by others. Naruto surged forward against the swirling sand. The Rasengan collided with the sand, hand erupting in a cloud of smoke and dust. As the smoke cleared, Naruto and Gaara stood face to face, merely half a meter apart. The Rasengan shattered Gaara's protective sand armor, yet it did not harm him in the slightest, merely resting gently against his chest. Why aren't you attacking? Gaara's voice trembled as tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Because I saw light in your eyes. Naruto retracted the Rasengan, looking into his eyes. You don't truly want to kill, you just don't know how to live outside of killing. He reached out gently, placing his hand on Gaara's trembling shoulder. From now on you have companions. You don't have to bear it all alone anymore. Gaara stared at Naruto's outstretched hand, the tension that had gripped him for 12 years snapped completely at that moment. He knelt on the ground, crying out like a lost child. He cried heart-wrenchingly, releasing 12 years of loneliness, fear, and grievances. The sand surrounding him gradually scattered to the ground, losing all its aggression. Kankuro and Temari rushed from afar, and upon seeing this scene they froze in place. Gaara! Temari covered her mouth, tears instantly streaming down her face. Kankuro's eyes also turned red. This was the first time he had seen his brother cry like an ordinary child. Naruto stood in front of him, neither saying don't cry nor it's okay. He merely stood there quietly, accompanying him until he finished crying. Minato stood at the edge of the stands, Kakashi beside him, his expression particularly serious beneath his mask. Kakashi, something is bound to happen today. Minato's voice was low, his gaze sweeping over the stands of Sunagakure and Otogakure. The number of Umbu from Sunagakure has tripled compared to previous years' all-combat units. I know. Kakashi's hand was already resting on his ninja tool pouch, his Sharingan slightly turning beneath his headband. The people from Otogakure are also acting strangely, everyone has their hands on their ninja tools ready to strike at any moment. And then there's Orochimaru. Minato's voice turned cold. He wouldn't let Otogakure participate in the Chunin exams for no reason. Sunagakure and he have joined forces, and their target is clear, Konoha. This is his plan to bring down Konoha. Kakashi's breath hitched suddenly. I will notify the third Hokage and initiate the emergency plan. There's no time. Minato pressed down on his shoulder, his gaze directed towards the entrance of the arena. The first match is about to begin. You stay in the stands, organize the ninjas to protect the civilians, and evacuate the crowd. I will go find the third Hokage. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato's figure vanished into the crowd, leaving only a golden afterimage. In the VIP area, the disguised Kazekage Orochimaru suddenly made his move, grabbing the third Hokage's arm and leaping off the high VIP platform. Third Hokage. Minato's figure appeared instantly at the edge of the stands, but it was still a step too late. Orochimaru and the third Hokage landed on the rooftop of the arena while the ambushing Umbu from Otogakure simultaneously formed seals. Ninja Art, 4 Purple Flames Formation. 4 transparent purple barriers sprang up, forming a closed space that trapped Orochimaru and the third Hokage firmly on the rooftop, isolating them from the outside. The plan to bring down Konoha has officially begun. Orochimaru raised his hand to tear off the disguised mask from his face, revealing a pale face covered in snake-like scales, a strange smile curving at the corners of his mouth. At the same time, the ninjas from Sunagakure and Otogakure launched their attack shuriken and ninjutsu, sweeping across the arena. The screams of civilians, the sound of explosions, and the roar of ninjutsu filled the air, plunging the entire arena into chaos. All Konoha ninjas form up to confront the enemy. Protect the civilians! Kakashi's Sharingan was fully activated, his voice resonating throughout the arena, instantly stabilizing the panicked formations. Minato stood amidst the chaotic crowd, his blonde hair particularly striking under the sunlight. He formed hand seals, flinging out several shuriken inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, accurately scattering them throughout the arena. Listen up, form teams of 3, evacuate the civilians and engage the enemies. I'll go support the third Hokage. With that, his figure vanished instantly. In the next moment, Minato appeared outside the 4 Purple Flames Formation. He reached out to touch the purple barrier, his fingertips instantly repelled by the high temperature, yet the barrier remained unmoved. 4 Purple Flames Formation. A Jonin-level ceiling barrier completely isolating the inside from the outside. Minato's brow furrowed tightly as he tried to use the Flying Thunder God to penetrate the barrier, only to find that the space within was completely sealed, making it impossible to locate. Third Hokage. You must hold on. In the arena atop the roof within the 4 Purple Flames Formation, the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru had reached a boiling point. Orochimaru formed hand seals and 2 coffins slowly rose from the ground, labeled First and Second. Impure World Reincarnation. The third's pupils suddenly contracted, his chakra surging in an instant. Orochimaru, have you lost your mind? How dare you desecrate the spirits of the former Hokage? The 2 coffins burst open with a thunderous sound. The first Hokage's Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage's Senju Tobirama stepped out from their coffins. Their eyes were hollow, their bodies covered in the cracks of impure world reincarnation, yet they exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Lord First. Lord Second. The third's voice trembled uncontrollably. Sarutobi-sensei, let me see how much power you have left after all these years. Orochimaru laughed, licking his lips. Let the 2 former Hokage entertain you well. The third formed hand seals. Ninjutsu Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless shurikens wrapped in chakra rained down from the sky. The first Hokage raised his hand to perform hand seals, his voice calm and unwavering. Would release birth of the trees. Countless towering trees erupted from the ground, instantly blocking all the shurikens, and the thick branches swept toward the third. The second Hokage quickly followed up, forming hand seals. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A massive water dragon appeared out of thin air, roaring as it charged at the third. The third immediately summoned the Monkey King Enma, who transformed into the adamantine staff and smashed through the water dragon. Sensei, you are getting old. Orochimaru lunged out from the smoke, holding the Kusanagi sword, and thrust it straight at the third's chest. The adamantine staff blocked the attack. But Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated eerily, his mouth opening to reveal sharp venomous fangs as he bit fiercely into the third's shoulder. The third dodged to the side, but Orochimaru's tongue shot out, wrapping tightly around his arm. Shiki Fujin. The third murmured the name, his gaze turning resolute. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted. He was all too familiar with this technique. 16 years ago, Minato Namikaze had used this forbidden technique to seal half of the Nine Tails, nearly costing him his life. Sensei, are you insane? Using this technique will kill you. For the sake of protecting Konoha, what is my life worth? The third slowly raised his hand and began to form seals. Just then a golden figure appeared behind Orochimaru without warning. Flying Thunder God's second stage. Minato emerged from the void, his palm gathering a Rasengan crashing down with tremendous force into Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru had no time to dodge and took the full brunt of the attack, flying away like a kite with a severed string crashing heavily against the barrier of the four purple flames formation, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Minato. The third's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you get in here? I didn't force my way in. Minato stood beside the third, lifting his hand to reveal a small Flying Thunder God seal he had discreetly placed on the third before the match began. You said not to interfere in the Chunin exams. But right now it's war, not an exam. The third looked at him, suddenly laughing, his eyes slightly moist. Good. Good boy. We master and disciple will fight side by side. Minato turned to face the advancing first and second Hokage. The two legendary Hokage approached with hollow eyes, their chakra pressure nearly crushing the entire rooftop. Lord First, Lord Second. Minato slightly bowed, his tone respectful yet undeniably firm. I apologize for the offense today. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. In the arena, Naruto entrusted the exhausted Gaara to Temari and Kankuro, turning to rush into the chaotic battlefield. He closed his eyes and the Nine-Tails' negative chakra spread out, instantly covering the entire arena. He sensed clearly that the Leaf Ninja were struggling against a numerical disadvantage. Kakashi, Gyasuma, and Kurenai were each battling, all showing signs of injury, and countless civilians were trapped in the corners of the stands, trembling in fear. He also sensed atop the roof Minato's chakra along with the third, first, second Hokage and Orochimaru's chakra. The four purple flames formation was like an airtight iron barrel, isolating the inside from the outside. He couldn't get in. Even Minato could only enter using the seals he had left beforehand, and he had no chance of forcing his way in. But he could do something else. Shadow Clone Technique. Puffing sounds of white smoke erupted as dozens of shadow clones burst forth from the mist, charging towards the Sand and Sound Ninja. Everyone hold on. Konoha will not lose. One shadow clone was taken down, but immediately two more replaced it. Rasengan exploded among the crowd, knocking down enemy after enemy. His shadow clones darted across the battlefield, protecting terrified civilians, blocking incoming ninjutsu, and helping the struggling Leaf Ninjas break free. Kakashi dispatched the Sound Ninja in front of him with a single strike, glancing at the golden-haired figures on the battlefield, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Minato-sensei, your son has truly grown up. On the roof within the four purple flames formation, Minato and the third stood back to back, facing the first and second Hokage along with the recovering Orochimaru. Minato, how many more times can your chakra support the Flying Thunder God? The third asked softly. 3 times. Minato's breathing was somewhat haggard. The continuous use of Flying Thunder God and Rasengan had drained a significant amount of his chakra. That's enough. Good. The third's voice was resolute. You hold back the first and second. Ill deal with Orochimaru. This is an order, fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Minato gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. Understood. His figure instantly vanished, appearing behind the first Hokage, striking with a Rasengan aimed at his back. But as the first raised his hand, the wood release automatically formed a sturdy shield blocking the strike. As expected of the god of ninja, Minato quickly retreated, avoiding the second's incoming water cutter. The second Hokage's figure followed closely, gathering a rapidly spinning water blade in his hand. Minato used the Flying Thunder God to teleport behind him, gathering another Rasengan. This time he infused it with the positive chakra of the Nine-Tails. The Rasengan instantly transformed into a dazzling golden color, carrying the dual powers of healing and destruction. Nine-Tails Yang release Rasengan. The Rasengan struck solidly against the second Hokage's back, the body revived by impure world reincarnation, exploding with a gaping hole, countless fragments scattering as the healing slowed to a crawl. Effective! Minato shouted. Upon seeing this, the first Hokage quickly formed hand seals. Would release Flower Tree World Birth. Even larger trees erupted from the rooftop, thick branches quickly filling the entire barrier space. Massive flowers bloomed on the trees and clouds of pollen drifted through the air, carrying a deadly paralyzing toxin. Minato immediately held his breath and teleported to the third side using the Flying Thunder God. Third, the pollen is poisonous. The third had already sensed it, taking a deep breath and forming hand seals. Wind release Great Breakthrough. A violent gale swept across the area, blowing away all the pollen. But in that moment of opportunity, Orochimaru burst forth from the smoke, the Kusanagi sword laden with poison aimed straight at the defenseless third's chest. Minato's pupils dilated, but his chakra was insufficient to execute another flying thunder god, leaving him helpless to watch as the Kusanagi sword drew nearer. Just at that critical moment, an orange figure appeared behind Orochimaru without warning. It wasn't a forceful entry but a teleportation, exactly like the flying thunder god. Rasengan. The moment Naruto revealed himself, the Rasengan gathered in his palm, crashing down with unstoppable momentum into Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru quickly turned his head but was still a moment too late. The Rasengan grazed his shoulder, tearing away a large chunk of flesh, blood gushing forth instantly. How did you get in here? Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. The space of the four purple flames formation is sealed. Naruto raised his left hand, holding a kunai engraved with the flying thunder god seal, grinning to reveal his white teeth. My dad taught me. Minato stared in shock at the suddenly appearing Naruto, speechless. That was the flying thunder god. Though it was merely the most basic form of space jump, Naruto had indeed accomplished it. Using the Ninetales negative chakra, he sensed the flying thunder god's seal left on the third, and using chakra as an anchor, forcibly teleported himself into the barrier. This was a technique he had taught Naruto for a month, only explaining the basic principles, never expecting him to grasp it so quickly. Naruto. You. Dad praised me later. Naruto assumed a fighting stance, standing beside Minato once again, gathering a Rasengan in his palm. Let's take care of these guys first. Minato looked at his son beside him and suddenly smiled. The shock in his eyes transformed into overwhelming pride. The third watched the father and son standing shoulder to shoulder, and also smiled. Even Enma, transformed into the adamantine staff, let out a low, gratified sound. Good. Minato tightened his grip on the kunai, golden chakra igniting around him. Father and son united in battle. Orochimaru gazed at the golden-haired father and son before him, witnessing the identical determination and sharpness in their eyes. After his shock, a nearly mad excitement spread across his face. Interesting. Truly fascinating. 2 generations of Hokage attacking me at the same time. Outside the four purple flames formation, the battle continued, the will of fire being passed down amidst the smoke. Inside the four purple flames formation, the father and son stood side by side, their golden figures shining dazzlingly under the sunlight, making it hard for anyone to look directly at them. The outcome of Konoha's collapse plan was completely rewritten from this moment onward. The purple transparent barrier of the four purple flames formation resembled an impenetrable iron cage, completely isolating the arena's rooftop from the outside world. Outside the barrier, smoke and the sounds of battle engulfed the entire area. Kakashi's Chidori tore through the smoke, lightning exploding among the enemy ranks. Guy's leaf great whirlwind swept through, kicking away a line of incoming sound ninjas. Asuma's chakra blade cleaved through the sand puppets. Sparks flying. Hong's illusion technique silently trapped 3 sound elite ninjas. The leaf ninjas stood as shields, fiercely protecting the panicked civilians behind them, the will of fire burning brightly amidst the smoke. Within the barrier, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the recently teleported Uzumaki Naruto stood back to back in a triangular formation, their auras intertwined and their gazes resolute. Across from them, Orochimaru stood between the reanimated bodies of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, a manic excitement etched across his pale face, his long snake-like tongue licking his lips as his gaze swept over the father and son. What a touching father-son reunion! His voice was hoarse and eerie. 4th Hokage, I truly didn't expect you to still be alive. I never imagined that your son would manage to breach the four purple flames formation. Naruto gripped the kunai engraved with the flying thunder god technique, his palm drenched in sweat. The negative chakra of the Ninetales within him was wildly agitated, not from fear but from a thrilling exhilaration against strong foes, a determination to protect the leaf. Naruto, how exactly did you get in here? The basic usage of the flying thunder god technique. Minato lowered his voice, a hint of uncontainable shock in his tone. Naruto raised his left hand, the kunai still shimmering with a faint blue light. I sensed the technique you left on Grandpa. Third connected my chakra as a thread and followed the chakra's anchor point to. Come here. Minato's pupils suddenly constricted. This application of chakra anchoring across barriers was something he had never considered. This child, who had only learned the basics of the flying thunder god for less than 2 months, had managed to do it without a teacher. What a genius! Minato murmured softly, then raised his hand to pat Naruto's shoulder, his tone instantly becoming steady. Well done. Now follow my lead and don't act rashly. Okay. The third Hokage stood nearby watching the father and son standing side by side, a relieved smile appearing on his aged face. The smoke had turned his hair white, but his gaze remained as steadfast as a pine tree. Minato, Naruto, I have a plan. The third's voice was low yet clear. But this plan requires you to buy me 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes is enough. What plan? Minato's heart skipped a beat, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. The third Hokage did not answer directly. He drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and without hesitation sliced a wound on his fingertip, blood dripping onto the ground, slowly forming a complex and eerie sealing technique along the pre-drawn lines. The Shinigami sealing technique. Minato's face turned pale instantly as he grasped the third's wrist. Third, you cannot use this technique. The caster will be devoured by the Shinigami's soul, forever unable to be reborn. This is the only way. The third gently pulled his hand away, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Orochimaru's reanimation has summoned the first and second Hokage. Aside from the Shinigami sealing technique, no other technique can completely seal their souls and end this calamity. This technique can send away the spirits of the former Hokage, and also incapacitate Orochimaru, cutting off his roots of chaos in the leaf. But you will, I know. The third turned to face Minato, his gaze carrying the warmth of an elder yet the authority of a Hokage. Minato, 16 years ago you almost used this technique to seal the Nine Tails, leaving your life here. Now it's my turn to do one last thing for the leaf. Minato gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white, his throat felt choked as if he couldn't utter a word. He understood all too well the price of this technique. Had it not been for Kushina's Uzumaki bloodline and the Nine-Tails positive chakra, he would have long been lost. Naruto looked at the blood on the third's fingertip, and the eerie sealing array on the ground, suddenly realizing something. A bone-chilling cold surged up from his feet, and his eyes instantly reddened. Grandpa Third, you are going to sacrifice yourself, right? The third did not turn around, merely letting out a soft sigh. Naruto, the will of fire has never been an empty phrase. To protect the village and the people within it, a Hokage is always willing to give their life. His voice, gentle yet firm, pierced through the smoke. Your father was willing back then, and I, this old man, am willing now. I don't want you to die. Naruto charged forward to wipe away the blood array on the ground, but was stopped by Minato. He looked at Minato's reddened eyes and couldn't help but cry out. We have other ways. Dad, you quickly persuade Grandpa Third. Then help me buy time. The third slowly raised his hand, beginning to weave hand signs, the blood on his fingertip gleaming dazzlingly in the sunlight. Before I finish the sealing, do not let Orochimaru, do not let the first and second Hokage interrupt me. Minato took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging sorrow in his chest. He was a ninja, the fourth Hokage, and he understood better than anyone that there was no time for emotions on the battlefield. All that mattered was completing the mission, protecting the leaf to honor the third sacrifice. Naruto, follow me. As the words fell, Minato's figure vanished instantaneously. In the next moment he reappeared before the first Hokage, his palm gathering a dazzling golden Rasengan, infused with the positive chakra of the Nine Tails. The first Hokage raised his hand to form hand signs and would release instantly surge from the ground, forming an indestructible wooden shield. However, the power of the golden Rasengan far exceeded that of ordinary ninjutsu. The violent positive chakra instantly shattered the wooden branches, causing the first's reanimated body to stagger back repeatedly. Effective! Minato shouted. Naruto, hold off the second Hokage. Don't clash heat and use your chakra perception to find his weaknesses. Understood. Naruto bit down on the bitterness in his mouth, his right hand gathering a red-blue intertwined shadow Rasengan, the Nine Tails chakra flowing through his veins as he charged at the second Hokage, smashing the Rasengan fiercely into his chest. The second Hokage formed hand signs with one hand, and water release water barrier instantly rose up. But the Rasengan, infused with the Nine Tails' violent power, forcibly tore through the water wall, striking his arm. The reanimated body exploded into countless fragments, the speed of its restoration slowed by several times. Great! Naruto shouted excitedly. Don't get too cocky, kid. The second Hokage's voice was hollow and cold, yet his movements remained as swift as lightning, swiftly forming hand signs with one hand. Water release water blade. A high-pressure water spear instantly took shape in his hand, piercing through the air with a piercing howl, aiming straight for Naruto's chest. Naruto's pupils constricted, suddenly unable to dodge in time. A golden afterimage flashed by as Minato used the flying thunder god to pull him away. The water spear grazed Minato's shoulder, tearing through his Jonin vest, causing a spray of blood. "Be careful." Minato shielded him behind his back, his breath slightly hurried. Though the strength of the reanimated body is not as good as in life, it is still a legendary ninja. "Don't be greedy for success, our mission is to buy time." "Understood, Dad." The father and son charged forward once more. Minato's flying thunder god appeared unpredictably, his golden figure flashing within the barrier, firmly drawing the attention of the first and second Hokage, keeping them busy. Naruto's shadow clones worked in tandem with the Rasengan, continuously using the Ninetales chakra to weaken the reanimated Boda's restoration capabilities, firmly entangling the second Hokage's movements. In the center of the rooftop, the third Hokage knelt within the ceiling array, his hands forming hand signs at lightning speed. Behind him, a massive Shinigami apparition slowly materialized. A white-haired figure with a terrifying visage, holding a short blade in its mouth, its hollow eye sockets fixed intently on the people in the array, emanating a suffocatingly cold aura. "Shinigami sealing technique. Activate. Please." As the third Hokage's voice fell, the hand of the Grim Reaper slowly passed through his chest, reaching towards the distant Orochimaru. Orochimaru instantly felt the bone-chilling cold of power that directly tugged at his soul, and his face turned pale. "Teacher Sarutobi, are you really going to sacrifice your soul for this broken village? For Konoha, what is my old life worth?" The third's voice was calm, yet his gaze was resolute. The Grim Reaper's hand instantly grasped Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru let out a piercing scream, feeling as if his hands were being violently torn apart, his soul being pulled out of his body bit by bit. "No. It can't be." At that moment, the bodies of the first and second Hokage suddenly froze, their movements abruptly halted. The Grim Reaper's other two hands grasped their souls, slowly peeling them away from their reanimated corpses, dragging them back to the underworld. "Minato! Naruto! No!" the third shouted with all his might. Minato's figure instantly vanished, reappearing behind Orochimaru in the next moment. He formed hand seals with both hands, pouring all the remaining yang chakra of the Ninetales into the third sealing array. "Flying Thunder God sealing assistance." The golden chakra flowed along the sealing patterns, instantly enhancing the sucking force of the Reaper Death Seal. Orochimaru's soul was pulled out of his body faster, and he screamed again and again, yet was utterly powerless to break free. Naruto rushed to the third's side, looking at his face, his heart feeling as if it were being tightly gripped by a hand. In just a few minutes the third's face aged visibly, his eye sockets sinking, skin sagging and wrinkled, even his hair turning gray and dry. Life was rapidly slipping away. "Grandpa Third." Naruto knelt beside him, tears streaming down his face. "Naruto, come here." The third's voice was so weak it was nearly inaudible, yet he still reached out with a trembling hand. Naruto hurriedly leaned close, pressing his ear to the third's lips. "You have a wonderful group of companions. Your father, Kakashi Sasuke Sakura. And many, many others." The third smiled, his expression filled with relief. "You must cherish them, protect them. The will of fire is not just the will of the Hokage, it is the light in the hearts of everyone who wishes to protect Konoha." I will definitely do it." Naruto choked, gripping the third's cold hand tightly. "And do not hate Orochimaru." The third's gaze drifted towards Orochimaru, whose soul was being tugged by the Grim Reaper, a hint of unnoticeable sorrow in his tone. "He was once my most proud student. He just took the wrong path." Naruto bit his trembling lip and nodded heavily. At that moment the Grim Reaper's hand pulled suddenly. Orochimaru's hands were forcibly torn from his body, transforming into two white orbs of light which the Grim Reaper swallowed whole. The souls of the first and second Hokage were also completely pulled out of their reanimated bodies at the same instant, dissipating within the Grim Reaper's shadow. The reanimated bodies collapsed instantly, the remnants of wood release and water release scattered everywhere. The two former Hokage who had protected Konoha throughout their lives finally found peace, returning to the underworld. Orochimaru collapsed to the ground, letting out a desperate scream. His hands hung at his sides, completely numb, not from physical injury but from the permanent severance of his soul. He could no longer form hand seals or use any ninjutsu. "The sealing is complete," The third's voice was as light as a feather. The Grim Reaper's shadow slowly dissipated and his body softly fell backward. Minato rushed over, steadying him. Third. Hold on. Medical ninjas are coming right away. Minato's voice trembled. The old man in his arms felt as light as a fallen leaf, life rapidly slipping away. The third lay in Minato's arms, half opening his eyes, gazing at the sky. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and sunlight filtered through the barrier of the four purple flames, gently illuminating his face. Minato. I leave Konoha to you. No, third, you won't die. You still need to see Naruto become Hokage to witness Konoha grow better. Stop lying to yourself, child. The third smiled, his expression devoid of sadness, only relief. I understand the price of the Reaper Death Seal better than anyone. I am very satisfied to have been able to protect Konoha for a lifetime. He extended a trembling hand, gently stroking Naruto's head. Naruto, you are the most outstanding genin I have ever seen. In the future, you will definitely become a Hokage better than I am. Naruto held onto his hand, shaking uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. The third looked at Minato again, his eyes filled with entrustment and trust. Minato, your son is even more dazzling than you were back then. Minato's eyes turned red, nodding heavily, tears finally unable to be held back. The third's breathing grew weaker, his eyes slowly closed, a gentle smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Konoha, I entrust it to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, the ninjutsu professor of Konoha who devoted his life to protecting Konoha, held the position of Hokage twice, ultimately sacrificing his soul with the Reaper Death Seal, ending the plan to destroy Konoha. In the violet glow of the four purple flames, he quietly closed his eyes, completing his life burn for Konoha. Minato held the increasingly cold body of the third, lowering his head, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Naruto knelt beside him, tears dropping onto the ground, creating small wet stains in the dust. A few meters away, Orochimaru lay on the ground looking at his deceased teacher, the expression on his face complex to the extreme. There was anger from a failed plan, the unwillingness of having his hands rendered useless, and a deep sorrow and regret even he was reluctant to admit. Teacher Sarutobi, you taught me how to be a person until your death, he whispered, then struggled to stand up, biting the Kusanagi sword at his waist with his mouth. Don't even think about leaving. Minato gently set down the third's remains and slowly stood up. His golden hair was lifted by the wind, and although his chakra was nearly depleted, the pressure belonging to the fourth Hokage still made the air stagnate. Orochimaru looked at him, and suddenly laughed, a laugh that was both tragic and mad. Fourth Hokage, you can't kill me today. Your chakra is already exhausted, and your son's as well. He turned to face outside the barrier. Besides, I have already achieved my goal and lost what I wanted. But it doesn't matter, science can compensate for everything. His body transformed into white smoke, instantly disappearing from the barrier. At the same time, the four purple flames barrier which had trapped them for so long finally began to dissipate slowly. The chaos outside surged in. The sounds of battle gradually faded, leaving only the groans of the wounded, the weeping of civilians, and the wailing of the wind passing through the smoke. The plan to destroy Konoha finally came to an end with Orochimaru's retreat. After Orochimaru retreated, the remnants of the Sunigakure and Otogakure forces quickly fell apart. The commander of Sunigakure, Maki, upon realizing that the true fourth Kazekage had already been assassinated by Orochimaru and that he was merely a pawn in the chaos against Konohagakure, immediately ordered a ceasefire and bowed deeply towards the direction of Konoha. We have been deceived. The alliance between Sunigakure and Konohagakure is still valid, Maki said solemnly to Kakashi. Sunigakure is willing to bear all war reparations, allowing Konohagakure to handle it as they see fit. Kakashi nodded, though he still did not lower the kunai in his hand. The war is over. However, we need to sit down and discuss the follow-up regarding the alliance. Naruto walked down from the rooftop, his body covered in dried blood, not his own but that of the third Hokage. He walked to the center of the arena and saw Sasuke and Sakura waiting there. Sasuke's right leg was already bandaged, resting against a pillar. His face showed little expression, but concern lurked in his eyes. Sakura's face was streaked with tears, and upon seeing Naruto approach, she couldn't help but cry again. Naruto! Sakura wanted to say something, but seeing Naruto's hollow reddened eyes, the words caught in her throat. Naruto stood there like a tree bent but never broken by a fierce storm. His voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of profound sorrow. Grandpa Third has passed away. Sasuke lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. He remembered when he was young how the third Hokage would pat his head and smile, saying, "You must get along well with your companions," and his heart felt as if it were pricked by a needle. Sakura covered her mouth and squatted on the ground, crying out loud. Kakashi approached and stood before the three of them, slowly removing the forehead protector from his head, revealing his left Sharingan. Not for battle, but to pay the deepest tribute to the Hokage who had protected Konoha all his life. Team 7 pay respect to the third Hokage. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all bowed their heads deeply towards the direction of the rooftop. Not far away, Minato held the third's body, slowly stepping down from the rooftop. Behind him followed Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, and all the surviving Jonin of Konoha, all with their heads lowered, silent. Guy cried like a child, tears streaming down his face. Asuma held a cigarette, but his hands trembled uncontrollably, and he did not even notice when the cigarette fell to the ground. Kurenai's eyes were red, biting her lip to stifle her cries. Hinata Hizashi stood aside, bowing deeply to the body of the third Hokage, remaining in that position for a long time. Third Hokage, you have worked hard. That night in Konoha village, the body of the third Hokage was placed in the center of the hall of the Hokage building. White chrysanthemums surrounded the coffin, and the candlelight flickered, casting shadows on the portraits of past Hokages on the walls. Villagers formed a long line from dusk to dawn, continuously coming to bid farewell to the third. There were elderly people with white-haired children who had just learned to walk, battle-hardened ninjas, and ordinary villagers. Each person held a bouquet of white flowers, placing them before the coffin, bowing deeply to the Hokage who had protected them throughout their lives. Minato stood in the corridor outside the hall, looking at the endless line, holding a bottle of sake that Jiraiya had handed to him. "Drink some." Jiraiya's voice was slightly hoarse. "That old man loved to drink this all his life before he left. Let's share a drink with him." Minato took the bottle and tilted his head back, taking a large gulp. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, burning his stomach, yet it couldn't suppress the dull pain in his chest. "Master the Third has passed away." "I know." Jiraiya also took a swig of alcohol, gazing at the distant lights of Konoha. "That old man had long wanted to retire. He complained to me every day about how tiring it was to be Hokage, but he never expected to finally rest in this way." Minato remained silent for a long time before speaking. "Orochimaru has escaped. I will go find him." Jiraiya's voice suddenly turned cold, his gaze filled with icy resolve. "I will end this myself. But not now. Konoha is in ruins and needs stability, and a Hokage who can reassure everyone." Minato looked at him, already having an answer in his heart, yet still softly asked, "Master, you are the most suitable candidate. Everyone in Konoha will trust you." Jiraiya shook his head, patting Minato's shoulder. "I have never been fit to be Hokage. You know, I've always been carefree and drifting, unable to bear this responsibility." He looked into Minato's eyes, his tone incredibly firm. "But you can. You are the fourth Hokage and have never been officially dismissed, merely declared missing. Now that you have returned, the position of Hokage is rightfully yours." Minato was taken aback. "But I have been away for 16 years. Konoha is no longer as it was." You don't need to be perfect. You only need to stand here." Jiraiya smiled. "Your name, your face, everything you have done for Konoha, everyone remembers. Standing in the Hokage office, you are the anchor of Konoha, the reassurance for everyone." Minato lowered his head, looking at his own hands. These hands had sealed the Nine Tails, had protected Konoha, had held the newborn Naruto, promising to accompany him as he grew up. Now these hands must take on the burden left by the third and continue to protect this village. "I don't know if I can do it." "You can." Jiraiya's tone was incredibly certain. "And you are not alone. You have Naruto, you have Kakashi, you have us old folks, and all of Konoha believes in you." Minato raised his head, looking towards the hall. Naruto stood before the coffin, his head lowered, holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, gently placing it before the third's spirit. The candlelight illuminated his face, and the boy's expression had lost its usual playfulness, replaced instead with a determination beyond his years. "Yes. I still have Naruto." That night in the Hokage building's hall, the crowd finally dispersed, leaving Naruto alone. He knelt before the third's coffin, gently placing the white flowers on the edge of the coffin. The candlelight reflected on his face, and the boy's face held a solemnity that belied his age. Grandpa Third, you said that the will of fire is to protect the village and the people around us. His voice was soft yet clear in every word. I will protect Konoha. I will definitely become Hokage, the Hokage who can protect everyone. Just watch me. He stood up and turned to leave but saw Minato standing at the door. Minato held a coat quietly watching him. It's late, the weather is cool, let's go home. Naruto walked up to Minato, looking up at his father's bloodshot eyes and the fatigue that couldn't be hidden. Dad, Grandpa Third said at the end not to hate Orochimaru. But I can't do it. He killed Grandpa Third and destroyed Konoha. Minato knelt down to meet his gaze, reaching out to wipe away the unshed tears on Naruto's face. You don't need to force yourself. Hatred is normal. But don't let hatred control you, don't let it turn you into a second Orochimaru. He draped the coat over Naruto's shoulders, his actions gentle yet his tone firm. Grandpa Third hoped you would become a Hokage better than him, not living for revenge but to protect. Naruto looked into his father's eyes, those blue eyes that mirrored his own, filled with sorrow, fatigue, yet more so with unwavering determination and unconditional trust. Dad, you will become the new Hokage, right? Minato was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. I will. At least for now. Until Konoha stabilizes, until a more suitable successor is chosen. Then when you retire, I will become the 6th Hokage. Naruto wiped his tears and finally revealed a smile, the light returning to his eyes. Minato smiled too, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Good. Father will wait for that day. The father and son walked side by side out of the Hokage building, the moonlight spilling onto the empty streets. Konoha's night was quiet, yet every household's light remained lit. People mourned the passing of their Hokage while also supporting each other, looking forward to the sun of tomorrow. Dad? Thank you for staying alive. Naruto said this once more, his tone filled with relief and reliance. Minato paused, wrapping him into an embrace and gently patting his back. Thank you too for coming into this world and being my son. Mingren pushed open the hospital room door and found Wailuo seated on the bed with Shoju, and Kinjiolung standing by the window gazing at the reconstruction works outside in Mai. You came. Wailuo turned his head. His voice remained soft, but the old hollowness and chill were gone. A trace of warmth now glimmered in his eyes. How are the injuries? Mingren drew up a chair beside the bed and set the ilo ramen he had been carrying on the nightstand. Uncle Tsuchi made it, chashu ramen. I brought you a bowl. Almost healed. Wailuo looked at him and fell silent for a moment before saying softly, that day. Thank you? Mingren scratched his head and grinned. Thank you for what? We are both Jinchuriki, we ought to look after one another. Thank you for telling me I am not a monster. Wailuo's gaze dropped to the window, following the children laughing and running below. Thank you also for showing me that living is not merely proving oneself through killing. Mingren's smile brightened further. Of course you are not a monster. You were just so isolated before. Smile more from now on, and no one will be afraid of you. Shoju, standing nearby, could not help but let out a soft, surprised laugh. Kinjiolung grinned as well. It was the first time he had seen anyone dare speak to Wailuo like that, and the first time he had seen Wailuo not angry, but wearing an almost gentle expression. Wailuo did not smile, yet there was a light in his eyes. Mingren, when the day comes that you become Fire Shadow, I will come to Mai as Wind Shadow to congratulate you. Mingren froze for a moment, then widened his eyes. Wind Shadow. Yes. Wailuo nodded with unshakable resolve. I will become the Wind Shadow of Sha'in, change Sha'in, and alter the fate of children like me. Mingren thrust out his fist, his eyes shining. Then it settled. The future Fire Shadow and Wind Shadow, a promise. Wailuo watched the fist suspended in midair slowly extended his own, and their fists met in a gentle touch. A promise. Outside, sunlight bathed the land of Mai. Collapsed houses were being rebuilt, shattered streets mended, the smoke of war had long since dispersed. Mui's spring was slowly arriving. In the Fire Shadow's office, Shui men stood by the window watching Mingren on the distant training field. The blond youth was repeatedly forming the Rasen Shuriken, failing time and again, yet rising each time, and never pausing. Kakashi pushed the door open and set a signed document on the desk. Teacher Sherman, the peace agreement with Sha'in has been formally signed. Shueimon turned picked up the brand new fire shadow hat from the desk, and the fire character on it shone conspicuously in the sunlight. Also, Kakaxi's eyes curved with amusement. Mingren was practicing the Rasen Shuriken a moment ago, and almost blew up the backyard again. Shueimon smiled helplessly, tenderness filling his eyes. That boy is still so headstrong. Just like you were in your day. Kakaxi's gaze drifted to the window. Always leaving himself battered yet never willing to give up, Shueimon walked back to the window and watched the boy running beneath the sun. He asked softly, Kakaxi, do you think Mingren can become an even better fire shadow than I was? Kakaxi joined him at the window, looking in the same direction with absolute conviction. It's not whether he can or cannot, he will. Shueimon smiled. Sunlight fell upon his blonde hair and upon Mingren in the distance. The will of fire like this light bridged generation to generation, forever passing itself down through the boy, endlessly renewing. Yes, he undoubtedly will. The reconstruction of Konoha village slowly began amidst the mournful drizzle and the hope of new beginnings. The funeral of the third Hokage was set for the third day after the war. On that day fine rain fell and the leaden clouds hung low, enveloping the entire Konoha village in a damp solemnity. Naruto stood among the mourners dressed in a black funeral robe, his golden hair soaked by the rain clinging to his forehead. Beside him stood Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and all of Konoha's 12 guardians. No one spoke, only the sound of raindrops pattering against the umbrellas could be heard. Minato stood at the front of the procession in a sharply tailored black funeral suit, his golden hair dampened by the rain strands sticking to his cheeks. He did not carry an umbrella, letting the cold rain pour down upon him, trickling along his jawline. No one could discern whether it was rain or tears that mixed in. After the funeral, Minato ascended to Hokage Rock alone. He stood beside the statue of the fourth Hokage, gazing down at the village bustling with reconstruction. The rain had stopped, and the wind carried the moist scent of earth imbued with the unique aroma of Konoha. Lord Third, can you see this? He spoke softly, his voice swept away by the wind. Konoha still stands. The will of fire endures. Hokage office 1 week later. Minato formally assumed the position of Hokage. The village ultimately decided to retain his honorific title of 4th Hokage while he took office again as the 5th Hokage, avoiding confusion with numbering and symbolizing a fresh start. 5th Hokage Namikaze Minato. The inauguration ceremony will be held tomorrow morning. Tsunade closed a thick stack of documents and set them on the corner of the table. This legendary Sannin was urgently called back by the village to serve as the medical advisor overseeing the care of war casualties and the reconstruction of the village's medical system. She looked at Minato, who was buried in paperwork, raised an eyebrow, and said, Minato, are you ready? This chair is not so easy to sit in. Minato lifted his head, massaging his tired brow, looking at the towering stack of documents in front of him, and smiled wryly. There are 3 times as many documents as when I left. Now I understand why Lord Third always said he wanted to retire. Tsunade scoffed, took a sip from her teacup, and added, Being Hokage isn't just about fighting and showing off every day. To put it bluntly, it's a life sentence. Jiraiya, leaning by the window, chimed in lazily, a cavalier grin on his face. Shut up, Jiraiya. Tsunade's temper flared instantly as a vein appeared on her forehead, and she grabbed a pen holder from the table and threw it at him. Hey. Why are you still so violent? Jiraiya fumbled to catch the pen holder, nearly tumbling off the windowsill. At that moment the office door swung open and Naruto peeked in, holding 2 lunch boxes. Upon seeing the chaotic scene inside, he froze, saying, Dad, I brought you lunch. Granny Tsunade, Grandpa Jiraiya, you're here too. Who are you calling Granny? Tsunade's anger instantly turned to Naruto, her fists cracking ominously. Naruto shrank back in fear and quickly corrected himself. Sister Tsunade, that's more like it. Tsunade huffed in satisfaction, retracting her fists. Jiraiya, doubled over with laughter, was met with a fierce glare from Tsunade and promptly fell silent. Minato smiled as he took the lunchbox from Naruto. Upon opening it, he found several lopsided rice balls with plums nestled within the seaweed, wrapped haphazardly, clearly the work of a novice. Did you make this yourself? Minato asked softly, picking up one of the rice balls. Sakura taught me. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. If it doesn't taste good, please don't scold me. I practiced all morning. It's a bit hard, the plums are too much, making it a bit sour. Minato said as he took a bite, slowly chewing and swallowing, his eyes filled with warmth. It's delicious. It's the best rice ball I've ever eaten. Naruto grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Tsunade curiously walked over, picked up a rice ball, took a bite, and instantly frowned, saying, The rice is too hard, the seaweed is soggy, and the plums are sour and bitter. Naruto's smile instantly froze on his face. But, Tsunade added, taking another big bite and mumbling through her chew, it's much better than what Minato made the first time. At least it's edible. Naruto paused, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. Jiraiya descended from the wall, casually grabbed a rice ball, and swallowed it in one go, smacking his lips. Kid, your skills are just like your dad's when he first started. Minato looked surprised, glancing at Jiraiya. Master, you still remember? Of course I do. Jiraiya chuckled, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The first time you made rice balls for Kushina, she cried out, it's so terrible. While finishing an entire box only to end up with sore teeth the next day, unable to eat anything. Minato lowered his head, looking at the rice ball in his hand, his fingers gently tracing the rough seaweed, a layer of tender nostalgia spreading in his eyes. Kushina. She was always like that, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Naruto watched his father's expression in silence, simply taking a rice ball and stuffing it into his mouth. The sourness mixed with warmth slid down his throat into his stomach. Inauguration ceremony the next day. A temporary platform was set up in front of the Hokage building. The entire village of Konoha showed up. The streets were packed tightly with children riding on their parents' shoulders, elderly people with white hair leaning on canes in the front row, and ninjas lined up on both sides of the square, their forehead protectors gleaming in the sunlight. Everyone wanted to witness with their own eyes the yellow flash who had single-handedly defended Konoha 16 years ago, now standing before them as the fifth Hokage. Minato donned a snow-white Hokage ceremonial robe, the character for fire embroidered powerfully on the back. He walked step by step onto the platform, his golden hair shining brightly in the sunlight, his posture straight, and his gaze resolute, just like the boy who stood before the Ninetales 16 years ago, protecting the entire village. Naruto stood in the front row below the platform, flanked by Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. He looked up at his father on the platform, a surge of complex emotions roiling within him, vast pride intertwined with a hint of indescribable loss. From today onward he was not only his father but also the Hokage of all Konoha. Dear villagers of Konoha. Minato's voice, amplified by the sound ninjutsu, echoed clearly throughout the square, and the once boisterous crowd fell silent. Naruto clapped vigorously along with the crowd, his palms turning red, yet he couldn't help but feel a warmth welling up in his eyes. Minato's gaze swept through the crowd, landing precisely on Naruto, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward, revealing a gentle smile. Now I have an important announcement to make to the entire village. The square fell silent once again, everyone holding their breath as they looked up at the Hokage on the high platform. Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward. Naruto froze, his mind going blank. Kakashi gently nudged him from behind, whispering with a chuckle, "Go on, Naruto." Naruto dazedly made his way through the crowd, step by step ascending to the high platform, standing before Minato. The father and son stood facing each other, one clad in the ceremonial robe symbolizing the highest authority of Konoha, the other in a faded orange jacket, separated by over a decade of time, and the identities of Hokage and Genin, yet sharing identical blue eyes and unwavering determination. Uzumaki Naruto, Genin of Konohagakure. Minato's voice became formal and solemn, projecting through the amplification jutsu to reach everyone. He has performed excellently in the Chunin exams, fought bravely in the Konoha collapse plan, embodying the will of fire by protecting his comrades and villagers. Naruto opened his mouth, his heart racing, unable to utter a single word. With the approval of the fifth Hokage Namikaze Minato, from this day forth Uzumaki Naruto is officially promoted to Chunin of Konohagakure. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. The square erupted with even more fervent cheers, the applause nearly shaking the entire area. Sakura jumped up in excitement, waving her arms and shouting Naruto's name. Sasuke gazed at the blonde youth on the platform, unable to suppress a smile. Kakashi, with his eyes curved, gently clapped his hands. Iruka stood among the crowd, watching the child he had seen grow up, tears streaming down his face, yet smiling with immense pride. In the crowd, Niji nodded lightly towards the high platform. Lee enthusiastically waved his thumb, his face flushed. Hinata watched Naruto's back, her face as red as a ripe apple, hands tightly clenched to her chest, her eyes filled with uncontainable joy. Even Gaara, standing at the edge of the crowd, couldn't help but slightly curl his lips at the sight of the radiant Naruto on the platform, warmth flickering in his eyes. I became a Chunin, Naruto murmured to himself, his voice trembling. Minato received a neatly folded green Chunin vest from the Jonin beside him and handed it to Naruto. Put it on, Chunin Naruto. Naruto took the vest, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. He slipped it over his orange jacket, it fitting perfectly, the fabric brushing against his arms, bringing an overwhelming sense of weight. Dad. Thank you? He lowered his head, his voice choked with emotion. No need to thank me. Minato leaned slightly forward, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. Everything you have achieved is earned by yourself. I'm proud of you. Naruto raised his head, unable to hold back any longer, and smiled through tears. After the appointment ceremony, Hokage's office, the noise subsided, and the office finally regained its quiet. Minato sat behind the desk, a large map of the ninja world spread out before him, marked with dense annotations in red ink. Jiraiya stood before the map, all traces of his usual playful demeanor gone, replaced by unprecedented seriousness. The activities of the Akatsuki organization are becoming more frequent. Currently, at least 7 core members have been confirmed, each one an S-rank rogue ninja wanted by various countries with unfathomable strength. He traced a few marked points on the map with his finger. Moreover, they have already begun to take action with a clear objective: collecting the 9-tailed beasts. What about Shikaku from the Land of Wind? Minato frowned, his finger resting on the territory of the Land of Wind. The Shikaku within Gaara is currently safe. The Akatsuki has already sent someone to test the defenses in Suna, but they were repelled by Gaara and the Jonin of Suna working together. However, that was merely a probe, and they will not give up easily, Jiraiya said solemnly. Their next target will surely be the 9 tails of Konoha, which is Naruto. Minato's fingers lightly tapped on the desk, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. The office was silent, the only sound being the rustling of leaves outside in the wind. Master, I want to ask you for something. After a long moment, Minato lifted his head, looking at Jiraiya with unwavering determination. Go ahead. Take Naruto out for training. For a duration of 3 years. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, then frowned. Have you thought this through? For 3 years you will hardly see him. I have thought it through. Minato's voice was somewhat tense, a trace of barely detectable pain flickering in his eyes, yet he still spoke with immense conviction. Staying in Konoha, he cannot truly grow safely. The Akatsuki will eventually target him. The village is crowded with people and distractions, making it rife with vulnerabilities. As Hokage, I cannot always be by his side. Only by following you can he focus on becoming stronger, learn to truly control the power of the 9 tails, and gain the ability to protect himself when facing the Akatsuki in the future. Does he know? Not yet. I will personally explain it to him. Jiraiya looked at Minato, and after a long pause sighed softly. You are just like that old man, the 3rd Hokage, always wanting to shoulder everything yourself, swallowing all the hardships. Minato forced a smile, looking out the window. The sunlight was just right, and he could see Naruto in the training ground wearing his new Chunin vest, playing around with Lee and Niji, their laughter drifting in through the window. How could he bear to part with him? But he was not only Naruto's father but also the Hokage of Konoha. He must protect Naruto as well as the entire village. This was his responsibility as well as his destiny. In the evening of Konoha village, Naruto, clad in a brand new Chunin vest, hopped along the path home, greeting everyone with a smile that never left his lips. Naruto! A clear female voice called from behind. Naruto turned to see Sakura running towards him holding a paper bag. Congratulations on becoming a Chunin. Sakura came to a stop in front of him, handing over the paper bag, her cheeks slightly flushed. These are cookies I baked myself to celebrate your promotion to Chunin. Naruto took the bag, opened it, and found the cookies slightly burnt and misshapen, resembling the rice balls he had made that morning. Thank you, Sakura. Naruto grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Despite a slight burnt taste, it was sweet. He nodded vigorously. It's delicious. Especially good. Sakura's face turned even redder as she looked down and muttered. You're lying, they are clearly burnt. Burnt is still good. Naruto laughed sincerely. We are companions, what you made must be good. Sakura lifted her head, gazing at Naruto's radiant smile. Her heart skipped a beat. The sunset cast a warm golden hue over his blonde hair. The underdog who had always followed her around calling out, "Sakura," seemed to have truly grown up, becoming dazzling. "Naruto, She was about to say something when a loud voice from the nearby rooftop interrupted. "Brat! Come with me!" Naruto looked up to see Jiraiya squatting on the rooftop waving at him. "Grandpa Jiraiya." "Where to?" "To eat grilled skewers." "It's on me, all you can eat." Jiraiya patted his chest, laughing heartily. Naruto glanced at Sakura, feeling a bit shy. Sakura quickly waved her hand and smiled. "You go ahead, I need to head home too." "Then I'll see you tomorrow." Naruto waved and quickly climbed onto the rooftop following Jiraiya. Sakura stood in place watching Naruto disappear around the corner, letting out a soft sigh and muttering, "What a fool." In the grilled skewer restaurant, the private room was filled with food. 50 skewers of grilled chicken, 50 skewers of grilled beef, 50 skewers of grilled leeks, and 3 pots of warm sake piled up like a small mountain. Jiraiya took a big gulp of sake, set down his cup, and looked at Naruto, who was busy devouring food. He got straight to the point. "Brat, your dad asked me to take you out for training." Naruto, with a mouthful of grilled beef, nearly choked at the words, coughing hard and gulping down a big sip of barley tea to recover. "Training? Where to?" "Traveling across the ninja world. For 3 years. Jiraiya looked at him seriously. "Most of the time you'll be out, occasionally able to return to Konoha, but opportunities will be rare." Naruto's hand froze instantly, the smile fading from his face. 3 years, he repeated quietly. "Then I won't see my dad for a long time." Jiraiya nodded and poured himself another drink. "Your dad is the Hokage now, he can't leave Konoha. Moreover, there are some things that only I can teach you." "What things?" "How to truly control the power of the 9 tails." Jiraiya's expression turned serious. "The positive chakra of the 9 tails within your dad is becoming increasingly unstable. You two are too close, the 9 tails will resonate continuously, and any slight misstep could lead to both of you going berserk with dire consequences. He hopes I take you away partly to make you stronger and partly to create some distance to avoid mutual influence between the 9 tails." Naruto clenched the skewer in his hand, the stick slightly bending under his grip. He was well aware of the instability of the positive chakra within his father. On several late nights he had seen his father in the yard leaning against the wall, suppressing the restless chakra within his face, pale and drenched in sweat. But he had never mentioned it, pretending not to see it, fearing to cause trouble for his father. "But—" Naruto lowered his head, his voice muffled. Jiraiya looked at him and sighed softly. His voice softened. "This is the best choice for you now. The Akatsuki organization has already set their sights on you. Staying in Konoha, you will always be the protected one, never able to truly grow. Only by going out can you see the broader ninja world, truly control the power of the 9 tails, and become the Hokage you wish to be." Naruto remained silent for a long time, long enough for the grilled skewers on the table to cool down. He lifted his head, picked up a cold grilled chicken skewer, took a bite, chewed hard, and swallowed. "When do we leave?" "A month later." "Okay." Naruto nodded, the confusion in his eyes fading, leaving only determination. "I will go." In the midnight of Konoha village, when Naruto pushed open the door, the living room lights were still on. Minato was sitting at the table, a cup of cold tea in front of him, staring at a yellowing photograph. It was his wedding photo with Kushina, both of them smiling brightly. "You're back." Minato looked up at Naruto, his eyes still filled with warmth. "Yeah." Naruto walked over and sat across from him. "Grandpa Jiraiya told me everything." Minato's body stiffened slightly, his hands on the table tightened gently. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Naruto, I know." Naruto interrupted him, looking up into his father's eyes. "Dad, I don't blame you. I know you're doing this for my sake." Minato looked at his son, seeing the understanding and determination in his eyes. A glimmer of moisture appeared in his blue eyes. "Naruto, during these 3 years make sure to follow Master Jiraiya's training closely. Learn to control the power of the 9 tails, learn to protect yourself, and when faced with danger, prioritize survival instead of fighting recklessly." His voice tightened a bit as he earnestly reminded, "Also, the Flying Thunder God Kanai I gave you, make sure to keep it with you at all times." No matter where you are in the ninja world, as long as I can sense the technique on the kunai whenever you need it, your dad will definitely find you. Naruto nodded vigorously, his eyes reddening. The father and son sat facing each other, neither spoke again. The moonlight outside spilled through the window onto the table between them, gently enveloping this father-son duo who spent little time together. Dad? After a long time, Naruto spoke first. When I come back in 3 years, I want to fight you. Naruto looked at him, his eyes shining. I want to see how much distance there is between me now and the Hokage. The day I defeat you will be the day I can proudly become the next Hokage. Minato was taken aback for a moment, then he smiled, the moisture in his eyes dissipating, replaced by pride and warmth. All right, your dad will be waiting for you. Anytime. 1 month later, at the entrance of Konohagakure, the morning fog was thick, dense like milk, enveloping the entire village. Naruto stood before the gates of Konohagakure carrying a large backpack. Jiraiya stood beside him, still wearing his red cloak, holding a small notebook, claiming it was for gathering material on the path of training. The entrance was filled with people come to see him off. Minato, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Iruka, as well as Niji, Lee, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino. Nearly everyone he knew was there. Naruto, remember to send me letters. Don't forget us. Sakura waved her hand, her eyes red, shouting loudly. Got it. I will. Naruto waved back, responding loudly. Naruto, when you come back, well, have a good fight. I will definitely surpass you. Lee raised his thumb, his body ablaze with youthful spirit, his face flushed. All right. I'm looking forward to it. Naruto. A soft voice came from the crowd. It was Hinata. She stepped out from the crowd holding a small package, her face as red as the dawn had lowered. This. It contains the medicine I made and some snacks for the journey. Have a safe trip. Naruto took the package, feeling its warmth, smiling at Hinata. Thank you, Hinata. I will use it well. Hinata suddenly looked up, meeting his smiling face, her cheeks reddening further, quickly lowering her head and running back into the crowd. Sasuke stepped out from the crowd, standing before Naruto, extending his hand. Don't die out there, or there won't be anyone to compete with me for the Hokage position. Naruto gripped his hand firmly, a defiant smile on his face. You're the one who's the underdog. When I come back, I will definitely be stronger than you. The Hokage position is mine too. In your dreams. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift in a smile. The two exchanged glances and both laughed. Kakashi stepped forward, patting Naruto's shoulder, smiling with his eyes narrowed. Naruto, remember this: those who do not cherish their companions are worse than trash. No matter what, never give up on your companions. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. I will never forget. Naruto nodded vigorously, his tone incredibly resolute. Finally, Minato walked up to Naruto. In the morning fog, his figure appeared somewhat hazy, his golden hair gently swaying in the breeze, dressed in a simple black jonin outfit, looking like an ordinary father sending off his son. He reached out, adjusting Naruto's crooked jonin vest collar and tightening the shoulder straps of his backpack, his actions gentle and meticulous. Naruto. Dad. Remember, no matter how far you go, Konoha will always be your home. I will always be here waiting for your return. He looked into Naruto's eyes, speaking each word clearly. You will always be my pride. Naruto's eyes instantly reddened. He took a deep breath to hold back his tears. Dad, you are my pride too. You are the best dad in the world and also the best Hokage. Minato could no longer hold back, reaching out to pull Naruto into his embrace, holding him tightly. Go now. Be safe. Naruto released his father, turned around, and took a deep breath of the foggy morning air. Jiraiya, let's go. All right. Let's set off. Jiraiya patted him on the back, responding with a smile. The two walked side by side towards the village exit, their steps firm. After a few steps, Naruto couldn't help but stop and look back. Minato stood in the morning fog, waving vigorously at him with a gentle smile, just like when he sent him to the land of waves for his first mission. Naruto waved back forcefully, then turned around, not looking back again, striding into the depths of the morning fog. The heavy gates of Konohagakure slowly closed behind him. At the end of the chapter, in the Hokage office, Minato stood by the window, gazing in the direction of the village gates. The morning fog had dissipated, golden sunlight flooded the entire Konoha, shining on Hokage Rock, on the houses being rebuilt, and on every villager hustling for a living. Kakashi stood behind him quietly speaking. Minato-sensei, Naruto has left. Minato replied softly. Don't you regret it? Minato remained silent for a long time, long enough for the wind outside to stir the curtains, long enough for the sunlight to shift half an inch. I regret it. Regret not being able to accompany him for a few more years, regret not being able to watch him grow up little by little. He said softly, his tone carrying an undeniable bitterness yet incredibly resolute. But this is the best choice for him. I cannot protect him for a lifetime. He must grow up and face the storms of this ninja world by himself. He turned around, looking at a note left by Naruto before his departure on the desk. It bore Naruto's messy handwriting stating, Dad, I will definitely become stronger. When I return, I will protect Konoha with you. Minato looked at the note and couldn't help but smile. Kakashi, what do you think Naruto will be like in 3 years? Kakashi thought for a moment and smiled as well. Probably even more dazzling than you were back then. Minato smiled even more happily. That's excellent. A new day in Konohagakure began. Naruto's new life also commenced. 3 years. 1095 days and nights. The gate of Konoha village sent off a boisterous golden-haired boy 3 years ago. On this afternoon it will welcome back a transformed young man. In front of the Hokage office, Minato stood quietly, his fingertips pinching a letter just received from the The letter was wrinkled from the journey, the handwriting still crooked but more stable than 3 years ago, containing just a short message, Dad, I'm back. Naruto. Minato's lips unconsciously curved upward. It has been 3 years and this child's writing has not improved much. Kakashi. He did not turn around, his voice steady. Kakashi stepped out of the shadows of the office holding the well-worn book Ika Paradise. Here. Naruto is arriving today. Go meet him at the village entrance. Aren't you going? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Minato turned around, looking at the Hokage hat with the character fire embroidered on it sitting at the corner of the desk. 3 years of being Hokage had left subtle traces on his face. Fine lines at the corners of his eyes, his golden hair still bright and dazzling, but the blue in his eyes had deepened, holding a profound steadiness far beyond his youth. I am the Hokage and cannot leave the core area of the village at will, he said softly, a hint of gentle smile hidden in his eyes. Moreover, I want to see with my own eyes if my son has truly grown up. Kakashi's eyes curved into crescents. Understood, Minato-sensei. Konoha village gate, afternoon. The summer sun shone glaringly, cicadas chirped noisily, and the wind rustled the leaves by the roadside, sweeping past the guard booth at the village entrance. The guards Kamizuki Izumi and Tetsu were lazily leaning against the pillar chatting when they suddenly caught sight of 2 figures slowly approaching on the distant horizon. The one in front was a tall young man dressed in a black and red short coat with a faded orange inner shirt, his golden hair shining dazzlingly in the sunlight, the 6 distinctive whisker marks on his cheeks still clear, but his blue eyes had deepened significantly compared to 3 years ago, shedding the impulsiveness of youth, leaving only steadiness and brightness. Behind him was a tall white-haired man clad in a red robe, wearing high wooden sandals, casually playing with a small notebook, walking like a lazy yet dangerous tiger. It was Jiraiya. That's... Tetsu rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Uzumaki Naruto! Kamizuki Izumi exclaimed instantly, standing upright. Naruto arrived at the gate of Konoha village and halted. He looked up at the stone pillar engraved with the emblem of Konoha village. 3 years ago he had only reached halfway up the pillar, but now he was already taller than this stone that had weathered countless storms for Konoha. I'm back, he said softly, his tone carrying a barely perceptible tremor along with a heavy sense of determination. Jiraiya stood behind him, smiling as he patted Naruto's shoulder. Let's go, your dad is waiting for you in the village. No. Naruto shook his head, his gaze shifting towards Hokage Rock. I want to go see Grandpa Third first. Jiraiya paused for a moment, then smiled with appreciation, his eyes filled with recognition. You really have grown up, kid. Hokage Rock Back Mountain Memorial Tablet. The tombstone of the third Hokage stands on the back mountain of Hokage Rock, side by side with the tombstones of past Hokages, facing the entire Konoha village, forever gazing at the place he protected his whole life. Naruto knelt before the tombstone, gently placing a bunch of small yellow wildflowers he had picked along the way at the foot of the stone. The flowers were small but bloomed exceptionally vividly, resembling the third's ever gentle smile. Grandpa Third, I'm back. He knelt on the grass, his voice soft, carried away by the wind through the forest. It's been 3 years and I've learned a lot. I can now stabilize the Rasengan, and I can utilize the Ninetales chakra to its second form. My basic sensing for the flying thunder god has improved significantly. He paused, lowering his head to look at the 4 characters Sarutobi Hiruzen engraved on the stone, his fingertips gently brushing over the cold surface. I still often think about that night you left. Sometimes I dream about it. In the past I would cry and hate Orochimaru after those dreams. He lifted his head, sunlight filtering through the leaves onto his face, and in his blue eyes there was no longer the fragility of youth, only determination. But now I won't cry anymore. Because I promised you that I would become Hokage, inherit the will of fire, and protect Konoha. He stood up, dusting off the dirt from his knees, and bowed deeply to the tombstone. Grandpa Third, just watch. I will definitely achieve it. The wind blew over the hills and the wild grass rustled like the gentle response of an elder. Hokage office. When Naruto pushed open the door to the Hokage office, Minato was facing away from him, standing by the window gazing at the Konoha village below. Dad, I'm back. Minato slowly turned around. The father and son locked eyes across the wide office desk for 3 seconds. There were no excited embraces, no choked greetings, only the exchange of gazes that spanned 3 years. Minato looked at his son, who was slightly taller than him, at his face that had shed its childishness, at the determination that had settled in his eyes, and suddenly smiled. A smile just like 3 years ago, gentle and quiet like the sunlight melting the snow in spring. Welcome back, Naruto. Naruto walked to the desk, pulling out a thick scroll from his pocket and gently placing it on the table. What's this? A complete report of my 3 years of training. Jiraiya-sensei watched me write it, and I didn't dare to mess around with a single stroke. Naruto scratched his head, smiling straightforwardly. Minato opened the scroll, which was densely filled with writing. Although the handwriting was still not quite pretty, it was much neater. He quickly scanned a few lines which recorded every step of his training progress. Rasengan completion rate 90, can be thrown stably without backlash. Ninetales chakra second form stable for 30 minutes, can switch freely. Flying thunder god basic sensing range expanded to 10 kilometers, can transfer chakra across space. You've made great progress. Minato closed the scroll and looked at Naruto, his eyes filled with pride. However, I don't fully trust what's written on paper. Tomorrow morning at training ground No. 3, I want to personally test your training results. Naruto instantly grinned widely, showing his white teeth, his eyes sparkling with a competitive light. Alright. But if I lose, don't cry, okay? Who wins and who loses is yet to be determined. Minato raised an eyebrow. Kakashi, leaning against the wall, watched the father and son, unable to hold back a laugh. Minato-sensei, your son is way more arrogant than you were back in the day. Indeed. Minato sighed helplessly, but his eyes were filled with mirth. Just like him, equally stubborn. In the streets of Konoha, Naruto stepped out of the Hokage building and took a deep breath. The air of Konoha still carried the scent of his memories. The aroma of pork bone from Ichiraku ramen, the charred scent of skewers from the street vendors, the fragrance of grass by the roadside, and the faint smell of urine left by the ninja cats at the corner. It was so familiar that it made his nose tingle. Naruto. Sakura. Naruto smiled as he caught her fist, looking at the girl before him with surprise in his eyes. After 3 years apart, Sakura had grown considerably taller. Her pink hair now reached her waist, and she wore a smart, red short top. The innocence of her youthful face had faded, replaced by a blend of competence and gentleness, though her eyes were slightly red, tears welling inside. You! What's wrong with you? You only wrote me 3 letters in 3 years. I've sent you over 30 and you didn't reply. I thought you had forgotten us. I was too busy training. Naruto scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Besides, Jiraiya-sensei always says that writing letters every day distracts from focusing on training. That lecherous sage. All he knows is to teach you useless things. Sakura huffed, then looked up at him, scrutinizing him closely, her voice softening. You have really grown up. Naruto looked at her and suddenly said seriously, Sakura, you've become more beautiful. Sakura's face instantly flushed red, reaching all the way to her ears. She quickly turned her head away, stammering, What? What are you talking about? Naruto smiled and changed the subject, asking, By the way, where's Sasuke? Where is he? Sakura's smile froze on her face, the light in her eyes dimming. She looked down, her fingers tightly clenched, her voice as soft as a whisper. Sasuke. Left 3 years ago. Left. Where did he go? His voice turned heavy. To Orochimaru. Sakura looked up, tears streaming down her cheeks again. 3 months after you left, he departed from Konoha. Kakashi-sensei chased after him, but he was too late. Lord Minato dispatched Umbu to search for 3 whole years, but there was no trace at all. Why? Naruto clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, bones cracking under pressure. For power. Sakura's voice trembled with emotion. To kill Itachi Uchiha, to avenge the Uchiha clan. He said only Orochimaru could give him the strength he desired. Naruto fell silent for a long time, long enough for Sakura to nervously raise her head and look at his tense profile. She thought he would be angry, lose control, and rush out to find Sasuke just like 3 years ago. But he didn't. He simply stood quietly, emotion swirling in his eyes, ultimately transforming into a calm statement laden with heavy resolve. I understand. I will bring him back. Sakura looked into his eyes, those blue eyes that had once always been impulsive and reckless but now held no anger or loss of control, only undeniable determination. She suddenly realized that the Naruto who had always trailed behind her and Sasuke 3 years ago had truly grown up. Training ground no. 3. The next morning the sky was just beginning to lighten and the morning mist had yet to dissipate, but the training ground was already filled with the hum of chakra. Minato stood in the center of the training ground, dressed in black training attire without the Hokage hat, his golden hair tied back with a headband revealing his smooth forehead. The yellow flash from 16 years ago had shed the identity of Hokage, now merely a father testing his son's training results. Naruto stood opposite him, wearing a black and red jacket, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an aura that was clean and restrained with not a hint of excess. The rules are simple. Minato began, his voice cutting through the morning mist, clearly reaching Naruto's ears. You can attack me by any means, as long as you touch my body you win. Just touch. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Dad, you're way too confident. Begin. As soon as Minato's words fell, Naruto disappeared from his spot. It wasn't the body flicker technique, but pure extreme speed of physical skills. In the 3 years, Jiraiya had pushed his physical training to an almost perverse level. Running 50 kilometers with weights every day, climbing cliffs barehanded, practicing punches under waterfalls, and fighting beasts in the rainforest, rigorously honing his body into the sharpest weapon. Naruto appeared behind Minato, delivering a punch enveloped in a gust of wind straight towards his back. Minato did not turn around, nor did he even twist his body. He simply leaned slightly to the side, and Naruto's fist grazed past his clothes, missing by less than a centimeter. Too slow. Minato's voice remained calm. Naruto did not halt his assault. He immediately unleashed a flurry of strikes. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. Each blow came like lightning, infused with the power of rigorous training, sealing off all escape routes for Minato. Yet Minato moved like a leaf carried by the wind, gliding effortlessly through the relentless barrage of attacks. Each dodge was perfectly timed, never allowing Naruto to touch him even once. Your physical skills have improved greatly, but your attacks are too straightforward. Minato's voice remained steady. You've grown accustomed to working with shadow clones, but in unknown combat there are too many openings. Naruto suddenly withdrew, taking 2 steps back, breathing slightly heavier, but there was no trace of defeat in his eyes, instead a fiercer fighting spirit ignited within him. Then I'll use shadow clones. He quickly formed hand seals, chakra bursting forth. Shadow clone jutsu. Boom. 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 A series of smoke explosions erupted as dozens of shadow clones charged out from the haze surrounding Minato from all sides, while Naruto himself concealed among the clones, waiting for the right moment. Minato reached into his ninja tool pouch and drew out a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, tossing it into the air. Flying Thunder God second stage. His figure vanished in an instant, appearing at the location of the kunai in midair, twisting in the air as he kicked out with the wind-natured chakra, unleashing a sharp wind blade that instantly shredded the dozens of shadow clones. Meanwhile, Naruto's main body had already taken advantage of the cover from the clones and charged from the side, his right hand gathering a blue Rasengan aimed directly at Minato's chest. Too obvious. Minato turned in the air, his body twisting slightly, and the Rasengan grazed past his waist. At that critical moment, Naruto suddenly pulled out a kunai from his pocket, the tail end prominently inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. With the Nine-Tails negative chakra, he instantly locked onto the technique, converting chakra into threads, firmly anchoring it, executing the basic application of Flying Thunder God he had been training for 3 years. His figure vanished in an instant, appearing directly behind Minato, the second Rasengan already fully formed, crashing towards Minato's back with unstoppable momentum. The basic application of Flying Thunder God, not bad. Minato's voice remained calm, yet he showed no signs of evasion. The Rasengan struck solidly against Minato's back, but his body instantly transformed into a puff of white smoke. It was a shadow clone. When did? Naruto's pupils constricted, suddenly realizing in an instant, but it was already too late. Minato's true body erupted from the ground beneath him, a voice filled with mirth ringing in his ear as a hand gently pressed on his shoulder. You lost, Naruto. Naruto lowered his hand and the Rasengan dissipated instantly. He sighed helplessly. The old ginger is still hotter, huh? When did you change to Shadow Clone? I didn't notice at all. When you were gathering the Rasengan and focused entirely on the attack, Minato said with a smile, patting his shoulder, his eyes filled with approval. But indeed you have grown stronger. 3 years ago you couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. Now you can force me to use Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God. Naruto grumbled, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. Let's go to Ichiraku Ramen. It's on me, eat as much as you want. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Extra double chashu? No problem. At Ichiraku Ramen, the uncle saw Naruto walk in and drop the spoon in his hand with a clatter. Naruto. You brat. Finally back. The uncle's eyes turned red instantly as he quickly walked out from behind the counter and slapped Naruto's shoulder hard. It's been 3 years, you finally made it back. Uncle. I've missed your ramen so much. 1 bowl of chashu ramen, double chashu, and extra bamboo shoots, Naruto said with a big smile as he sat down at the counter, calling out just like old times. All right. Coming right up. The steaming ramen was quickly served and Naruto dove in, slurping the noodles with sounds just like that little kid who first came to eat ramen with his ninja school graduation certificate. Minato sat beside him watching his son devour the food, his eyes filled with tenderness. Dad, Naruto said with his mouth full, speaking unclearly. Why didn't you write to me about Sasuke? Minato paused with his chopsticks, put them down, and looked at him, replying calmly. What would you have done if I told you? Would you have interrupted your training and rushed back? But he is my comrade. Naruto put down his chopsticks, a hint of confusion in his voice. So you want to bring him back rather than recklessly diving in with just your passion? Minato said, looking into his eyes, enunciating each word. Naruto, Sasuke's choice is his own. You cannot live for him, nor can you make decisions for him. Even if you came back 3 years ago, you wouldn't have been able to bring him back, you would merely have dragged yourself into the abyss. I didn't tell you because I wanted you to focus on getting stronger. Only when you are strong enough can you have the capability to bring him back. Naruto lowered his head, staring at the ramen broth floating with oil, and remained silent for a long time. I understand now. He lifted his head, all the confusion in his eyes dissipated. I need to find Sasuke first and ask him what he truly wants. If his choice is something I can accept, then I will help him. If not, even if I have to fight him, I will wake him up and bring him back to Konoha. Minato smiled, pride filling his eyes. This is my son. At dusk in Konoha village, Naruto walked through the streets, encountering many familiar faces. Neji was practicing punches at the training ground. When he saw Naruto pass by, he stopped and simply nodded calmly, saying, Back. Tomorrow morning, training ground, let's have a match. Naruto replied with a smile. Sure. Anytime. Lee ran along the street with weights on his back, and upon seeing Naruto, his eyes lit up instantly. With a loud shout, he rushed over and gave him a solid bear hug. Naruto. My lifelong rival. You have finally returned. Tomorrow at 5 in the morning we will run 50 laps around Konoha to settle this. Alright. Just let go of me. I can't breathe. Naruto rolled his eyes as he was squished. Hinata was helping out at the flower shop on the corner. When she saw Naruto walk past, the watering can in her hand dropped to the ground with a thud, spilling water everywhere. And Naruto-kun. Her face turned red instantly, her fingers nervously twisting together, her voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper. Hinata. Long time no see. Naruto waved at her with a smile, the sunlight shining on his blonde hair, making Hinata almost faint. She opened her mouth, the words stuck in her throat, and finally managed to squeeze out a weak, "Welcome back." Naruto smiled and waved his hand, continuing to walk forward. Hinata stood at the door of the flower shop, watching his retreating figure, covering her rapidly beating heart, softly repeating, "Welcome back, Naruto-kun." He also saw Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. Shikamaru leaned against a post, a blade of grass in his mouth, and said, "What a drag, just when I got back there are missions again." But his lips couldn't hide the smile. Choji pulled him to the barbecue restaurant, pushing the most expensive cuts of meat in front of him, allowing him to eat as much as he wanted. Ino smiled and said he had become handsome, and Naruto casually replied, "You've become prettier too," causing Ino to blush instantly and chase him down half a street. Kiba and Akamaru burst out from an alley. Akamaru had grown into a majestic big dog, jumping onto Naruto and licking his face madly. "Akamaru, stop licking me!" Naruto laughed while dodging, and Kiba laughed heartily beside him. "Naruto, your nose is still as poor as ever." "What did you say? Want to have a match?" Everything was just the same as 3 years ago, noisy and lively. But everything was different as well. The boys had shed their childishness, growing into capable young men, yet the bonds engraved deep within remained unchanged. Hokage office, midnight. The office lights were still on, and Minato sat behind the desk with a top-secret document just delivered by the Umbu spread out before him. "Orochimaru's base has been located. It's in the Sound Village of the Land of Rice, and Sasuke is indeed there." Kakashi stood across the desk, his tone serious. "Minato-sensei, should we initiate an Umbu operation?" Minato remained silent for a long time, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, and finally shook his head slowly. "Wait a bit longer." "Wait for what?" "Waiting for Naruto." Minato raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "This is his battle with Sasuke, their own bond. What we can do is to support him when he needs it rather than make decisions for him." Kakashi nodded, saying no more. "There's one more thing." Kakashi took out another photo, placing it on the table, showing silhouettes of several people dressed in black cloaks with red clouds. "Members of the Akatsuki organization have been very active in the Land of Rain lately, making big moves. Their ultimate goal remains the tailed beast, and that includes Naruto." Minato looked at the blurry figures in the photo, his blue eyes instantly turning cold. "Notify Jiraiya, have him keep a close eye on the movements in the Land of Rain and report at any moment. Also strengthen the village's defenses. Umbu teams 3 and 5 will be on duty 24 hours a day to ensure the village's safety." "Understood." Kakashi backed out, leaving Minato alone in the office. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the quiet Konoha village in the deep night. Every household's light had been extinguished, with only a few scattered lights still shining. Hokage Rock stood quietly in the night, guarding this land. "Naruto," he whispered softly, "the time left for us is running short." End of chapter. Naruto's room. Naruto lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. 3 years had passed, and his room remained exactly the same, not a bit changed. Minato had never moved anything here. On the desk lay his ninja school graduation photo with the 3 members of Team 7 smiling brightly. On the wall was the practice note of the Rasengan he wrote back then with crooked handwriting. On the nightstand was the frog-shaped piggy bank he had used for many years, heavy and filled with the change he saved up 3 years ago. He reached under his pillow and pulled out something, a worn-out Konoha forehead protector. It was given to him by Minato when he first became a genin. The metal plate had oxidized and darkened a bit, but the Konoha symbol on it remained clear. "Sasuke." Naruto held the forehead protector tightly in his hand, his blue eyes shining brightly in the darkness. "Wait for me, I'm coming for you. No matter where you are, I will bring you back to Konoha." Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water, quietly spilling into the room. A new battle was about to begin. Naruto hadn't slept a wink all night. As dawn broke, shrouded in morning mist, he sat up from his bed, donned his black and red short jacket, and secured his Konoha headband firmly on his forehead. The young man in the mirror had long shed the childishness of 3 years ago. He stood tall with broad shoulders and a defined jawline. Yet his blue eyes still held the undying light of youth, stubborn and bright. He walked to the table, picked up a pen, and left a note for Minato. The handwriting was still not neat, but each word was resolute. "Dad, I'm going to find Sasuke. Don't worry, I'll bring him back. Naruto." He tucked the note under the rice ball plate, turned and quietly pushed open the window, leaping out, his figure instantly blending into the morning mist. The Konoha of early morning was still waking up, the streets empty. Naruto leaped swiftly across the rooftops, his footsteps as light as falling leaves, making not a sound. 3 years of training Jiraiya had taught him not just ninjutsu but also stealth tracking and the art of concealing one's presence. Those survival skills honed in rainforests, deserts, and cliff sides had long been etched into his bones. Just as he leaped out of the gates of Konoha, a figure landed in front of him, blocking his path. It was Kakashi. "I knew you would do this." Kakashi leaned against a tree by the road, still holding that book Ika Ika Paradise, but his gaze was not on the pages, his eyes hidden behind his mask curved into a crescent moon. "Minato-sensei asked me to wait for you here." Naruto halted, looking at him, his fingertips tightening slightly. "Kakashi-sensei, are you going to stop me?" "No." Kakashi closed the book, pulled out a sealed scroll from his ninja pouch, and casually tossed it to him. "Minato-sensei said if you really must go, take this with you." Naruto caught the scroll, opened it, and inside lay a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique, along with a detailed map marked in red, clearly indicating Orochimaru's stronghold in the land of rice, including the weak points of the barrier and the distribution of hidden sentries. "Your dad said if you encounter an insurmountable danger, crush this kunai and infuse it with chakra. No matter where you are in the ninja world, he will rush to you immediately." Kakashi's tone paused, carrying a hint of a smile. "However, he also said he hopes you can handle this matter yourself. He believes in you." Naruto tightly clutched the scroll to his chest, his nose slightly stinging. He looked at Kakashi and deeply bowed. "Kakashi-sensei, I thank you. And thank you for staying with my dad for these 3 years, watching over Konoha." Kakashi paused for a moment, then smiled, patting him on the shoulder. "Naruto, you've really grown up." Naruto grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, turned and leaped once more into the morning mist, quickly disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. Kakashi stood in place, watching the direction he vanished, letting out a gentle sigh. "Minato-sensei, your son is even more stubborn and brilliant than you were back in the day." Outside Orochimaru's stronghold in the land of rice, Naruto had traveled the entire day, and as the sun set he finally reached the border of the land of rice. The stronghold marked on the map was hidden deep within an impenetrable dark forest. Naruto crouched atop the highest tree crown, closed his eyes, and the Ninetales' dark chakra slowly spread out like an invisible net, instantly covering the entire forest. He clearly sensed countless faint chakra signatures were the patrolling sound ninja inside the stronghold, and 2 particularly prominent chakra signatures, one cold and twisted like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, belonged to Orochimaru, the other sharp and icy like a drawn blade radiating the unique heat of the Uchiha clan, belonged to Sasuke. Sasuke! Naruto clenched his fists, his heart racing. After 3 years he finally sensed the presence of his companion etched into his very bones. Just as he was about to leap down from the treetop, a hand suddenly stretched out from behind and gently pressed on his shoulder. "Don't rush in, kid." Jiraiya stepped out from the shadows of the trees, clad in black night gear, shedding his usual carefree demeanor, his gaze sharp as an eagle, emanating the aura of a legendary Sannin. "Jiraiya-sensei, what are you doing here?" Naruto's eyes widened. "Your dad sent a message early this morning saying you would definitely charge into Orochimaru's lair alone." Jiraiya squatted beside him, pointing into the depths of the forest. "Orochimaru has set up 7 layers of sensing barriers around the stronghold, along with traps triggered by cursed seals. If you charge in recklessly, you'll be discovered the moment you step inside. Can you break his barriers?" "Of course." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, a proud smile on his face. "I'm one of the Sannin. I may not be able to defeat that crazy woman Tsunade, but breaking Orochimaru's barriers is still well within my capabilities." He pulled out a summoning scroll from his pocket, spread it out on the tree trunk, bit his fingertip, and swiftly drew a summoning seal on the scroll. Summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, a massive toad appeared at the edge of the forest, wielding a giant fork and carrying a heavy shield on its back, wearing its usual melancholic expression. It was Gamaken. "Jiraiya-sama, are we going to fight again? Is the opponent very troublesome this time?" "Not troublesome, just help me break down that barrier in front." Jiraiya pointed to the barely visible purple barrier deeper in the forest. Gamaken nodded, gripping the fork tightly, and swung it fiercely towards the barrier. With a deafening crash, the fork slammed into the barrier, and the purple shield instantly rippled violently, cracking with countless spiderweb-like fissures. Gamaken followed up with another thrust, the cracks instantly widening, and with a third strike the sturdy barrier was smashed open, creating a gap several meters wide. "Now's the time. Go in!" Jiraiya shouted. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto leaped down from the treetop like an arrow released from its bow, charging through the gap in the barrier. Inside Orochimaru's space, the corridor was dark and damp, with burning torches affixed to the walls, casting long shadows as the flickering flames danced. The air was filled with the pungent scent of disinfectant mixed with a faint hint of decay, creating a chilling atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. Naruto rushed down the corridor, simultaneously creating multiple shadow clones to scout ahead. The patrol teams of sound ninjas he encountered along the way didn't even catch a glimpse of his figure before being knocked unconscious by his shadow clones. 3 years ago he had to exert all his effort to deal with the sound Chunin, but now they were not even worthy of making him use his jutsu. "Sasuke! Where are you?" His voice echoed in the empty corridor, resonating with a power that could penetrate stone walls. At the end of the corridor, a heavy black stone door slowly opened inward. Naruto stopped in his tracks, clenched his fists, and felt his heart race. The room beyond the door was spacious, illuminated by the setting sun streaming through a massive floor-to-ceiling window, casting light upon a young man with black hair sitting by the window. He sat on the windowsill, one leg dangling over the edge while the other was bent on the edge of the sill, clad in a loose white kimono with an open collar that revealed a well-defined chest. A deep purple sash was tied around his waist, and a gleaming Kusanagi sword was slanted across his back. It was Uchiha Sasuke. 3 years had etched profound changes upon him. He was half a head taller than Naruto, his long black hair cascading to his shoulders and framing his neck. His features were even more refined and sharp than 3 years ago, as if sculpted by a blade. Only his black eyes had grown deeper than the abyss, cold as if tempered in ice, yet a barely perceptible ripple surfaced at the moment they met Naruto's gaze. "Naruto!" Sasuke's voice was calm, low, and hoarse, like calling an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. "You came after all." Naruto stepped into the room, standing 3 steps away from him, gazing directly at him. "Sasuke, come back to Konoha." His voice was steady, devoid of hysteria or anger, only an undeniable firmness. Sasuke jumped down from the windowsill, standing opposite Naruto. The two were of similar height, their breaths intertwining, and the 3 years seemed to collapse back to this moment. "Go back." "Where to?" Sasuke smirked coldly, revealing a hint of disdain. "My home is long gone." His eyes instantly turned red, the 3-demo Sharingan spinning rapidly, the scarlet light illuminating the entire room. "I came here for one thing, to gain the power to kill Itachi Uchiha." "And after killing Itachi?" Naruto looked into his eyes, asking each word deliberately. Sasuke paused, clearly unprepared for the question. "After that, I will have succeeded in my revenge. And then..." Naruto took a step forward, pressing on. "You kill Itachi, avenge yourself, and then what? Where will you go? Continue following Orochimaru? Or wander alone? Have you ever thought about where your life will lead after revenge?" Sasuke fell silent, his hands at his sides unconsciously tightening into fists. He had never thought about it. From the day the Uchiha clan was annihilated, revenge was the only path left for him. Killing Itachi was the sole meaning of his existence, his only pillar. He dared not contemplate what lay beyond revenge, as if doing so would cause the conviction that sustained him to collapse. "You don't know, do you?" Naruto's voice softened yet still pierced the heart. "Because you have never dared to think about it. In your life there is nothing left but revenge. You have trapped yourself in hatred, afraid to step out." "Shut up." Sasuke's voice turned icy in an instant, the Sharingan spinning even faster. "You know nothing. You have never endured the pain of losing all your family overnight. What right do you have to dictate my life?" "I understand." Naruto met his gaze devoid of mockery, only empathy. "On the day the third Hokage passed away, I also considered sacrificing everything to kill Orochimaru for revenge. It was my father who told me not to let hatred control me, not to lose sight of what I truly wanted to protect because of revenge. Naruto, we have never walked the same path." Sasuke turned away from Naruto, his voice as cold as ice. "Go back. I don't want to hurt you." "Then hurt me." Naruto clenched his fists, blue chakra slowly gathering in his right hand, the sound of the Rasengan buzzing in the room. If a fight can wake you up, can show you how far off your current path is, then I will fight you until you agree to come back with me. Sasuke slowly turned around, his 3-Demo Sharingan locking onto Naruto, gripping the Kusanagi sword at his waist, the blade unsheathed with a sharp clang. You think you can beat me now? Well, find out if we try. In the vast underground training ground, the flickering light of the torches illuminated two confronting figures. Sasuke held the Kusanagi sword, its tip angled towards the ground, emanating a cold chakra that kept his Sharingan locked onto Naruto's every movement. Naruto stood empty-handed opposite him, the Rasengan in his right hand dissipated, his aura completely collected yet radiating an intimidating pressure. Naruto, I'll say it one last time, leave here. Sasuke's voice was calm and steady. I don't want to fight you. If you come back to Konoha with me, I will leave. Naruto stood his ground. The moment his words fell, Sasuke's figure vanished. His speed was astonishing. In 3 years, Orochimaru had used almost every forbidden technique to enhance his physical abilities. His movements were sharp and precise, infused with a deadly resolve. In the next instant he appeared behind Naruto, the Kusanagi sword slicing through the air, aimed at the back of Naruto's neck. Naruto did not turn or even twist his body. He merely tilted slightly to the side, expertly dodging the blade. His left hand shot out like lightning, gripping Sasuke's wrist that held the sword, while his right hand simultaneously gathered a Rasengan, striking with the force of 1,000 pounds towards Sasuke's chest. Sasuke reacted quickly, releasing the sword handle immediately, and gathering lightning chakra with his other hand, slamming it against the Rasengan. The clash of lightning and Rasengan erupted violently, sending shockwaves that forced both of them to stagger back a few steps, cracking the stone slabs beneath them. Your physical skills have improved significantly. Sasuke shook his numbed wrist, a trace of subtle surprise flickering in his eyes. He had thought that for the past 3 years only he was desperately getting stronger, yet he did not realize that this once weakling was no longer the kid trailing behind him. You too. Naruto shook his numbed left hand, grinning with a spark of fighting spirit. But it's not over yet. Both rushed towards each other, their figures intertwining in the open training ground. Sasuke's martial arts were sharp and precise, each move targeting vital points infused with the ferocity of the Uchiha sword technique, while lightning chakra clung to his fists and feet, each collision producing a paralyzing sting. Naruto's martial arts were powerful and direct. 3 years of harsh training had imbued each of his moves with pure strength. The chakra of the Ninetales flowed steadily through his veins, allowing him to accurately intercept Sasuke's swift attacks and retaliate with even greater ferocity. Fists clashed, feet grappled, and after over 50 exchanges the two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Sasuke suddenly retreated, creating distance, as he rapidly formed hand seals, his chest heaving heavily. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. 3 massive fire dragons erupted from his mouth, roaring towards Naruto with flames that threatened to consume everything. Naruto stood firm, his hands clasped together, rapidly forming his own seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. A violent gale surged forth from his mouth, fueling the flames. The fire was wrapped in the winds, causing the fire dragons to explode into a shower of sparks, filling the entire training ground with intense heat. Through the swirling smoke and dust, Sasuke's figure charged out, his right hand raised high, blue lightning flickering wildly in his palm, producing a piercing screech, the Chidori. Meanwhile, Naruto had already gathered his Rasengan amidst the smoke and charged towards Sasuke. The Chidori and the Rasengan collided violently in the center of the training ground. The shrill screech echoed throughout the underground space. Blue lightning clashed with blue chakra, violently colliding, compressing and engulfing each other. The shockwave instantly swept across the whole area, shattering the stone slabs beneath them, extinguishing the torches on the walls, plunging the entire training ground into darkness with only the blinding blue light at the center of the clash. After an indeterminate amount of time, the light faded and the dust settled. Naruto and Sasuke stood facing each other. A massive chasm split the ground between them. Their right hands hung limply at their sides, their palms cracked, blood dripping from their fingertips onto the ground, their breaths quickened and their clothes soaked with sweat. You've gotten stronger. Sasuke looked at Naruto, his voice carrying a hint of complex emotion. You too. Naruto smiled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The two of them stared at each other, neither making a move. The training ground was silent, only their hurried breaths could be heard. Sasuke, I'll ask you one last question. Naruto spoke first, his voice soft. If your revenge succeeds, will you be happy? Sasuke fell silent. After a long time he finally spoke in a low voice, a hint of unrecognized confusion in his tone. I don't know. Naruto stepped forward, looking into his eyes. But I know that after you left Konoha, Sakura has been worrying about you every day, crying countless times. Every time Kakashi-sensei mentions you, he falls silent for a long while. My dad has sent numerous Umbu to search for you for 3 whole years. Everyone in Konoha is waiting for you to come back. Sasuke lowered his head, looking at his bloodied hands. These hands had been stained with countless blood over the past 3 years, killing countless people who stood in his way. He thought he could never return, that he was no longer worthy of returning to that sunny Konoha. Naruto, I can't turn back now. His voice was rough. The blood on my hands, the path I've walked, it doesn't allow me to turn back. I'm no longer the Sasuke Uchiha of 3 years ago. You can turn back any time. Naruto looked at him, his gaze unwavering. No matter how far you've gone or what you've done, as long as you want to come back, the gates of Konoha will always be open for you. We will always be comrades. Sasuke's body trembled slightly. Naruto. You are too naive. Maybe so. Naruto smiled openly and stubbornly. But I keep my promises and never give up, that is my ninja way. Sasuke gazed at his smiling face, suddenly reminded of 3 years ago. In the snowy land of the Land of Waves, he had stood in front of Naruto, pierced by countless white senbons. In the forest of death, he had shared his rice balls with the starving Naruto. During the Chunin exams, they had faced the sound ninjas side by side. Back then, Naruto had also smiled like this, a fool's grin, yet always able to illuminate the darkest corners of his heart. You should go. Sasuke turned around, facing away from him, his voice growing cold yet devoid of the previous killing intent. I don't want to fight you right now. Then I won't leave either. Naruto boldly sat down on the ground, leaning against the wall, arms crossed. I'll wait here for you to change your mind. I have all the time in the world. You. Sasuke suddenly turned back, seeing his shameless expression, his anger causing veins to pop on his forehead. Are you an idiot? Is this your first day knowing me? Naruto raised an eyebrow, looking completely unconcerned. By the way, do you have food here? I've been on the road all day and I'm starving. In the laboratory of Orochimaru, the green liquid in the cultivation tanks surged continuously. Orochimaru sat in the main position, his hands wrapped in thick bandages, his face pale. 3 years ago his hands and soul were taken by the Shiki Fuin. Through countless forbidden techniques and biological experiments, he managed to restore a portion of their function, yet he could never return to his peak state. Du stood behind him, gently adjusting his glasses, and reported in a low voice. Lord Orochimaru Uzumaki Naruto has breached the base and is currently in the underground training ground battling with Sasuke. No need to concern ourselves with them, Orochimaru said with a grin, revealing a strange smile as his tongue flicked over his lips. Let them fight. I want to observe the growth of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and see which is superior, his carefully nurtured Uchiha bloodline or that of Naruto. Du added, but Sasuke. He might be swayed by Naruto and become conflicted. Do's tone carried a hint of concern. Conflicted? Orochimaru scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. Do you know too little about the Uchiha? Hatred is ingrained in their bones. As long as Itachi is alive, Sasuke cannot be swayed by a few trivial words of friendship. His heart is colder and harder than you can imagine. Du fell silent, lowering his gaze. He thought to himself, Lord Orochimaru, perhaps you are mistaken. The look in Sasuke's eyes when he looks at Naruto has never been solely one of competition and hostility. What lies beneath is a longing for light and an obsession with comrades that he himself is unwilling to admit. In the corridor of the base at midnight, Naruto had not left. He sat outside Sasuke's room in the corridor for the entire night, dozing against the wall, tightly clutching the flying thunder god kunai. Sasuke's door remained closed, silent within, without a sound. As dawn approached, morning mist seeped in from the window at the end of the corridor, and the door suddenly opened. Sasuke emerged clad in black ninja attire, the Kusanagi sword firmly secured at his waist, his long hair tied back. The confusion of the previous night was gone, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Are you still here? He looked at Naruto on the ground, his tone calm. I told you I would wait for you, Naruto replied, standing up and rubbing his numb legs, looking at him. Sasuke gazed at him in silence for a long time, long enough for Naruto to think he would simply turn and leave. Naruto, I've made a decision. What decision? I will continue to stay here with Orochimaru. Sasuke's voice was steady without a trace of hesitation. I want to learn all of his techniques and master all the ways that can make me stronger. Once I have learned everything he has to offer, I will personally kill him. Naruto frowned. You still want to follow him? He is just using you, wanting your body. I know, Sasuke said, curling his lips into a cold smile. Just as he is using me, I am using him. It's merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. He looked at Naruto, his gaze filled with undeniable resolve. Give me a year. After a year, Itachi will appear in Konoha. At that time, I will personally kill him and put an end to this hatred. Why a year? Because Orochimaru's body won't last a year. He needs a new vessel, and I am his target. Sasuke's voice turned cold. Within a year, I will completely devour him and then personally settle my feud with Itachi. Naruto looked into his eyes where hatred, resolve, and desperate courage resided, but the earlier confusion was no longer present. He realized that Sasuke had chosen his own path. This time it was not driven by hatred but by his own grasp of direction. All right. I will wait for you for a year. Naruto nodded, not urging him to return. But you must promise me one thing. What? No matter what happens, do not let Orochimaru consume you. Do not become like him. Do not lose yourself. Naruto looked at him, speaking each word carefully. After a year, regardless of whether you have taken revenge or not, if you want to come back, Konoha will always have a place for you. I will always come to find you. Sasuke did not respond. He turned and walked deeper into the corridor, heading towards Orochimaru's laboratory. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, not looking back. His voice was soft yet clearly reached Naruto's ears. Naruto. Thank you for coming. As the words fell, his figure disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. Naruto stood in place, watching the direction he vanished, clenching his fists. All right. A year. I will wait for you. No matter where you are, I will find you. In the Hokage office of Konoha village, Minato stood by the window holding the note that Naruto had left before departing, gently tracing the characters with his fingertips. Jiraiya sat on the windowsill holding a flask of sake, drinking it sip by sip. Minato, your son charged into Orochimaru's lair all by himself. Aren't you worried at all? I am worried. Minato folded the note and placed it in the drawer of his desk, his tone calm. But I believe in him. You believe he won't get hurt? I believe he can uphold his ninja way and maintain his bond with Sasuke. Minato turned to look at Jiraiya, his eyes filled with determination. Master, Naruto is different from me. I carried everything alone back then, but he is not alone. He has comrades, people he will fight to protect, and people who will fight to bring him back. He is stronger than I was and far braver. Jiraiya looked at him and suddenly laughed, tilting his head back to take a big gulp of sake. You rascal, you've raised a good son. I know. Minato smiled as well, gazing out the window. When Naruto returned to Konoha, it was March, and the Yoshino cherry blossoms at the village entrance were in full bloom, their pink and white petals swirling in the wind, falling all over him. He had walked back from the land of rice without using the Flying Thunder God technique or the body flicker technique. He needed the time on this journey to thoroughly digest Sasuke's words, 1-year agreement. 365 days, not long yet not short, merely another cycle of seasons, but also long enough for Orochimaru's schemes to fester, for the Akatsuki's minions to spread, and for the turmoil in the ninja world to rise again. As the gates of Konoha village came into view, Naruto stopped in his tracks. He recalled the moment 3 years ago, when he left from here, seeing Minato waving at him through the morning mist. He remembered 3 days ago, when he rushed out from here with Kakashi leaning against a tree handing him a map. Now he was back, and his father, who always put him first, was still in the Hokage's office at the heart of the village, still waiting for him. Naruto! A pink figure dashed out from the guardhouse, bringing the wind with her, lightly punching his shoulder. It was Sakura. You sneaked out again all by yourself. Kakusha-sensei said you went to find Sasuke. Did you see him? How is he? Is he hurt? Sakura's words bombarded him like a rapid-fire barrage. Her eyes red, yet she bit her lip tightly, refusing to let the tears fall. 3 years had transformed this girl, who once only chased after Sasuke, crying, shedding all her innocence, her demeanor now exuding competence and resilience. Her pink hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she wore the uniform of a medical ninja, her fingertips still carrying the scent of disinfectant. "Sakura," Naruto interrupted her, his voice calm and gentle. "I saw him. He is fine and not injured." Sakura opened her mouth, the accumulated worries and grievances of 3 years flooding to the surface, ultimately crystallizing into a tremulous question. "He still won't come back, right? He said to give him 1 year." Naruto looked at her, his gaze soothing. "After 1 year he will leave Orochimaru and resolve his own matters." Sakura lowered her head, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, her shoulders trembling slightly, yet she did not cry. When she lifted her head, she had already wiped away the moisture from her eyes, nodding firmly. "All right. I will wait for him. 1 year or 2 years I will wait." Naruto looked at her and suddenly smiled. "Sakura, you've become stronger." "Really?" Sakura was momentarily stunned, then she smiled back, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. "So have you, Naruto. You don't sound like the loud and boisterous troublemaker you used to be." "Is that so?" Naruto scratched his head, displaying a hint of his former foolishness. "Maybe it's because Jiraiya-sensei lectured me for 3 years. What good things could that pervy sage teach you?" Sakura wrinkled her nose, and just as she finished speaking, a loud sneeze came from afar. Hokage office. Minato was engrossed in a mountain of paperwork. The sound of his pen scratching across the paper was the only noise in the office. Hearing the door open, he didn't even lift his head to know who had arrived. "You're back. Dad, I'm back." Naruto walked to the desk and unloaded the backpack from his back, placing it on the floor. Only then did Minato put down his pen and look up at him. His gaze swept over the dust on Naruto's clothes and the unhealed cut on his hand, finally resting in his calm eyes. "Did you see Sasuke?" "I did. He wouldn't come back with you. He said to give him 1 year. Minato leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed in front of him, gazing at Naruto. "You just agreed to this?" Naruto walked to the window, pushing it open, and the wind carrying the scent of cherry blossoms rushed in. Outside the window, Konoha village was peaceful, with children chasing and playing on the streets, lazy ninja cats lounging on rooftops, soaking up the sun, patrolling ninjas cheerfully greeting vendors by the roadside. This was what he and his father, along with the third Hokage and all the ninjas of Konoha, fought desperately to protect. "Because he is my friend. I believe in him." Naruto turned around, looking at Minato, his eyes honest and resolute. "Dad, you won't blame me, will you?" Minato fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. The seriousness in his eyes dissipated, leaving only gentle pride. "Blame you for what?" "Blame you for believing in your comrades." He stood up, walked to Naruto's side, and patted his shoulder. "You did the right thing. Some things are like sand in your hand, the tighter you grip, the faster it slips away. Sasuke chose his own path, and what we can do is pull him back if he strays, not force him to run the other way." "Then why did you let Jiraiya-sensei follow me secretly?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Minato was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled in resignation. "To protect you. It's not that I don't trust your abilities, but Orochimaru's space is filled with traps and the Akatsuki is also active everywhere. I cannot allow you to take risks alone." Naruto looked into his father's eyes. Those blue eyes, identical to his own, held worry, trust, and a deep-seated guilt. He understood that Minato always felt he owed him, always trying to shield him from all possible risks. "Dad, you don't have to bear everything alone." Naruto looked at him, speaking each word clearly. "I'm no longer that little brat who could only cause trouble 3 years ago. I can fight, I can protect Konoha, I can share the burden with you." Minato looked at his son, who was now slightly taller than him, his eyes brimming with warmth. It seemed he suddenly understood the pride and comfort the third Hokage must have felt while watching him grow. "All right." He nodded with a smile, turning back to the desk and retrieving a confidential document from the drawer, handing it to Naruto. "This is all the intelligence we currently have on the Akatsuki. Once you read it, let me know where you think we should start." Naruto took the document, his fingertips touching the cold cover, and his heart raced. He opened the first page, and what met his eyes was a blurry surveillance photo. Someone wearing a black cloak with red clouds, a scarecrow mask, and the visible part was a pair of purple eyes with the patterns of the Rinnegan. "Akatsuki." Naruto clenched the document tightly, flames igniting in his eyes. "I will personally destroy it." Konoha Village Training Ground, No. 3. The next morning. Before dawn, with the morning mist still lingering, Naruto was already standing in the training ground. He took off his black and red jacket, wearing only an orange tank top, his bare feet planted on the dewy grass. The chilly morning dew soaked his ankles, and the biting coldness made his senses exceptionally sharp. He closed his eyes, calming his mind as his consciousness sank into the sealed space within his body. In the boundless darkness, a pair of gigantic crimson-slit eyes slowly opened, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to look down upon everything. "Little brat, are you here to bother me again?" The voice of the Ninetales was deep like thunder, reverberating in the space of consciousness. "I want to enter the second form." Naruto's tone was calm, without a hint of hesitation. The Ninetales fell silent for a moment before sneering. "Are you sure? Last time you could only hold on for 15 minutes before my chakra nearly devoured your consciousness. Then this time I'll hold on for 20 minutes. The Ninetales said nothing more, but a torrent of surging yet restrained red chakra instantly poured out from the depths of darkness, flowing through Naruto's meridians. The first form instantly unfolded, the red-tailed beast cloak resembling flowing flame enveloping his entire body, his eyes transforming into crimson-slit pupils, and the whisker markings on his cheeks deepening to a dark black. "Continue." Naruto gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. The flow of chakra suddenly intensified, and the red-tailed beast cloak became even denser, forming armor-like patterns on his surface, his hair standing on end, his ears elongating, and his fangs sharpening. The second form of Ninetales chakra. Naruto opened his eyes, his pupils transforming into horizontal beast-like eyes, yet his consciousness was remarkably clear, showing no signs of being consumed by chakra. 20 minutes, the timer starts now. He began to move on the training ground. Running, jumping, forming seals, and gathering the Rasengan, each action was precise and stable. The red and blue intertwined Ninetales Rasengan spun rapidly in his palm, emitting a roar like a beast, yet it remained firmly controlled in his grasp with no hint of leaking. At 19 minutes, Naruto's consciousness began to blur, the Ninetales chakra crashing against his reasoning like a tide, a cold voice echoing in his mind. "Give up, little brat. If you can't hold on, don't force it. No. Just one more minute." He bit down hard on his lip, the taste of blood exploding in his mouth, the intense pain snapping him back to clarity. The Rasengan in his palm suddenly swelled, transforming into a massive sphere of red and black, swirling with the turbulent chakra of the Ninetales, yet still held steadily in his grip. Super large ball Ninetales Rasengan. Naruto turned and slammed the Rasengan hard into the empty ground of the training field. The deafening explosion instantly reverberated throughout the forest, the violent shockwaves sending surrounding trees flying, and the ground was blasted into a massive pit over 20 meters in diameter. As the dust slowly cleared, Naruto stood at the bottom of the pit, exhaling hot breaths. The tailed beast cloak had dissipated, panting heavily, yet a radiant smile graced his lips. 21 minutes. Exceeded. From afar, Jiraiya stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the deep pit, taking a deep breath and then smiling with satisfaction. This little brat. Truly crazier than his father back in the day. Konoha village streets. Naruto returned from the training ground covered in dirt and grass clippings, his clothes torn in several places by the shockwave, looking like he had just come off the battlefield. As he passed by a flower shop at the corner of the street, he happened to bump into Hinata, who was watering the flowers. After 3 years apart, Hinata had shed her youthful innocence, her long hair flowing smoothly over her shoulders, dressed in a light purple kimono, her gentle features softening, yet upon seeing Naruto her face instantly flushed, nearly dropping the watering can in her hands. "Naruto! Naruto-kun!" Her voice was still soft, yet now carried a bit more confidence than 3 years ago. "Hinata! Good morning!" Naruto smiled and waved at her, revealing a row of white teeth. "What a beautiful day today!" Hinata's face reddened even more as she noticed his disheveled appearance, becoming instantly flustered. Are you hurt? Did something happen during training?" No. I just practiced a new technique and it made quite a noise." Naruto brushed off the dirt on his clothes and suddenly remembered something, asking, "By the way, Hinata, have you seen Niji recently? I want to find him for a sparring match." Hinata quickly lowered her head, answering softly, "And Nijinai. He's at the Hyuga training ground, practicing his punches." "Thanks, Hinata. I'll treat you to ramen later." Naruto smiled and waved as he turned and ran towards the Hyuga compound. Hinata stood there watching his disappearing figure around the corner, the watering can in her hands still overflowing the water having long soaked her wooden sandals, yet she remained oblivious. "Miss Hinata, your shoes are wet," a nearby flower shop staff member quietly reminded her. Hinata suddenly snapped back to reality, looking down at her soaked shoes and socks, her face instantly reddening like a ripe tomato, even her ears burning. In the Hyuga clan training ground, Niji was practicing his kaiten in the center. Rapidly rotating chakra gushed from all the acupuncture points in his body, forming a hemispherical barrier that was larger, denser, and more stable than it had been 3 years ago. Even the pebbles landing on the barrier were instantly ground to dust. Naruto leaned against the training grounds fence, quietly observing until Niji stopped spinning, then smiled and said, "Impressive, Niji. Your kaiten has improved significantly since 3 years ago." Niji turned around, momentarily startled to see Naruto outside the fence, then nodded slightly, his tone calm. "You're back." "Just got back. Want to have a match?" Naruto leaped into the arena, stretching his wrists and ankles, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Niji said nothing further, assuming the initial stance of his gentle fist, activating his Byakugan as the veins on his forehead pulsed. "Come on!" Naruto did not use Shadow Clone Jutsu, nor did he utilize the Rasengan, and without even tapping into the chakra of the Nine Tails, he charged straight at Niji, relying solely on his pure taijutsu. With a punch carrying a powerful wind, he aimed directly at Niji's face. Niji sidestepped, his palms darting out like agile snakes, accurately striking at Naruto's chakra points in his chest. Naruto raised his arm to block, yet he was still pushed back 2 steps by the force of Niji's gentle fist chakra, his arm going numb. "You've made great progress in taijutsu." Niji's tone carried a hint of subtle surprise. 3 years ago his gentle fist could easily seal Naruto's chakra flow, but now Naruto could withstand his gentle fist using just his physical strength. "You too." Naruto shook his numb arm, grinned, and charged again. The two clashed repeatedly, the sound of their fists and palms striking echoing continuously. Niji's gentle fists remained precise and lethal, every strike targeting Naruto's chakra points, his movements flowing seamlessly with no unnecessary actions, while Naruto's taijutsu had been honed to a fierce sharpness during 3 years of wilderness training, each punch carrying the weight of rigorous practice, his speed so fast that even Niji's Byakugan struggled to keep up. After more than 30 exchanges, either side could claim victory. Suddenly Naruto took a step back, quickly bringing his hands together. "Shadow Clone Jutsu." With a series of explosive bangs of white smoke, dozens of shadow clones surged towards Niji from all directions, closing off any chance for him to dodge. Niji remained unperturbed, his body spinning rapidly as chakra erupted. Kaiten! The hemispherical chakra barrier expanded explosively, instantly sending all the shadow clones flying and shattering them. But just as the Kaiten came to a halt, Naruto's real body burst forth from underground, his palm gathering the Rasengan aimed directly at Niji's chest. Niji's Byakugan precisely caught his movement, showing no signs of panic. The moment he stopped spinning, he brought his palms together, channeling all the gentle fist chakra into his palms, and met the Rasengan Hiden. The clash of fist and Rasengan erupted violently, a turbulent wave of chakra exploding outward, forcing both of them to stagger back a few steps, panting as they looked at each other, both smiling. "It's a tie." Niji spoke first, retracting his gentle fist stance. "Yeah, a tie." Naruto nodded with a grin, dissipating the chakra in his palm. "Next time he'll definitely win against you." Niji looked at him, and suddenly said, "Naruto, you've changed." "Changed how?" "You used to be very loud, always making a fuss. Now you're quieter." Niji paused, adding, "Not quieter, but more steady. Like your father." Naruto laughed, looking up towards Hokage Rock. "Maybe I'm just getting older." Niji rarely smiled, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "You're only 16. 16 is already quite grown up." Naruto gazed at the sky, his tone serious. "When my dad was 16, he was already on the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War protecting Konoha." Niji remained silent for a moment, then said, "Your father was a once-in-a-century genius." "So am I." Naruto pointed to himself, confidence radiating from his eyes. "One day you'll surpass him and become the greatest Hokage of Konoha." Niji gazed into his eyes. In those blue orbs there was no trace of arrogance, only a heavy, undeniable conviction. He suddenly recalled 3 years ago the scene at the Chunin exam arena when this blonde-haired boy shouted at him, "My destiny is decided by me." At that time he found it laughable, but now he understood that this boy had never been just talk. Perhaps. Niji nodded gently. In the Hokage office a week later, an urgent encrypted intelligence scroll was swiftly delivered by the Umbu bearing the wax seal emblazoned with the emblem of Sunagakure. Minato opened the scroll, and upon just a glance his brow furrowed tightly. 2 members of the Akatsuki organization have infiltrated the land of Wind Sunagakure. He raised his head, looking at Kakashi standing opposite him, his tone grave. The target is Gaara the Jinchuriki of One Tail. Kakashi's expression darkened as well. When did this happen? 3 days ago. 2 members of the Akatsuki launched a surprise attack on Sunagakure, injuring several high-ranking ninjas and abducting Gaara. Sunagakure has officially requested aid from Konoha, hoping we can send support to intercept the Akatsuki and rescue Gaara. Minato approached a large map of the ninja world, his fingertip touching the territory of the Land of Wind. These 2 individuals, one is named Deidara, a rogue ninja from Iwagakure skilled in explosive clay techniques, the other is Sasori, a rogue from Sunagakure known as the Red Sand, a top-tier puppet master. Both are rank rogue ninjas, their powers unfathomable. Sunagakure is our ally, we cannot stand idly by. Kakashi spoke solemnly. Minato paused for a moment, gently tapping his fingers on the table. Naruto has applied to go into battle. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment before smiling. I knew it. That kid surely can't sit still. Is he ready? Minato asked, a hint of paternal concern in his tone. He says he is ready. Kakashi's tone was extremely confident. After 3 years of training, he is no longer the same little brat. He has that strength. Minato gazed out the window, remaining silent for a long time before finally nodding. All right. Let him go. You lead the team and take Niji and Sakura with you. Minato turned to Kakashi. Remember, the primary objective is to rescue Gaara and second is to intercept the Akatsuki members. Safety first, no reckless fighting. I will bring Umbu for follow-up support. If anything happens, contact me immediately with the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi solemnly saluted. Later that evening at the gates of Konoha, the setting sun dyed the clouds in molten gold hues. Naruto stood at the village entrance carrying a large backpack with a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique tucked at his waist. Sakura stood beside him with a medical kit on her back, gripping a kunai laced with an antidote. Niji had a ninja tool pouch on his back, his Byakugan activated, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Kakashi stood at the front with a map in hand, his forehead protector pushed up, his Sharingan slightly spinning. Our mission is to head to Sunagakure in the Land of Wind to rescue Gaara, who has been captured by the Akatsuki. Our opponents are 2 rank rogue ninjas. This is not a Chunin exam nor training, but a true life-and-death battle. Kakashi looked at the 4 of them, his tone serious. Do you understand? Understood. The 3 responded in unison, their voices strong and resolute. Naruto looked towards the direction of the Land of Wind, where the vast yellow sands lay, reminding him of his friends he had promised to stand by. He clenched his fists, silently repeating, Gaara, wait for me. The 4 turned to set off, their figures quickly disappearing into the forest tinted red by the setting sun. Minato stood by the window of the Hokage office watching the direction they left, his fingers gently rubbing a kunai identical to the one at Naruto's waist. Naruto, make sure to be careful. The following day in Sunagakure, when Naruto and his team arrived, what met their eyes was a scene of devastation. The towering walls of Sunagakure had been blasted open, most of the buildings inside collapsed with dried blood mingled in the yellow sands. Sunagakure's ninjas were frantically searching for survivors among the ruins, each face marked by fatigue and despair. Temari stood at the village entrance, her eyes swollen and weary. The moment she saw Naruto and the others rushing over, tears streamed down her face as she hurried to meet them. Naruto! You finally made it! Gaara, he was captured by the Akatsuki. Who took him? Which direction did they go? Naruto steadied her, his tone urgent yet calm. A blond man using clay bombs and another man using puppets. Temari's voice trembled. They injured most of the high-ranking ninjas in the village and took Gaara. They went towards the northwest ruins of Iwagakure, and it's already been 6 hours. Naruto nodded without hesitation. Kakashi immediately unfolded the map, quickly marking the location of the Iwagakure ruins. Niji, use your Byakugan to track their chakra traces. Sakura, be prepared for medical support. Naruto, I know. Naruto had already dashed out the negative chakra of the Nine Tails, fully unleashed his sensing range, instantly expanding to several kilometers. I've sensed Gaara's chakra. It's to the northwest. Wait for me, Gaara. His figure moved like a flash of orange lightning, vanishing instantly into the swirling yellow sands. In the land of wind at the ruins of Awagakure during twilight, Deidara stood atop a massive clay bird playing with a ball of white clay, while beneath him Gaara lay unconscious, wrapped in sand. His body was tightly bound by his own sand, trapped in a deep coma, with faint breaths. Scorpion stood on the broken wall of the ruins, flanked by three oddly shaped puppets, their crimson eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Deidara, someone is approaching. Their chakra is immense and they are coming for us. I know. Deidara lowered his head, watching as an orange figure rushed over from the end of the yellow sand, grinning widely. Oh. Is it the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Interesting. Just the right time to showcase my art. Naruto rushed to the ruins, halted, and looked up at Deidara in the sky, anger igniting in his eyes. Give Gaara back. Deidara jumped down from the clay bird, landing on the broken wall, holding a clay bird in his hand, his expression one of arrogant delight. Little brat, you talk big. If you want to get back the one-tailed Jinchuriki, you'll need to see if you have the capability. Art is an explosion. Ha! The clay bird in his hand instantly came to life, flapping its wings as it dove towards Naruto. Naruto did not evade. His right hand gathered the Rasengan with lightning speed, smashing it fiercely against the clay bird. The clay bird exploded upon contact with the Rasengan, the violent shockwave consumed entirely by the attack, smoke clearing to reveal Naruto standing still, unyielding. Impressive power, but too slow. Naruto coldly gazed at Deidara. The time you spent molding that broken bird was enough for me to kill you 10 times. Deidara's expression darkened instantly, the smile fading from his eyes. Little brat, do you dare insult my art? He quickly kneaded clay with both hands. Countless fist-sized clay spiders surged from his palms, crawling towards Naruto like a tidal wave. Naruto clasped his hands together, taking a deep breath. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gale swept across the battlefield, lifting all the clay spiders into the air. Continuous explosions erupted like a sky full of fireworks, yet not a single injury was inflicted upon Naruto. At that moment, Scorpion suddenly moved. His fingers twitched and the nearby puppets sprang into action, shooting out blades laced with deadly poison, aiming straight for Naruto's back. Babwa, empty palm. Niji's figure arrived in an instant, striking out with a palm. The condensed chakra shockwave slammed into the puppet, sending it flying away. Sakura followed closely, leaping into the air, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the hard puppet into pieces. Sakura! Niji! Naruto, go save Gaara! Leave this to us! Sakura clenched her fists, determination shining in her eyes as the green glow of medical ninjutsu lit up at her fingertips. I can cure their poison! Naruto nodded, not hesitating for a second, and turned to dash towards Gaara, who was enveloped in sand. Deidara attempted to intervene, but Kakashi appeared before him in an instant, the Sharingan whirling rapidly, the sound of Chidori echoing throughout the ruins. Your opponent is me. Naruto reached Gaara's side. The thick sand cocoon was as hard as steel, tightly wrapping around Gaara's body. He tried to break it with the Rasengan, but the sand seemed to possess a life of its own, continuously repairing the cracks. Sakura! Come help! Sakura rushed over instantly, looking at the sand cocoon, taking a deep breath as she gathered all her chakra into her fist, smashing it down fiercely. The hard sand cocoon instantly cracked open a huge gap. Following up with another punch, the gap widened completely, and with a third punch the thick sand cocoon shattered explosively. Gaara lay inside, his face pale as paper, lips cracked, breaths so weak they were nearly imperceptible. Gaara! Gaara! Naruto squatted down, gently patting his face, his voice trembling slightly. Gaara slowly opened his eyes, his dazed pupils focused after a long time, finally seeing Naruto's face. His cracked lips moved slightly, voice as faint as a whisper. Naruto! You came. Don't speak. They'll take you back. You promised me you would become Kazekage. You can't die. Naruto carefully lifted him up and turned, running towards Sunagakure. Deidara watched as Naruto carried Gaara away, his eyes reddening with anger, clenching a massive ball of clay ready to chase after them, but Kakashi's Kamui kept him firmly restrained, unable to break free. Damn! My art isn't finished yet! Deidara gritted his teeth, glancing at Scorpion beside him. Scorpion, retreat! Scorpion did not respond. His puppets had been mostly destroyed by Sakura and Niji's combined efforts. Watching Naruto leave with Gaara in the distance, a glint of coldness flashed in his crimson pupils. Without hesitation, he turned and vanished into the shadows of the ruins. Deidara cursed, jumping onto the clay bird and flying away into the distance. Naruto ran desperately through the yellow sand, carrying Gaara, feeling the wind howling past his ears, the body in his arms cold and breathing weaker. Gaara, hold on. We'll be at Sunagakure soon. You can't die. Granny Chio is still waiting for you. Temari and Kankuro are waiting for you. Everyone in Sunagakure is waiting for you. Gaara closed his eyes, but a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. I will not die. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the morning mist of the desert, gently illuminating Gaara's pale face through the glass window of the hospital room. His long eyelashes fluttered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. In his view was Temari's face, filled with joy but streaked with tears, along with Kankuro's eyes instantly reddened. Gaara, you're awake! Temari's voice trembled with suppressed emotion as she reached out to touch him, afraid of causing him pain. Gaara blinked, gradually focusing his gaze. He moved his fingers, feeling the chakra flowing anew within his body. It was a strange yet warm sensation, as if another soul were gently breathing within him. What about Granny Chio? He spoke, his voice hoarse. The room fell silent instantly. Temari's tears welled up again as she turned her head away, unable to meet Gaara's eyes. Kankuro took a deep breath, walked to the bedside, and said in a low voice, Granny Chio used the rebirth jutsu to give her life to you. Gaara's body jolted suddenly. He recalled the last image, before his unconsciousness, Granny Chio's aged hand resting on his chest, her face adorned with a serene smile. He remembered her last words. This time I finally did something right. It turned out it was not an illusion. He slowly raised his hand to his heart. What beat there was not just his life, but also an elderly woman's belated atonement, and the deepest love for the entire Sand Village. Gaara's lips moved, but he did not continue. He did not cry, but his eyes held a newfound depth. It was a sense of responsibility, gratitude, and a firm desire to protect something. Just then the hospital door was pushed open. Naruto peeked in, his face beaming with a big smile. Gaara! You're awake! He bounced over to the bedside, followed by Kakashi, who leaned against the doorframe with a gentle smile. Naruto! Gaara looked at him, his expression softening considerably. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Naruto leaned closer, examining him. The doctor said you need to rest for a few more days, but you're already out of danger. Gaara shook his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the room, finally resting on the window. The sun had fully risen, bathing the entire sand village in golden light, with the distant sand dunes glimmering warmly in the sunlight. Granny Chio, he whispered. She hoped I would become a good Kazekage. You will. Naruto nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with sincerity. I believe in you. Gaara turned his head, looking at Naruto, revealing a faint yet genuine smile. It was the first time he smiled from the heart in his life. The funeral of Granny Chio was simple yet solemn. Ninjas from the entire Sand Village had gathered, dressed in black, standing quietly in the plaza. No one spoke, only the desert wind gently brushed against each person's cheek. The Kazekage's flag was flown at half-mast, flapping in the breeze. Gaara stood at the front, wearing a black robe, holding Granny Chio's belongings, the puppet gloves she had used her entire life. His back was straight like a poplar tree stubbornly growing in the desert. Temari and Kankuro stood by his sides, faces marked with sorrow yet also pride. Their younger brother had finally grown up. After the funeral, Gaara remained alone in the plaza, staring at Granny Chio's tombstone for a long time. Granny Chio, he murmured as if she were still by his side. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a second life, for helping me understand how wonderful it is to be needed by others. I will not disappoint you. I will protect the Sand Village and each person here. I will become a Kazekage that makes you proud. The wind blew, stirring up the fine sand on the ground as if responding gently to Granny Chio. Naruto and his group were heading back to Konoha. Temari and Kankuro came to see them off, and Gaara had come as well. He had changed out of his hospital gown and donned the Kazekage's robe. Though his complexion was still pale, his eyes had become incredibly resolute. Naruto! Gaara called out to him. Thank you? Naruto scratched his head, beaming brightly. I told you we're friends. Friends don't need to say thank you. Gaara nodded. Next time we meet I will definitely be a qualified Kazekage. Then we can spar together. Sure. Naruto's eyes lit up. I won't lose to you. Kakashi and Kankuro exchanged glances, both smiling helplessly. These two guys always think about fighting when they meet. We're leaving. Kakashi waved. Please take care of the Sand Village. Don't worry. Kankuro nodded. If anything happens in Konoha, contact us at any time. Naruto jumped onto Gamabunta's back, waving back at Gaara and the others. See you. Gaara stood at the village entrance, watching their figures grow smaller until they disappeared on the horizon of the desert. He clenched his fists, his gaze directed towards the distance. A new era had already begun, and he, as the fifth Kazekage of the Sand Village, would lead this ancient village into a brand new future. In the cold stone cave, Pain stood before a massive statue facing away from the others. Deidara and Sasori both failed. His voice was devoid of emotion. The one tail was taken and then reclaimed. That old hag Chio has really brought us a huge trouble. That Sasori guy actually lost to 2 kids and an old woman, truly a disgrace to Akatsuki. Haiden scoffed disdainfully. Sasori is dead, Kakuza said coldly. It is meaningless to discuss this now. We have lost 2 members and the mission progress has been severely delayed. It's alright. Pain slowly turned around, the Rinnegan shimmering with eerie light in the dimness. The one tail won't escape for now. Our next target is the 2 tails. His gaze swept over everyone present. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, you will go capture the 2 tails. Understood. Itachi nodded slightly, his red Sharingan flashing briefly in the shadows. As for the 9 tails. Pain paused. Do not act rashly for now. Konoha's strength should not be underestimated, and that kid named Naruto Uzumaki seems to be somewhat special. We will wait until we collect the other tailed beasts before heading to Konoha together. By then the entire ninja world will be within our control. The storm in the ninja world is quietly brewing. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Naruto remains unaware that a greater crisis is approaching him. On the day Naruto returned to Konoha from Sunagakure, the wind carried the scent of desert sand, and the lights in the Hokage's office burned throughout the day as Minato sat behind his desk waiting for him. You're back. Minato raised his head, his gaze landing on the weary Naruto, concern evident in his eyes. Yeah. Naruto stepped inside, dropping his backpack onto the sofa and sinking into it, his voice tinged with fatigue. Gaara is fine now. Old Chio used the rebirth jutsu, sacrificing her own life to pull him back from the clutches of death. Minato paused, his hand holding the pen, hesitating before he set it down, remaining silent for a long time. Chio. She was one of the greatest ninjas of Sunagakure. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at Konoha beneath Hokage Rock. Naruto, do you think a person's life can be measured in value? Naruto was taken aback, not fully understanding his meaning. What do you mean? Chio traded her life for Gaara's life. She believed it was worth it, and the people of Sunagakure also believed it was worth it. Minato turned to look at him. But if you were Gaara, would you think it was worth it? Naruto pondered for a long time, his fingertips lightly tracing the edge of the sofa before he shook his head. No. I would feel like I owe her a life, a debt I could never repay. So, Minato walked back to the desk, his gaze fixed on Naruto, gentle yet firm. Never sacrifice yourself easily. Living allows you to do more, to protect more people. Once you're dead, everything is lost. Naruto looked into his father's eyes, those blue eyes that mirrored his own, hiding something profound. It was not fear, but a clarity born from surviving life and death. Minato had seen too many comrades sacrifice themselves on the battlefield, too many who exchanged their lives for a fleeting peace. He understood better than anyone that living was always harder and far more meaningful than dying. Dad, I understand. Naruto nodded heavily. Go on, rest well. Minato smiled and waved his hand. From now on, the ninja world won't be peaceful, and there are many things waiting for us to do. Konoha Village. Training Ground No. 3. A few days later, the training ground in the early morning was filled with dust from the winds of the Raisin Shuriken. Naruto stood in the center of the field, panting, his right hand slightly numb. That last wind release. The Raisin Shuriken had accurately hit the target 100 meters away, reducing the ground around it to fine powder from the high-speed rotating wind blades. Jiraiya leaned against a nearby tree trunk holding a sake bottle, occasionally taking a sip while watching Naruto in the field, his eyes filled with approval. Not bad. The completion rate has reached 90%. He jumped down and walked over to Naruto, patting him on the shoulder. It's still missing 10%. Naruto shook his numb right hand, his brow furrowed. This technique places too much burden on my body. Every time I use it, the meridians in my right arm get burned by the wind blades, leaving it numb for a while. In actual combat, this would be a fatal flaw. That's because your Bota's strength isn't sufficient to withstand the backlash of this technique. Jiraiya set down the sake bottle, his playful demeanor fading as he grew serious. Once you learn Sage Mode, your Bota's recovery and impact resistance will significantly improve. At that point you can use the Raisin Shuriken however you want. Sage Mode. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly, leaning closer to Jiraiya with curiosity. What is that? It sounds amazing. Jiraiya extended his hands and slowly closed his eyes. A faint green natural energy gathered from all directions, enveloping him. Red patterns resembling toads appeared on both sides of his cheeks, and his pupils transformed into horizontal frog-like eyes. The chakra pressure around him surged several times. This is Sage Mode. Jiraiya opened his eyes, dissipating the natural energy surrounding him. By absorbing the natural energy of the world and merging it with your own spiritual and physical energy, you form Sage Chakra, which allows your physical techniques, ninjutsu, and sensory abilities to leap to a new level. The only drawback is that you need to remain still for a period to gather natural energy, and the duration is limited. Once the natural energy becomes unbalanced, you will be consumed by it, and turn into a frog, unable to revert back. Naruto stared at the patterns on his face that hadn't completely faded and struggled for a moment before managing to say, "In this state you really look like a frog." "Shut up, you brat. This is art." Jiraiya angrily hit him on the head with a fist. "Such ugly art." Naruto covered his head and dodged, but then leaned closer again, smiling in a flattering manner. "But master, I want to learn this Sage Mode. Please teach me." Jiraiya looked at the light in his eyes, shaking his head helplessly but unable to suppress a smile. This kid truly was a chip off the old block, just like his father. "What burdens do you carry?" The Hokage's office is brightly lit against the night, the atmosphere so tense it feels almost tangible. Sitting in the main seat, Minato wore the Hokage's ceremonial robe, his face devoid of the usual warmth, replaced only by the authority and calm of the Hokage. On either side sat Kakashi Gayasuma and the core jonin of Konoha, while Jiraiya leaned against the window and Tsunade sat beside Minato playing with a pen, her brow furrowed. "We just received urgent intelligence from the border Ambu," Minato said as he opened the encrypted document in front of him, his voice low. "Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki have crossed the border of the Land of Fire and entered Konoha. Their whereabouts are currently unknown and their targets are unclear." Kakashi's brow furrowed instantly, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. "Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's brother. The culprit behind the Uchiha massacre, a core member of the Akatsuki organization and rank rogue ninja possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan." "Indeed." Minato nodded. "You all understand Itachi's strength. When it comes to ocular techniques, there are few in the ninja world who can contend with him. Kisame Hashigaki, originally one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist known as the Tailed Beast without a tail, possesses a chakra volume comparable to that of a tailed beast, and his strength should not be underestimated. Should we lead a team to intercept them immediately?" Guy suddenly stood up, his body ablaze with youthful fervor. "Together with Kakashi we can definitely keep them outside of Konoha." Minato raised his hand to signal him to sit down, fell silent for a moment, then turned to Jiraiya by the window. "Master, what do you think?" Jiraiya took a sip of sake and slowly spoke. "Itachi is not coming for Konoha. If he intended to attack Konoha, he wouldn't have come with just Kisame, nor would he have crossed the border so ostentatiously, allowing our Ambu to easily detect his trail. He must be here for either Naruto or Sasuke. More accurately, he has come to see Sasuke. Sasuke is still at Orochimaru's base." Tsunade frowned. 3 months ago we lost track of Orochimaru's hideout, and Sasuke has also disappeared without a trace. "So Itachi will definitely go to find Orochimaru," Jiraiya stated with utmost certainty. Minato, you should understand what this implies. Itachi intends to kill Orochimaru. And by the way, eliminate Sasuke. No. Jiraiya shook his head, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. If Itachi wanted to kill Sasuke, he would have done so long ago. During the massacre, the only survivor he left was Sasuke, and over the years he had countless opportunities to act but never did. This time he came to see Sasuke for another reason. A purpose that has been hidden for many years. The office fell into a profound silence. The truth about the Uchiha massacre has always been a taboo that Konoha's higher-ups avoid discussing. Minato, wounded during the Ninetales incident, had been asleep for years and upon waking found himself restrained by Danzo, and the two advisors knowing only the surface of the events that transpired. After a long while, Minato stood up and walked to the enormous map of the ninja world, his fingertip resting on an abandoned outpost at the border of the Land of Fire. Whatever his purpose is, we cannot just sit idly by. He turned around and issued the order. Kakashi, lead Team 7, Naruto and Sakura, to the border to track Itachi and Kisame's movements. Remember, your task is reconnaissance only. Do not engage directly. If you notice anything unusual, contact me immediately using the Flying Thunder God technique. Understood. Kakashi replied solemnly with a salute. Guy, lead Team 3, Lee, Miji and Tenten, as reserve support, ready to assist Kakashi's team at any time. Got it. Leave it to me. Guy performed a standard salute, the flames of his spirit burning even brighter. Everyone else remain in Konoha and strengthen the village's defenses. The Umbu will be on duty 24 hours a day. We must not give the enemy a chance. Everyone responded in unison and began to disperse, leaving only Minato and Jiraiya in the office. Minato stood by the window gazing into the pitch-black night, his voice very low. Master, how much do we really not know about the Uchiha massacre? Jiraiya walked over to him, patting his shoulder, and sighed softly. Minato, this matter runs very deep. Danzo, the two advisors, and even the third Hokage are all implicated. Itachi has never been a simple rogue ninja. Minato's fists tightened. Itachi, what burdens do you truly carry? At the abandoned outpost on the border of the Land of Fire, amidst the swirling yellow sands of the desolate ruins, Sasuke stood atop a crumbled wall, the Kusanagi sword embedded in the crevice beside him, arms crossed, his black hair billowing in the wind. He had been waiting here for a whole day and night. 3 months ago he had launched a surprise attack during Orochimaru's moment of weakness, when his body was deteriorating and the reincarnation ritual was imminent. The Kusanagi pierced through Orochimaru's severely injured hands, which had been sealed by the corpse demon, consuming Orochimaru's consciousness with the Sharingan, stripping him of all the ninjutsu he had mastered throughout his life and personally destroying the man who had regarded him as a vessel. Now Orochimaru was merely a remnant soul within him, one that could retaliate at any moment, no longer able to dictate his life. And he waited here solely for one person. The man who had ruined his life, killed his entire clan, and made him live in hatred for 8 long years, his elder brother Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, you will definitely come, Sasuke whispered softly, the crimson Sharingan slowly rotating beneath his eyes, the chilling killing intent nearly palpable. The wind swept through the ruins, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. In the distance 2 figures slowly approached on the horizon. The man in front wore the iconic black cloak with red clouds of the Akatsuki organization, his long black hair draping over his shoulders, deep tear troughs at the corners of his eyes, a handsome face marred by a sickly pallor. In his pupils the three-demo Sharingan slowly rotated. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Following behind him was the shark-faced blue-skinned Kisame, carrying a large sword wrapped in bandages. Itachi stopped 10 meters in front of Sasuke, his gaze landing on his younger brother after 8 years apart, a fleeting imperceptible tenderness flashing in his eyes, quick as an illusion. Sasuke, you've grown up. His voice was soft and calm, devoid of any emotion. Sasuke stared at him, his eyes lacking any warmth of a long-awaited reunion, filled only with 8 years' worth of cold, piercing, killing intent. Itachi, I have waited for this day for a full 8 years. He drew the Kusanagi sword from his side, the blade glinting coldly under the sunlight. Today I will kill you here and put an end to all the enmity between us. I know, Itachi replied, his voice still calm and unruffled. That is why I came to see. Kisame stood behind Itachi, eyeing Sasuke with interest, revealing a set of sharp teeth. Is this really your brother Itachi? He seems to have quite the abilities. Shut up. Sasuke's gaze was fixed firmly on Itachi, his grip on the sword tightening slightly. This is a battle between me and Itachi. Outsiders are not allowed to intervene. Kisame shrugged nonchalantly, stepping back a few paces, crossing his arms, assuming a spectator's pose. Itachi slowly removed the Akatsuki cloak, revealing the tight-fitting black ninja outfit underneath, drawing out the Kusanagi sword from his back, exactly like the one in Sasuke's hand. Sasuke, let me see your Sharingan and see how much you've grown in these 8 years. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes turned red, the Threedamo's Sharingan spinning rapidly, chakra surging wildly around him. Itachi's Sharingan activated simultaneously, the same Threedamo yet emanating a suffocating pressure. The two brothers stared at each other across a distance of 10 meters, the killing intent in the air thick enough to cut a brotherly battle destined to be recorded in Uchiha history was about to erupt. At the edge of the ruins in the dense forest, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura crouched atop the highest tree, binoculars in hand, intensely focused on the movements within the ruins, barely even breathing. That's Sasuke. It's really him. Sakura's hands trembled slightly, nearly shouting out, but was quickly restrained by Kakashi's hand on her shoulder. Shh. Don't make a sound. Kakashi lowered his voice. Itachi is here too, they're about to make a move. Naruto lowered the binoculars, his gaze fixated on the black-haired youth clad in dark clothing in the distance, his heart racing. In the year apart, Sasuke had become colder and stronger. His aura carried the viciousness reminiscent of Orochimaru, yet concealed within was the familiar stubborn essence of Uchiha's Sasuke. His gaze shifted back to Itachi. This man's chakra was chilling, as cold as a winter's river, seemingly frail due to illness yet harboring unfathomable strength. Sasuke is going to fight him unknown. Naruto whispered, a hint of barely perceptible tension in his tone. He won't let us intervene. Should we? Sakura bit her lip, worry evident in her eyes. Just as she spoke, Kakashi interrupted her. No. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. This is a fight between Sasuke and Itachi, the destiny of the Uchiha brothers. We can only watch unless Sasuke's life is in danger. We absolutely cannot intervene. Naruto clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He understood Sasuke's feelings all too well. After 8 years of waiting and hatred, the only obsession was to personally slay the enemy. This battle was Sasuke's way of giving closure to his 8 years of resentment, and he would never allow anyone to interfere. Yet as he gazed into Itachi's unfathomable Sharingan, an indescribable unease gnawed at him. The outcome of this battle might not be what Sasuke desired. Kakashi-sensei, if Sasuke's life is truly in danger, we must intervene. Naruto turned to Kakashi, his tone resolute. I know. Kakashi nodded, his Sharingan slowly activating beneath his forehead protector. I will. Sasuke moved first. His speed was as fast as lightning, shattering the stone slabs beneath his feet in an instant, his whole figure transforming into a black shadow as the Kusanagi sword pierced through the air, aiming straight for Itachi's heart. Itachi merely tilted his body slightly, moving as gracefully as willow fluff, the blade brushing past his clothes without even grazing the hem. Sasuke followed up with a series of over 10 thrusts, each one swift and precise, targeting vital points, yet Itachi moved like a leaf carried by the wind, effortlessly navigating through the dense barrage of blades, avoiding all of them. Your physical skills have improved. Itachi's voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction. But it's still not enough. The moment the words fell, he made his move. A simple palm strike, yet it precisely bypassed all of Sasuke's defenses, landing solidly on his chest. Sasuke felt as though his chest had been struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. His entire body flew out like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily against the broken wall behind him, debris falling around him. Cough! Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood, propping himself up with the Kusanagi sword as he slowly stood up, his eyes gleaming with even more murderous intent. Itachi remained in place, not pursuing, not even changing his posture. Use your Sharingan. Otherwise you will die here today. Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his Threedamo Sharingan spinning faster, almost merging into one. He swiftly formed hand seals his chest, heaving violently. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. 3 massive fire dragons erupted from his mouth, carrying a scorching wave that roared towards Itachi, sealing off all of his escape routes. Itachi remained unfazed, quickly forming hand seals as well, his voice steady. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. The same technique, the same scale. 2 gigantic fire dragons collided loudly in the center of the ruins, the violent heat wave instantly engulfing the scene, igniting a sky of flames, and the surrounding broken walls were instantly turned to charcoal. Using the cover of the flame, Sasuke charged out from the smoke, raising his right hand high, blue lightning crackling wildly in his palm, emitting a piercing cry. Chidori. Itachi's palms similarly gathered Chidori, the same technique, the same oppressive force of lightning surging towards Sasuke. Chidori collided with Chidori in the center of the ruins. The blinding blue lightning instantly illuminated the entire dust, the deafening shriek ringing painfully in their ears. The violent shockwave of the lightning exploded, shattering the stone slabs beneath them into powder. Both were forced back several steps, their sword-holding right hands trembling slightly, their palms cracked, blood dripping from their fingertips onto the ground. "You copied my technique." Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "No." Itachi gently shook his head. "I originally knew this technique. Before you learned it, I already knew it." Sasuke narrowed his eyes, murderous intent almost spilling over. At that moment, Itachi's Sharingan suddenly changed. The rapidly spinning three tomos slowly fused together, transforming into a pinwheel-like pattern, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami. The moment those two words dropped, Sasuke felt as though his brain was pierced by a blazing red steel needle, the scene before him instantly spinning chaotically. He discovered that he was nailed to a cross, unable to move, while Itachi stood before him holding a long sword piercing through his body again and again. Only a second passed in reality, but in the world of Tsukuyami, Sasuke was tormented for a full 72 hours. Ah! Sasuke let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, his hands desperately covering his eyes, blood flowing continuously from between his fingers, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. "Sasuke!" Sakura couldn't help but shout from afar, tears streaming down her face. Naruto firmly held her shoulder, his nails nearly embedding into the tree trunk, gritting his teeth and saying, "Don't go over there. Believe in him." He knew that Sasuke would never fall so easily. This man would never submit in the face of hatred. Sure enough, Sasuke, kneeling on the ground, slowly raised his head. His eyes were still bleeding, but the determination in his gaze was unwavering. "Your Sharingan is still too weak." Itachi stood before him, looking down at him coldly. "Three Tomo will never defeat the Mangekyo." "Is that so?" Sasuke laughed a mad and cold laugh. "Then let me show you my true power." He slowly stood up, forming an extremely complex hand seal. His Sharingan rapidly changed, the three Tomo dispersing, replaced by a six-pointed star-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan shining brilliantly in his eyes. Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted, a shocked expression finally appearing on his face. "You have also awakened the Mangekyo. To kill you I would do anything." Sasuke's voice was icy and piercing. "I paid a price for these eyes." Itachi's body stiffened slightly, his voice trembling imperceptibly. "What was the price?" "I killed my best friend," Sasuke said word by word. Itachi's face changed instantly, his chakra skyrocketing. "You killed Naruto." Sasuke did not answer. He slowly extended his right hand, black flames erupted from his Mangekyo Sharingan, instantly wrapping around his palm, carrying the temperature that devours everything. "Amaterasu. This is the power of my Mangekyo. Itachi, you should also taste the sensation of being burned by black flames." Itachi's left eye similarly erupted with black Amaterasu flames. Two balls of unquenchable black flames collided violently in the center of the ruins, fiercely burning the air, the ground, and the broken walls. Even the flames themselves were devouring each other. "This is no joke." Kisame in the distance couldn't help but take a few steps back, his smile fading. Kakashi's expression also turned extremely grave. "Amaterasu. The legendary unquenchable black flames, unless the caster actively extinguishes them, they will continue to burn the target to ashes." Naruto stared at the raging black flames, his heart jumped. He suddenly understood that Sasuke hadn't killed him at all. The best friend Sasuke spoke of was not him. The only one Sasuke could have killed was Orochimaru. It was only by consuming Orochimaru that he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was Orochimaru. Naruto suddenly spoke, his voice very soft. "Sasuke didn't kill me, he killed Orochimaru. He killed Orochimaru to awaken the Mangekyo." Kakashi turned sharply to look at him, his pupils suddenly constricting. On the battlefield, the two balls of Amaterasu flames neutralized each other, turning into a sky of black smoke. Sasuke and Itachi both knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, their chakra nearly exhausted, blood flowing continuously from their eyes. Every use of the Mangekyo Sharingan drained their life force. Moreover, Itachi was already gravely ill and had long since run out of energy. Sasuke, your chakra is depleted. Itachi raised his head to look at him, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue. Give up. Absolutely not. Sasuke gritted his teeth, standing up again, gripping the Kusanagi sword, using the last bit of his strength to charge towards Itachi, the blade aimed straight at Itachi's heart. This time Itachi did not dodge. He extended his left hand, allowing the Kusanagi sword to pierce through his palm, blood instantly gushing out, staining the blade red. You! Sasuke was stunned, looking at him in disbelief. Sasuke! Itachi's voice became very soft, very gentle, just like the gentle brother he had been 8 years ago. I have always been waiting for you. Waiting for you to become stronger, waiting for you to awaken the Mangekyo, waiting for you to come and kill me. Sasuke's mind went blank, his hand gripping the sword trembling uncontrollably. Itachi's right hand slowly formed a hand seal that Sasuke had never seen before. Izanami. The 4 words dropped, and Sasuke's consciousness was instantly pulled into an endless cycle. The same ruins, the same dialogue, the same sword thrust, the same pierced palm over and over again endlessly. What is this? Let me go. Sasuke struggled madly in the cycle, but he couldn't escape this closed loop. This is a technique that allows you to see your true self. Itachi's voice echoed slowly in the loop, gentle yet powerful. Sasuke, you hate me, so you want to kill me. But have you ever thought about what you would do after killing me? Sasuke was stunned. He had never thought about it. For the past 8 years, the only meaning of his existence was to kill Itachi. After killing Itachi, where would he go? What would he do? He had never considered. You will become a rogue ninja from Konoha, hunted by the entire ninja world. You will live in endless hatred until you die. Itachi's voice was filled with deep sadness. Is this what you want? I want to avenge my clan. Avenge the Uchiha clan! Sasuke shouted hysterically. The clan? Itachi's voice suddenly turned sorrowful. Do you know who really killed the entire Uchiha clan back then? Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted. It was me, Itachi calmly admitted. But not because I hated them, not because I wanted power. It was because the order to annihilate the clan was given to me by Konoha's higher-ups. Impossible. You are lying to me. Sasuke shook his head, frantically unable to believe what he had just heard. I'm not lying to you. Itachi's voice echoed slowly in the loop. The Uchiha clan conspired to stage a coup d'etat intending to overthrow Konoha and incite civil war. Konoha's higher-ups gave me 2 choices: either I personally annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only you alive to let you survive, or Konoha's Umbu would take action and slaughter the entire Uchiha clan, including you, leaving none. I killed my parents, killed my clansmen, took on the label of a rogue ninja, becoming an enemy of the entire ninja world, all just to save your life. Sasuke, my only brother. Sasuke knelt in the empty loop, tears flowing uncontrollably down his face, shaking all over. The enemy he had hated for 8 years was actually the one who destroyed his own life to protect him. Why? Why didn't you tell me? Why did you make me hate you for so long? Because only hatred can make you stronger. Only hatred can make you survive. Itachi's voice was filled with endless guilt. Sasuke, I'm sorry. I let you live alone in hatred for so long. Your hatred should have a correct direction. It should not be directed at Konoha, not at me, not at anyone, but at war, at this curse of the ninja world that causes ninjas to slaughter each other. At that moment Izanami was lifted. Sasuke knelt on the ground of the ruins, shivering, tears mixed with blood sliding down his face. Itachi stood before him, his body already on the verge of collapse. The overuse of the Mangekyo combined with his already terminal illness had brought his life to its end. He slowly extended his hand, gently stroking Sasuke's head, just like he did when Sasuke was a child every time he came home from school. Sasuke, forgive me. Itachi smiled, a gentle and relieved smile. This is the last time. His body began to crumble piece by piece. The light of the Mangekyo Sharingan gradually faded, the breath of life flowing away rapidly. Brother. Sasuke raised his head, looking at him, crying like a child from 8 years ago, repeatedly calling out, Brother. I'm sorry. Brother. Itachi looked at him, a gentle smile always on his lips. I'm sorry. Sasuke. Truly. I'm sorry. His hand fell down, his body slowly collapsing. Sasuke reached out to catch him, holding him in his arms, embracing this brother he had hated for 8 years yet loved for a lifetime, sobbing uncontrollably. It was not silent tears but heart-wrenching cries like a lost child who finally found home yet lost it forever. In the distant thicket Naruto watched the scene unfold. His eyes brimmed with tears and he turned his head away, fiercely inhaling through his nose. Sakura had long since dissolved into silent sobs, leaning against the trunk of a tree, her hand clamped over her mouth, as tears streamed unceasingly down her cheeks. Kakashi removed his forehead protector, revealing his left Sharingan eye, and gazed wordlessly at his fallen comrade amid the ruins, silent for a long, heavy while. Kisame stood at a distance, watching Itachi slump lifelessly into Sasuke's arms. He let out a soft, sorrowful sigh, then turned and vanished into the golden expanse of desert sands. Mr. Itachi, at last you are free. Ruins, dusk. The setting sun bled crimson across the sky, gilding every shattered stone and broken beam in a melancholy golden light. Sasuke sat motionless beneath a crumbling wall, cradling Itachi's rapidly cooling body. Naruto approached and stood before him, speechless, steady, unwavering. Sasuke lifted his head. His eyes were swollen and bloodshot, tear tracks still glistened on his cheeks. His voice emerged hoarse, barely audible. Did you hear it? Yes, Naruto nodded. I heard everything, Itachi said. Then you know, I hate Konoha now. I hate those who drove my brother to his death. A bone-deep chill threaded his words. I will destroy Konoha, to avenge my brother, and the entire Uchiha clan. Naruto looked at him, not with anger, not with shock, not with protest. He simply knelt, meeting Sasuke's gaze at eye level, his tone calm yet unshakably resolute. If you truly intend to destroy Konoha, I will stop you, with everything I have. You cannot stop me. Sasuke stared back, his eyes glinting with icy, unhinged fervor. Then let's find out. Naruto smiled, a smile devoid of hesitation, of retreat. Just like during the Chunin exams, if you stray from the path, I'll break your legs to drag you back. Sasuke fell silent for a long time, then tears spilled anew. Naruto, why are you so kind to me? Why have you never given up on me? Because you're my friend. Naruto held his gaze, each word deliberate, profound. Whether you're good or flawed, whether you wear Konoha's high tiet or bear the mark of a rogue ninja, you will always be my closest friend. The one I recognize wholly and without condition. You idiot. Sasuke turned his face aside, brushing away tears with a rough swipe, his voice cracking. As if you didn't know me from day one. Naruto smiled too. They held each other's gaze as the sunset bathed their faces in amber light, stretching their shadows long and thin, just as they had years ago in the academy, two boys gazing across an entire classroom, separated yet bound by something unspoken and enduring. After a long silence, Sasuke slowly rose, gently laid Itachi's body upon the ground, and covered it reverently with his long cloak. I'm leaving. Where to? To uncover the full truth. The Uchiha Konoha, everything my brother bore in silence, and the curse that haunts this shinobi world. Sasuke turned toward the horizon. Our one-year vow hasn't expired yet, Naruto said, watching his retreating silhouette. I know. Sasuke paused, but did not turn back. In 1 year I'll find you. And I'll tell you my answer. My path. His figure dissolved instantly into the fading glow of the sunset. Naruto remained rooted where he stood, staring into the distance, his fists clenched tight. Sasuke, I'll wait for you. No matter which road you choose, I will find you. Konoha Village, Hokage's office, midnight. After listening to Kakashi's complete report, Minato sat motionless in his chair for a long, profound silence. Itachi is dead. Yes. Kakashi nodded. Sasuke has awakened the six-pointed star. Mangekyo Sharingan learned the truth behind the clan massacre, and has since vanished without trace. Minato rose and walked to the window, gazing at the stone faces of past Hokage carved into the Hokage rock, his voice low, weighted with unbearable gravity. Itachi, he carried too much alone. He shouldered the sin of the massacre, the infamy of a traitor, the fragile peace of all Konoha, and even in death he paved the way for Sasuke. He turned to Kakashi, his knuckles white with tension. Kakashi, tell me, if I'd known the truth back then, what would I have done? Kakashi paused, then lifted his eyes. You would have intervened. You would have fought relentlessly for a solution that spared them both, never allowing Itachi to bear such a crushing fate alone. Yes. Minato's gaze hardened with absolute resolve. But Itachi had no choice. The village elders pressured him. Danzo pressured him. Obedience was his only path. Because he knew, if he refused, Sasuke would die. He strode to his desk, lifted the Hokage's hat, and settled it upon his head, the bold kanji for fire gleaming under the lamplight. This will never happen again. Never again shall anyone bear such solitude. Never again shall Konoha's shadows consume another child. Kakashi saluted, solemn, precise. Outside, the window of full moon hung high, its silver radiance spilling across Konoha in quiet, luminous grace. A new storm was already gathering. And the fated journey of Naruto and Sasuke had only just turned to its heaviest, most solemn chapter. On the third day after Itachi's death, a classified intelligence report from the Umbu was sent overnight to the Hokage's office, creating a tremendous upheaval among the higher-ups of Konoha, like a massive stone thrown into a serene lake. Uchiha Sasuke officially joined the Akatsuki organization. Minato sat behind his desk, pinching the thin intelligence paper between his fingers, his face as calm as an unfathomable still lake. The air in the office was so thick it felt like it could drip with moisture. Kakashi stood opposite him, hands hanging down, waiting for him to speak. Is the intelligence confirmed? After a long pause, Minato finally spoke, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. It is confirmed. The Umbu's informants have reported that Sasuke and the masked man of the Akatsuki known as Obito collaborated to attack the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails Killer Bee in Kumogakure. Although Killer Bee ultimately escaped using a substitution technique, Sasuke had indeed acted as a member of the Akatsuki and openly declared his intent to destroy Konoha. Minato slowly set down the intelligence paper, leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes. The office fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves outside, gently tapping against the glass. After a long while, he stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open. The spring breeze rushed in, carrying the fragrance of cherry blossoms. People came and went on the street below, children chased and played at the alley's entrance, and the lazy ninja cats lay on rooftops, basking in the sun. Everything in Konoha was as peaceful and serene as ever. He won't do it. Minato suddenly spoke, his tone incredibly firm. Minato-sensei. Kakashi frowned, wanting to offer some advice. I've met that boy Sasuke. Minato turned to look at Kakashi, his eyes unwavering. What he harbors in his eyes is not hatred for Konoha, but a confusion trapped by the truth. He is merely searching for a direction to move forward. Once he truly sees everything clearly, he will return. Kakashi looked at him, suddenly smiling. He recalled that Naruto had said exactly the same thing on his way back from the border. You and Naruto are truly very alike. Minato smiled as well, warmth spreading in his gaze. He is my son. Mayaboku Mountain. Several days later, Naruto followed Jiraiya to Mayaboku Mountain, far from the conflicts of the ninja world. This is the sacred land of the toads, shrouded in mist year-round. The air is filled with rich and gentle natural energy, with streams flowing and ancient trees reaching for the sky. Even the wind carries a soothing power, making it an excellent place to train in sage mode. The two elders of Mayaboku Mountain in charge of teaching Naruto are Fukasaku and Shima, two tiny toads who have lived for over 1,000 years and are the most knowledgeable about sage arts in the ninja world. Little Naruto, the essence of sage mode is never about how much natural energy you absorb, it's about balance. Fukasaku stood on Naruto's shoulder, holding a small stick, tapping it on his head. Close your eyes, calm your mind, and feel the air, the earth, the trees, and the flowing water around you. All things in the universe have their own natural energy. Naruto sat cross-legged on a large rock in front of the waterfall, slowly closing his eyes. The Yin chakra of the Nine Tails gradually spread out like an invisible net, gently touching everything around him. He could truly feel it. Countless tiny, gentle light points floated in the air, representing the natural energy drifting in the universe. They were completely different from the Nine Tails' violent chakra. They were quiet, inclusive, and everlasting, flowing towards his body like a stream merging into the ocean. I feel it. I really feel it. Naruto excitedly opened his eyes, his voice filled with surprise. Very good. Now try to absorb this natural energy into your body, merging it with your own spiritual and physical energy in a 1:1 ratio. Remember, if you absorb even one extra part, you will be consumed by the natural energy and turn into a frog, never able to return. If you absorb one less, the sage technique will not take shape. Fukasaku's tone suddenly became serious. Naruto took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and guided the natural energy to flow into his body. At first it went smoothly. The three types of energy merged steadily in his meridians, and the light green sage chakra flowed slowly around him. But just a few seconds later the balance was broken, and the influx of natural energy suddenly exceeded the limit. His nose began to uncontrollably elongate, his eyes transformed into horizontal frog pupils, and his cheeks and arms sprouted numerous frog bumps. Too much. You brat. Fukasaku smacked him on the head, instantly scattering the uncontrolled natural energy within him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Naruto covered his head, his features scrunching together, and his body returned to normal. Why is it so hard? Sage mode is not a technique that anyone can master. In the entire ninja world only a handful can master it perfectly. Shima squatted in front of him, speaking with an air of experience. Your father also came to Myaboku Mountain to learn and spent a full 3 months just finding this balance point. You've only been training for 3 days, why the rush? Naruto was momentarily stunned, but then light rekindled in his eyes. If his dad could do it, then he could too. He sat cross-legged again, closing his eyes once more. Countless failures followed. If he absorbed too much natural energy, he turned into a half-frog form only to be smacked back by Fukasaku. If he absorbed too little, the sage chakra could not take shape, wasting his energy, and if the ratio was even slightly off, the three types of energy clashed violently in his meridians, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain. Jiraiya sat on a nearby stump holding a sake bottle, taking sips while watching the boy fall and rise repeatedly in front of the waterfall, his eyes filled with appreciation. This little brat has a stubbornness just like his dad, though he's a bit denser than his dad was back then. But his chakra affinity and perception of natural energy are far superior to yours back then. Shima shot him a glance, mercilessly tearing down his pride. Back in your day, after half a month of training, you could turn yourself into a half-frog and almost got thrown into the pond for us to keep. Jiraiya was momentarily stumped, unable to respond, and took a big gulp of sake to mask his embarrassment. Konoha Village Hokage Office Emergency Meeting. Minato sat in the main seat, a serious expression on his face as he reviewed the intelligence gathered from various channels. Tsunade sat beside him, playing with a pen, her brows tightly furrowed. In the office there were only the two of them and a communication toad responsible for relaying messages. This was a remote meeting with only the three of them, with Jiraiya on the other end, far away in Myaboku Mountain. How is Naruto's sage mode training going? Minato spoke first, his voice transmitted clearly through the toad. Not bad. Jiraiya's voice came from the toad, tinged with a hint of alcohol, but very serious. Although he turns himself into a frog every day and takes quite a beating, he is improving quickly. If given another month, he should be able to master sage mode perfectly. We do not have a month. Tsunade pushed a classified report in front of the toad, her expression grave. We've received news from the Rain Village that the leader of the Akatsuki, a man codenamed Pain, has been frequently mobilizing forces in the Rain Village, making significant moves. According to reports from our informants, his target is Konoha Naruto and the Nine Tails. Minato's brow instantly furrowed, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Pain. Jiraiya-sensei, how much do you know about this person? The toad was silent for a long time, long enough for Minato to think the signal had cut off before Jiraiya's deep, somewhat heavy voice came through. Pain is my student. Nagato. A man who possesses the Rinnegan. Minato's pupils suddenly contracted, his breath halting for a moment. The Rinnegan. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the foremost of the three great ocular techniques in the ninja world, representing power at the pinnacle of the ninja realm. The Rinnegan truly exists. Tsunade's expression also changed. Yes. Jiraiya's voice became even lower. During the Second Great Ninja War, I took on 3 students in the Rain Village, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Nagato was born with the Rinnegan. Even then I knew this child would either bring peace to the ninja world or bring destruction. He paused, his tone heavy with endless fatigue and gravity. Minato, if Pain truly intends to strike Konoha, you must prepare for the worst. His strength has long surpassed that of a Kage, and the 6 paths of Pain are nearly immortal. Minato clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. What does preparing for the worst entail? Evacuate all the villagers, activate all of Konoha's defensive barriers, and put the Umbu and Jonin forces on alert. And Jiraiya's voice paused, his tone extremely serious. Make sure Naruto learns Sage mode as quickly as possible. The only thing that can counter the Rinnegan is perfect Sage art. Also, Naruto must not be captured by them. If the Nine Tails falls into the hands of the Akatsuki, the entire ninja world will be finished. The office fell silent once more. Despite the sunlight outside being just right, they all felt that a storm capable of overturning Konoha was quietly approaching. In the land of rain, in the hidden village of rain, the rain fell incessantly. The year-round downpour shrouded this isolated village as the cold raindrops struck against the metallic pipes, producing a monotonous ticking sound akin to an everlasting lament. Pain stood atop the highest tower overlooking the entire hidden village of rain. His body drenched by the rain, his orange hair clung to his cheeks, and his Rinnegan stared vacantly into the distance, his face devoid of any expression, resembling an emotionless deity. Konan stood behind him, her purple hair soaked by the rain clinging to her shoulders. The paper flower in her hand slowly twirled in the rain, yet remained untouched by the water. "Itachi is dead," Konan softly broke the silence amidst the rain. "I know." Pain's voice was cold and flat, lacking any ripple. "Uchiha Sasuke has joined us and along with Tobi attacked the Eight Tails." "I know." "Do you trust him?" Konan turned to look at his back, her tone laced with concern. "I do not trust him." Pain slowly turned around, his Rinnegan locking onto Konan. "But we need his Mangekyo Sharingan, we need his power. The collection of tailed beasts has reached its final stage, we can no longer afford to wait." He walked to the edge of the tower, extending his hand as the cold rain fell into his palm. "The time has come. The Nine Tails is in Konoha, we must set out." Konan's body stiffened slightly, and after a long silence she whispered, "Are you really going to destroy Konoha?" Pain did not turn back, his voice tinged with a near-maniacal fervor. "I want the world to feel pain. Only through experiencing the same suffering can people learn to understand each other and truly comprehend the meaning of peace." His voice paused, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. "Once I have collected all the tailed beasts, I will use forbidden techniques to resurrect all those who died in the war. Only then can this world cursed by hatred truly welcome peace." Konan gazed at his back, remaining silent. She recalled many years ago the boy Yahiko who laughed in the rain, saying, "I want to change the land of rain and bring peace to everyone." She remembered Nagato, gentle and shy, who vowed to protect his comrades, and the days they three relied on each other amidst the flames of war. If Yahiko were still alive, would he agree with Nagato's current actions? She did not know. All she knew was that from the moment Yahiko died before her eyes, her world had left only Nagato. No matter where he went, or what he did, she would follow him until the very last moment of her life. In the land of fire's border, at an abandoned outpost, the rain was also falling. The cold rain splattered against the ruins, creating delicate splashes. Sasuke sat on a broken stone tablet, allowing the rain to drench his black hair, which slid down his cheeks, mingling with the remnants of dried tears dripping onto the ground. He bowed his head, staring intensely at his hands, those hands that killed Itachi, those hands stained with his brother's blood. Obito, the man wearing the orange spiral mask, stood beneath the eaves behind him, watching his back in silence. The rain fell for a long time, and Sasuke sat for a long time as well. Finally he slowly lifted his head, the crimson light of his Mangekyo Sharingan cutting through the rain, his voice hoarse to the point of being barely audible. "You were the one who made me seek out Itachi. You knew from the beginning that he would reveal all the truths to me before he died." "Yes." Obito's voice was calm, devoid of any concealment. "Because you needed to know the truth in order to make a true choice. And not be trapped in hatred by the lies woven by Konoha for a lifetime." True choice. Sasuke jumped down from the stone tablet, stepping towards him, the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly, the murderous intent nearly solidifying. "You want me to hate Konoha, want me to help you destroy it, want me to become your pawn, don't you?" "No." Obito shook his head, slowly removing his mask to reveal the half of his face crushed by a boulder covered in scars. "I just want you to choose for yourself. Not to be swept along by Konoha's lies to protect it, nor to be forced by me to destroy it. You must see clearly the darkness of this village, and understand what your brother carried on his shoulders throughout his life." Rain fell on Obito's face, washing away his grotesque scars, and the Sharingan he revealed firmly locked onto Sasuke, word by word unveiling the most complete and dirtiest truth of that night of the Uchiha massacre. He told Sasuke that the coup of the Uchiha clan was never a one-sided ambition. It was the long-standing suspicion, exclusion, and oppression from Konoha's higher-ups that pushed the Uchiha driven to the brink into the abyss of rebellion. He told Sasuke that Danzo was the instigator of the massacre. It was Danzo who took Shizui's right eye using Kodo Amatsukami to alter Shizui's will, forcing him to commit suicide by jumping into the river, severing the last path to reconciliation between the Uchiha and Konoha. It was Danzo who threatened Sasuke's life, forcing Itachi to undertake the task of slaughtering the clan, exchanging the lives of the entire clan for a chance for his brother to live. He told Sasuke what pain Itachi endured on the night of the massacre. To personally kill his own parents, to slay his own kin, to bear the name of a traitor, becoming the enemy of the entire ninja world, and to be hated by his beloved younger brother for 8 years. He infiltrated Akatsuki as a spy, using his life to repeatedly thwart Akatsuki's attacks on Konoha, planting the seeds of protection for Konoha in Naruto's mind with Kodo Amatsukami, and until the last moment of his life he paved the way for Sasuke, leaving his Mangekyo and all his power to him. He told Sasuke that the third Hokage, Minato, and the 2 advisors all knew the truth behind the massacre. They turned a blind eye to Danzo's actions, allowing Itachi to exchange his lifelong reputation for a brief period of peace for Konoha. The rain fell heavier, crashing against the ground and exploding into countless splashes, mirroring the shattered world Sasuke was in at that moment. He stood in the rain, trembling, blood tears flowing from his Mangekyo Sharingan mingling with the rainwater dripping from his chin. The enemy he had hated for 8 years was the person who loved him the most in the world. The Konoha he had longed for 8 years was the hell that buried his brother's entire life. The revenge he had held as faith was from beginning to end a meticulously designed trap. Why? Sasuke's voice trembled uncontrollably, filled with heart-wrenching despair. Why did they do this? Why? Because beneath Konoha's light there eternally lurks such darkness. Obito's voice was calm. For the so-called peace of the village they can sacrifice a family, sacrifice the life of a child, sacrifice all their bottom lines. This is the Konoha you vowed to protect at all costs. Sasuke suddenly raised his head, the madness and hatred in his Mangekyo Sharingan threatening to destroy everything. I will kill Danzo, he said word by word, his voice as cold as ice. I will kill everyone involved in this matter and make the higher-ups of Konoha pay with blood for my brother and the entire Uchiha clan. Obito looked at him and slowly put on his mask. Akatsuki can help you. Together we can destroy this rotten Konoha and create a perfect world where Itachi exists. The Eye of the Moon plan. Sasuke looked at him, his gaze icy. To trap everyone in an illusion using infinite Tsukuyomi. Yes. Obito said there will be no war, no hatred, no pain. In that world Itachi is alive, your parents are alive, and the Uchiha clan still exists. You can have everything you desire. Sasuke fell silent, standing in the rain, not speaking for a long time. Eventually he suddenly laughed, a crazy and mournful laugh. I will not help you initiate infinite Tsukuyomi. He looked at Obito and said word for word, my brother traded his life for me to live, not to let me exist in a false illusion. I will help you collect the tailed beasts, and I will help you deal with the higher-ups of Konoha, but I have one condition. Speak. You cannot use infinite Tsukuyomi on Naruto. Sasuke's voice was incredibly firm. He cannot live in an illusion. He must live in the real world and walk the path he has chosen. Obito looked at him, and suddenly a faint, unnoticed smile appeared beneath his mask. He remembered many years ago the one who laughed with Rin and said he wanted to become Hokage. He remembered Kakashi, who fought him for a lifetime yet would always be behind him. It turned out that no matter how much time passed, no matter how the world changed, the bonds between young men would never change. He said nothing, only nodded. Sasuke turned and walked into the heavy rain. The black figure quickly disappeared at the edge of the rain curtain. He formed his own small team, Team Hawk. Their only goal to kill Danzo, to avenge the Uchiha clan for Itachi. The rain continued to fall. All the truths that had been concealed were completely revealed in this rain. And the youth wrapped in the truth finally chose his own path, even if that path led to endless darkness. A month later, in front of the waterfall, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. The pale green natural energy flowed gently around him, perfectly merging with his chakra. Red symmetrical toad-like patterns appeared on both sides of his cheeks, and his pupils transformed into horizontal frog eyes. The sage chakra around him was stable and powerful, showing no signs of losing control. Sage mode perfectly mastered. I did it. I succeeded. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, jumping up, punching the waterfall, and the fist wind infused with sage chakra caused the waterfall to flow backwards. Not bad, not bad. Little Naruto, you can now maintain your sage mode for a full 5 minutes. Fukasaku the sage stood on his shoulder, stroking his beard with satisfaction and smiling with creased eyes. Only 5 minutes? Naruto's face fell a bit dissatisfied. Wasn't Jiraiya-sensei able to maintain it for 10 minutes? 5 minutes is already impressive. Jiraiya jumped over and struck his leg with a stick. You've only trained for a month, and you want to catch up to someone who has trained for decades. Plus your sage mode is more perfect than his with no excess toad-like characteristics. As long as you can remain still and absorb natural energy during battle, you can maintain it indefinitely. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. He extended his right hand and sage chakra surged into his palm, forming a rapidly spinning wind release. Rasengan slowly took shape, more stable and refined than before. Its power multiplied several times, yet not a trace of chakra leaked out, completely under his control. This technique. I can finally use it freely now. Naruto looked at the Rasengan in his palm, smiling brightly. Jiraiya walked over from a distance, looking at him, the playfulness on his face fading into seriousness. Kid, you've really grown up. Naruto dispersed the Rasengan, scratched his head, and smiled a bit shyly. It's all thanks to my master. Jiraiya-sensei, I thank you for being with me these 3 years, teaching me ninjutsu and how to be a person. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, then he burst into laughter, patting his shoulder, almost knocking him into the ground. You little brat, now you know how to sweet talk. Laughing, yet in his eyes a trace of unnoticeable heaviness surfaced. He had already decided to infiltrate the Rain Village himself to investigate the truth about pain and see what had become of his student Nagato. He knew that this trip would be fraught with danger. But he was one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, Jiraiya the Gallant, and he had to go. Let's go, kid. Jiraiya put away his smile, patting his back. Return to Konoha. Your father and Konoha need us. Naruto nodded heavily, his eyes full of determination. He knew that a great battle was already on the horizon. Konoha Village. Hokage Office. The night before departure, the lights in the Hokage office shone all night. Minato, Tsunade, and Jiraiya sat in the office with detailed maps of the Rain Village spread out on the table, along with all known intelligence about pain and the 6 paths. Are you really going alone? Minato looked at Jiraiya, his brow furrowed. It's too dangerous. I'll go with you, or let Kakashi take Umbu with you. No. Jiraiya shook his head, his tone extraordinarily firm. The Rain Village is filled with pain spies. The more people there are, the easier it is to expose ourselves. If I go alone, the target will be smaller and easier to escape. Besides, Nagato is my student, and this matter must be resolved by me personally. But, Minato. Jiraiya interrupted him, looking at him with unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. After I leave, Konoha will be entrusted to you. Pain's target is the Ninetales, which is Naruto. You must protect him and the village. If I don't come back. There is no if. Minato interrupted him, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Master, you must come back. Naruto is still waiting for you to check his sage mode, and Konoha still needs you. Tsunade, sitting nearby, tightened her grip on the cup, not saying a word, her eyes slightly reddening. They all knew what this journey meant. Jiraiya smiled, picked up a bottle of sake from the table, poured himself a full cup, and drank it in one go. Don't worry, I'm the sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya the Gallant of Konoha. This little matter is nothing to me, he said with a smile, yet his eyes hid a resolution that embraced death. My tale of gallantry has not yet reached its conclusion. As dawn approached, Jiraiya left the Hokage office without alerting anyone, leaving behind a letter for Naruto, and infiltrated the vast curtain of rain alone. He was going to the Rain Village to meet his student, to uncover the truth about pain, and to fulfill his final mission as a teacher and as a Konoha ninja. Konoha Village. Preparations for war. The day after Naruto returned from Mount Myaboku, Konoha entered a state of full war readiness. Minato issued the highest level of defense orders. Villagers were to be evacuated in batches to underground shelters. All defensive barriers of Konoha were activated. Umbu patrolled on a 24-hour shift. The Jonin forces were divided into 3 small teams stationed at the 3 entrances of the village. Medical teams stood by at all times. All sealing team members concentrated at the Hokage building to prepare for any possible attacks. Naruto stood by the window of the Hokage office, watching the busy ninjas in the village and the children being led by their parents towards the underground shelters, clenching his fists. Minato walked to his side and handed him a thick scroll. This contains detailed blueprints of all Konoha's defensive barriers and all Anbu's contact codes. When pain arrives, I need you to help me defend the west side of the village, which is the weakest point of the barrier. Naruto took the scroll and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Dad, I will hold the line. With me here, no one can come in from the west side. Minato looked at him, suddenly smiling, and ruffled his blonde hair. You've grown up, Naruto. Of course. Naruto grinned, showing his white teeth, then he sobered and looked at Minato seriously. Dad, when pain comes you must not charge ahead alone. I am the Hokage. I am a Chunin of Konoha, a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and your son. Naruto looked into his eyes and said word for word, we promised side by side as father and son. You can't leave me behind. Minato looked at the determination in his son's eyes, feeling warmth in his heart, and nodded heavily. All right. Side by side as father and son. Outside the window, the originally clear sky was gradually covered by dark clouds. A storm sweeping through Konoha was already imminent. Meanwhile, in the rain country, Jiraiya had infiltrated the core of the village and met his long-lost student Pain of the Six Paths in the cold rain. The battle horn had already sounded, and all the truths unveiled in the rain would soon face their final judgment in this great war. Dawn over Konoha arrived quieter and heavier than usual. Naruto shot upright in bed, his heart pounding like a war drum, every hair on his body standing on end. Inside him, the Nine-Tails Zen chakra surged violently, not spiraling into berserk rage, but shrieking the sharpest of warnings. Something profoundly dangerous had already drawn near Konoha. He didn't even pull on his sandals properly. Snatching up his jacket, he burst out of his room, and the moment he flung open his front door, his gaze locked onto the Hokage tower. Minato stood atop the Hokage's office roof, his pristine white Hokage robe billowing fiercely in the morning wind. Behind him, the bold kanji for fire blazed defiantly against the ashen sky. Kakashi, Gyasuma, and Kurenai, all of Konoha's Jonin, stood arrayed behind him, their chakra taut, their stances coiled like warriors facing annihilation. Dad! Naruto leapt across rooftops and landed beside Minato. Did you sense it? Minato didn't turn, his eyes remained fixed on the dense forest encircling the village, his voice steady as bedrock. Yes. 6 overwhelming chakra signatures, sharing a single field of vision, and 1 chilling paper-based chakra signature cold as grave mist. Naruto closed his eyes. The Nine-Tails chakra exploded outward, enveloping all of Konoha. The 6 paths of pain, and Konin. They're here. Correct, the 6 paths of pain. Jiraiya's voice emerged from the shadows. He stepped forward, his face stripped of its usual roguish levity, etched instead with solemn gravity. Each path wields power equal to a Kage, shares perception seamlessly, and fights in flawless unison, nearly without flaw. Their true master Nagato watched from the high spire of Amigekyu, remotely puppeteering these 6 lifeless vessels. Minato slowly turned his gaze, sweeping across the assembled Jonin on the rooftop, then descending to the plaza below, where Anbu, Chunin, and Genin stood in disciplined formation. His voice, amplified by a ninjutsu, resonated with crystalline clarity across all of Konoha. All personnel heed this order. Every shinobi snapped to attention, their forehead protectors gleamed coldly in the dawn light, not a tremor of panic among them. The 6 paths of pain have invaded Konoha. Their target is Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and their objective is nothing less than Konoha's total annihilation. Minato's voice rang with unshakable resolve. I will not allow the tragedy of 16 years ago to repeat itself. I will not let Konoha become ruins once more. Now, execute the pre-established defense protocol. Jonin squads divide into 6 teams and engage each path individually. Prevent them at all costs from penetrating the village's core. Chunin and Genin units deployed by squad to evacuate all civilians immediately. Guide every villager safely into the underground shelters. Medical and sealing divisions assemble instantly beneath the Hokage Tower. Stand ready to treat the wounded and reinforce the barrier. Hokage-sama, what about you? Guy stepped forward, his youthful fire blazing fiercely. Minato leapt down from the roof to stand at the vanguard of his forces, drawing his flying thunder god kunai in one fluid motion, his golden hair lifting in the morning breeze. I'll confront their leader, the Deva Path of Pain. Naruto surged forward, but Jiraiya's hand pressed firmly onto his shoulder, halting him. Not yet, brat. Jiraiya met his gaze, voice grave. Your father understands the Flying Thunder God better than anyone. Even if he can't win, he'll retreat unscathed. Your duty is to hold the western barrier, the weakest point in Konoha's defenses, and the most likely breach point for the animal path. When your father needs you, you'll go in. Understood. Naruto clenched his jaw watching Minato's retreating figure, then gave a slow, resolute nod. He knew this was no time for recklessness. He was a shinobi of Konoha. He was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And he would guard this village, the place his father had sworn to protect with his life. Konoha's outer perimeter, the 6 paths of pain appear. In the silent forest beyond Konoha's borders, 6 figures stood motionless, their cold Rinnegan gazing down upon the tranquil village with detached godlike indifference. The Deva path stood foremost, orange hair clinging to his cheeks, his hollow Rinnegan devoid of warmth or hesitation. Flanking him stood the animal path, Preta path, human path, Azura path, and Naraka path, 6 reanimated corpses pierced through with black chakra rods exuding a chill so profound it mimicked death itself. Konan descended from the trees, landing silently beside the Deva path. Her violet hair stirred in the wind, paper blossoms spun soundlessly in her palm. Nagato, are you truly certain about this? Her voice was soft, carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible plea. This is Master Jiraiya's village, and also, there is no turning back. The Deva path spoke, tone flat, emotionless. To make the world feel pain, to force humanity to comprehend the meaning of peace, we must begin with Konoha. Begin with the village that birthed the shinobi system, and with it war and hatred. Slowly he raised both hands, his Rinnegan pupils contracted sharply. Shinra Tensei. An invisible cataclysmic force erupted from his core, radiating outward across Konoha's perimeter. The impregnable outer wall shattered into dust, houses, ancient trees, and boulders collapsed as if made of parchment, debris and ash exploding skyward, blotting out the sun while the earth convulsed violently. Within a single second, Konoha's outer ring lay utterly still, a desolate wasteland of ruin. Enemy attack. All personnel, engage immediately. The piercing alarm wailed across Konoha. Shinobi surged from the rubble into the air, charging headlong toward the 6 paths of pain, kunai and ninjutsu blazing like stars across the ashen dawn. In the center of the dust-filled ruins, Watergate stood quietly facing the slowly approaching Nagato. The two locked eyes from a distance of 20 meters, the chakra pressure in the air almost tangible. You are the father of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Nagato's voice was devoid of emotion, his Rinnegan fixated on Watergate. Hand over Naruto Uzumaki and I may spare the remaining people of Konoha. Watergate said nothing, merely reaching into his ninja tool pouch to retrieve a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique. With a flick of his finger, the kunai shot through the air, whistling towards Nagato's face. Nagato stood still, neither dodging nor moving. The kunai was deflected by an invisible force just centimeters from his face, slamming into the broken wall behind him. Shinra Tensei. Nagato slowly lowered his hand. No physical attack, no ninjutsu can approach me. Your Flying Thunder God is meaningless in the face of absolute power. Watergate's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp light flashing in them. Is that so? The moment the words left his mouth, his figure vanished from the spot. The Flying Thunder God technique activated, and in the next instant he appeared behind Nagato, a blue Rasengan forming in his palm, crashing powerfully toward Nagato's back. Shinra Tensei. Nagato did not turn his head, and the invisible repulsive force erupted again. The Rasengan disintegrated upon contact with the repulsion, and Watergate was thrown back by the force, the stone slabs beneath him shattering. I told you it's useless. Nagato suddenly raised his hand palm directed at Watergate. A powerful suction force erupted instantly, pulling Watergate uncontrollably toward Nagato. Just as they were less than a meter apart, Nagato's palm slammed onto Watergate's chest. Shinra Tensei. The repulsion at close range exploded, sending Watergate flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing through 3 broken walls before finally being buried under a pile of rubble. Teacher Watergate. Kakashi shouted from a distance, his eyes wide with concern, about to rush over. Don't come over. From the rubble, Watergate's voice emerged as he slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His golden hair was covered in dust, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle. I'm fine. He looked at Nagato, a smile suddenly curling at the corner of his mouth. I see. A 5-second interval. Nagato's pupils contracted slightly. Although Shinra Tensei can repel any attack, there is a 5-second cooldown after each use. Watergate straightened his body fingers once again, retrieving several kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique. The first Shinra Tensei repelled my kunai, the second repelled my Rasengan, the third sent me flying. Each use has a full 5-second interval. Am I wrong, Pain? Truly worthy of the yellow flash. Nagato's voice finally held a barely perceptible tremor. To analyze the weakness of my technique in such a short time, you truly deserve to be called the fastest man in the ninja world. But knowing the weakness doesn't mean you can defeat me. Watergate smiled but said nothing. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of kunai flew out in all directions towards Nagato. Nagato raised his hand again. Shinra Tensei. The repulsion erupted and all the kunai were immediately deflected. However, there were too many kunai, their scattered trajectories covering the entire ruins, each kunai leaving behind a space coordinate for the Flying Thunder God. As Shinra Tensei ended, Watergate's figure vanished. Activating the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, he appeared directly above Nagato, a golden Rasengan infused with the Nine-Tails Yang chakra gathering in his palm, crashing down with tremendous force onto Nagato's head. This time Shinra Tensei was still on cooldown, and Nagato had no time to activate his technique, only hastily raising his arm to block with taijutsu. The golden Rasengan struck Nagato's left arm solidly, the sound of bones fracturing piercingly loud in the silent ruins. Nagato was violently driven into the ground by the force, rubble immediately burying half of his body. He staggered back a few steps, his left arm hanging limply by his side, his Rinnegan fixed on Watergate with a surge of killing intent. Your analytical ability is impressive, but you have no chance. Nagato slowly raised his right hand, the pupils of his Rinnegan contracting to the extreme, chakra swirling around him as the clouds in the sky churned with this overwhelming force. Shinra Tensei. With a loud shout, the ground instantly shattered. Countless fragments, broken walls and trees, even the very ground beneath them, were drawn towards the sky by an irresistible, terrifying suction. Countless stones gathered in midair, compressing and coalescing into a massive sphere of rock several hundred meters in diameter, blotting out the sun and blocking out all light. Watergate's body was firmly pulled by this terrifying force, uncontrollably flying towards the sphere in the sky. Teacher Watergate. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, his Chidori screaming in his palm, yet he could not approach the range of suction. Gritting his teeth, Watergate, in the moment before being pulled into the sphere, hurled a kunai downwards with all his might. The Flying Thunder God technique activated instantly, his figure vanishing in midair, reappearing at the kunai's location on the ground, narrowly escaping the range of Shinra Tensei's pull. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, cold sweat covering his forehead. The continuous use of Flying Thunder God and Rasengan had depleted most of his chakra. Nagato landed atop the sphere of Shinra Tensei, looking down at Watergate with cold indifference in his Rinnegan. Flying Thunder God. Truly worthy of the fourth Hokage. You are the first to escape from my Shinra Tensei. He slowly raised his hand. But your chakra is nearly depleted. How many more of my attacks can you withstand? Kakashi. Watergate suddenly shouted. Here. Kakashi rushed over instantly, his Sharingan firmly locking onto Nagato. Hold him off for 5 seconds. Just give me 5 seconds. Understood. Kakashi leaped into action, the cries of Chidori resonating throughout the ruins as blue lightning pierced the dark sky, aiming directly at Nagato's chest. Shinra Tensei. The repulsion erupted again, sending Kakashi flying, but he was prepared, accurately predicting the cooldown time of Shinra Tensei with his Sharingan, and at the moment of landing he formed hand seals once more. Lightning release, lightning beast pursuit. 2 lightning beasts coalescing from lightning roared as they lunged at Nagato's legs. Nagato sidestepped to avoid them, but the lightning beasts turned back in midair, reattaching themselves. In those fleeting 5 seconds of distraction, Watergate completed his technique. Flying Thunder God's second stage, space strangulation. Watergate's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Nagato holding a specially made kunai engraved with dual space coordinates. Without hesitation he plunged the kunai fiercely into Nagato's back, simultaneously activating the space sealing technique he had long prepared. Nagato's body was forcibly shifted in an instant, trapped within the isolated space Watergate had constructed with the Flying Thunder God technique. It was a completely sealed alternate space devoid of chakra and air where the powers of the Rinnegan would be thoroughly suppressed, and both Shinra Tensei and Shinra Tensei would be rendered inoperable. What? Nagato's voice held a note of disbelief just before being trapped in the alternate space. Watergate knelt on the ground supporting himself with his hands and gasping heavily, his chakra nearly exhausted. Your Shinra Tensei can repel all physical attacks, but it cannot repel space transfer. He looked up, watching the Shinra Tensei in the sky slowly lose control and begin to collapse. The Shinra Tensei is a prison of your own making. Now you will experience the taste of being imprisoned. He struggled to his feet and commanded all of Konoha. Everyone immediately search for Pain's true body. The 6 paths of Pain are just a shell. The real Nagato is in the Tower of Amigakure. Only by finding him can this war be completely ended. The west side of the village has long since transformed into a battleground for summoned beasts. The animal path stood atop the broken wall, constantly forming seals with both hands, summoning one giant summoned beast after another: giant crabs, invisible chameleons, rampaging rhinos, defensive pandas, venomous centipedes, and splitting hellhounds, endless in number. Wherever they passed, houses were flattened and the ninjas of Konoha were forced to retreat. Is this never-ending? Naruto gritted his teeth, quickly performed the shadow clone technique, and dozens of shadow clones rushed out simultaneously, each gathering a Rasengan to restrain the frenzied summoned beasts. His main body leaped forward, aiming directly at the animal path atop the broken wall. The animal path remained expressionless, forming seals, once more summoning a gigantic chameleon that swallowed itself whole, instantly becoming invisible, its chakra presence vanishing without a trace. Trying to hide, Naruto landed on the broken wall, slowly closed his eyes, and said, "Sage mode activate." Natural energy surged into his body like a tide, perfectly merging with his chakra. Symmetrical toad patterns appeared on both sides of his cheeks, his pupils transformed into horizontal frog eyes, and the sage chakra around him stabilized and strengthened, expanding his sensory range several dozen times. Even though the chameleon had concealed all traces, he could clearly sense the animal path hidden within its tongue. "Found you." Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, raised his right hand high, and sage chakra surged violently into his palm, forming a wind-style Rasen Shuriken that was several times larger than before, its edges infused with the power to tear through space. Sage Art Wind Release Rasen Shuriken. He threw the Rasen Shuriken, and the rapidly spinning chakra disc instantly sliced through the giant chameleon's body, precisely striking the true body of the animal path. The body of the animal path was instantly shredded into pieces by the impact of the sage chakra, and all the summoned beasts also transformed into white smoke at that very moment. Animal path defeated. Naruto deactivated sage mode, knelt on one knee, and breathed heavily. Naruto. Sakura, carrying a medical pack, rushed over from the ruins, immediately crouching down to treat the wound on his arm inflicted by the summoned beast, with medical ninjutsu green chakra slowly enveloping the wound. "How are you?" "I'm fine, just a small injury." Naruto smiled, looking towards the center of the village where the chakra fluctuations remained terrifying. "My dad is dealing with the Deva path, while the remaining Asura path, Hungry Ghost path, Human path, and Hell path are still causing chaos throughout the village. Lady Tsunade has already taken the medical team to the shelter, treating all the injured villagers with slugs." Sakura quickly bandaged his wound, gripping her kunai tightly. "Where are you going next, Naruto?" "Sakura, you need to go to the underground of the Hokage building, immediately meet up with Lady Tsunade, and organize the medical team to treat the wounded." Naruto stood up, activating sage mode once more, his gaze locking onto the chakra fluctuations in the south of the village. "I'm going to find Pain's true body, but first I need to deal with the remaining Pains." "Be careful," Sakura called out loudly, watching his retreating figure. Naruto waved his hand, and his shadow instantly vanished into the ruins. South side of Konoha village, Jiraiya's battleground. 3 corpses of Pain stood quietly in the center of the ruins, encircling Jiraiya. The Hungry Ghost path, Human path, and Hell path formed a triangular formation, sharing vision and firmly locking onto Jiraiya. "Nagato, are you really willing to go this far?" Jiraiya stood in the middle of the 3 Pains without forming seals or attacking, his voice soft, filled with endless fatigue and sorrow. "Look at what you have become, look at the things you have done. Is this really what you want? Is this truly the peace Yahiko desired?" The 3 Pains did not answer and moved simultaneously. The hungry ghost path rushed to Jiraiya's face palm, striking his chest to absorb the chakra within him. The human path attacked from the side, reaching for his head to extract his soul. The hell path slowly retreated, forming seals with both hands, summoning the king of hell, its massive jaws opening wide, ready to unleash a resurrection technique. Jiraiya leaped up, dodging the pincer attack of the two, quickly clasping his hands together, natural energy instantly surging into his body. Sage mode. Toad patterns crawled up his cheeks, sage chakra surged around him, and Fukasaku and Shima appeared on his shoulders. Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan. He formed two massive sage Rasengans with both hands and smashed them down onto the leading hungry ghost path. The hungry ghost path immediately raised its hand, attempting to absorb the chakra of the Rasengan, but the natural energy contained in the sage chakra instantly exceeded its absorption limit. Boom! The Rasengan exploded, instantly shredding the hungry ghost path's body into pieces. The human path seized the moment Jiraiya landed, charging again, its palm aimed straight at his heart. Jiraiya sidestepped to avoid the attack, countering with a kick imbued with sage chakra that struck the human path's chest, crushing its body and breaking its ribs into multiple pieces. Seeing this, the hell path immediately controlled the king of hell, attempting to resurrect the shattered hungry ghost path and human path. The king of hell's mouth slowly opened, extending countless hands to grasp the corpses of the two pains. I won't let you succeed! Jiraiya rapidly formed seals with both hands, Fukasaku and Shima cooperating simultaneously to unleash the sage technique. Sage Art Gomen. Oil, wind, and fire merged instantly, creating a high-temperature inferno of thousands of degrees that engulfed the entire ruins. The hell path and the king of hell were instantly reduced to ashes within the sea of flames. All three pains were defeated. Jiraiya deactivated Sage Mode, kneeling on one knee, breathing heavily as he looked at the corpses of Pain on the ground and let out a soft sigh. Nagato! Where are you? In the village of Rain Hidden, cold rain fell incessantly throughout the year, tapping on the metal pipes of the tall tower, producing a monotonous ticking sound. Nagato sat in a wheelchair, his frail body resembling a skeleton with numerous black chakra rods embedded throughout. Each breath he took was accompanied by a violent cough. His Rinnegan was fixed on the water mirror before him, reflecting the battlefield of Konohagakure. 6 paths of pain had already been defeated in 5 forms. Jiraiya-sensei. Indeed, still so strong. Nagato's voice was weak, laced with a sickly pallor, yet the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. And there's Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki. Konoha indeed harbors countless surprises. Nagato, stop this. Konan stood behind him, tears streaming down her face as she looked at his frail figure. We've already made mistakes, we can't afford to make more. No, it is not over yet. Nagato slowly closed his eyes, the power of the Rinnegan surging once again. I still have trump cards. I have already locked onto the position of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I will personally capture him and extract the Nine Tails. Once I gather all 9-tailed beasts, the infinite Tsukuyami can be activated and this world will finally embrace true peace. He suddenly opened his eyes and the power of the Rinnegan erupted, instantly replacing the Pain trapped in a different dimension with a new body which appeared unscathed before the Hokage building in Konoha. At the same time, he manipulated Pain, maximizing the perception ability of the Rinnegan, instantly locking onto Naruto, who was rushing through the ruins. I've found you, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Minato leaned against a broken wall, rapidly recovering his chakra when he suddenly sensed a familiar, terrifying chakra reappearing before the Hokage building. He quickly looked up to see Pain standing unscathed in the center of the ruins, his Rinnegan firmly locking onto Naruto not far away. Naruto! Be careful! Minato immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, positioning himself in front of Naruto. Pain looked at Minato, blocking Naruto, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Fourth Hokage, your chakra must be nearly depleted by now. How many times can you block me? At that moment, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Naruto stood beside him, side by side, with Sage Mode fully activated, Sage Chakra swirling wildly around him as the Raisin Shuriken slowly formed in his palm. Dad, take a break. Leave the rest to me. Minato looked at his son, seeing the determination and fearlessness in his eyes, and suddenly smiled. All right. Together, side by side. Pain observed the father and son standing together, a flicker of anger flashing in his Rinnegan. You do not know the danger you are in. Universal pull. He abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a massive force that swept toward Naruto. The stone slab beneath Naruto's feet shattered instantly, and his body was uncontrollably drawn toward Pain. At that moment Minato's figure vanished. The Flying Thunder God technique activated, and he appeared beside Pain, channeling all his remaining chakra into a small Rasengan, striking fiercely at Pain's knee. Pain was forced to interrupt Universal Pull using Shinra Tensei to repel the Rasengan. But within the 5 seconds of cooldown, Naruto had already broken free from the pull, leaping up with the Sage Art, Rasen Shuriken infused with the power to tear everything apart, hurled directly at Pain. Pain had no time to activate Shinra Tensei and could only conjure mechanical armor on his arm using the Azura Pad's abilities to block. The moment the Rasen Shuriken struck the armor, it exploded violently. The Sage Chakra instantly shredded the mechanical armor, and Pain's entire arm was reduced to fragments by the cutting winds. The father and son, one on the left and one on the right, executed a perfect collaboration, severely wounding Pain in just one encounter. Minato looked at Naruto beside him, his eyes filled with pride. His son had truly grown up. He could now fight alongside him, stand on his own, and protect this village. Pain staggered back, gazing at the father and son, madness filling his Rinnegan. You have angered me. He was about to activate the planetary devastation again, but at that moment his body suddenly froze. Using the enhanced perception of Sage Mode, Naruto clearly sensed the source of chakra manipulating this body located in the village of Rain, hidden thousands of miles away. Dad, I know where Pain's true body is. Naruto turned to Minato, his gaze unwaveringly firm. It's in the Tower of Rain, hidden village. Nagato is there. Only by defeating him can we truly end this war. Minato looked at him, silent for a moment before nodding heavily in agreement. All right. You go. I'll hold down Konoha. He pulled out a Flying Thunder God kunai from his pocket and handed it to Naruto. If you encounter danger, crush it, and no matter where you are, I will rush to your side immediately. Naruto took the kunai, gripping it tightly in his hand, looking at Minato and nodding earnestly. Dad, wait for me to return. I will definitely end all of this. He turned without a moment's hesitation, leaping toward the direction of the rain-hidden village. Minato stood in the ruins, watching his son's receding figure, gently closing his eyes. Kushina, watch over our son. Under the tower, Naruto stood gazing up at the towering structure that pierced the clouds. Cold raindrops struck his face, mixing with sweat and dirt as they flowed down, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Pain. I'm here. He leaped into the tower, rushing upward until he finally pushed open the door at the top. Inside, Nagato sat in a wheelchair, his body pierced with black rods, his breath faint. Konan stood beside him, her paper fan slowly unfurling as she watched Naruto warily. You finally arrived, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki. Naruto. Nagato slowly raised his head, his Rinnegan locking onto Naruto with fierce intensity. You dare come here alone? You have quite a lot of courage. Naruto stood before him, neither forming hand seals nor attacking, just watching this frail man. You are Pain, the true body controlling the 6 paths of Pain, Uzumaki Nagato. You are also my distant relative, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato's pupils slightly constricted, clearly not expecting Naruto to say such a thing. Why did you destroy Konoha? Naruto looked at him, enunciating each word. Is it just for the so-called purpose of making the world feel pain? Is it to exchange hatred for peace? What else could it be? Nagato laughed, a melancholic yet mad laugh. This world has never truly understood. Only through experiencing the same pain can people learn to respect one another and comprehend the cost of war. Only with infinite Tsukuyami can everyone live in a pain-free peace. You are wrong. Naruto shook his head, his expression exceedingly serious. Pain will never bring peace, it will only breed more hatred and more war. What can truly bring peace is never hatred but understanding, trust, and the will of fire. Understanding. Nagato's voice suddenly rose, filled with endless pain. When has this world ever had understanding? Yahiko died. He died at the hands of Konoha's ninjas. Died under your so-called will of fire. My parents also perished at the hands of Konoha's ninjas. Do you understand the pain I've experienced? I do. Naruto looked at him, his voice soft yet carrying immense weight. I have been treated as a monster since childhood, ostracized by the entire village with no parents and no friends, growing up in solitude. I understand the pain of not being understood, the taste of losing important people. Iruka-sensei gave me a home, Kakashi-sensei taught me ninjutsu, and Jiraiya-sensei raised me. My father protected me with his life along with Sasuke, Sakura, and my comrades in Konoha. They helped me emerge from the darkness, made me realize that living is not about indulging in hatred but about protecting those who are important. Nagato, you claim to understand pain, but have you ever considered that those you destroyed in Konoha, those you killed, also had their own families and companions? You have doubled the pain you endured onto others. This is not peace, it is merely revenge blinded by your hatred. Yahiko's dream was to become a hero who would change the land of rain and the ninja world to bring true peace. It wasn't for you to use his death to incite war to make more people experience the same pain he did. Nagato looked at Naruto, his body trembling uncontrollably. He recalled many years ago that boy who smiled in the rain and said he wanted to be a bridge to world peace, remembered the days when Jiraiya-sensei taught them ninjutsu, and how to be human, remembered the times they three relied on each other in the midst of war. For the first time his Rinnegan showed signs of wavering. Konan stood by watching Naruto, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. She gently tugged at Nagato's sleeve, her voice choked. Nagato. He is right. We're truly wrong. Nagato closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again, 2 streams of blood tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. He looked at Naruto for a long time before suddenly smiling. That was the first genuine smile he had shown in many years. Naruto. You remind me of Yahiko. You also remind me of the protagonist in Jiraiya-sensei's book. Your words are true, I was wrong. I was blinded by hatred and forgot Yahiko's true dream. He slowly raised both hands, using the last of his life force to form a complex seal. Rinne rebirth. His body began to emit a dazzling white light, life energy surging from within him like a tide crossing through the rain curtain and flowing towards Konoha village 1,000 miles away. One by one, those ninjas who had died in this battle, those civilians crushed by falling stones, and those killed by pain, opened their eyes, coming back to life. In the ruins of Konoha, the sounds of crying and cheering echoed throughout. As Nagato's life energy faded, his body became more and more transparent and weak. Konan knelt beside him, tightly gripping his hand, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Nagato. Don't. Konan, I'm sorry. Nagato looked at her, smiling gently. I led you down this wrong path for so long, you must live well on your own from now on. He turned to Naruto, the light in his Rinnegan nearly extinguished. Naruto, Konoha. I leave it to you. Peace. I leave it to you. You must become the true child of prophecy. With those words, his body transformed into countless specks of light dissipating in the cold rain. Konan knelt on the ground, embracing the clothing left behind after Nagato's disappearance, weeping uncontrollably. Naruto stood in place, bowing deeply to the empty wheelchair. Nagato, you were also a hero. The epilogue. Konoha village. The sun shines brightly. The rain stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and golden sunlight filled the entire Konoha village. In the ruins destroyed by pain, busy figures could be seen everywhere. Those resurrected by Rinne rebirth embraced their families tightly, crying and laughing, the relief of survival spreading through every corner of the village. Minato stood on the roof of the Hokage building, watching the busy villagers below, observing the ninjas who had come back to life, feeling a gentle sigh of relief. Naruto walked from afar, leaping onto the roof and standing beside him. Dad, I'm back. Nagato is dead, the war is over. I know. Minato turned to look at him, pride and tenderness filling his eyes as he reached out to tousle Naruto's blonde hair. You did well, Naruto. You did great. Naruto smiled, looking towards the Hokage rock in the distance, the sunlight warming and shining upon the statues of past Hokages. The father and son stood side by side, remaining silent for a long time. Dad, I'm going to find Sasuke. Naruto suddenly spoke, his tone unwavering. He is still waiting for me, I must bring him back. Minato looked at him, not surprised in the least, just nodding gently. Good. Go ahead. He looked at Naruto, smiling. Bring him back. Konoha will forever be his home. Naruto grinned widely, shining brightly like the sunshine at that moment. I will definitely bring him back. He turned and walked towards the outside of the village, his steps firm and without any hesitation. The sunlight fell on his back, casting a long, long shadow. When Naruto left Konoha, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The morning mist had yet to dissipate as he shouldered a simple travel bag with the flying thunder god kunai given to him by Minato at his waist. Without a hint of hesitation, he rushed toward the land of iron. On Hokage Rock, Minato stood quietly watching as his son's figure vanished into the morning mist, his golden hair swaying gently in the wind. Minato-sensei, aren't you worried? Kakashi stepped up behind him, his tone laced with a barely perceptible concern. Sasuke has completely aligned himself with Akatsuki and has even attacked the Hidden Cloud Village. The Raikage hates him to the bone. Naruto is going alone to find him, it's too dangerous. And I am worried. Minato spoke softly, his voice low yet filled with unwavering certainty. But I believe in him. You believe he can bring Sasuke back? And no. Minato turned to face Kakashi, his gaze steady and composed, having weathered many storms. I believe he can make the right choice. Whether it is for Sasuke or for this ninja world that is about to face a storm. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, then produced a confidential report. After the pain incident, the tolerance of the 5 great nations towards Akatsuki has reached its limit. The Land of Iron has sent an invitation. The summit of the 5 Kage will be held earlier than planned, with the main topic being the joint extermination of Akatsuki in response to the impending 4th Shinobi World War. I know. Minato descended from Hokage Rock, making his way toward the Hokage office, raising his hand to don the Hokage hat embroidered with the character fire. Have the Anbu prepare all intelligence regarding Akatsuki. I will personally attend the summit of the 5 Kage. You are going in person. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. The Land of Iron is far away, and Akatsuki may very well strike along the way. The venue may not be safe either. Naruto is doing what he must, and I must do mine. Minato's footsteps did not falter, his voice carrying the weight and responsibility of the Hokage. This world cannot allow Akatsuki to act with impunity any longer. The days of the 5 nations fighting separately must come to an end. Land of Iron venue of the Summit of the 5 Kage. The Summit of the 5 Kage is held at a neutral venue in the Land of Iron where perpetual snow blankets the entire city, and samurai from the Land of Iron surround the venue, their swords glinting coldly in the snow light. The one presiding over the summit was the samurai leader of the Land of Iron, Mifune, clad in armor, his expression solemn. Inside the venue, the 5 Kage were seated on either side, the atmosphere so tense it felt as though it could drip with water. Minato sat in the Hokage seat, donned in a snow-white Hokage robe. His golden hair still shone brightly in the dim venue, his expression calm, and yet exuding an unspoken authority. To his left was the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, a muscular figure with a face hardened by years of battle glaring intently at Minato. To his right was the Tsuchikage of the Hidden Stone Village, Inoki, short in stature with grizzled whiskers yet possessing a sharpness in his eyes that spoke of cunning. Directly across from him sat Gaara, the Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village, clad in a Kazekage robe. His youthful aggression had faded to reveal a demeanor of calmness and determination. Upon seeing Minato enter, he nodded slightly, to which Minato responded with a gentle nod. Beside Gaara was Meitarumi, the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, attired in a blue kimono, her beauty striking a faint smile playing at her lips. Her gaze lingered on Minato for a moment before shifting away. Ladies and gentlemen, Mifune began, his voice steady, cutting through the silence of the venue. The core reason for convening this summit is solely one thing: the threat posed by Akatsuki. They have already captured 7-tailed beasts, with only the 8 tails and 9 tails remaining in the hands of the 2 great nations. According to reliable intelligence, their ultimate goal is to initiate the Eye of the Moon plan, using infinite Tsukuyomi to ensnare all of humanity in illusions, thereby gaining complete control over the entire ninja world. With a loud bang, the Raikage slammed his palm on the table, causing the solid wood to crack instantly. He stood up suddenly, his crimson eyes fixed on Minato, roaring in anger. Before you say any more, let's talk about your Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke has joined Akatsuki and even led an attack on the Hidden Cloud Village, targeting my brother Killer Bee. Although Killer Bee managed to escape narrowly, this is nothing short of an act of war. Konoha must give us an explanation. All eyes in the venue instantly focused on Minato. Minato remained calm, looking up at the Raikage, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. Raikage, first and foremost, I would like to apologize on behalf of Konoha for Sasuke's attack on the Hidden Cloud Village. Furthermore, Uchiha Sasuke has long been classified as an rank rogue ninja by Konoha. His actions do not represent Konoha's stance. Konoha will take full responsibility for all his crimes and provide an explanation to the Hidden Cloud and the entire ninja world. Responsibility. How do you intend to take responsibility? The Reikage scoffed coldly, his face filled with disdain. Right now Sasuke is a core member of Akatsuki, a public enemy of the entire ninja world. You Konoha think a simple responsibility will make it all go away. I demand that you hand over Sasuke immediately, or the Hidden Cloud Village will declare war on Konoha right away. Reikage, please calm down. Gaara suddenly spoke up, his voice soft yet clearly audible throughout the venue. Konoha has just endured Pain's assault, and the entire village was nearly leveled. It was Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 5th Hokage, who stopped Pain and saved Konoha, indirectly thwarting Akatsuki's plan to capture the Nine Tails. He once ventured alone to the hidden sand to save me, preventing Akatsuki from capturing the One Tail. I trust Konoha's sincerity and believe the 5th Hokage will handle the issue with Sasuke appropriately. The Reikage looked at the young Gaara, momentarily taken aback, then snorted heavily, suppressing his anger as he sat back down. He understood that now was not the time to clash with Konoha. The threat of Akatsuki was imminent, and the 5 great nations must unite to have a chance of victory. Tsurumi looked at Minato, a seductive smile curling at her lips as she broke the deadlock. The 5th Hokage indeed lives up to his reputation, appearing even younger and more composed than the legends suggest. We have seen Konoha's sincerity. We can discuss Sasuke's matter later. What is most urgent now is to address the threat posed by Akatsuki. Inoki cleared his throat and tapped the table, speaking in an ancient tone. That's right, we shouldn't waste time on these trivial matters. The leader of Akatsuki is a man who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Even if he is not the real Madara, he possesses strength comparable to that of the original. He is collecting tailed beasts to initiate the Eye of the Moon plan. If he succeeds, the entire ninja world will be doomed. We must unite immediately to form a ninja coalition to collectively combat Akatsuki. The venue fell into silence once more. Forming a ninja coalition means the 5 great nations must put aside their grievances and differences accumulated over the years, relinquishing part of their military authority for unified command, a decision that is not easily made by any village. I agree. Gaara was the first to raise his hand, his gaze resolute. The Hidden Sand Village is willing to join the ninja coalition and follow the unified command of the coalition. Tsurumi pondered for a moment before nodding. The Hidden Mist Village agrees. And Inoki glanced at the guard beside him and huffed. The Hidden Stone Village agrees as well. The young ones have courage. An old man cannot fall behind. All eyes turned to the Reikage. And the Reikage looked at the 4 Kage present, remaining silent for a long time before finally nodding heavily. The Hidden Cloud Village agrees. But I have a condition. I must be the commander of the ninja coalition. I have fought more battles than many of you present have had meals. Only I can lead the coalition to win this fight. Minato smiled, not hesitating. That is acceptable. But the Hokage must serve as the deputy commander of the coalition, responsible for tactical deployment and surprise operations. Deal. The Reikage agreed without hesitation. And the hands of the 5 Kage finally clasped together. And the ninja coalition was officially established. At that moment, the walls of the venue suddenly exploded with debris and dust swirling in the air. A man wearing an orange spiral mask slowly walked in, followed by a wounded Sasuke along with Kisame and Juzo. It was Uchiha Obito, whom they referred to as Uchiha Madara. Everyone, it's been a long time. Obito's voice dripped with mockery as he scanned the assembled Kage, summit of the Kage, to form a ninja alliance. How interesting. But unfortunately you won't have the chance. He slowly raised his hand and the Rinnegan glimmered coldly through the holes of his mask. I, Uchiha Madara, hereby officially declare war on the 5 great nations. The 4th Great Ninja War begins now. The venue erupted into chaos, the samurai instantly drawing their swords, and the 5 Kage simultaneously stood up, their chakra surging. Sasuke gripped the Kusanagi sword, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, locking his gaze onto the Reikage. He intended to kill Danzo, who was currently hiding in the shadows of the venue, and the Reikage was his biggest obstacle. Sasuke, how dare you show your face here? The Reikage roared, enveloped in lightning chakra, charging at Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke showed no signs of retreat, the black flames of Amaterasu igniting in his palm as he rushed toward the Reikage. The venue was thrown into disarray, the clash of jutsu and swords ringing out continuously. Obito watched the chaotic scene and smiled, his body transforming into a vortex and disappearing from the venue. His purpose had been fulfilled, to declare war, to disrupt the Kage summit, to create an opportunity for Sasuke, and to plunge the 5 great nations into complete passivity. Minato instantly stood up holding the flying thunder god kunai in his palm ready to act but was stopped by Samui. Hokage-sama, leave this to us. Minato watched as Sasuke was besieged by the Raikage and Tsuchikage gradually falling into a disadvantage, his brow furrowed. At that moment he sensed a familiar chakra rapidly approaching the venue. It was Naruto. He finally came. The border of the land of Fire Valley of the End. Sasuke eventually escaped from the venue in the Land of Iron. He had a broken rib from the Raikage's assault, and was severely injured by the Tsuchikage's, thus released his body battered and chakra nearly exhausted. He dashed westward, finally stopping at the entrance of the Valley of the End. This was the place where the first Hokage Hashirama Senju fought Uchiha Madara, the end of the fate between the Uchiha and Senju, and also the place where he and Naruto were destined to settle their score. On either side of the cliffs stood enormous statues of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara facing each other in an eternal standoff that spanned decades. Water cascaded down the cliffs, the sound thunderous, creating a mist that filled the air. Sasuke stood on a boulder in front of the waterfall, gripping the Kusanagi sword, watching the orange figure rushing toward him, slowly closing his eyes. Naruto landed on the boulder opposite him across the roaring waterfall, watching the wounded Sasuke, his heart twisting with emotion. Sasuke wore the black and red cloud-patterned cloak of the Akatsuki, the robe cut with numerous slashes stained with blood, his black hair clinging to his cheek, his face pale, yet his Mangekyo Sharingan still shone brilliantly, filled with unyielding stubbornness. Naruto, you came. Sasuke spoke first, his voice hoarse but still icy. I'm here, Naruto replied, dropping the burden from his back to the side, his gaze firmly fixed on Sasuke. Sasuke, come back to Konoha with me. Sasuke suddenly laughed a cold and desolate laughter, as he slowly drew the Kusanagi sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light in the mist. Return where? To Konoha. The same place that forced my brother to death, slaughtered my entire clan, and treated Itachi's life as a mere pawn. Konoha has your companions Sakura Kakashi Sensei and people waiting for you to come home. Naruto looked at him, his voice extremely serious. Itachi gave his life so you could live, not for you to live in hatred, and certainly not to destroy Konoha. What do you understand? Sasuke's voice suddenly rose, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly, killing intent surging. You don't understand at all. You don't understand the pain of losing an entire clan, nor the despair of forcing your beloved brother to kill your parents. The higher-ups of Konoha Danzo, the 2 advisors and the 3rd Hokage who allowed all of this, they are all murderers. And your father, the current 5th Hokage, is protecting those murderers. Naruto fell silent. He learned the entire truth of the Uchiha massacre from Obito and Itachi's dying memories, understanding Danzo's sins and the darkness beneath Konoha's light. So you want to destroy all of Konoha? Naruto lifted his head to look at him. For a few murders you want to destroy all the innocent people in the village. Destroy those villagers who, like us, just want to live peacefully. Destroy those ninjas who have fought desperately to protect the village. Is this what Itachi wanted to see? Yes, Sasuke tightened his grip on the sword hilt. I want to destroy the old system of Konoha, kill all the guilty, and establish a completely new order. Only in this way can I appease the spirits of the Uchiha clan in the heavens and justify Itachi's sacrifice. Then I will stop you. Naruto slowly assumed a fighting stance, natural energy beginning to gather around him. If you want to destroy Konoha, I will fight you. I will fight until you wake up, until you are willing to come back with me. Sasuke looked at him, a sudden smile breaking across his face, not a cold smile, but one tinged with a sense of desolate acceptance. Naruto, do you know why I joined the Akatsuki? For power. For revenge. No, Sasuke shook his head. It was to know the truth. The truth about Itachi, the truth about the Uchiha, the truth about Konoha. Now that I know everything, I have made my choice. Your choice is wrong. Right and wrong have never mattered. Sasuke leaped from the boulder, charging toward Naruto across the water's surface, the Kusanagi sword cutting through the air, aimed directly at Naruto's chest. What matters is that I chose this path and I will never turn back. Naruto did not evade, and at the instant he sidestepped the blade, his fist wrapped in sage chakra struck fiercely towards Sasuke's face. Sasuke immediately used the hilt of his sword to block the attack, the punch, and the sword hilt colliding with a dull thud, both of them forced back a few steps, their feet hitting the water's surface, creating ripples. Sage mode activate. Naruto clasped his hands together. Natural energy surged into his body like a tide, the patterns of toads appearing on his cheeks, his pupils transforming into horizontal frog-like eyes, the sage chakra flowing steadily around him, his entire aura soaring. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, the six-pointed star pattern glowing brilliantly in his eyes. The black flames of Amaterasu surged forth from his eyes like a tide rushing toward Naruto. Amaterasu. The unquenchable black flames instantly engulfed the water's surface around Naruto, surrounding him completely. Naruto leaped into the air, quickly forming hand seals, wind chakra bursting forth. Wind release supermassive Rasengan. The rapidly spinning chakra disc sliced through the air, instantly cutting through the endless black flames, crashing towards Sasuke with the power to tear everything apart. Sasuke remained unfazed, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly, purple chakra erupting from his body, rapidly condensing into a gigantic skeletal structure that shielded him. Susanoo. The Rasengan slammed violently into Susanoo's skeletal frame, exploding with a tremendous force, the violent shockwave of sage chakra sweeping across the battlefield, even causing the waterfall's flow to reverse. Yet Susanoo's skeletal frame only cracked, with a few fine lines still firmly protecting Sasuke. This is Susanoo. Naruto landed on the water's surface, breathing heavily, looking at the increasingly solid purple skeleton, knowing in his heart that Sasuke had gone all out. Under Sasuke's control, Susanoo quickly grew muscles and tendons from the skeletal frame, covering itself in heavy armor, massive wings extending from its back, wielding a Kusanagi sword several dozen meters long. The fully formed Susanoo, resembling a purple war god, descended upon the earth, blocking out the sun completely. Naruto gazed at the towering Susanoo, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. Kurama, help me. In the sealed space, the Nine-Tails slowly opened its crimson vertical eyes and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Little ghost, are you sure you want to do this? Once the seals are fully undone, you might be devoured by me. I am sure. Naruto smiled, his tone unwaveringly firm. I trust you just as you trust me. Together let's bring Sasuke back. The next moment, golden chakra erupted wildly from Naruto's body. The positive chakra of the Nine-Tails that Minato had left within him fused completely with his own negative chakra, enveloping his form in a complete Nine-Tails chakra. It instantly condensed into a massive golden Nine-Tails fox, its 9 tails unfurling behind it, the golden chakra shining like the sun, facing the purple Susanoo from afar. The Nine-Tails mode was fully activated. The golden Nine-Tails and the purple Susanoo confronted each other before the waterfall of the Valley of the End, reminiscent of the fierce battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara decades ago. The gears of fate seemed to turn once more at this moment. Naruto. Sasuke's voice came from within the Susanoo, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Are you really willing to fight to the death for this decade, Konoha? Am not fighting for Konoha, am fighting for you. Naruto's voice emerged from the Nine-Tails, clearly reaching Sasuke's ears. If you want to destroy Konoha, it'll stop you. If you want to walk into darkness, it'll pull you back. No matter what you become, you are my only friend, the person I will risk everything to protect. Idiot! Sasuke shouted angrily, raising the Kusanagi sword high, wielding destructive power, and struck fiercely down upon the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails roared angrily, lifting its 2 massive claws, firmly gripping the descending Kusanagi sword, while the other claw, enveloped in golden-tailed beast bomb, smashed violently towards the head of the Susanoo. The battle of the 2 colossal beings instantly obliterated everything around them. The forest was leveled by the shockwaves, the ground was blasted open with numerous gigantic craters, the waterfall's water was sent flying into the air by the chakra, and the rocks of the Valley of the End were filled with dense cracks. They fought from day to night and from night to dawn. The golden Nine-Tails was covered in scars, having exhausted most of its chakra. The purple Susanoo was also riddled with cracks, its armor shattered significantly, and the Kusanagi sword in hand showed signs of wear. In the end, both of them simultaneously dispelled their modes, crashing down from midair onto the ground of the Valley of the End, creating 2 shallow craters. Naruto knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his body battered, chakra nearly depleted, with barely enough strength left to raise his hand. Sasuke also staggered to stand opposite him, covered in blood, his sword-wielding hand trembling uncontrollably, and his Mangekyo Sharingan weeping blood tears from overuse. Naruto, how much chakra do you have left? Sasuke looked at him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Enough for one more round with you. Naruto gritted his teeth, slowly rising to his feet, his right hand gradually lifting as azure chakra began to gather in his palm, once more the humming of the Rasengan echoing in the silent valley of the end. Sasuke also smiled, a smile more relaxed than ever, raising his right hand high, blue lightning dancing wildly in his palm, the screech of Chidori intertwining with the hum of Rasengan. Then let's go for one last time. They charged towards each other simultaneously. The Rasengan and Chidori collided violently at the center of the Valley of the End. This time there was no cataclysmic explosion, no shockwave that engulfed the entire area. The two opposing chakras consumed and cancelled each other out, ultimately dissipating completely into the air. In the moment when their chakra was exhausted, Naruto's clenched fist struck Sasuke's face hard. At the same time, Sasuke's fist landed on Naruto's cheek. Both of them fell to the ground, lying on their backs, gazing at the sky gradually brightening at dawn. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the rising sun pierced through the clouds, casting golden light upon their scarred faces. Naruto! Sasuke spoke first, his voice soft, carrying the weariness of surviving a catastrophe. Naruto turned his head to look at him. I lost. Naruto was taken aback. He had imagined countless endings, thought Sasuke would stubbornly refuse to yield, thought he would remain obsessed, but never had he expected him to utter the words. I lost. You admit defeat. It's not admitting defeat. Sasuke turned his head to look at Naruto, his black eyes devoid of cold, killing intent, devoid of crazy hatred, only a tranquility that had shed all pretenses and a hint of barely perceptible moisture. It's that I can no longer find a reason to continue fighting you. Naruto fell silent. He gazed into Sasuke's eyes and suddenly understood. Sasuke had never truly hated Konoha, he hated its darkness, the perpetrator who had driven Itachi to his death, and this ninja system that had caused him to lose everything. And as he fought his way through, he realized that what he could never let go of was not hatred but this fool before him who had been tied to him since their youth. Then come back with me, Naruto said, looking at him, every word clear. We will change the darkness of Konoha together. We will settle the sins of Danzo together. We will fulfill Itachi's last wish together. You don't have to bear everything alone, you have me, you have Sakura, you have Kakashi Sensei. Together we will face it all. Sasuke did not respond. He simply gazed at the sky for a long time, so long that Naruto thought he had fallen asleep before he heard him softly say, All right. The sun was setting, painting the cliffs and statues of the Valley of the End in warm shades of orangered. Naruto and Sasuke sat side by side atop the statues of the first Hokage, and Uchiha Madara with the roaring waterfall beneath them and the distant mountains behind. Naruto pulled out 2 rice balls from his pocket which Sakura had given him that morning, still warm. He handed one to Sasuke. Sakura made these. She said you love plum rice balls, so she made them specially for you. Sasuke took the rice ball, unwrapped it, and took a bite. The sweet and sour flavor of the plum melted in his mouth, sweet to the point of being cloying. It's too sweet. He frowned slightly but still ate the entire rice ball bit by bit. She thought you liked sweet things. Naruto bit into his own rice ball, grinning foolishly. After all, you used to steal the sweet dumplings from my hand. I hate sweet things. Sasuke glanced at him, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting into a faint smile. Then why did you finish it? Sasuke did not answer. He looked down at the packaging of the rice ball, remaining silent for a long time before gently speaking. Naruto. Thank you? Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then smiled even more brightly, revealing a set of white teeth. Thank you for what? Thank you for never giving up on me. Sasuke turned to look at Naruto, tears that had yet to dry at the corners of his eyes. When everyone treated me as a rogue ninja and wanted to kill me, only you kept treating me as a companion, always wanting to pull me back. Naruto gazed at the setting sun, the orange light falling upon his golden hair as if it were gilded. Because you are my friend. He spoke with utmost sincerity. No matter what happens, no matter how far you go, you will always be my best friend in this world. I will never let go of this bond for the rest of my life. Sasuke lowered his head, tears finally unable to be contained dripping onto the packaging in his hand. This was the first time he cried after Itachi's death. Not out of hatred, not out of pain, but because someone finally understood all his loneliness and struggles, caught all his scars and resentment, and told him, Let's go home together. Naruto. I'm sorry. Don't say sorry anymore. Naruto stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, extended his hand towards Sasuke, and smiled brightly. Let's go home. Back to Konoha. Sasuke looked at Naruto's outstretched hand for a long time before finally raising his hand and tightly gripping it. The two leapt off the statue and walked side by side down the path under the setting sun, heading towards Konoha. The day Naruto and Sasuke returned to Konoha was a rare sunny day. The cherry blossoms at the village entrance fell like scattered petals dancing in the wind as the delicate pink and white hues settled on the shoulders of the two. Sasuke walked half a step behind Naruto, slightly lowering his head and remaining silent. The black and red cloud-patterned robe of the Akatsuki organization that he wore had been shredded during the battle at the Valley of the End and discarded halfway. Now he was wearing the black coat that Naruto had insisted he take the sleeves a bit long, casually rolled up to reveal his bony wrists. Minato stood at the village entrance in his Hokage robes, his golden hair glowing warmly in the sunlight, followed by Kakashi Sakura and the Umbu of Konoha. He looked at the two approaching figures without questioning, without reproach, and did not mention Sasuke's betrayal, his joining of Akatsuki, or the attack on the 5 Kage summit, simply gazing at Sasuke, gently nodding and softly saying, "It's good that you're back." Sasuke abruptly raised his head to look at Minato. The man's blue eyes were identical to Naruto's, yet contained a depth of stability and tolerance far beyond Naruto's, like an unfathomable lake that absorbed his rage and scars. "Fourth Hokage. No, 5th Hokage." Sasuke's voice was somewhat hoarse, his fingers unconsciously tightening. "About the Uchiha clan's extermination, about the things I did. I know everything." Minato interrupted him, his tone calm yet carrying the weight of mountains. "I know the truth about Itachi, the extermination order issued by Danzo, the tacit approval and indulgence of Konoha's higher-ups at the time. I know everything." Sasuke's fists tightened even more, his knuckles turning white as suppressed hatred and resentment surged in his eyes. "Then why do you still protect those people? The ones who forced my brother into a corner and destroyed the entire Uchiha clan are now living well in the shadows of Konoha." Minato fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the Hokage building behind him before finally returning to Sasuke, saying word by word, "Because protecting the village is my duty as Hokage. But protecting the village does not mean sheltering evil. I will personally hold Danzo accountable for his sins. What Konoha owes the Uchiha, what it owes to Itachi, I will gradually give you an explanation. Itachi chose to exchange his life for the peace of Konoha, for your survival. He wagered his reputation and life not for you to live in hatred nor for you to destroy the village he protected with his life. He hoped you would live in a peace without war and hatred." Sasuke lowered his head, his black hair shadowing his eyes, obscuring his expression from view, with only his slightly trembling shoulders revealing his turbulent emotions. Naruto stood silently beside him, not interrupting, just watching him quietly. He understood that the knot in Sasuke's heart could not be unraveled with just a few words. All he could do was remain by his side. After a long while, Sasuke finally raised his head to look at Minato, gently nodding, his voice soft yet clear. "I will no longer think about destroying Konoha. But I will watch you fulfill your promise, and watch the darkness of Konoha be completely eradicated." Minato smiled, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Good. They'll be waiting for you to supervise." In the Hokage office of Konoha the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip water. Minato sat in the main seat with intelligence gathered from the 5 great nations spread out before him, flanked by Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, the core fighting force of Konoha, all gathered here. "The 4th Great Ninja War is unavoidable." Minato spoke first, his voice steady, cutting through the silence. "The mastermind behind Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito, has officially declared war on the 5 great nations. His goal is to capture the remaining 8 tails and 9 tails, gather all 9-tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 tails, and initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, dragging everyone in the ninja world into eternal illusion." Obito. Kakashi's body stiffened suddenly, his face strained of color beneath the mask, his Sharingan activating uncontrollably, his pupils constricting sharply. He's still alive. How could he forget this name? He was his best friend from childhood, a companion who had grown up in Minato's class with him, the one who had been crushed by a boulder. While trying to save him, everyone thought he had died on the Kannabi Bridge. He is still alive. Minato's voice carried a hint of unnoticeable guilt and heaviness. During the Battle of Kannabi Bridge, he did not die. He was saved by Uchiha Madara and had his body repaired using the cells of White Setsu. Later, Rin's death pushed him completely into darkness. He assumed Madara's name and founded Akatsuki, manipulating the entire situation in the ninja world. Nagato's Rinnegan was also implanted by him in his early years. After Nagato's death he retrieved the Rinnegan, and his strength is unfathomable. Sasuke's brows furrowed instantly, the Mangekyo Sharingan swirling slightly in his eyes. He remembered how Itachi before dying had used his last bit of strength to plant Amaterasu in his eyes with the condition of activation being sighting Obito's mask. Itachi had known about Obito's existence from the very beginning, aware that he was the true mastermind behind the scenes. Obito now possesses the Rinnegan, has transplanted white sets of cells, has mastered most of the forbidden techniques left by Uchiha Madara, and has the Outer Path Golem as his trump card. Currently the Outer Path Golem has sealed 7-tailed beasts, leaving only the 8-tails Killer Bee from the Land of Lightning and the 9-tails Naruto from Konoha. These two are Obito's primary targets in this war. Therefore the 5 Kage Summit has ultimately decided to transfer Naruto and Killer Bee to the Turtle Island in the Land of Lightning for concealed protection to prevent them from being directly exposed to the battlefield before the war officially begins. I'm not hiding. As soon as Minato finished speaking, Naruto suddenly stood up, his blue eyes blazing with undeniable flames, his tone resolute. Dad, I won't hide away. My companions are all heading to the battlefield and everyone in Konoha is risking their lives to protect the ninja world. How could I possibly hide in a safe place alone? Naruto, this is the joint decision of the 5 Kage and is for your safety. I know you all mean well for me. Naruto interrupted Minato, looking him in the eye, and spoke clearly. But Dad, you've taught me since I was little that when facing fear one must choose to confront it head on rather than turn and run. My ninja way is to keep my word and never give up. I want to go to the battlefield with my comrades to fight against Obito and to protect this ninja world. I am the 9-tails Jinchuriki, a ninja of Konoha. This is my responsibility and my choice. Minato looked at the light in his son's eyes, seeing in him the same stubbornness and determination that shone even brighter than his own at that age, and fell silent for a long time. Finally he smiled, all his worries transforming into pride. Good. I respect your choice. You can go to the battlefield. Minato looked at him, his tone extremely serious. But you have to promise me one thing. What is it? No matter what happens, come back alive. Naruto beamed, showing a bright smile and nodding vigorously. Definitely. Not only will I come back alive, but I will also bring everyone back and win this war. Sitting beside them, Sasuke watched Naruto's radiant smile, and a faint unnoticed smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He raised his head to meet Minato's gaze and calmly spoke, I will also participate in the battle. All eyes turned to him. Obito is the mastermind behind Akatsuki and one of those who led Itachi down his tragic path. I must personally settle the score with the Uchiha. Sasuke's tone was cold but carried an undeniable resolve. Moreover, Naruto, that idiot going to the battlefield alone will only result in reckless behavior. I need to watch over him to prevent him from getting himself killed. Naruto immediately exploded in anger. Hey! Who are you calling an idiot? You! Sasuke glanced at him, but there was no trace of coldness in his eyes. Kakashi watched the bickering pair and suddenly smiled, recalling his own youth with Obito. At least these two children had not walked the same path he and Obito had. As the battle meeting in the Hidden Leaf concluded, the ninja nations had fully entered a state of war readiness. In the Raikage's office of the Hidden Cloud Village, Killer Bee sat on the desk, swinging his legs, holding a notebook, humming an improvised rap with the pen swiftly writing lyrics on the paper. Raikage stood by the window, his back to him, his muscles tense, as outside the assembled Hidden Cloud ninja forces loomed like a dark tide filled with murderous intent. The war is about to begin. The Raikage turned around, looking at his brother, his tone heavy. The original decision of the 5 Kage was to have you and Naruto hide on Turtle Island away from the battlefield. I know, brother. Killer Bee put down his pen, jumped off the desk, the smile on his face fading. But I will not hide on Turtle Island. Hiding has never been my rap style. Raikage's target is you, the 8-tails. Going to the battlefield is like walking into his crosshairs. The Raikage's voice suddenly rose, filled with unmasked worry. You will die, Bee. I want. Killer Bee smiled, patting his chest, the chakra of the 8-tails swirling gently around him. I share a brotherly bond with Gyuki. Moreover, Naruto from the Hidden Leaf is brave enough to face the battlefield. How can I, as his senior, hide behind? I will fight alongside him and take down all those destructive bastards. The Raikage looked at his brother, seeing the determination in his eyes, and remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a heavy sigh and firmly patting his shoulder. All right. If you want to go, then go. His eyes slightly reddened. But remember, you must come back alive. The hidden cloud cannot be without you. I cannot be without you as my brother. Don't worry, big brother. Killer Bee made a rapt gesture, his smile radiant. I will definitely win, yo. In the Sand Village's Kazekage building, Gaara stood before the window of the Kazekage's office observing the assembled sand ninja forces below, while Temari and Kankuro stood solemnly behind him. Has the army assembled? Gaara's voice was calm without a hint of fluctuation. They are all assembled. A total of 2,000 ninjas ready to depart for the Allied Forces headquarters. Kankuro stepped forward, reporting in a deep voice. Have the medical team and puppet troops been arranged? Everything is arranged. Temari nodded. The sealing team is also on standby, ready to deal with tailed beasts and reanimated enemies. Gaara slowly turned to look at his sister and brother, a trace of barely noticeable tenderness in his eyes. This war will be brutal, he said softly. We may die. So what? Temari smiled, lifting her chin. We are ninjas of the sand, protecting the village, and the ninja world is our duty. Moreover, with Naruto around, we will definitely win. Kankuro nodded in agreement, patting the puppet box behind him. That's right. It was Naruto who saved me from the Akatsuki. He was also the one who pulled you back from darkness. This time it is our turn to fight alongside him. Gaara looked at them, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He recalled the Chunin exam arena years ago, that golden-haired boy who shattered the darkness in his heart with his fists, telling him that living is about forming bonds with companions. He raised his hand, touching the Kazekage forehead protector on his forehead, his gaze becoming resolute. Send the order. The entire army is to depart immediately for the Allied Forces headquarters. Yes. At the same time, Inoki of the Hidden Stone village, leading the ninja forces of the Hidden Stone, embarked on the journey. This Tsuchikage, over 50 years old, leaned on a cane but still stood straight, his eyes filled with the sharpness of age and resilience. He had lived through most of his life, experiencing 3 ninja world wars. This time he would exert his last breath to protect this ninja world, ensuring that the younger generations would not suffer the pain of war. Mei Terumi of the Hidden Mist village also led the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, fully assembled. This beautiful Mizukage had put away her usual charm, her eyes filled with cold battle intent. She aimed to personally end the Akatsuki schemes, protecting the Hidden Mist and safeguarding this ninja world that had finally welcomed peace. The ninja forces of the 5 great nations converged from all directions towards the Allied Forces headquarters. Past grievances, barriers, and hatred from wars were all set aside at this moment. They had only one common enemy and one common goal: to win this war and protect this ninja world. In the training ground of Konoha village, as the sun set in the west, 2 figures swiftly crossed paths, their fists and feet colliding with a series of dull thuds, and the waves of chakra bursting forth stirred up clouds of dust. Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in their final practice before the battle. Their speed had reached its peak, almost impossible for the naked eye to capture. With the fierce punch infused with sage chakra, Naruto relentlessly targeted Sasuke's vital points. Sasuke's taijutsu was sharp and precise, perfectly anticipating every movement of Naruto, with his Sharingan countering each technique without a hint of flaw. After hundreds of exchanges, both of them simultaneously withdrew, stepping back a few paces to opposite ends of the training ground, panting heavily, their foreheads slick with sweat, yet both wore smiles of unwavering determination. Sasuke, how long can your Susanoo maintain its complete form? Naruto wiped the sweat from his face and was the first to ask. Without consumption, 10 minutes. In continuous combat, 5 minutes. Sasuke shook his numb wrist and countered. What about you? How long can the Kyuubi mode last? In perfect condition, 15 minutes, and if I coordinate with Karabi, even longer. Naruto grinned, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. However, if the 2 of us team up, even Obito would definitely be knocked down. Sasuke lightly nodded, not refuting. After the battle at the Valley of the End, they were more aware of each other's strengths than anyone else, and understood each other's fighting styles better than anyone. Together they could unleash a power that exceeded the sum of its parts. The setting sun cast long shadows of the 2. Sasuke looked at Naruto's golden profile illuminated by the setting sun and suddenly asked, Naruto, what do you plan to do after the war ends? Naruto paused for a moment, then scratched his head, grinning foolishly. After the war. Of course I'll go to Ichiraku Ramen first, eat 3 giant bowls of super deluxe char siu ramen until I'm stuffed. Then he'll go home and sleep for 3 days and nights to make up for all the sleep I've missed in these years. Is that all? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting such an answer. What else could it be? Naruto sat down, gazing at the vast evening glow, smiling gently. When peace truly arrives, ninjas won't need to fight and kill every day anymore. We can help villagers find their lost cats, help people repair their houses, help plant crops, and teach children ninjutsu. Every day we can bicker with our friends, eat ramen, practice ninjutsu, and live a stable life. Isn't that great? Sasuke looked at him, also sitting down, and after a long silence he softly said, Naruto, you are more mature than I am. Naruto abruptly turned his head, looking at him in disbelief, digging at his ears. What did you say? The wind is too strong, I couldn't hear you. Say it again. Sasuke's face instantly darkened. He shot him a glare and squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. Scram! Naruto immediately burst into laughter, rolling on the ground. Sasuke watched Naruto's carefree demeanor. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift, the coldness in his eyes dissipating, leaving only warm tenderness. He thought perhaps the kind of life Naruto described really wouldn't be so bad. In the underground base of the Rain Village, eternally devoid of sunlight, the outer path golem silently loomed in the darkness like a slumbering beast. 7 of its 9 eyes were already open, sealing the chakra of 7-tailed beasts, with only 2 hollow eye sockets remaining, emanating a chilling aura. Obito sat on a giant rock before the outer path golem. A scar cutting across half of his face appeared particularly menacing in the dim light. He gazed at his right hand, the arm made of white Zetsu's cells slightly twitching with a cold vitality. Zetsu emerged slowly from the mud of the ground, standing beside Obito, his yin-yang face flickering in the shadows. Obito, the ninja alliance of the 5 great nations has fully assembled, with a total force exceeding 80,000 converging towards the border. The 5 Kages are personally stationed at the alliance headquarters, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Kannabi will all appear on the battlefield. I know. Obito's voice was cold and flat, without a hint of turbulence. This is just perfect. I won't have to search for them one by one. I can settle it all at once, saving time for the activation of the infinite screamy. Do you have the confidence to defeat the 80,000 strong alliance? There are also the 5 Kages, as well as the 9 tails and 8 tails. Black Zetsu's voice carried a sinister laugh. Obito slowly stood up, his Rinnegan glowing with a cold purple light in the darkness, his chakra surging violently, causing the entire underground base to tremble slightly. Confidence. He laughed, a mad and sorrowful laugh. In this world there's nothing worth my attachment anymore. As long as I can activate the infinite Tsukuyami, as long as I can see Rin again in that world, even if I turn to dust, what of it? He looked at the hollow eye sockets of the outer path golem, his eyes filled with obsessive fixation. From the moment Rin died before him, this real world had already turned into hell. Only the illusionary world created by infinite Tsukuyami was his only salvation, the only place where he could reunite with Rin. Zetsu watched his obsessive demeanor, a trace of barely perceptible calculation flashing in his eyes, silently sinking into the ground. Obito remained unaware. He slowly extended his hand, touching the cold outer path golem, softly whispering the name etched into his soul. Rin. Wait for me a moment. Soon we will be together forever. In the Watergate house of Konoha village, late at night, Naruto lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The moonlight outside filtered through the window, falling on the floor quiet enough to hear his own heartbeat. He felt a nagging sense that something was about to happen, his heart racing. At that moment he saw a familiar figure standing in the courtyard outside the window. It was Minato. Naruto immediately jumped up, opened the window, and whispered, Dad? Why are you still awake at this late hour? Minato turned his head, smiled at Naruto by the window, and leaped gracefully into the room without making a sound. I have something on my mind and couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk. Minato sat on Naruto's bedside, looking at his son with eyes full of tenderness. Are you thinking about the war? Naruto also sat up, noticing the fatigue in his father's eyes. His heart ached. Since the pain incident, Minato hadn't had many peaceful nights, having to rebuild Konoha, deal with the 5 Kage summit, and prepare for war. He had visibly lost weight. Yes, but not entirely. Minato fell silent for a moment before softly speaking. Naruto, if you encounter Obito on the battlefield, I hope you can do me a favor. What kind of favor? Help me bring him back. Minato's voice was low, filled with guilt and sorrow. He used to be my best student, a child with light in his eyes like you and Sasuke. It is my undeniable responsibility that he has become what he is today. Back at the Kannabi Bridge I couldn't save him, and later I couldn't prevent what happened to Rin. I owe him too much. Naruto looked into his father's eyes, those blue eyes that were always gentle and steadfast now filled with guilt and sorrow. He suddenly understood that just as he would never give up on Sasuke, his father had never given up on his student. Dad, that's not your fault. Naruto reached out and gently patted his father's shoulder. Obito becoming this way is the fault of the war, the fault of this twisted ninja system, not yours. I know. Minato smiled, his eyes slightly reddening. But I still want to save him. Just like you risk everything to bring Sasuke back. Alright. Dad, let's do it together. We'll go to the battlefield together, win this war together, and bring Obito back together. Just like Sasuke and me, he's not alone, he has you and Kakashi-sensei. Minato looked at his son, the bittersweet feelings intertwined in his heart. He reached out, gently ruffled Naruto's blonde hair just like when he was a child. Sleep now. There are many things to do tomorrow. Naruto obediently lay down, covering himself with the blanket. Minato sat by the bed watching as his son gradually closed his eyes, his breathing steady before gently standing up and tucking the blanket around him. He walked to the window, gazing at the moonlight outside, his hand softly brushing over the pendant on his chest which held a photo of him and Kushina. Kushina, the war is about to begin. He whispered softly, his voice both gentle and resolute. Rest assured, I will protect Naruto, protect Konoha. I will definitely ensure our son returns safely until the war is over. I promise. Outside the window the moon was gradually obscured by dark clouds. The darkness before dawn enveloped the entire ninja world. A storm was brewing. Everyone knew that this war, which would determine the future of the ninja world, was already imminent. But they were all prepared. To protect the important people, to safeguard this ninja world, and to usher in true peace, they would resolutely step onto the battlefield, expending their last breath. The day the allied shinobi forces assembled dawned with an almost unnatural clarity. Beneath a boundless azure sky, shinobi from the 5 great nations converged upon the training grounds at the border of Kumogakure. 80,000 warriors breathing as one, their collective breath stirring a low resonant wind that swept across the plains and lifted fine dust into the air. Naruto stood at the vanguard of Konoha's contingent, clad in his familiar black-and-red short jacket, his Konoha forehead protector firmly tied across his brow, golden hair blazing like molten sunlight. Beside him stood shinobi from Kumogakure, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure, their forehead protectors each bearing distinct colors and symbols shimmering under the sun like a vast living sea of hue. Once bitter rivals, the shinobi of the 5 great nations now stood shoulder to shoulder, laying down old grudges and ancient divides. Upon the elevated dais the 5 Kage stood side by side, gazing down upon the 80,000-strong allied force below. Minato stood furthest left, draped in the pristine white robes of the 4th Hokage, the bold kanji for fire flapping fiercely in the wind behind him, his golden hair lifted by the breeze, his sapphire eyes calm, resolute, unshaken. At his side loomed the Raikage, his frame thick with corded muscle, Gaara the Kazekage robed in flowing cerulean, Mei Terumi the elegant Mizukage, and Inoki the Tsuchikage leaning on his cane, his gaze sharp as tempered steel. Shinobi of all nations! The Raikage stepped forward, his voice amplified by a powerful ninjutsu reverberating across the entire training ground until the very air trembled. Today we stand not for our individual villages, not for our sovereign nations, but for the entire shinobi world, for this land beneath our feet, for the families waiting behind us, and for a future rooted in truth. Silence fell instantly across the field. 80,000 pairs of eyes locked onto the dais above. Our enemy is Uchiha Obito. Our enemy is Kabuto Yakushi. Our enemy is the Akatsuki, an organization bent on casting the entire shinobi world into illusion through the infinite Tsukimi. The Raikage slammed his fist onto the railing with a thunderous thud. In their fabricated dream there is no war, no suffering, yet neither is there freedom nor truth nor the unbreakable bonds we have sworn our lives to protect. Would you choose to live imprisoned within such a hollow illusion? And never. And the roar of 80,000 voices erupted, deafening, skyrending, so fierce the clouds on the horizon scattered like startled birds. Then fight! The Raikage whirled sharply, pointing toward the northern horizon, the direction where the enemy forces massed. They await us upon the northern plains. Our mission is clear: foil their conspiracy, safeguard the 8 tails and 9 tails Jinchuriki, and defend this shinobi world. Tell me, Do you fear death? No. And good. Then heed this command, advance immediately. At the Raikage decree 80,000 shinobi moved as one, advancing with disciplined precision toward the northern plains according to preassigned formations. Their footsteps struck the earth in perfect unison, trembling the ground itself, the crisp clink of weaponry, and the low hum of chakra converging into the overture of war. Naruto marched forward with his unit flanked by Killer Bee, the burly sunglasses-wearing Eight-Tails Jinchuriki who wore 7 swords at his waist and hummed an impromptu rap, nudging Naruto lightly with his elbow. Hey kid, you're looking awfully grim. Nervous. Yo. And not nervous. Naruto grinned, eyes alight with fierce, burning resolve. Just fired up. Oh. Got guts. Then let's spit some freestyle, heat up the battlefield. Killer Bee's enthusiasm surged. He pulled out his notebook without delay. No, I beg you. My singing's lethal. Last time I sang one line for Sakura, she chased me 3 full blocks. Killer Bee burst into booming laughter, a hearty, untamed sound that drew curious glances from shinobi nearby. Sasuke walked half a step behind Naruto, clad in sleek black shinobi attire, the Kusanagi sword at his hip gleaming coldly in the sun. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun subtly beneath his lashes, scanning the surroundings with unwavering vigilance. Behind him followed Suigetsu Karen and Jugo, the former members of Team Hawk, long disbanded yet drawn back to Sasuke's side by the gravity of this war. Naruto. Too loud. Sasuke spoke coolly, voice edged with mild disdain, yet devoid of any trace of impatience. And, well, war is loud. Naruto glanced back, flashing a warm grin. But it'll be quiet once we win. And Sasuke said nothing more, only fixed his gaze beyond the throng toward Minato upon the dais. The man stood deep in quiet conversation with the Raikage, his expression grave yet radiating an unshakable aura of reassurance. In that moment Sasuke thought of Itachi. If his brother still lived, on which side would he stand? Would he fight alongside Naruto defending the shinobi world? Or would he walk with Obito into darkness? And he had no answer. But he knew with absolute certainty that this time, he would stand beside Naruto, fighting shoulder to shoulder with that stubborn, brilliant fool. Below the dais, Kakashi leaned against the railing, still holding his well-worn copy of Ika Paradise, though his eyes were not on its pages but on the vast surging tide of the allied army. Might Guy stood beside him, clad head toto in his signature green spandex, thrusting a thumbs up high, the flash of his brilliant white teeth catching the sun, his entire being ablaze with indomitable youth. Kakashi. Behold, the power of youth. 80,000 shinobi united by a single conviction. My flames of youth burn brighter than ever. Burning. Kakashi didn't lift his eyes, his tone flat, utterly perfunctory. Noi's grin froze midair, then crumpled into a slumped, plaintive sigh. Hey! Kakashi, can't you at least pretend to play along? And, no. Kakashi closed the book, lifting his gaze toward the northern horizon, his eyes sharpening, incisive, battle-ready. The war begins now, Guy. Put out your youthful flames, and prepare to fight. And instantly Guy shed all levity, nodding solemnly before turning to join his unit. At the forefront of Sunagekyo's formation stood Gaara, his crimson hair rippling in the wind, the boyish cruelty long gone from his face, replaced by the quiet strength and unwavering resolve of a true Kazekage. Temari and Kankuro stood behind him, faces stern and composed. And, Temari, Gaara asked softly, what will you do after the war ends? She blinked, then flushed faintly, shooting him a mock scowl. What else? Return to Sunagekyo. Handle village affairs. And you're meddling far too much. Gaara did not press further, only let his gaze drift past the ranks, settling on the distant figure of the golden-haired boy. It was Naruto who shattered the darkness within him, Naruto who taught him the meaning of life lay not in isolation but in bonds forged with comrades. Now it was his turn, to stand with Naruto and protect this shinobi world. Naruto, you changed me. Now together we shall change the world. The Allied forces were divided into 5 major squads, advancing at full speed towards the northern plains. The first squad was personally commanded by Liang Ai, focusing on the main battlefield. The second squad was led by Shueing Xiaomei, responsible for flank protection and flanking maneuvers. The third squad was directed by Tu Ing Daima, tasked with rear support, and large-scale ninjutsu bombardments. The 4th Squad was managed by Feng Wei Luo in charge of aerial reconnaissance, long-range surprise attacks, and sealing operations. The 5th Squad was commanded by Huang Shuimin, acting as the reserve force with the primary mission of protecting the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto and Killer Bee were placed in the core position of the 5th Squad, heavily guarded by the elite ninja from Konoha, but Naruto could not sit still. As the team arrived at the outskirts of the battlefield, he found Shuimin. "Dad, I want to go to the front lines," Naruto said, his gaze unwavering and filled with determination. "No." Shuimin immediately rejected him, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "You and Killer Bee are the core targets of Obito. If you expose yourselves on the front lines, Obito will stop at nothing to capture you, and more ninjas will sacrifice themselves to protect you. It's precisely because I'm his target that I should go to the front lines." Naruto took a step forward, his voice filled with undeniable stubbornness. "I can't just hide in the back while my comrades fight bravely in front. If I stand on the front lines, Obito's attention will be on me, which can actually reduce the casualties of my comrades. Besides, I'm no longer that reckless little brat from 3 years ago. I have the ability to protect myself and to protect everyone." Shuimin looked into his son's eyes, those blue orbs identical to his own, filled with determination and responsibility reminiscent of Kushina from years past. He recalled Kushina smiling at him before her death, saying, "Shuimin, don't let Naruto hide in a greenhouse. Let him be a true ninja to charge forward to fight and to protect those who are important to him." He fell silent for a long time, ultimately relenting with a gentle sigh. "All right. I agree to let you go to the front lines. But you must take Sasuke with you." Shuimin looked at him, his tone extremely serious. "Only he can bring you back when the 9 Tails chakra overwhelms you and you lose your senses. And only he can perfectly coordinate with you to handle various emergencies." Naruto turned to look at Sasuke, who stood not far away, and Sasuke met his gaze, nodding slightly without hesitation. "All right. It's a deal." At the end of the northern plains, the 100,000 white Setsu army had already gathered. The endless sea of white humanoid creatures surged like a tidal wave, covering the entire plain. They emerged from the muddy ground, their bodies as flexible as plants, their hollow eyes devoid of emotion, with a strange smile at the corners of their mouths, lacking pain and fear, only knowing to execute the command to kill. Obito stood atop the outer path of the white Setsu army, wearing an orange spiral mask that revealed only his right eye, the 3-Demo Sharingan slowly spinning as he coldly looked down upon the vast ninja alliance approaching from the distance. Ju emerged from the ground beneath him, his yin-yang face flickering in the dim light. "Obito, the Ninja Alliance consists of 80,000 with all the Kage from the 5 great nations present, including Naruto, Sasuke, and Killer Bee in their ranks." Black Zetsu's voice was sinister, tinged with a strange smile. 80,000 against 100,000, just right." Obito's voice was cold and flat, showing no emotion. "Pass the order down, white Setsu army, advance on all fronts." With Obito's command, the 100,000 white Setsu army instantly moved. They emitted piercing shrieks as they surged towards the Alliance's position, like a tidal wave moving with incredible speed, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. "All troops prepare. Engage the enemy." The roar of Laying echoed across the battlefield, his entire body enveloped in lightning chakra, crackling as he was the first to charge forward, moving as fast as lightning, delivering a powerful punch into the forefront of the white Setsu crowd. The lightning burst forth instantly, shattering dozens of white Setsu, their bodies scattering like paper. "Don't stop. Charge forward." The ninjas of the 1st Squad followed Laying into battle, crashing into the white Setsu army. The brilliance of ninjutsu illuminated the entire plain, the sounds of shuriken and short blades clashing, explosions, screams, and shouts intertwined, forming the symphony of war. On the flank, Shueing Jiaomei stood at the forefront, quickly forming hand seals, unleashing the boiling release vapor technique, instantly spreading corrosive mist that melted the bodies of white Setsu into puddles. Following that, the dissolution release dissolving monster technique was unleashed, splattering thick corrosive liquid that could dissolve hundreds of white Setsu at once. On the high ground behind Tuing Daimyu floated in midair, a terrifying power erupting from his elderly body. With his hands together, he activated the dust release original realm separation technique, the translucent square barrier expanding continuously, disintegrating hundreds and thousands of white Setsu into molecules without leaving a trace. "You little brats, don't think that just because I'm old I can't wield a blade," Daimyo snorted coldly, activating the dust release again, causing another wave of white setsu to vanish. In the sky, Wei Luo controlled the sweeping yellow sand like a massive golden net covering most of the battlefield. The sand, as if alive, ensnared the charging white setsu, tightly compressing them brutally, instantly turning them into mush. His sand was not only a weapon of offense but also a shield of defense, blocking numerous surprise attacks from white setsu, saving the allied ninjas under siege. To all the Suna ninjas, hold the defensive line. Do not give the enemy any opportunity to exploit. On the high ground of the 5th Squad's position, Shuiman calmly observed the entire battlefield, ready to support various lines of defense at any moment. However, just as he stood for a few seconds, he saw in the center of the battlefield 2 massive figures, one gold and one purple, like 2 sharp blades fiercely stabbing into the core of the white setsu army. Naruto activated the Kyubi mode, his golden nine-tails chakra enveloping his entire body, transforming him into a towering golden fox with 9 tails stretching freely behind him. With every swing he could shred hundreds of white setsu. Sasuke activated his complete Susanoo, the purple-armored warrior wielding a massive Kusanagi sword, the wings behind him unfurling. With every sweep, swathes of white setsu fell like wheat. The gold and purple giants charged side by side into the white sea, shattering white setsu bodies wherever they passed, showing no equal. Naruto! To the left! White setsu are flanking! Sasuke's voice came from the Susanoo as he casually swung the Kusanagi sword, instantly cutting down hundreds of white setsu that had circled around Naruto's left side. Thanks, Sasuke! Naruto laughed heartily, forming a tail beast bomb in his mouth and smashing it into the most densely packed area of white setsu. The enormous explosion erupted instantly, creating a deep pit several hundred meters wide on the plain, and the white setsu within the pit were obliterated to dust. The allied ninjas on the battlefield, witnessing this scene, were instantly invigorated, shouting as they launched a counterattack against the white setsu army. However, the sheer number of white setsu was overwhelming. For every 1 killed, 2 would emerge from the ground. For every 2 killed, 4 would appear, a ceaseless and endless tide. They felt no pain, no fear. Even if they were left with half a body, they would crawl towards the allied ninjas, biting with their teeth or self-destructing. This isn't a sustainable way to fight. Kakashi, leading Team 3 at the front lines, instantly tore through several white setsu with Raikiri shouting to Guy beside him. They're intentionally wearing us down with our chakra and stamina. If this continues, we'll eventually be overwhelmed. Guy kicked away a white setsu that lunged at him, the veins on his body bulging. What should we do? Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, scanning the entire battlefield, and suddenly noticed that the white setsu army was slowly retreating. Wait! They're retreating! Sure enough, the white setsu army, which had been attacking furiously just a moment ago, began to withdraw like a receding tide, leaving behind a ground littered with white fragments and a chaotic battlefield. The allied ninjas stood frozen in place, their hands gripping their weapons, trembling slightly, gasping for breath, unable to comprehend why the enemy had retreated so suddenly. Just as everyone relaxed their guard, the ground in the center of the battlefield suddenly cracked open. Countless pitch-black coffins slowly rose from the ground, their lids crashing open, and familiar faces long since deceased emerged. Uchiha Itachi, Deidara Sasori of the Red Sand, Kakuzu Haiden, Nagato Yahiko, Hanzo of the Salamander, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, former Kage. Countless legendary ninjas from the history of the ninja world were resurrected by the reanimation jutsu, their hollow eyes devoid of any emotion. Reanimation. Sherman's expression darkened instantly, his golden hair tightening. Kabuto! A chilling laughter echoed from the shadows at the edge of the battlefield as Kabuto stepped forward. His body had undergone a dramatic transformation, covered in Orochimaru's white scales with snake-like patterns on his face, his glasses reflecting cold light, and a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Long time no see, 5th Hokage. Kabuto hissed, his voice laced with a serpentine quality, cold and eerie. Why are you helping Obito? Sherman's voice was icy, the flying thunder god kunai already gripped tightly in his palm. Why start this war? To find myself. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a hint of barely perceptible sadness in his smile. I am a person without an identity. From the moment I was born, I have not known who I am or where I should go. Lord Orochimaru gave me an identity, and Lord Obito gave me a purpose. I help them only to find the answer to who am I. You will find the answer. Shuimen looked at him silent for a moment, and said softly. But not through war, not through killing, and definitely not by manipulating the souls of the deceased. Kabuto suddenly laughed a crazy and tragic laugh. It's too late, Lord Shaman. From the moment I learned the reanimation jutsu, I had no way back. He raised his hand abruptly, forming a seal. Go. Let them see the most powerful undead army in the history of the ninja world. At his command, the reanimated army surged towards the allied forces. The battlefield plunged into chaos once more. The reanimated ninjas, each a renowned warrior of the ninja world, possessed immortal bodies and infinite chakra. Unless sealed, no matter how many times they were shattered, they could infinitely resurrect. The allied ninjas had just endured the toll of the White Setsu army, and now faced the undying legion of the dead, quickly finding themselves at a disadvantage. Deidara rode on a clay bird, soaring through the air, frantically dropping clay bombs as the explosions lit up the battlefield, while he shouted wildly, "Art is an explosion." Sasori controlled over 100 puppets with poison needles and traps assaulting from all directions. Wherever they went, allied ninjas fell poisoned to the ground. Kakuzu unleashed 5 types of ninjutsu simultaneously from his 5 hearts, causing widespread devastation that made it impossible for the allied forces to approach. Haiden rampaged across the battlefield with his blood-stained scythe, able to take an enemy's life with just a drop of blood. The allied forces' defensive line was instantly torn open with numerous breaches. Minato dashed across the battlefield, continuously activating the Flying Thunder God technique, his golden figure flashing in various locations, rescuing besieged ninjas time and again, while redirecting the attacks of the reanimated ninjas. His golden hair shimmered amidst the smoke, resembling a moving sun, bringing endless reassurance to the panicked allied ninjas. Everyone, don't panic. The reanimated ninjas can be rendered immobile if we seal their souls. Sealing team, follow me immediately. Minato's voice resonated across the battlefield, instantly stabilizing the frayed morale. The Reikage roared as he charged at Deidara, his lightning-encased fist crashing down on the clay bird in midair, but Deidara instantly resurrected from the explosion, landing unscathed on another boulder, grinning arrogantly. Damn it! These unkillable monsters! The Reikage slammed his fist into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Useless, you brat! Anoki floated in midair, speaking solemnly. The bodies reanimated by the impure world reincarnation cannot be killed by ordinary attacks. They must be sealed, or the caster must actively release the technique. The caster is Kabuto. We must find him first. They'll go find him. Kakashi's voice came, his Sharingan already locking onto Kabuto's hiding spot as he activated the Chidori, charging forward. But as he took a few steps forward, Zetsu emerged from the ground, blocking his path. Where do you think you're going, copy ninja Kakashi? Zetsu grinned with a strange smile. Kakashi's eyes narrowed and he thrust the Chidori forward, piercing through Zetsu's body. But Zetsu's form instantly returned to normal, showing no signs of injury. Useless. Zetsu shook his head. I am the fusion of White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. Ordinary attacks cannot kill me. Then he'll use something extraordinary. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, the Mangekyo in his left eye activating instantly. Kamui. Space twisted instantaneously, half of Zetsu's body being sucked into another dimension, yet he split in 2 black Zetsus, sinking underground while White Zetsu remained still, blocking Kakashi's path. On the other side of the battlefield, Sasuke halted, his hand gripping the Kusanagi sword, trembling slightly. In front of him stood a familiar figure. With long black hair, tear marks at the corners of his eyes, crimson Sharingan, and clad in the Akatsuki's black and red cloud robe, it was none other than Uchiha Itachi, revived through impure world reincarnation. The 2 brothers stared at each other from a distance of several meters as the smoke and cries of battle on the battlefield seemed to vanish in that moment. Sasuke. Itachi spoke first, his voice gentle like water. Just as Sasuke remembered, you've grown taller. Sasuke looked at his brother, his eyes instantly reddening, his grip on the Kusanagi sword trembling uncontrollably, his voice choked with emotion. Brother, don't cry. Itachi gazed at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is not a time for tears. Sasuke abruptly wiped away his tears, tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword, and assumed a combat stance, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly. Brother, I won't hold back. I don't expect you to be merciful either. Itachi took up a combat stance as well, his Sharingan slowly activating. Show me your full strength, let me see how much you've grown these past few years. The 2 brothers charged at each other simultaneously. The Kusanagi swords clashed, producing a crisp ringing sound. Itachi's taijutsu remained precise and fierce, each move perfectly executed, but he never aimed for Sasuke's vital points. Sasuke's speed was even greater, his attacks more ferocious, yet he held back, not wishing to truly harm Itachi. After dozens of exchanges, both retreated, standing in place, panting. "Sasuke, your Mangekyo is impressive." Itachi observed him, his tone filled with pride, "but you rely too much on Susanoo. The battlefield changes in an instant, the enemy won't give you time to activate Susanoo. The moment you lose focus, you could die." Sasuke was momentarily stunned. In that moment of distraction, Itachi suddenly appeared before him, gently striking his chest with his palm. Sasuke staggered back a few steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he was not seriously injured. "Did you see that?" Itachi looked at him, his expression serious. "War is not training. The enemy won't give you a moment to breathe, nor will they hold back. If you lose focus on the battlefield, you will die." Sasuke wiped the blood from his mouth, gripping the Kusanagi sword. His gaze was no longer cold but filled with deep hurt and longing. "Brother, I don't want to fight you." Itachi looked at him, warmth filling his eyes. He slowly relaxed his combat stance, walked up to Sasuke, and just like when they were young, gently ruffled his hair. "I know." Itachi's voice was soft. "I am controlled by Kabuto's impure world reincarnation. My body is not my own. But I am here not to fight you." "Then what are you here for?" Sasuke looked up at him, tears finally spilling down his cheeks. "To stop Kabuto and reverse the impure world reincarnation." Itachi looked at him, speaking each word deliberately. "And to tell you, Sasuke, you have found something more important than hatred. I am very happy." "Brother, don't cry." Itachi withdrew his hand, wiping away Sasuke's tears. "Go and fight alongside Naruto and hold the battlefield. I will find Kabuto, reverse the impure world reincarnation, and put an end to this farce." Sasuke looked at Itachi, nodding, firmly gripping his Kusanagi sword. "All right." He turned and dashed toward the center of the battlefield to support Naruto, who was under siege. Itachi stood in place, watching his brother's retreating figure with a gentle smile. "Sasuke, you have finally grown up. You have become the person you wanted to be." He closed his eyes, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly, forcibly breaking free from Kabuto's control of the impure world reincarnation, turning to charge in Kabuto's direction. He needed to personally end the war ignited by the dead spirits to give his brother and this ninja world an explanation. On the other side of the battlefield, Naruto also halted. In front of him stood Nagato, revived through impure world reincarnation. With orange hair, hollow Rinnegan, and a frail body, he looked exactly as he did when they first met atop the tower in the Rain Village. "Naruto Uzumaki." Nagato's voice was hollow, devoid of emotion. "We meet again." "Nagato. Haven't you already?" Naruto looked at him, his heart aching. "Haven't you already resurrected everyone in Konoha using the Rinne rebirth technique, sacrificing yourself?" "I have been revived through impure world reincarnation." Nagato slowly raised his hand, his Rinnegan glowing coldly. "Kabuto is controlling my body. I cannot resist. My goal remains the same, you, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. To make the world feel pain once more." Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes slightly reddening. "Nagato, haven't you changed? Haven't you believed that Naruto can bring peace? You said I was the child of prophecy in Jiraiya Sensei's book." A faint ripple flashed in Nagato's Rinnegan, but it was quickly overshadowed by the control of impure world reincarnation. He slowly raised both hands, the gravitational pull of the universal pull technique erupting instantaneously, pulling Naruto uncontrollably toward him. "This is pointless. Come on, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto looked at him, took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, activating Sage Mode and the Nine Tails Mode as golden chakra and natural energy intertwined around him. "Nagato, I know you are not in control. Then I will wake you up, set you free." He charged against the pull, the Rasengan spinning rapidly in his palm, crashing down heavily toward Nagato. Their battle erupted instantly. Nagato utilized the powers of his Rinnegan, continuously unleashing Shinra Tensei Universal Pull and Daitapa, forcing Naruto to retreat step by step. Yet Naruto, with the incredible regenerative abilities of the Nine Tails Mode and the precise perception of Sage Mode, repeatedly evaded Nagato's attacks while holding back, not wishing to truly harm the man who once atoned for his life. "Nagato, wake up. Look at what you're doing," Naruto shouted while dodging attacks. "Your dreams with Yahiko and Conan were to bring peace, not to incite war. Look at the ninjas dying on this battlefield. Look at these young people who just want to live just like you and your friends back then. Is this what you wanted? Nagato's body suddenly stiffened, the emptiness in his Rinnegan slowly being replaced by awakening. The control of Kabuto's impure world reincarnation began to waver under Naruto's cries. He remembered Yahiko, remembered Conan, remembered Jiraiya Sensei, and the golden-haired boy who smiled at him in the rain village saying, "I will bring true peace." Naruto. He whispered softly, regaining control of his body bit by bit. Naruto seized this opportunity, gathering an enormous Rasengan, a blue sphere larger than himself, spinning rapidly in his palm. At the same time, Nagato unleashed the Daitapa, a massive black gravitational sphere forming above his head, aiming to seal Naruto completely. The blue Rasengan collided with the black Daitapa in the center of the battlefield, exploding into a dazzling light that engulfed the entire plain. As the dust settled, Nagato knelt on the ground, his body from impure world reincarnation gradually crumbling. With his last consciousness, he forcibly broke free from Kabuto's control, undoing his own impure world reincarnation. Naruto stood before him, covered in injuries, but still standing, looking at the vanishing Nagato with red-rimmed eyes. "Nagato, you are free." Nagato looked up at Naruto, a gentle smile forming on his lips, just like when they were on the tower in the rain village. "Naruto, please take care of Conan for me. Complete the dream that Yahiko and I could not." "I will. I will definitely bring true peace." Naruto nodded vigorously, his voice choked with emotion. Nagato smiled, his body transforming into countless points of light, slowly dissipating into the wind. "Thank you, Naruto. You have truly become the child of prophecy." Naruto stood in place, head bowed, staring at the spot where Nagato had vanished, remaining silent for a long time. On the other side of the battlefield, Itachi found Tobi. Izanami was activated and Tobi fell into an endless loop, ultimately recognizing himself within the illusion and reclaiming his lost heart. Itachi controlled Tobi with illusion techniques, unraveling the impure world reincarnation technique. On the battlefield, the bodies of the undead who were revived by the impure world reincarnation began to disintegrate, transforming into countless specks of light that dispersed in the wind. Deidara laughed amidst the explosions, shouting, "Art is eternal." Scorpion regained his true heart and dissipated into light. Kakuzuhiden, the previous Kages, and the 7 ninja swordsmen, all the undead, were liberated at that moment, returning to the realm of the dead. The army of White Setsu was also cleared out under the counterattack of the Allied forces. The situation on the battlefield instantly reversed. The Allied ninjas erupted into deafening cheers, the joy of survival spreading across the entire plain. But just as everyone thought the war was about to end, an unexpected change occurred. The outer path golem suddenly emerged from the ground, its massive body blocking out the sun with 7 of its 9 eyes already glowing, emanating a chilling light. Obito stood atop the outer path golem, removed the mask from his face, revealing a scarred visage. The Rinnegan in his left eye slowly rotated as he coldly looked down upon the Allied forces below. "Not bad. You're much more tenacious than I imagined." Obito's voice echoed across the battlefield, "but the game has only just begun." He extended his hands and quickly formed hand seals. Chakra surged wildly into the Outer Path Golem. Outer Path Golem 10 Tails Resurrection. With his command, the Outer Path Golem let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The chakra of the 7-tailed beast surged violently from within it, converging into a twisted, terrifying force capable of annihilating the entire ninja world. The body of the Outer Path Golem began to twist and grow wildly, eventually transforming into a gigantic, hideous monster, the 10 Tails. Its body resembled a towering ancient tree with countless roots swaying like tentacles in the sky. It bore 10 eyes atop its head, the central eye being a gigantic Rinnegan, its pupil contracting as it coldly surveyed the earth below. The mere chakra pressure it emitted caused the entire plain to tremble, and the 80,000 allied ninjas found it difficult to breathe. The 10 Tails. Minato's face turned pale, his hand gripping the flying thunder god kunai trembled uncontrollably. He was all too aware of the 10 Tails' power. It was the progenitor of chakra, the force that created the entire ninja world, and also a power capable of destroying it. Obito stood atop the 10 Tails, looking down at the panicked allied forces, laughing maniacally yet sorrowfully. "Now let me show you what true power is. What true despair is." The 10 Tails slowly opened its massive mouth, a tailed beast ball larger than a mountain rapidly condensed within. The black energy compressed continuously, emanating a terrifying aura capable of obliterating everything. Everyone! Defend immediately! Minato shouted hoarsely, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously transfer all ceiling-class ninjas to the front line, coordinating the largest-scale defensive barrier. The 5 Kages rushed to the forefront, channeling all their chakra into the barrier. 80,000 ninjas formed hand seals simultaneously, their chakra converging to create a massive defensive shield covering the entire Allied forces' position. But in the next moment, the tailed beast ball from the 10 tails crashed down. The sky shattered and the earth quaked. The deafening explosion shook the entire ninja world. The black shockwave instantly expanded, and the seemingly indestructible defensive barrier shattered as easily as paper. 80,000 ninjas were simultaneously blown away by the shockwave, countless lives lost in an instant, and the Allied forces' defense completely collapsed under this strike. The entire plain was blasted into a bottomless pit, the ground cracked, and magma erupted from the fissures. The sky was shrouded in smoke and dust, transforming into a gray haze resembling the end of the world. Naruto crawled out of the ruins covered in blood, the 9 tails, mowed forcibly undone. He looked at the towering 10 tails, at the devastated land, and at the fallen comrades around him, trembling uncontrollably. This is the power of the 10 tails. Sasuke landed beside him, his Susanoo completely shattered, blood constantly oozing from his mouth. As he gazed at the 10 tails, his voice low, "Naruto, we can't defeat it." Naruto lifted his head, looking at Obito atop the 10 tails, at his father rising from the ruins, and at the wounded Allied ninjas crawling out from the rubble. His gaze grew resolute once more. "Even if we can't win, we must fight." He clenched his fists, and walked step by step toward the 10 tails. "Because we have no other choice. Behind us are the villages we must protect, the families we must guard, and the future of the entire ninja world. Even if it means death, we cannot take a step back." From afar, Minato stood up from the ruins, his golden hair matted with dust and blood, his godly robe completely tattered. He looked at Obito atop the 10 tails, his eyes devoid of fear, only unwavering determination. He tightened his grip on the Flying Thunder God Kunai and charged toward the 10 tails without a moment's hesitation. "Obito, I will stop you." Naruto, seeing his father's back, also tightened his grip on the Rasengan and charged forward. "Dad, wait for me." The father and son, one after the other, 2 golden figures charged toward the overshadowing 10 tails without hesitation. On the battlefield, the surviving Allied ninjas climbed up from the ruins one by one. Reikage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, Gaara, Kakashi, Gai, Killer Bee, Sasuke, Sakura, Team Hawk. All the living ninjas gripped their weapons tightly, following Naruto and Minato toward the 10 tails. Even if hell lay ahead, even if their opponent was the 10 tails capable of destroying the world, they did not flinch. Because they were ninjas. Because they had to protect the people important to them, to safeguard the future of this ninja world. The 4th Great Ninja War was far from over. And the will of fire would forever pass on through the smoke and flames of battle never extinguished. The 10 tails' roar shattered the clouds and fractured the earth beneath its feet. This monstrous entity, born from the outer path demonic statue, had long since shed its original tree-like form. Countless jet-black roots writhed across the plain like living serpents, each lash unleashing devastation rivaling that of a tailed beast's ball. Solid rock crumbled to dust, the Allied forces' fortifications splintered as if made of paper. Shinobi who failed to evade were seized by the roots and instantly crushed into crimson mist. No scream escaped their lips. Minato darted between the whipping roots, using the Flying Thunder God technique, his golden afterimages tracing an unbroken luminous arc through the air. He had already scattered Flying Thunder God Kunai across the entire battlefield. With every instantaneous teleport, he snatched another shinobi from the jaws of death, and with every strike he obliterated sweeping roots using Rasengan. Yet the 10 tails' regeneration far outpaced his destruction. Roots severed by Rasengan had not even touched the ground before splitting anew at their broken ends, 2 fresh tendrils erupting with even greater ferocity, lashing once more toward the Allied forces' lines. Flying Thunder God's spatial severance. Minato materialized instantly at the tip of a root, surging directly toward the refugee shelter. Channeling the Flying Thunder God's seal into his Rasengan, he slammed it into the tendril, wild spatial energy instantly shredding the entire root into fragments. But the moment he landed, a dozen roots erupted from the earth, sealing off every possible avenue of escape. Sensei Minato! A torrent of golden chakra surged forth. Kurama's colossal claw crashed onto the ground, pulverizing all dozen roots in a single thunderous blow. Naruto stood atop Kurama's head, his golden nine-tails chakra cloak blazing like an unyielding beacon, flickering yet never extinguished, amidst the smoke-choked battlefield. He gathered an ultra-big ball Rasengan, channeling cataclysmic force before hurling it with devastating precision into the Ten-Tails' torso. A colossal explosion tore across the Ten-Tails' body. Flesh and gore exploded outward, leaving a crater dozens of meters wide gouged deep into its trunk. Yet within a single second the surrounding flesh began convulsing violently, writhing, knitting, regenerating, until in the blink of an eye the wound vanished entirely, leaving no trace of injury. "This won't kill it. It's useless." Naruto gritted his teeth, shouting towards Sasuke in the distance, blood streaming from his palms where Rasengan's recoil had torn open his skin. Sasuke stood atop the fully manifested Susanoo, a towering purple-armored warrior wielding a grass-cutting sword dozens of meters long. With each swing he cleaved through swarms of airborne roots in perfect unison. Yet no matter how many he severed, new tendrils sprouted instantly, relentless, inexhaustible like an endless tide. The Ten-Tails' true form is the outer path demonic statue. So long as its core remains intact, the Ten-Tails cannot be slain. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan locked unblinkingly onto the deepest recess of the Ten-Tails' trunk, the cold chakra-saturated core shrouded in layers of pulsating flesh. But Obito has sealed that core within a spatial barrier derived from Kamui itself. My Amaterasu cannot pierce it, and neither can your tailed beast ball. Minato appeared between them in an instant, golden hair matted with dust and blood, breath ragged and labored. Relentless flying thunder god teleports and sustained high-intensity combat had drained over half his chakra reserves. Sasuke is right. Minato's brow furrowed deeply. Obito has erected a spatial barrier around the statue's core, one drawn from the same source as Kamui. My flying thunder god cannot lock onto it. I cannot penetrate it. Any physical assault or ninjutsu is absorbed outright by his Kamui. Then I'll blast his barrier, and the Ten-Tails along with it, with a tailed beast ball. Naruto clenched his jaw as Kurama's maw began condensing an ultra-dense tailed beast ball, a golden sphere of chakra compressing relentlessly, radiating waves of terrifying energy. No! Minato shouted sharply. Obito's Kamui absorbs all ninjutsu indiscriminately. The stronger your tailed beast ball, the more devastating the backlash will be when he redirects it against us. Obito stood atop the outer path demonic statue, gazing down upon the futile struggle below. He still wore his cracked orange mask, revealing only one cold, detached Rinnegan eye, surveying this human hellscape with utter indifference. His right hand rested upon the statue's crown, drawing the Ten-Tails chakra into himself without cease. The very air around him warped and rippled under the weight of that overwhelming power. Sensei Minato, you remain as exceptional, as unwavering as ever. Obito's voice echoed across the battlefield via amplification ninjutsu, icy, hollow, devoid of warmth. Yet no matter how fiercely you struggle, you cannot alter the inevitable outcome. The Ten-Tails is the origin of chakra, the very foundation of this shinobi world. To oppose it is to defy the fundamental laws governing our existence. Minato lifted his gaze toward the student standing atop the Ten-Tails, the boy who once smiled and declared, I'm going to become Hokage, now transformed into the demon poised to annihilate the entire shinobi world. His voice held no anger, only infinite sorrow and unbearable gravity. Obito, why have you taken things this far? Why have you driven yourself to such absolute desolation? Obito's body stiffened faintly, his breath faltered behind the mask for a fleeting instant. Because I have lost all hope in this world. A world steeped in war, hatred, slaughter, utterly meaningless. Only the infinite Tsukuyami can forge a perfect world, painless, lossless, where Rin still lives. Hopeless. Minato's voice rose sharply, golden chakra flaring violently around him. You haven't lost hope in this world, Obito, you've lost hope in yourself. You simply cannot bear facing Rin's death, or the future without her, so you chose escape, hiding behind a false illusion, deceiving yourself into dreaming a lie. What you abandoned was not this world, but your own self. Silence! Obito roared, chakra exploding uncontrollably as the Ten-Tails' roots whipped violently toward Minato. You know nothing. I do. Minato's voice softened, tender, aching with profound grief. When Kushina died during the Nine-Tails attack, when Konoha lay in ruins, I lost my wife, my mentor, and nearly lost my son. In that darkness I too considered surrender, considered following Kushina into death. But I did not. Because I still had Naruto. I still had Konoha. I still had something worth protecting. He raised a hand pointing gently toward Naruto atop Kurama, his gaze both tender and unshakable. Obito, you are not without hope. You have merely ceased daring to hope. You fear investing your heart again, fear losing someone irreplaceable once more. Yet look at Naruto. Look at these shinobi still fighting. Has any among them not suffered unbearable loss? Obito trembled atop the Ten-Tails summit, uncontrollably helplessly. Minato's words struck like blades, piercing the most tender vulnerable place in his soul. He remembered the sunlight at Kannabi Bridge. He remembered Rin's smile as she pressed a bandage into his palm. He remembered Sensei Minato clapping his shoulder and saying, "Obito, you will become a great Hokage." Beneath the mask, warm tears traced silent paths down his cheeks. But he quickly suppressed the turmoil within, becoming cold and unyielding once more. "Teacher Minato, it's too late." His voice became hollow again. "From the moment I watched Lin die under Kakashi's Raikiri, everything was already too late. This world no longer has a path to retreat." He slowly raised his hands, forming an intricate seal. The Ten-Tails let out a deafening roar, causing the entire earth to tremble violently, the outline of the outer path avatar twisting and reshaping madly within the Ten-Tails' body. Ten-Tails. Second form. With Obito's declaration, the Ten-Tails underwent a monumental transformation. The originally twisted tree-like torso instantly contracted and solidified, morphing into a humanoid monster towering several hundred meters high, with a menacing single horn atop its head and 10 thick tails extending from its back, each ending with a massive maw filled with sharp fangs. Its face bore a gigantic Rinnegan coldly gazing down at the ants beneath, the chakra emanating from it causing the entire ninja world to tremble. The second form of the Ten-Tails had fully descended. "Everyone! Retreat immediately! Hurry!" The Raikage's roar echoed across the battlefield, his body enveloped in lightning chakra as he charged to the forefront of the formation. "Barrier team! Immediately deploy the highest level of defensive barrier. Hurry!" But it was all too late. The Ten-Tails slowly opened its massive maw filled with fangs, rapidly condensing a tailed beast ball that was 10 times larger than before. The black energy continuously compressed and collapsed, distorting the surrounding space, even light being swallowed in. Just the residual energy waves caused the ground to crack open with countless bottomless fissures. "This time I will make Konoha and the entire land of fire disappear completely from the map." Obito's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. Naruto stared at the expanding tailed beast ball, his heart feeling as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. He understood all too well the power contained within that tailed beast ball. It was enough to level the entire land of fire, and once it fell, not only would the 80,000 allied forces on the front lines be instantly annihilated, but Konoha behind them would also be reduced to scorched earth. "It must not be allowed to fire. Absolutely not!" Naruto shouted angrily as Kurama's 4 limbs simultaneously condensed 4 high-density tailed beast balls, shooting towards the Ten-Tails' head like meteors. But the 4 tailed beast balls striking the Ten-Tails' face merely burst through a layer of flesh, failing to even halt its movements for half a second. "Naruto!" Sasuke Susanoo instantly flashed beside Kurama. The purple-armored warrior raised the Kusanagi sword high, merging it with Amaterasu's black flames, and struck fiercely towards the Ten-Tails' maw where the tailed beast ball was being formed. Susanoo. Amaterasu slash. The black flames and sword energy struck the Ten-Tails' mouth instantly, yet the Ten-Tails simply closed its mouth, completely blocking the black flames and sword energy without leaving a trace. "Useless." Sasuke gritted his teeth, his Mangekyo Sharingan weeping blood due to overuse. "Naruto, only the 2 of us working together might be able to block that tailed beast ball. Even if we can't block it, we must try." Naruto shouted as Kurama spread his arms, concentrating all his chakra in front of him to form a massive golden chakra shield. Sasuke Susanoo also unfolded simultaneously, the purple armor fusing with the golden shield, standing side by side in front of the tailed beast ball. In the next moment, the tailed beast ball from the Ten-Tails was launched with a thunderous roar. The black energy torrent rushed forth like an apocalyptic tsunami. The golden Nine-Tails and the purple Susanoo appeared tiny before this torrent, akin to 2 fallen leaves. The two exerted all their strength desperately holding up the fused shield, yet their bodies were still pushed back by the immense force dragging their feet through the earth, and carving out deep trenches several meters deep. Hold on. We absolutely cannot retreat. Naruto gritted his teeth, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth as the golden chakra shield began to show numerous cracks. Sasuke's Susanoo armor also began to crack, his arm holding the Kusanagi sword trembling uncontrollably, his vision through the Sharingan starting to blur. Naruto. I can hardly hold on anymore. The residual waves of the tailed beast ball ultimately fell behind the allied forces, creating a massive pit several kilometers in diameter. Yet the ninjas on the front lines survived thanks to Naruto and Sasuke's resistance. Naruto knelt on the ground. Minato gritted his teeth, tightly gripping the kunai of the flying thunder god, his knuckles turning white as his nails dug deep into his palm. An even more terrifying event unfolded. The Ten-Tails body underwent another drastic transformation. The single horn atop its head split into two, the humanoid torso becoming more robust and ferocious, the 10 tails on its back growing madly, the giant mouths at their ends opening wide, letting out a deafening roar. Surrounding its body, the patterns of the Sage of Six Paths began to manifest, and the chakra capable of destroying the world surged once more by several times. 10 tails. The third form has descended. This is the power with which the Sage of Six Paths created the world. Obito's voice resonated once more as he leapt down from the Ten-Tails' head and hovered midair. The Ten-Tails' chakra surged into his body like a tidal wave, triggering a cataclysmic transformation. His short black hair erupted violently, cascading down to his waist. His Akatsuki cloak dissolved and reformed into a pristine white Rakuto robe. 9 black truth-seeking balls levitated behind him. In his hand materialized the divine spear of Heaven Swamp, and his left rinnegan glowed with a cold violet light. Obito, the Rakuto sage, had officially descended. I am now the second Sage of Six Paths. He gazed downward at the assembled shinobi below, his eyes utterly still, like a god surveying ants. All your resistance is meaningless before absolute power. With a mere flick of his wrist, the truth-seeking balls behind him shattered into countless black arrows, descending upon the allied forces' position like a merciless storm. Each black arrow struck the earth with devastating force, detonating into colossal craters, erasing chakra itself on impact, rendering all conventional defenses utterly futile. The allied forces' front lines were instantly consumed by blood and fire. Shinobi fell in waves, screams, wails, and thunderous explosions entwined into a symphony of hell on earth. Retreat! Everyone, retreat immediately! Minato screamed hoarsely, continuously activating the Flying Thunder God technique in a desperate bid to save comrades. But one man could not save them all. Despair flooded the battlefield like icy tide. Many shinobi dropped their weapons and collapsed onto the ground, eyes hollow and vacant. They faced Obito, the Rakuto sage, whose presence was divine. They faced the Ten-Tails, unstoppable, unbreakable. They faced a battle where victory seemed not merely distant but fundamentally impossible. To continue fighting would be nothing more than sacrificing themselves in vain. We can't win. A young shinobi slumped to the ground, his kunai clattering from numb fingers as tears streamed uncontrollably. We're all going to die here. His words struck the air like a stone cast upon still water, sparking an immediate cascading ripple of despair. More and more shinobi lowered their weapons, their gazes suffused with terror and utter hopelessness. Even the Raikage's furious roars could no longer ignite their fading resolve. At that very moment, a voice, aged yet thunderous, suddenly echoed across the entire battlefield. Rise up, every last one of you! Inoki hovered midair, his frail elderly frame held unbendingly erect, dust release swirling steadily around him. His body bore countless wounds, one arm had been severed by a truth-seeking ball, yet his gaze remained as sharp and piercing as an eagle's. What then is a shinobi? His voice carried the weight of 3 great shinobi wars, weathered unshakable. A shinobi is one who even in the deepest abyss of despair grasps fiercely at the faintest glimmer of light. When I stood before Uchiha Madara, when I faced despair 100-fold greater than this, I never laid down my weapon. Because behind me stood my village, my comrades, and the future I swore to protect. Your parents, your children, your loved ones, they wait for you in the villages behind you. Lay down your arms now, surrender to despair, and they will perish. Everything you have sworn to protect will vanish into nothingness. I am nearly 100 years old. I have endured 3 shinobi wars, witnessed endless despair, endless death. Yet I have never surrendered, not once. For I believe the will of fire endures past from generation to generation. So long as even one soul chooses to stand, hope will never fade. Inoki's words struck like lightning, jolting the despairing shinobi back to awareness. The Raikage slammed his fist into the earth, sending shards of stone flying skyward, then roared to the entire army. That Tsuchikage speaks truth. Shinobi of Kumogakure have never known cowards who flee the battlefield. If you wish to live, take up your weapons and charge with me. Even if we die, let us tear a piece of flesh from our enemy. Shinobi of Kirigakure, draw your blades. Behind us lies the land of water, our home. Not one step shall we yield. Mei Terumi unsheathed her tanto, her boil-released chakra flared violently as she surged forward, first among all to the very front line. Gaara manipulated vast torrents of sand, erecting a colossal shield of sand before the allied forces' position. His crimson hair whipped in the wind as his voice rang clear and resolute. Comrades of Sunigakure, Naruto pulled me from darkness 16 years ago. Now it is our turn to stand beside him and protect this world. Even in death we shall not retreat. The four Kage stood shoulder to shoulder at the vanguard, placing their own bodies between the enemy and every shinobi behind them. One by one the shinobi who had succumbed to despair rose again, reclaiming their weapons, wiping blood and tears from their faces, their eyes reigniting with fierce, unbroken flame. Even if the path ahead led straight to hell, even if their foe stood as a god, they would not retreat a single step. Minato watched the four Kage standing side by side, watched the allied forces' renewed resolve, and suddenly smiled. He turned to Naruto beside him and gently ruffled the boy's golden hair. Do you see, Naruto? This is the will of fire, this is the bond of shinobi. So long as even one person dares to rise, hope will never vanish. Naruto lifted his head, brushing away tears as he met his father's tender gaze, then looked forward to the five Kage standing united, to Sasuke beside him, resolute and unwavering, and to the 80,000 shinobi behind, their spirits rekindled. In that instant his own eyes blazed with unshakable certainty. He closed his eyes and sank deep into his seal space. Kurama! Brat, I know what you intend. Kurama's crimson vertical pupils fixed upon him, his voice low and grave. Unsealing me completely, merging my chakra fully with yours, risks my power consuming you, entirely erasing your very self. Have you truly decided? I have. Naruto met Kurama's gaze, smiling with radiant openness. Kurama, we've known each other for 16 years. You watched me grow, I watched you transform, from a monster bent solely on killing me into my most vital comrade. I trust you, as deeply as you trust me. Unseal everything. Together let's awaken Obito, halt the Ten Tails, and protect this world we both hold dear. Kurama gazed into Naruto's eyes, into that luminous, unwavering light, and remained silent for a long, profound moment. Then he unleashed a roar that shook the very soul, devoid of fury, filled only with surrender, understanding, and absolute trust. Very well, brat. Let them witness what true power looks like when we fight as one. In the next instant Naruto's eyes snapped open. An overwhelming torrent of chakra exploded from his being, crimson and gold intertwining in a column that pierced the heavens. The 8 trigram seal Minato had embedded within him was now willingly, irrevocably undone. Yet this time, no berserk rage, no loss of control. Kurama's chakra, Naruto's chakra, and the natural energy of Sage Mode fused seamlessly, perfectly harmonized. His golden chakra shroud solidified into tangible form. Kurama's spectral visage merged wholly with Naruto's body. 6 divine markings shimmered across his face. 9 golden truth-seeking balls levitated behind him, and the sheer pressure of his chakra stood equal, either yielding nor surpassing, that of the Rikudo Obito. Full Kurama mode, Rikudo Sage form, activated. Obito! Naruto hovered midair, his gaze locked on Obito in the distance, voice resolute as tempered steel. You claim this world holds no hope, then I shall forge that hope before your very eyes with my own hands. Sasuke stared for a moment at Naruto, now radiating the divine aura of the 6 paths Sage Mode, then broke into a quiet smile. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun with blinding speed, crystallizing at last into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The complete body Susanoo surged forth once more, a towering violet-armored warrior whose back unfurled 6 ethereal wings gleaming with the authority of the 6 paths. Naruto, don't think you'll steal all the glory alone. In an instant Sasuke's Susanoo flashed beside Naruto, Violet armor fused seamlessly with golden Ninetales chakra, and the armored Susanoo descended upon the battlefield with earth-shaking force. If we fight together. Two figures, one gold, one violet, stood shoulder to shoulder in the sky like twin blades cleaving through darkness, standing firm between the Tentails and Six Paths Obito. Minato watched his son gazing upon the two youths standing side by side. A warm smile touched his lips as he tightened his grip on the flying thunder god Kanai, and in a flash of light he appeared at their side. Fine lad, you've done your father proud. Minato looked at Naruto, eyes brimming with quiet pride. Just as promised, father and son side by side. Yeah. Naruto nodded vigorously, his grin radiant and unbroken. Obito surveyed the three standing united before him, and below the 80,000 allied shinobi forces, their spirits reignited. Behind his mask his gaze wavered, for the first time. He had believed he'd forged a world of pure despair, yet he never imagined that within that desolation so many indomitable blossoms would bloom unwilting, unquenchable. It's futile. Obito clenched the sword of Totsuka, his voice turning glacial once more. Even with Six Paths power you stand no chance against me. We won't know until we try. Naruto roared. The armored Susanoo raised its blade, the Kusanagi sword infused with both Rasengan and Amaterasu, and slashed downward with cataclysmic force toward Obito. Minato danced across space via the flying thunder god, flickering around Obito's periphery, probing for weaknesses in his Kamui dimension. Meanwhile the four Kage, Reikage, Inoki, Mei, Terumi, and Gaara, launched their assaults in unison. Torrents of jutsu rained down like a storm upon Obito and the Tentails. The allied shinobi forces surged forward with thunderous cries. Even facing the Tentails, even confronting an enemy rivaling the Sage of Six Paths, they would not retreat a single step, though darkness stretched endlessly before them, though despair loomed absolute. For they knew, so long as even one soul dared to rise, so long as even one heart chose to fight for what must be protected, hope would never fade. Amid smoke-choked battlefields, despair and hope intertwined, composing the most solemn, most heroic epic ever sung by shinobi. Crimson chakra rose like a churning sea of blood, swallowing Naruto's consciousness whole. The Ninetales' roar shook the heavens, and shattered Naruto's final thread of lucidity. He felt himself sinking, plunging into an abyss without end, without light. His body slipped from his control inch by inch, claimed by the Ninetales' will, leaving only a fragile sliver of awareness curled tight in the farthest corner of his mind like a lone candle trembling beneath a gale. Brat, hold on. Don't fall asleep. The Ninetales' voice boomed inside his skull, yet receded muffled as if heard through leagues of seawater. Naruto tried to speak, but his mouth refused to move, his limbs turned to stone. Only that fading ember of consciousness clung on, whispering the same words over and over. Ninetales, don't hurt my friends, never. I won't harm your comrades. For the first time the Ninetales' voice held a tremor, barely perceptible yet unmistakably urgent. But I must defeat Obito, or every last soul here will perish. Wake up, Uzumaki Naruto! Outside, the fully manifested Ninetales unleashed a roar that split the heavens. Its 9 tails unfurled wide, each tip coalescing a dense swirling-tailed beast ball. 9 obsidian spheres launched simultaneously, sealing off every possible path of evasion. Obito's Rinnegan contracted sharply. A Kamui vortex whirled before him, absorbing 3-tailed beast balls instantly. Behind him the Predapath spheres morphed into shields, intercepting another 3, yet the remaining 3 struck true, detonating squarely against his chest. A blinding explosion consumed him. The shockwave tore across the plain, so violent it forced even the Tentail's colossal form to stagger backward. As dust settled, Obito crashed hard against the Tentail's torso, then slid limply to the ground. His orange mask, shattered beyond repair, revealed the scarred, grotesque visage beneath. The right half bore the youthful contours of his boyhood, familiar teardrop markings framing a slowly rotating triple tomo Sharingan. The left half was encased in white setsu cells, twisted root-like tendrils clinging to bone, monstrous and malformed, while his left Rinnegan glowed with cold violet light. Obito! Minato stood atop nearby rubble, staring at that face, both achingly familiar and utterly alien, his hand gripping the flying thunder god Kanai, trembling uncontrollably. A flood of fragmented memories surged into his mind. The boy who always wore orange goggles, and who'd arrive late because he'd stopped to help an elderly woman cross the street. the boy whose cheeks flushed crimson declaring, "Rin is the one I must protect." The boy buried beneath the rubble of Kannabi Bridge, entrusting his Sharingan Rin and the dream of Hokage to Kakashi. His student, his dearest child, how had he become this? "Sensei." Obito rose slowly from the dust, brushing debris from his clothes. His voice, no longer filtered through the mask, was raw, weary, hollow with sorrow. "Have you seen me now?" "Obito." Minato's voice quavered as he stepped forward, golden hair stirring faintly in the acrid wind. "Why did you become this? Why did you walk this path?" "Because I saw the world's truth." Obito's Sharingan spun wildly, reflecting the moment Rin died. War. Hatred. Death without meaning. So long as those things exist, Rin will never return. No, even without war she cannot return. She is gone. Forever before my eyes. So you dragged the entire world into hell alongside her? Minato's voice rose thick with anguish. No. Obito shook his head, slowly raising a hand. Violet light from his Rinnegan shimmered at his fingertips. I will make the whole world dream with her. The infinite Tsukuyami will birth a perfect world, free of war, free of hatred, free of death. Therein lives. Kakashi stands beside me once more. You teach us ninjutsu. Everyone we lost returns, whole, unbroken, alive. All dwell in that dream, never waking, never feeling pain again. Minato fell silent for a long while, gazing upon the student imprisoned by despair, and sighed softly. Obito, that is not life. It is merely the absence of death. What difference does it make? Obito's voice cracked into hysteria. If living means only enduring pain, if it means watching those you love die helplessly, what meaning remains in life itself? The difference lies in choice, in change, in creation. A dream offers only passive acceptance. Minato tightened his grip on the flying thunder god Kanai, his cerulean eyes blazing with resolve. I will not let you strip away humanity's right to choose. I will not let you destroy this world. Not while I still draw breath. Obito's eyes narrowed sharply, chakra erupting around him like a storm. He leapt onto the Ten-Tail's head, hands flying through seals. The beast roared, a sound that shook mountains, and the earth trembled violently beneath their feet. Ten-Tail's complete form. With a command from Obito, the body of the Ten-Tail's underwent its final transformation. The originally hideous monster's form slowly contracted and reshaped into a towering gray humanoid figure, a single horn piercing the clouds atop its head, and its surface covered with intricate patterns of the Rinnegan. Behind it 10 thick tails unfurled, each tail's end sporting an open Rinnegan eye. The complete form of the Ten-Tails, with a terrifying power at the level of the 6 paths, had fully descended. The mere chakra pressure it emitted caused the ground of the entire plain to crack inch by inch, making it difficult for the allied ninjas to even stand as despair once again surged like a tide. This is the power with which the Sage of 6 Paths created the world. Obito stood atop the Ten-Tails, gazing down like a god who controlled life and death, coldly looking at Minato beneath him. Minato-sensei, you have no chance of winning. Give up. Minato raised his head, looking at the sky, blocking Ten-Tails and the Obito standing at its peak, slowly tightening his grip on the kunai of Flying Thunder God. His face bore no fear, only the determination of a Hokage and the persistence of a teacher. Perhaps I have no chance of winning, but I am the Hokage of Konoha, your teacher. As long as I still draw breath, I will never give up. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished from the spot. The kunai of Flying Thunder God had already been scattered across every corner of the Ten-Tails during the previous battle. Golden remnants in the air formed an unbroken trail of light like lightning piercing through the darkness. Minato's figure continuously flickered upon the Ten-Tails' body, each appearance delivering a Rasengan infused with the Flying Thunder God technique, cutting deep wounds that exposed bone. Golden flashes living up to their name. However, the Ten-Tails' regeneration speed was far faster than his destruction rate. The moment a wound was cut, it would instantly wriggle and heal, leaving no trace behind. Useless. Obito's voice came coldly. The Ten-Tails is the source of chakra. As long as this world has chakra, it will never die. No matter how fast your Flying Thunder God is, it's all in vain. Minato hovered in midair, breathing heavily as the consecutive teleportations of the Flying Thunder God had already consumed most of his chakra. Yet his gaze remained unwavering. Then I will sever its chakra source. He quickly formed hand seals the flying thunder god technique at his fingertips, flickering madly as a massive spatial vortex slowly unfolded above the 10 tails. At the center of the vortex lay a completely void space devoid of any chakra, a sealing cage that Minato had constructed in advance using the flying thunder god technique. Flying thunder god spatial sealing. As Minato's voice rang out, a terrifying suction force erupted from the spatial vortex. The destructive chakra within the 10 tails was crazily sucked into the vortex like a tidal wave, and the colossal body of the 10 tails began to shrink and wither at an observable speed. Minato-sensei, are you insane? Obito's expression changed dramatically. He could clearly feel the 10 tails chakra rapidly depleting. This space will suck in everything, including yourself. You will be forever trapped in this void along with the 10 tails chakra. I know. Minato stood at the center of the vortex, his golden hair standing on end from the terrifying suction, but his face bore a gentle smile. That's why I'm standing here. As long as I can seal the 10 tails, protect Konoha, protect my students, protect my son, what is this life worth? Dad! A heart-wrenching scream echoed from afar. Naruto finally broke free from the chakra of the 9 tails. He looked at his father, who stood at the center of the vortex, at the figure being gradually devoured by the space. His heart gripped, as if by a hand pained to the point of breathlessness. Kid, don't go over there. The 9 tails immediately wrapped its chakra around his body, pulling him back forcefully. The suction of that space is too strong, you'll be sucked in too. My dad is in there. Let go of me. 9 tails. Naruto struggled desperately, the golden chakra within him surging wildly, his eyes red as if about to bleed. He is my dad. I can't let him leave me again. Absolutely not. He is going to seal the 10 tails with himself. If you go over, you'll just mess up his plan. I don't care. Naruto let out a roar that shook the heavens, the chakra within him exploding at this moment. It was not a rampage, but an unprecedented awakening. The red chakra of the 9 tails merged perfectly with his golden chakra and the natural energy of Sage Mode, transforming his chakra from crimson to dazzling gold, his pupils shifting into a cross shape and a pair of massive golden wings made of chakra extending from his back. The complete form of the 9 tails Mode 6 Paths Mode fully awakened at this moment. The golden chakra instantly shattered the restraints of the 9 tails, and Naruto became a bolt of golden lightning charging toward the center of the spatial vortex. His speed was so fast that space rippled around him. Just before Minato's body was entirely engulfed by the vortex, he reached out and firmly grasped his father's hand. Dad, I won't let you go alone. Naruto. Minato looked at the son who had suddenly appeared before him, his pupils dilating in shock as he shouted sternly. Let go. Let go quickly. You'll be sucked in too. I won't let go. Naruto looked at his father, tears mixing with the dust on his face as he stubbornly smiled. This time I won't let you go alone. If we die together. If we live, we'll go out together. You foolish child. Minato looked at the light in his son's eyes, his own eyes turning red as hot tears finally fell. The enormous suction force instantly engulfed both of them, and the spatial vortex closed with a thunderous roar after swallowing most of the 10 tails chakra, disappearing into the air. The entire battlefield fell into a sudden silence. Everyone stared at the place where the vortex had disappeared, looking at the empty sky, their breaths halted. The 5th Hokage Minato Namikaze, the hero of the ninja world known as the Golden Flash, and the prophesied child Naruto Uzumaki, were they forever trapped in the void? Darkness, boundless darkness. When Naruto opened his eyes, he found himself floating in a completely void space. No light, no sound, no ground, no gravity, as if floating in the vacuum of space. Even the chakra was continuously draining away. Dad? Dad? Where are you? I'm here, Naruto. A familiar voice echoed from the darkness. Naruto turned around abruptly and saw Minato floating not far behind him, his golden hair emitting a faint yet warm glow in the pure darkness. Dad? Naruto immediately swam over and grasped his father's hand tightly, fearing that if he let go he would vanish into the darkness. This is the Flying Thunder God sealing space, an alternate realm constructed with my chakra. Minato glanced at the surrounding darkness and sighed lightly. I sealed the core chakra of the 10 tails here, trapping both of us in this place. There is no exit in this space. Chakra will be continuously devoured by the void, and we cannot get out. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then broke into a carefree smile as if being trapped in this eternal darkness was nothing at all. Then we just can't get out. Minato looked at the smile on his son's face, his eyes reddening, and pulled him into his embrace, holding him tightly. I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm sorry. It's because Dad was too selfish, not considering your feelings, not thinking you would come in with me. Minato's voice was choked with sobs, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry for making you suffer so much, I'm sorry. Don't say that, Dad. Naruto raised his hand and gently patted his father's back, sounding gentle yet firm like a small adult. As long as I can be with Dad, it doesn't matter where we are. Moreover, we will definitely get out. You are the Golden Flash and I am your son. Together there is nothing we cannot achieve. In the darkness the father and son embraced tightly, two streams of golden light converging into an eternal flame amidst the boundless void. On the battlefield outside silence reigned. Obito stood atop the Ten-Tails' head, trembling as he watched the vortex disappear. Minato Sensei, that eternally gentle teacher who always protected them, chose to seal the Ten-Tails with his own life to stop him and protect Konoha. Kakashi stood amidst the ruins, blood tears flowing from his Sharingan due to overuse, yet he did not even blink, fixating his gaze on the sky while repeatedly muttering two names. Minato Sensei. Naruto. Sasuke stood beside him, his complete body Susanoo shattered, yet his grip on the Kusanagi sword tightened. He gazed at the empty sky, a hint of barely noticeable panic flashing in his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto, you idiot, you can't just die like this! Just when everyone was engulfed in despair, a thunderous roar of the Nine-Tails suddenly erupted from that void sky. Immediately afterward, a dazzling golden light violently tore through the dark space, exploding from the void and illuminating the entire smoke-filled battlefield. Naruto burst forth from the rift in space, his golden wings unfurling freely, surrounded by the Nine-Tails' golden chakra like a golden deity descending to the mortal realm. My dad is still inside. But I have him. Naruto, suspended in the air, shouted loudly to everyone below. I need power. All of your power. Help me tear apart this space and rescue my dad. Kakashi was the first to react, instantly activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. His left eye's spatial power erupted, instantly targeting the rift Naruto had created, forcefully expanding it several times. Everyone. Transfer your chakra to Naruto. Quickly. Kakashi shouted to the battlefield. How do we do that? The Raikage roared as he charged over, his body cloaked in lightning chakra. Without hesitation, he pressed one hand firmly against Naruto's golden wings. Take the chakra of Kumogakure. Kid, you must rescue Minato. Lightning chakra surged into Naruto's body like a current, causing his golden chakra to swell instantly. Tobirama was the second to rush up, placing both hands on Naruto's shoulders with boiling and melting chakra continuously flowing in. Take the chakra of Kirigakure as well. You must rescue the Hokage. Inoki floated in the air, placing his aged hand atop Naruto's head, slowly infusing chakra of dust release. Old man, I've lived my life and I've never seen such a foolish father and son. Take my chakra of Iwagakure. Don't let me down. Gaara manipulated the sand to bring himself to Naruto's side, pouring the chakra of sand and the power of Shikaku into him. Naruto, you saved me once, now it's my turn to help you. Take all the chakra of Sunigakure. One ninja after another rose from the ruins and rushed towards Naruto. Ninjas from Konoha, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Sunigakure at this moment, without the barriers of their villages or past grievances, reached out and placed their hands on Naruto's body, wings and shoulders, sharing their chakra with this golden-haired youth without reserve. Sasuke approached Naruto, looking at his scarred yet determined face, remaining silent for a moment before slowly extending his hand and placing it on Naruto's chest. The chakra of the eternal Mangekyo flowed in, cold and sharp like a sword unsheathed, continuously surging into Naruto's body. Naruto, take my chakra too. Sasuke, you? Naruto was momentarily stunned. Don't talk nonsense. Sasuke's gaze remained cold, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. If you die, no one will compete with me for Hokage. Hurry and save Minato Sensei, don't let me look down on you. Naruto looked at him and suddenly smiled brightly, his expression radiant. Countless streams of chakra of different colors flowed into Naruto like thousands of rivers converging into this sea. He felt an unprecedented power, not the power of the Ninetales, not his own, but the trust of the entire ninja world, the hopes of everyone, the will of fire transcending villages and nations, converging into a light that illuminated the entire world. Thank you, everyone. Thank you? Naruto slowly raised both hands, gathering all the chakra in his palms, forming a gigantic, dazzling golden Rasengan. This Rasengan grew larger and larger, from the size of a basketball to that of a house, ultimately transforming into a massive hill-like entity containing the will of the entire ninja world. Senjutsu Ultimate Golden Rasengan! Naruto roared, slamming this golden Rasengan infused with the chakra of 80,000 people toward the torn rift in space. The golden light instantly consumed the entire sky, and the space shattered like glass in the face of this terrifying power. The sealed flying thunder god space was forcefully torn open. Minato's figure burst forth from the rift, the golden kunai of the flying thunder god flickering in his hand. Though his chakra was nearly depleted, his eyes remained resolute. Dad! Naruto immediately rushed over and steadied his exhausted father. Naruto! Minato looked at his son, at the wall of 8,000 ninjas behind him, at the sky illuminated by golden light, and finally couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with pride. You've done it! My son truly did it. We did it together. Naruto supported his father and looked at all the people behind him, smiling brilliantly. It was something we all achieved together. The residual wave of the golden Rasengan, while tearing apart the space, also slammed heavily onto the Ten-Tails and Obito. The Ten-Tails let out a piercing scream, its remaining chakra completely purified by the golden power reverting from its complete form to the outer path golem, crashing heavily to the ground, its 9 eyes closing, entirely losing all motion. Obito was violently slammed beside the outer path golem by the golden shockwave, his body covered in blood, the Rinnegan and Sharingan losing their light, kneeling on one knee on the ground, unable to stand up again. I lost. Obito looked at his hands, murmuring softly, his voice filled with confusion and exhaustion. Naruto supported Minato and walked step by step to Obito, his golden chakra cloak slowly fading, revealing his scarred face. Obito, my dad wants me to tell you that you still have a chance. Turn back. Obito slowly raised his head, looking at Naruto, at Minato behind him, at Kakashi in the distance, and a hot tear rolled down from one eye of his scarred face. Can I still turn back? I've killed so many people, done so many wrong things, destroyed so many families. Can I still turn back? You can. Naruto slowly extended his hand towards him, his smile gentle yet firm. As long as you are willing, you can turn back at any time. Just like my dad said, everyone has a way to turn back as long as they are willing to walk it. Obito looked at the hand extended before him for a long time. He remembered Rin's smile, the sunlight on the Kannabi Bridge, Minato Sensei's gentle teachings, the days of bickering with Kakashi, and the dreams of the boy who wanted to become Hokage. In the end he trembled and reached out his hand, grasping Naruto's hand. On the battlefield, sunlight finally penetrated the thick smoke spreading across the entire plain. The Ten-Tails was sealed. Obito let go of his obsession. The souls reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation had long found peace, and the White Setsu army was completely wiped out. Ninjas stood atop the ruins looking at their companions beside them, some embracing and weeping, some laughing heartily, and some simply sitting quietly watching the sun on the horizon, feeling the calm after the storm. Minato stood in the sunlight looking at Naruto beside him, watching Kakashi and Guy laughing and playing in the distance, watching the 5 Kage standing together, and finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at those ninjas who had survived. His golden flash had once protected Konoha. And his son, this new golden flash, had protected the entire ninja world. Naruto felt his father's gaze, turned his head, and revealed a big smile reminiscent of 16 years ago, when Kushina held the newborn him, her eyes filled with tenderness. At this moment the 4th Great Ninja War finally came to an end. On the first day after the war, the sun rose as usual from the horizon. The golden sunlight penetrated the lingering smoke, casting its glow upon the battered plains. The once familiar battlefield was unrecognizable, the earth torn apart by the power of the Ten-Tails, leaving countless bottomless ravines. The charred forest was reduced to bare stumps, the rushing rivers rerouted by debris, and even the towering hills had been sheared away. Ninjas sat in small groups on the piles of rubble, the fatigue of survival etched on every face. Some were tending to each other's wounds, some were searching through the ruins for lost comrades, while others held the bodies of fallen friends, silently shedding tears. The battlefield was littered with the shattered white remains of the white Setsu along with scattered ashes left behind after the Edo Tensei was lifted, which blew away into the air with the wind. Minato walked over to Naruto and handed him a military canteen. Naruto took it, tilted his head back and drank deeply. The warm water slid down his dry throat, carrying a faint metallic taste, allowing his tense nerves to relax slightly after days of strain. "Dad, did we win?" Naruto set the canteen down, gazing at the slowly rising sun in the distance, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. He had defeated Obito, sealed the Ten Tails, and ended the Fourth Great Ninja War, but looking at the devastation around him, at the ninjas who had lost comrades and loved ones, he suddenly did not know what the word win truly meant. Minato followed his gaze to the sunrise, remaining silent for a long time before softly speaking. "We did not lose. But what winning truly is, I'm still uncertain. There are never true winners in war. Those who survive must carry the will of the deceased forward. Perhaps that is the most challenging task after the war ends." Naruto turned to look at his father's profile. Minato's face bore unhealed wounds, his golden hair was matted with dirt and blood, and his Hokage robes were torn with several rips. Yet his blue eyes remained as bright and steadfast as the sea under the morning sun, exuding a gentle strength. "Dad, what about Obito?" "He has been sealed. I created an independent sealing space with the Flying Thunder God technique, temporarily locking him inside. His powers are suppressed by the sealing technique. He cannot escape for now." He paused, looking at Naruto. "Naruto, Obito said he wants to see you. He said he has something to tell you in person." Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "All right. I will go see him." In the sealing space of boundless darkness, the only color was the deep black surrounding it. Obito sat in the center of the darkness, bound tightly by chains inscribed with sealing techniques, his Rinnegan and Sharingan both tightly closed. His body remained weak, even his breath trembled slightly, but his mind was clearer than ever. Naruto entered the sealing space in a projected form. Thanks to the Nine-Tails' negative chakra, he could penetrate any barrier marked with sealing techniques and arrive in this isolated space. "Obito!" Naruto called softly. Obito slowly opened his eyes. The madness and hostility that once resided in his right Sharingan had disappeared, leaving only an unfathomable weariness and unshakable regret. "You came." His voice was hoarse like sandpaper on wood. "You said you had something to tell me." Naruto stepped closer, stopping in front of him, neither approaching further nor adopting any combat posture. Obito remained silent for a long time, long enough for Naruto to think he wouldn't speak again. Finally he whispered, "Naruto, do you know why I became what I am today?" "Because of Rin," Naruto answered calmly. "Yes. Because of Rin." Obito lowered his head, looking at his hands bound by chains stained with countless blood. "She died. She died in front of me at the hands of my best friend. That day I felt like the entire world before my eyes had turned false, turned into hell, into a nightmare from which I would never awaken." Naruto did not interrupt him, he simply listened quietly. "So I decided to create a true dream. Infinite Tsukuyomi. In that dream, Rin was still alive, Kakashi, and I could bicker like we used to, and Teacher Minato would still laugh and scold us for being late. Everyone lost in the war would be able to live happily, and no one would have to endure pain anymore." Obito lifted his head, looking at Naruto, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion. "I always thought this was the only path. But you and Teacher Minato have shown me another way." His voice became very soft. "It's not about hiding in a dream to escape, it's about facing this scarred reality head-on. It's not about erasing pain with illusions, but using one's own hands to create a world where no one has to experience the pain I went through." Naruto looked at him and gently asked, "So do you regret it?" "What use is regret?" Obito forced a smile, one that was more painful than crying. "I killed so many people, destroyed so many families, and sparked a war that engulfed the entire ninja world. Can a single word of regret bring back the dead? Can it reunite the shattered families?" Naruto paused for a moment before slowly replying, "No, it can't. But regret isn't the end, it's the beginning. You can use the time you have left to do something to atone for the mistakes you've made. Even if it's just saving one person or helping one family, it's better than being forever trapped in the regret of the past." Obito looked at Naruto, and for the first time a faint glimmer of light flickered in his Sharingan. "You and your father are truly alike. Always saying such naive things that seem ridiculous." "Maybe so. Naruto turned and walked towards the exit of the space, taking a few steps before stopping again, not looking back. Obito, my dad has never given up on you. From the Kannabi Bridge to now, he has always been waiting for you to come back. As soon as these words fell, Obito's shoulders trembled violently. The hot tears could no longer be held back, spilling from the corners of his eyes and splattering onto the cold ground. At the temporary tent of the Allied Forces headquarters, the 5 shadows sat around a simple wooden table. Outside the tent, the Allied ninjas patrolled, but the atmosphere inside was devoid of the tense air of war, replaced instead by the calmness of having survived a crisis. Konoha's Namikaze, Minato, Reikage, Mizukage, Terumi, Mate, Tsuchikage, Inoki, and Kazekage Gaara all bore fresh scars on their faces, their clothes stained with blood that would not wash out, yet their eyes shone with unprecedented resolve. The war is over, but our losses are too great. Reikage spoke first, his deep voice tinged with fatigue. Kumo has lost nearly 30% of its ninjas, and many young children will never return home. It's the same for all countries. Terumi sighed softly, her fingers tracing the map on the table. The urgent task at hand is the post-war reconstruction of each nation and the maintenance of security along the borders. I propose that the Allied ninja forces do not disband for the time being, but instead split into teams to assist each country in reconstruction, while also eliminating the remnants of the Akatsuki organization. I agree. Inoki leaned on his cane and nodded, his aged voice carrying an undeniable sharpness. There's one more thing. Although Obito has been sealed, Kagaya's true essence has escaped. That guy is the venom hidden at the deepest level, 100 times more dangerous than Obito. Minato's brow furrowed instantly. Kagaya. We have too little information about him. Terumi continued. According to the intel we received from Obito and the ancient texts passed down from Iwagakure, Kagaya is a manifestation of the will of Akatsuki Kagaya. Gaara spoke up, his voice steady. Kagaya is the progenitor of chakra and the true form of the Ten Tails. 1,000 years ago she was sealed away by the sage of the 6 paths. Brothers, Kagaya has been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the chance to be resurrected. If she succeeds, the entire ninja world will be utterly destroyed. The tent fell into a heavy silence. Everyone knew that the power of the Ten Tails was sufficient to obliterate the entire ninja world, and if Akatsuki Kagaya, the true form of the Ten Tails, were to revive, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then we must stop her. Minato stood up and walked to the large map of the ninja world, tracing the borders of the 5 great nations with his finger. The Allied forces will not disband. Each nation will establish a joint intelligence department to share all information regarding Kagaya and Akatsuki unconditionally. Kagaya cannot act alone. She will definitely look for a new host, seeking the opportunity to resurrect. We must find her before she makes a move. Kumo will cooperate fully. Reikage immediately nodded, showing no hesitation. The mist will too. Terumi echoed in agreement. Iwagakure has no objections. Inoki grumbled lightly. At my age I have never feared any supernatural being. Sunagakure will stand with Konoha. Gaara looked at Minato and nodded slightly. Minato regarded the 4 leaders who fought alongside him and earnestly bowed, saying thank you all. This time the 5 great nations were no longer enemies fighting for their own interests. They truly stood together side by side to protect the entire ninja world. When Naruto returned to Konoha, it was already the 3rd day after the war ended. The Konoha he saw was no longer the same as he remembered. Pain's Shinra Tensei had reduced the village to ruins, and Nagato's Rinne rebirth jutsu had revived the lost, but it could not restore the collapsed buildings. The entire village of Konoha had transformed into a massive construction site filled with scaffolding, stacked timber, and bricks, with ninjas and villagers working together, carrying wood and pushing carts to rebuild their homes on the ruins. Naruto stood on Hokage Rock, observing the bustling crowd below. He quickly spotted Minato, his father, who always wore the Hokage's ceremonial robe. At this moment he was clad in ordinary gray work clothes, donning a straw hat, standing on the scaffolding, lifting beams with villagers, his face dusted yet smiling gently. Naruto. A familiar call came from behind. Turning around, he saw Sakura running over from the construction site. Her face was covered in dust, and the bangs on her forehead were matted with sweat against her cheeks, but her green eyes sparkled like stars. Sakura. Naruto smiled and waved his hand. Sakura rushed in front of him, her eyes reddening. Then she clenched her fist and punched Naruto lightly in the chest, the strength far less than usual. You idiot! Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? When I couldn't reach you on the battlefield, I was almost going crazy. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Naruto covered his chest and grinned, but I'm back safe and sound. I'm perfectly fine. Seeing his carefree expression, Sakura couldn't hold back her tears any longer, but then she laughed, wiped her tears, and nodded towards the other end of Hokage Rock. Look, there's someone else who has been waiting for you for a long time. Following her direction, Naruto saw Sasuke standing at the edge of Hokage Rock, facing away from them, gazing at the distant sunset. His black hair was gently blown by the wind, the Kusanagi sword hung at his waist, and dressed in black ninja attire he cast a long shadow in the orange sunset. Sasuke! Naruto shouted. Sasuke slowly turned around to look at them. His crimson Sharingan was closed, and the coldness and hostility that had once filled his dark eyes were gone, replaced by a calmness that had been cleansed of all pretensions. Sakura ran over and stood in front of Sasuke. Her lips moved, 1,000 words stuck in her throat, but in the end she could only say, "Sasuke, you're back." Sasuke looked at her, reddened eyes remained silent for a long time, then spoke softly, his voice low yet incredibly clear. "Sakura, I'm sorry. I've made you worry for so long." Sakura froze for a moment, tears fell like beads from a broken string. She had waited for this apology for many years, ever since the day Sasuke left Konoha. She once again clenched her fist, gently punched Sasuke in the chest, crying as she scolded, "You big idiot. Super big idiot." Sasuke did not dodge, allowing her fists to land on him. Then he reached out his hand awkwardly, and gently patted her head just like Itachi used to do when they were young. "I'm back." Naruto watched this scene not far away and couldn't help but smile, his eyes slightly moist. From the bonds of youth through the opposition after defection to fighting side by side on the battlefield, the 7th team, separated for so many years, finally came together at this moment. As the sun set, Minato finally jumped down from the scaffolding, dusting off his clothes. When he looked up, he saw Naruto standing not far away. "Back." Minato smiled as he walked over. "Yeah." Naruto nodded, unable to help but chuckle at his father's dust-covered face. "Dad, why is the Hokage personally carrying wood?" "What's wrong with the Hokage?" "The Hokage is also a part of Konoha." Minato ruffled his golden hair. "The village is everyone's, and rebuilding our home is certainly a collective effort." The father and son walked side by side on the path of the construction site, watching the busy villagers around them, their pace leisurely. "Dad, I went to see Obito," Naruto said softly. "He apologized to me." Minato paused for a moment, the smile on his face fading slightly, and he sighed gently. "That boy has finally come to terms with it." "Dad, will you forgive him?" Naruto looked up at his father. Minato gazed at the red-stained sky in the distance, remaining silent for a long while before slowly speaking. "Forgiveness has never been the most important thing. What matters is that he is willing to turn back, willing to face the mistakes he made. As for forgiveness, the ones who should provide him that answer are not me, but those he has harmed and the ninja world that he ignited into war." Naruto looked at his father's profile and suddenly asked, "Dad, if one day I go down the wrong path, will you wait for me to turn back like you did for Obito?" Minato turned his head to look at him, suddenly smiling, his eyes filled with tender affection and determination. "I will. Even if it takes a lifetime, I will wait." Naruto grinned widely, revealing his bright teeth like a child who had received candy. "Then I will never go down the wrong path. Because I have you waiting for me behind, I won't let you down." Minato chuckled and ruffled his hair, messing up his golden locks. "Let's go home." "Home?" Naruto was taken aback for a moment. "Isn't our house collapsed?" "Though the house collapsed, the foundation remains." Minato smiled and winked. "Tonight we'll camp right under Hokage Rock. I brought the tools for grilling fish and the miso soup recipe that Kushina loved the most." Naruto's eyes brightened instantly, excitedly shouting, "Camping! Awesome! I love camping the most." Under the night sky at Hokage Rock, the campfire burned amidst the ruins. The wood crackled as it burned, and the dancing flames dispelled the surrounding darkness. Minato sat on a flat piece of rubble holding 2 skewers of fish sizzling with oil, the golden fish meat sprinkled with seasoning, the aroma wafting far away. Naruto sat across from him, also holding a skewer of fish, eating with grease dripping from his mouth. Sasuke sat on the other side of the campfire, nibbling on a fresh tomato, quietly listening to the two talk. "Sasuke, why aren't you eating fish? This fish is super delicious." Naruto swallowed the fish in his mouth and asked indistinctly. "I don't like it," Sasuke replied flatly, not even lifting his eyelids. "How can you not like such delicious fish?" Naruto looked incredulous, and offered his grilled fish. Just try a bite. Uncle's grilled fish is better than the chashu and Ichiraku ramen. No need. You eat it yourself. Sasuke shifted to the side, avoiding the grilled fish offered to him. Stop bothering him, Naruto. Sakura approached carrying a pot of steaming miso soup, placing it on the stones beside the campfire, smiling as she shot Naruto a glare. Sasuke doesn't like fish, so don't force him. The four of them sat around the campfire enjoying the delicious miso soup and grilled fish, occasionally exchanging banter in a quiet and warm atmosphere. The moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting its glow on the scarred ruins on the Hokage rock engraved with the likenesses of past Hokages, and on the faces of the four friends. Dad. Naruto held his soup bowl and suddenly spoke. Minato looked at him. From now on, can we eat like this every day? Just the four of us like now. Naruto looked at him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Minato looked at him, then at the smiling Sakura beside him, and at Sasuke, who remained expressionless but had relaxed his shoulders, smiling as he nodded. Sure. Every day like this. Sasuke looked down at the flames dancing in the campfire, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling up in a barely visible smile. Sakura's eyes reddened again, but she smiled as she wiped her eyes and scooped another ladle of soup into Naruto's bowl. Naruto looked at the three people beside him, smiling brightly with happiness filling the corners of his eyes. The family he had longed for since childhood, the companions he had desired, the warmth he craved, all grasped in his hands at this moment. 1 month later, in the land of Iron, the peace treaty signing ceremony took place. The 5 Kages once again gathered in the land of Iron. This time there was no tense standoff, no sharp arguments, only the calmness of having survived a crisis and the anticipation for the future. The venue was filled with representatives from the 5 great nations as well as reporters from all over the ninja world, their cameras flashing continuously, capturing this historic moment. Naruto stood on the platform, a microphone in front of him. Below him were countless gazes, some filled with expectation, some with admiration, and some with curiosity. His palms were slightly sweaty, his heart racing. He took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. Hello everyone. I am Uzumaki Naruto from Konohagakure. The audience erupted into thunderous applause that echoed for a long time. Once the applause subsided, Naruto continued, his voice trembling yet resolute. The 4th Great Ninja War has ended. We have won. But winning is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that we are still alive, still standing here, still able to watch the sun rise tomorrow, still able to be with those who matter to us. The audience fell silent, everyone quietly listening to his words. This war has cost me many important people. Countless ninjas sacrificed themselves to protect the ninja world and their companions. But this war has also taught me one thing: living is never about wallowing in past hatred or seeking revenge on the past. It is about the future, about protecting those who matter to us, and about creating a world where there will be no more wars and no one will lose their companions. Naruto clenched his fist, raising it to his chest, his eyes shining with light. In the future I will continue to be a ninja. But I will not be a ninja for fighting nor to become stronger, but to protect. To protect my village, protect my companions, and protect this hard-won peace. No matter what difficulties I encounter, no matter what enemies I face, I will not give up, I will not retreat. He looked at everyone in the audience, speaking each word with conviction, declaring the motto that had defined his life. This is my ninja way. The moment his words fell, the audience erupted into deafening applause, cheers, and shouts intertwining, reverberating throughout the venue. Some laughed and cried, some vigorously waved their arms, and some embraced their companions tightly. Minato stood in the audience watching his son shine on the platform, and tears rolled down from the corner of his eyes. In his heart he whispered, Kushina, did you see? Our son has become a hero of the entire ninja world. He has become the light we both hoped for, the sun that illuminates the entire ninja world. Sasuke stood in the corner of the venue, leaning against the wall, watching the smiling Naruto on the platform, unable to help but curl the corners of his mouth into a gentle smile. This fool really did it. He achieved everything he once said he would. This fool really did it. He achieved everything he once said he would. New houses stood in neat rows, the wide streets were clean and tidy, the shops along the street reopened, and children chased and played in the alleys holding windmills, laughing carefree. The sign for Ichiraku ramen hung up again, and the hand-pulled noodle uncle stood at the door cheerfully greeting the passing customers, the shop always bustling with patrons. Naruto pushed open the door of Ichiraku Ramen, familiar with the place, and sat at the bar waving his hand. Uncle, one super large chashu ramen, extra chashu, extra egg. Sure. Naruto, it's been a while, where have you been lately? The hand-pulled noodle uncle replied with a smile, turning to cook the noodles. I went to other villages with my dad for meetings. Naruto leaned on the bar, swinging his legs, smiling happily. The ramen was quickly served and Naruto picked up his chopsticks, diving into the noodles, slurping them down just like that little brat who used to bum ramen 10 years ago. Naruto. A familiar voice came from the door. Naruto looked up, still with noodles in his mouth, and saw Sasuke standing at the entrance. He was dressed in a black travel outfit, the Kusanagi sword at his waist, carrying a small backpack, looking like he was about to leave for a long journey. Sasuke. Naruto swallowed the noodles and was taken aback. Where are you going? Sasuke walked in and sat down beside him, his voice calm. I'm going on a trip. Traveling around the ninja world. There are many things I want to see for myself, many wrongs I need to make amends for. Naruto set down his chopsticks, looking at him without asking how long he would be gone or trying to stop him, simply asking, when will you be back? Sasuke paused for a moment, looking out the window at Konoha, at the Hokage rock with the faces of past Hokages, and finally his gaze returned to Naruto, as he gently replied, I don't know. But I will definitely come back. He paused and added, his voice soft yet resolute, because this is my home. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the door. Naruto watched his back, not chasing after him, just picking up his chopsticks, and calling out to his back, be careful on the road. I'll be waiting for you in Konoha. Ichiraku Ramen will always save you a spot. Sasuke's footsteps paused for a moment, but he did not turn back, just raising his hand and waving, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the street. Naruto smiled and lowered his head to continue eating ramen, his eyes slightly moist. He knew that Sasuke was not leaving, he was going to find his own redemption, to walk his own path. And Konoha would always be his home. In the Hokage office, Minato stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling and vibrant Konoha. The sunlight filtered through the glass, warming and brightening him. The office door was pushed open and Naruto walked in, still holding half a chashu bun he hadn't finished eating. Dad, Sasuke left. I know. Minato turned around, smiling as he nodded. I saw him leave the village. You're not going to stop him. Naruto walked over to stand beside him at the window. I won't stop him. Minato sighed softly, he has his own path to walk, his own ties to sever. All we can do is wait for him to come back. Naruto looked out at the children running outside, at the smiling villagers, at the sparkling Konoha bathed in sunlight, and suddenly spoke up, Dad, in the future I want to walk my own path too. I know. Minato looked at him, filled with trust and pride. But I will still come back. Naruto turned to him, smiling brightly. This is my home, and I will always come back. In the third spring after the war ended, cherry blossoms filled the streets of Konohagakure, and the peaceful breeze brushed over the Hokage rock, stirring up delicate petals and ushering in the grandest celebration in the history of the village. The square in front of the Hokage building was crowded with people jostling against one another, the air filled with excited chatter. Not only were there villagers and ninjas from Konohagakure, but also official delegations from Sunagakure, Kumo Kirigakure, and Iwagakure, along with representatives of the Land of Iron. Lords from various countries had sent their special envoys to congratulate the new Hokage. In the center of the square, a wide high platform had been erected, adorned with a festive red carpet, flanked by the flags of the 5 great nations fluttering in the spring breeze. Naruto stood in the shadow beneath the high platform, still wearing the black and red coat he had for several years, with frayed cuffs and a collar faded from washing, yet the forehead protector on his brow was brand new, its metal gleaming brightly in the sunlight. His palms were sweaty and his fingers felt tense, even his breathing was faster than usual. Naruto, stop pretending you're so nervous that you're moving in sync with your hands and feet. Sakura, standing beside him, teased with a smile. She wore a light pink kimono, her long hair elegantly styled with a cherry blossom hairpin, her youthful innocence replaced by a more mature and gentle aura. Who's nervous? I'm not. Naruto immediately retorted, puffing out his neck, but as soon as he finished speaking he couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe the sweat from his palm, mumbling, as if deflated. Okay, maybe just a little bit nervous. I knew it. Sakura laughed as she handed him a bottle of water. Just relax. You've been waiting for this day for over a decade, and no one in all of Kanahigakure is more suited for this position than you. At that moment the side door of the high platform opened and Minato stepped out. He wore a pure white Hokage ceremonial robe, the character for fire on his back gently waving in the spring breeze, holding the Hokage hat embroidered with the same character. His golden hair still shone brightly, although there were now a few faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. 3 years of peace had mellowed the sharpness from his years of battle, making him more composed, and gentle, his gaze filled with the serenity that comes with time. Naruto, are you ready? Minato approached him smiling as he asked, his voice warm and reassuring. Dad, do I really have to go up there? Naruto looked at his father, suddenly feeling a bit lost. Can I really be a good Hokage? Of course you can. Minato gently patted his shoulder. Today is the day you succeed the position of the 6th Hokage. I've waited for this day for nearly 20 years. From the moment you declared your ambition to become Hokage in the Ninja Academy, I knew you would achieve it. Naruto took a deep breath, nodding firmly, the confusion in his eyes dissipating, replaced by determination. All right. Let's go up there. The father and son walked side by side, step by step up the platform steps. Instantly the square fell silent, thousands of gazes focused on the high platform, landing on the 5th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and his son Uzumaki Naruto, who was about to become the 6th Hokage. Minato stood before the microphone, slowly scanning the crowd below. He saw many familiar faces: Kakashi, Gayasuma, and Kurenai in the front row, Tsunade and Jiraiya waving at him with smiles. Jiraiya had hurried back from Mount Myaboku, rarely taking off his loose clothing to wear a formal red robe, standing there with a serious expression, and in a corner of the crowd Sasuke, who had returned from a 2-year journey, his long black hair reaching his shoulders, still wearing his Kusanagi sword at his waist, his Sharingan not activated, but his dark eyes filled with a calm light, quietly watching him on the high platform. A gentle smile crept onto Minato's lips as he began to speak, his voice amplified by a technique resonating clearly throughout the entire square, even reaching every street in Kanahigakure. Hello, villagers of Kanahigakure and esteemed guests from afar. Today I will officially step down as the 5th Hokage and pass the mantle to my son, Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as his words fell, a deafening cheer erupted from the square, the name Naruto being shouted by countless voices echoing through the skies. Minato raised his hand, signaling for the crowd to quiet down, and continued. 20 years ago I stood in this position and received the Hokage hat from the 4th Hokage. At that time I thought I would devote my life to protecting Kanahigakure. Later, during the Ninetales incident, I almost lost my life and my Hokage identity, transforming from a protector of the village into an ordinary father. Every day I cooked for my son, did laundry, taught him ninjutsu, and watched him grow up little by little. Laughter arose from the crowd, many remembering that mischievous golden-haired boy who used to cause trouble in the village and was chased by Minato. Those years were the happiest times of my life. Minato turned to look at Naruto beside him, pride and tenderness filling his eyes, because I had the chance to witness my son grow from a troublemaker into a hero capable of standing on his own and saving the entire ninja world. Naruto looked at his father, his eyes reddening, instantly hot tears welling up, but he held back from letting them fall. Naruto was never a smart child. He was mischievous, loud, and always at the bottom of his class in the Ninja Academy, often punished by teachers and mocked by peers. Minato spoke about these memories with a smile, his tone devoid of any disdain, only filled with endless affection. But he has a heart that never gives up. No matter how many times he fell, he would smile and get back up. No matter how many people doubted him, he would persist in his ninja way. No matter how deep the darkness, he could grasp that little bit of light and share it with everyone around him. The square was quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling the flags, everyone listening intently. Many villagers who had watched Naruto grow up couldn't help but tear up. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Naruto saved the entire ninja world. Not through the power of the Ninetales, not through Sage Mode, and not even through the power of the 6 paths. Minato's voice trembled slightly, yet it was incredibly resolute. It was through his heart that is forever sincere, forever kind, and never willing to give up. He turned to face Naruto, solemnly removing the Hokage hat from his own head. Uzumaki Naruto. Minato's voice was firm. Today I officially pass the position of the 6th Hokage of Kanahigakure to you. Not because you are my son, not because you are a hero of the ninja world, but because you are the ninja who always puts Kanahigakure, your comrades, and peace first. You are truly worthy of being the Hokage of Kanahigakure. He raised his hand and gently placed the Hokage hat, a symbol of the will of fire, and the legacy of Kanahigakure, on Naruto's head. The hat was large, its wide brim casting a shadow over Naruto's eyes. He lifted his hand to adjust the brim, revealing his face marked with the lines of the 6 pads, tears finally unable to hold back sliding down his cheeks. Dad? Don't cry. Minato smiled as he wiped away Naruto's tears, his voice gentle. From today on you are the Hokage. The Hokage can bleed, can sweat, but must not shed tears in front of the villagers. Naruto wiped his tears with determination, took a deep breath, and stepped up to the microphone. He looked at the dense crowd below, thousands of faces, young and old, ninjas and civilians, some lifelong companions and friends from afar. He saw Sakura smiling through her tears, Kakashi giving him a thumbs-up, Jiraiya wildly waving his arms and giving a thumbs-up, Tsunade nodding with a smile, and Irika covering his face, crying uncontrollably. The first person to recognize him, the first teacher to call him Uzumaki Naruto. Finally his gaze landed in a corner of the crowd where he saw Sasuke. Sasuke looked at him, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, faint yet incredibly genuine. Naruto smiled, clenched his fist, and his voice, a bit hoarse yet resoundingly clear, echoed throughout Kanahigakure. Hello everyone. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Today I officially become the 6th Hokage of Kanahigakure. Applause and cheers erupted once more, lasting for a long time. As the crowd quieted down, Naruto continued smiling as he spoke about his past. When I was a child, I stood on the playground of the Ninja Academy shouting to everyone that I would become Hokage, that I would make everyone in the village acknowledge me. At that time everyone laughed at me, calling me the bottom of the barrel, saying I was the monster of the 9 tails, that I was delusional. He paused, his eyes shining. But now I stand here. Not because I am a genius, not because I have the 9 tails, but simply because I never gave up. No matter how many times I fell, no matter how many people doubted me, I never abandoned my dream, never strayed from my ninja way. Many people asked me, what is a Hokage? Naruto raised his fist and said each word clearly. The Hokage is not the strongest ninja in the village, not the smartest ninja, and certainly not someone who sits in a high position enjoying power. The Hokage is the one who is willing to give everything for the village, willing to protect every villager, and willing to put the lives of comrades before his own. The Hokage is the one who will never abandon the will of fire. Irika in the audience cried and trembled, yet smiled with immense pride. His student, the mischievous little brat who had always been punished by him, truly did it, truly became Hokage. I will use my life to protect Kanahigakure. Not because my dad is Hokage, not because I am a hero of the ninja world, but simply because this is my home. Each and every one of you is my family. Naruto raised his fist high, shouting the words that had defined his entire life. I will keep my promises, this is my ninja way. Suddenly the square erupted with roaring cheers, everyone shouting 6th Hokage, shouting Naruto, their voices echoing into the skies, shaking the cherry blossoms down. Watergate stood behind Naruto watching his son's shining silhouette, and tears finally fell uncontrollably. He softly said to himself, Kushina, can you see this? Our son has become the Hokage. He has grown into the person we always hoped for, becoming the sun that illuminates the entire ninja world. Yet Naruto was trapped in the Hokage's office, frowning at a mountain of documents. He slumped in the large Hokage chair, flipping through a couple of pages, feeling overwhelmed, and lamented. How could there be so many documents? Dad, how did you endure all this back then? Watergate sat on the nearby sofa smiling as he took a sip of tea. I just took it slow and got through it. There will be this many every day, or even more. That's terrifying. Naruto buried his face in the pile of documents, feeling hopeless. I thought being Hokage was about protecting the village and leading everyone on missions, but I never expected to sit here every day approving documents. Do you think being Hokage is that easy? Watergate chuckled and shook his head, standing up to pat Naruto's shoulder. You can find some help. Kakashi is meticulous and reliable, he could be your assistant. And then there's Sasuke, who may not talk much, but he sees things clearly and handles affairs efficiently, he can help you too. Naruto's eyes instantly lit up as if grasping a lifeline. He jumped up from the chair and dashed out shouting. Right. Sasuke. I'm going to find Sasuke. He burst out of the office and indeed saw Sasuke by the window in the hallway, leaning against the wall and watching the fireworks outside. The moonlight fell on his profile, softening the coldness around him. Sasuke. Naruto ran over excitedly, grabbing his arm. Help me with these documents. Sasuke glanced at him and flatly replied, No. Why not? Naruto looked aggrieved. Aren't we best friends? Can you really bear to see me buried in documents? I'm a rogue ninja from Konoha. I have no right to touch the Hokage's confidential documents. Sasuke returned his gaze, still maintaining his indifferent demeanor. You're not anymore. Naruto immediately pulled out a brand new Konoha forehead protector from his pocket and shoved it into Sasuke's hands. As the 6th Hokage of Konoha, I officially restore your status as a Konoha ninja. From today on, you are a Jonin of Konoha and also my right-hand man. Sasuke looked down at the forehead protector in his hands, the cold metal plate clearly displaying the symbol of Konoha. He remained silent for a long time, his fingertips gently stroking the engraved symbol that had been there for over a decade. Finally, he raised his head, gazing at the expectation in Naruto's eyes, and sighed helplessly. Where are the documents? Naruto instantly smiled brightly, pulling him towards the office. They're in there. Come on. Sasuke was dragged forward, looking down at the forehead protector in his hands, and a gentle smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. After all these years of twists and turns, he had returned to Konoha, back to the place where he had grown up, back to this idiot's side. Konoha Village. 1 year later, Naruto had been the 6th Hokage for a whole year. During this year, he accomplished a lot. He rebuilt the Ninja Academy, revised the curriculum to focus not only on combat skills but also on character education, teaching children that the purpose of a ninja is not slaughter and war but protection and peace. He established a dedicated orphanage in the village, taking in children who lost their parents in the war, giving them a warm home so they wouldn't have to grow up alone like he did. He also promoted deep cooperation among the 5 great nations, establishing a joint ninja academy where children from different countries could learn and grow together, breaking down the barriers between villages and stopping the cycle of hatred. He initiated the Peace Ninja program, encouraging ninjas to use their abilities to assist civilians during peacetime, repairing houses, building bridges, and protecting merchant caravans, making ninjas no longer synonymous with war but guardians of peace. Watergate officially retired. He relinquished all his duties and spent his days at home, tending to flowers, fishing, and cooking, occasionally teaching classes at the Ninja Academy, and guiding young ninjas at the training grounds, leading a leisurely and stable life. His golden hair still shone brightly, but it no longer bore the sharpness of youth, softened by the passage of time. Naruto was busy every day, but no matter how late it was, he always returned home for dinner. The father and son would sit at the dining table, enjoying Watergate's miso fish, pickled radish, and white rice, chatting about the various happenings in the village. Dad, today an old lady gave me a commendation banner, Naruto exclaimed proudly, shoveling rice into his mouth. Oh. What does the banner say? Watergate smiled as he served him a piece of fish. 6th Hokage ridding the people of harm. Naruto raised his chin proudly. Watergate couldn't help but laugh. What harm did you rid? I helped the old lady next door catch the thief who stole her cat. Naruto patted his chest. That kid ran really fast. I chased him for 3 streets before I caught him. That counts as ridding the people of harm too. Watergate nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with fondness. Our Hokage even takes care of a villager's cat. He guards everything with heart. Naruto burst into laughter, the sunset pouring through the window, casting warmth on the dining table and the smiling faces of the father and son. Such days were plain yet immensely happy. Konoha Village. 3 years later, Naruto was 27 years old. He was still the cheerful and boisterous person he had always been, but his chin had developed a light stubble and there was a newfound steadiness and authority in his eyebrows and eyes. He rarely wore that black and red coat anymore. Most of the time he donned a pure white Hokage robe with the character, Fire, on the back, identical to Watergate's from back in the day. His hair had grown longer, loosely tied at the back. When he stood on the podium to speak, he resembled the young Watergate, but with an added fervor and an undying youthful spirit. Sakura had become the head of Konoha Hospital, the top medical ninja in the ninja world, bustling between the hospital and the village every day, saving lives with gentleness and strength. She married Sasuke and their wedding was quite simple, inviting only their closest friends. Naruto got incredibly drunk at the wedding, hugging Sasuke and crying for a long time, repeatedly mumbling, "You better treat Sakura well," before being unceremoniously thrown out of the wedding venue by a scowling Sasuke. A year later their daughter was born, named Sarada Uchiha. The little girl inherited Sasuke's black hair and eyes as well as Sakura's tenacity and gentleness. At a young age she already wore red-framed glasses, clever and adorable, always chasing after Naruto, calling him Uncle Naruto, and pestering Sasuke with questions about stories from their past. Sasuke still frequently traveled, wandering through every corner of the ninja world to see the peaceful world he and Naruto had fought so hard to protect, while also making amends for his past mistakes. But he always returned on time to have dinner with Sakura and Sarada, teaching Sarada ninjutsu, and occasionally being dragged into the office by Naruto to help him with the never-ending pile of documents. He still said little, yet he could always awaken Naruto in his most impulsive moments. In Naruto's toughest times he stood by him, becoming his strongest support. At 27, Naruto still had not married. It wasn't that no one liked him. Hinata from the Hyuga clan had quietly liked him since ninja school, waiting for him for over a decade. From a shy and timid girl she grew into the gentle and resilient eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, still silently accompanying him, bringing him homemade bento when he was too busy to eat, brewing him hot tea when he stayed up late to deal with documents, quietly staying by his side when he was troubled about village matters, listening to him talk. Everyone in Konoha saw it, and even Watergate had privately told Naruto several times not to let the girl down. But Naruto always felt too busy to date, too busy to provide her with stable companionship, always putting it off. That evening Naruto once again worked overtime in the office until it was dark, even forgetting to eat dinner. The office door was gently pushed open and Hinata stood at the entrance holding a pink bento box, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Naruto-kun, you haven't eaten yet, right? I made lunch for you, eat it while it's warm." Naruto looked up, saw Hinata and immediately smiled, standing up to greet her. "Thank you, Hinata, I'm sorry to trouble you again. I was so busy that I forgot to eat dinner." He opened the bento box, revealing neatly made rice balls, golden fried shrimp, soft tamagoyaki, and his favorite miso mackerel, all arranged abundantly and thoughtfully. "Hinata, your bento is amazing." Naruto took a bite of the rice ball, his eyes lighting up as he unabashedly praised her. Hinata's face turned even redder, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes softly, saying, "I'm glad you like it." On the night of the fireworks festival, the riverside of Kanahigakura was bustling with people, vibrant and lively. The night sky was constantly illuminated by splendid fireworks, casting colorful lights that brightened everyone's smiling faces. Naruto stood under a willow tree by the river in a deep blue yukata, waiting for Hinata. Before long he spotted Hinata walking towards him. She wore a light purple yukata adorned with white cherry blossom patterns, her long hair elegantly styled into an exquisite bun with a light pink cherry blossom pinned in it. Holding a small handbag, she looked gentle and beautiful. Naruto gazed at her, momentarily mesmerized, even his breathing slowed. "Naruto-kun," Hinata said softly, her cheeks flushed as she approached him. "Ah. Hinata, you look really beautiful today." Naruto scratched his head, smiling shyly. Hinata's face turned even redder, as she lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the sash of her yukata. The two walked side by side along the small path by the river, watching the fireworks burst in the sky, chatting about amusing stories from the Ninja Academy, and the daily life in the village, the atmosphere soft and stable. As they reached the bridge by the river, a huge firework exploded in the night sky, illuminating the entire river surface. Hinata looked up at the sky full of fireworks, suddenly mustering all her courage. She turned to Naruto, her voice trembling yet incredibly firm. "Naruto-kun, I like you? Ever since the first time I saw you at the Ninja Academy, I have always liked you." Her tears fell, yet she continued to look into Naruto's eyes, speaking each word clearly. "No matter if you are the underdog, a hero, or the sixth Hokage, I have always liked you. I will always be by your side. No matter what difficulties you face, I will be there for you." Naruto looked at her, seeing the tears in her eyes, witnessing the unreserved affection she had harbored for over a decade. His heart felt as if it were filled with warm water, overwhelming warmth flooding through him. He reached out his hand and gently wiped away her tears, smiling tenderly. "I know," he said. "Hinata, I like you too." Hinata suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide in disbelief at the words she had just heard. "Really? Really?" Naruto grasped her hand tightly. "I used to think that I was too busy to provide you with a stable life, but now I know with you by my side I will be more confident and courageous in moving forward. Hinata, would you be willing to stay by my side and walk this path together?" Hinata's tears fell even more fiercely, but she nodded vigorously, throwing herself into his embrace, her voice choked. I am willing. I am willing. Naruto held her tightly, looking up at the dazzling fireworks in the sky, a smile of pure happiness on his face. In the distance, the faces of the 5 Hokages were illuminated by the fireworks flickering in and out of view. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, the fifth Hokage Tsunade. Soon the sixth face will be carved here. Uzumaki Naruto's face. That once ridiculed underdog, that never give up youth, the hero who saved the ninja world, the sixth Hokage of Konohagakure. Epilogue. 10 years later, Naruto is 37 years old. He is now the father of 2 children. His son Boruto, 9 years old, looks just like him as a child, mischievous, and loves to show off his cleverness, always going against him, yet like him he has an indomitable spirit hidden deep within. His daughter Himawari, 10 years old, gentle and kind like Hinata, understanding and adorable, always able to calm down the fiery Boruto with just a word. She is Naruto's little sweetheart. Minato is 57 years old now, his golden hair turned completely white, yet his body remains robust. His greatest joy every day is taking his grandchildren for walks around the village, sharing stories from his youth, recounting Naruto's childhood embarrassments, and the legacy of the will of fire. Grandpa, did you really fight off 100 enemies by yourself back in the day? Boruto asked with a challenging look on his face. Were you really stronger than my dad? Of course, Minato said with a smile, stroking his white beard proudly. Back in my day I was known as the Yellow Flash of the ninja world. Enemies would abandon their missions and run when they encountered me. I don't believe it. My dad is the 6th Hokage, a hero of the ninja world. He's definitely stronger than you, Boruto retorted stubbornly. Minato burst into laughter, looking down at Himawari, who was obediently holding his hand, and asked with a smile. Himawari, who do you think is stronger, grandpa or dad? Himawari tilted her head, smiling sweetly. Both grandpa and dad are strong. Minato grinned even wider, holding the 2 children as they strolled leisurely along the streets of Konohagakure. As the sun set with the smoke rising from chimneys, laughter and joy filled the village, peaceful and stable. He looked up at the distant Hokage building. The lights in the Hokage office were still on. Naruto was still inside handling paperwork. The 6th face had already been carved into the Hokage rock. Uzumaki Naruto's face stood alongside the other 5 Hokages, overlooking the village they had protected with their lives. Before long, Naruto walked out of the Hokage building and immediately spotted his father and children under the Hokage rock, smiling as he quickly made his way over. Dad, you took those 2 little troublemakers out again. Hinata has dinner ready at home waiting for you to come back, Naruto said with a smile, ruffling Boruto's hair only to have Boruto dodge away with a look of disdain. Dad is working overtime again. You promised to practice ninjutsu with me today. Boruto pouted angrily. I was wrong, Dad. I promise I'll practice with you tomorrow, okay? Naruto chuckled helplessly, turning to look at Minato. Dad, are you bragging about your glorious deeds again? How can you call it bragging? I speak nothing but the truth, Minato replied with a smile, patting his shoulder. Have you finished processing today's paperwork? Yes, all done. Naruto nodded, standing side by side with his father, gazing at the village of Konohagakure under the sunset, at the children laughing and running, and at the villagers living in peace, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Dad, thank you, Naruto suddenly said softly. Thank you for what? Thank you for surviving back then. Naruto turned to look at his father, his eyes filled with sincerity. Thank you for raising me, for teaching me how to be a ninja, how to be a Hokage. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Minato looked at his son, who had grown to be as tall as him, observing the steadiness and warmth in his features and the unquenchable light in his eyes. He chuckled and shook his head. The one who should be thanking is me. Thank you for coming into this world, for becoming the most dazzling version of yourself, for protecting this Konohagakure, for safeguarding this peaceful world. You have done better than me and all the Hokages before you. The father and son stood side by side beneath the Hokage rock, the sunset casting long shadows that intertwined, reminiscent of over 20 years ago, the little boy holding his father's hand, shouting to become Hokage, and that gentle smiling father. The wind brushed against the Hokage rock, swirling delicate petals, carrying with it the legacy of the will of fire that spanned decades. From Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to Sarutobi Hiruzen to Namikaze Minato and finally to Uzumaki Naruto. The will of fire has never been exclusive to the strong. It is the fire that burns the leaves, the light that illuminates the darkness, the determination of generation after generation of ninjas who protect their village, their comrades, and peace with their lives. It is the ninja way of keeping promises and never giving up. As long as there are leaves dancing in the wind, the fire will continue to burn. The shadows of the fire will illuminate the village and help new leaves sprout. End of the text.